Why? Where the hell am I? Uzumaki Naruto was perplexed by the strange structure he had found himself in. It was a desolate, old structure, its original colors long replaced by the colors of aging. The passage he was in stretched beyond his field of vision, and lateral passages emerged from both sides, their lengths consumed by darkness beyond comprehension. Strange ductwork ran through the walls and ceiling, and water flooded the entire space almost to his hips. What the? Muttered Naruto to himself. He had to think. It was not an activity he particularly enjoyed or practiced, but he could put up with it when it became necessary. He would normally sit down, cross his legs, and make a face, but he would drown if he did, so he just made the face. Last I remember, that Jerkiro Senin pushed me off the cliff. I'm going to get him for that. And then I tried to grab that rock, but I slipped. With each word, his face crunched up more and more until it reached a critical point. What the hell is going on here? He yelled to no one in particular. Kaya? Yelled a voice in the distance. Kaya? Naruto asked again. That's when he felt it. What he would have felt since the moment he arrived, if he hadn't been too busy complaining and questioning no one. This sensation, caused it's by that chakra. The strange yet undeniably powerful chakra assaulted his senses like an odd amalgam of sound, scent, and taste. Naruto followed it as it grew stronger until he arrived at the jail. Naruto could only gape at the enormity of the beast. The massive metal bars were as thick as Naruto himself and towered over him. In place of the lock, a large paper strip with the kanji for seal stood. He also noticed that the water level in this room had dropped to the point where only his feet were submerged. Is this Majuo? Naruto couldn't help but make an odd face when he heard strange sounds from beyond the bars. Despite the jail's subtle don't get any closer vibe, he couldn't help but move forward. The sounds, in all their strangeness, sounded like someone crying. Naruto could never ignore something like that. Is anyone there? Jaya. Naruto pursued the sound and caught sight of a small figure creeping away from him, deeper into the darkness. He didn't need advanced chakra sensing abilities to figure out that the mysterious figure was the source of the strange chakra that seemed to flood the entire area. Hello? His response was a gasp from within the darkness. He was about to say something else when the other one interrupted him. Who is there? Naruto's eyes blinked. The voice was undeniably female. If he had to guess, it was a very young girl's. So, where was he, and why was a little girl locked up in a big-ass jail? He hoped to get some answers soon, despite the fact that he was supposed to be falling to his death. Uzumaki. Naruto, I guess. Exclaimed the girl. If Naruto had to describe it in a single word, he would have chosen excited. The patchy sounds of feet splashing water reached his ears just as the lone inhabitant of the cell appeared in front of him. He would have seriously considered fleeing screaming if he had been warned. No fucking way. She was dressed in nothing. There is nothing, unless you consider ears, fur, and 9 tails to be clothing. As she moved, the tips of her exaggeratedly long, plain hair left wriggly trails on the water. The hair was the same color as the fur that covered her legs all the way up to mid-thigh. Her eyes, her startlingly large red eyes, stared at him as if she were in the presence of the ultimate truth. Her 9 bushy, white-tipped, fluffy tails wagged up and down, right and left, with no apparent control from the girl, who appeared to be concentrating her entire brain capacity on memorizing his face. Naruto, on the other hand, was dealing with some internal issues. No way no just no he relied on his mouth to get out of this bind because his mind was unable to form coherent thoughts. It wasn't difficult because I was used to speaking before thinking. He clutched at straws, barbed wire straws that are extremely thin. Tuyubai, Jii. The girl just stared. She didn't even flinch. Naruto claims she isn't even breathing. Hello? Naruto insisted, leaning forward to get closer to the girl beyond the bars. Jaya. The girl was apparently startled by Naruto's sudden movement, letting out a deafening shriek as she collapsed on her naked rear. A long and uncomfortable silence followed, broken only by the irritating click of water droplets falling from duct leaks and the occasional sobs from the wide-eyed 9-tailed little girl. Naruto tried again, unsure of what to say. Are you okay? One more sob from the girl. Naruto immediately recognized the way her body was trembling. He'd seen it before in babies and young girls. She's going to cry, call me. Why? The girl wailed and dashed towards him, her arms outstretched, clearly intending to wrap Naruto in a hug. As the seal kicked in and electrocuted the little girl, Naruto had to wince and turn away from the bright fireworks. He might have realized it couldn't be real electricity had he been in a different state of mind, or he would have been suffering in the same way, with all the water around. Okay, that's just plain sad. Naruto was thinking when he saw a twitching, smoking nine tails. Are you okay, Majuo? What exactly does that mean, Majuo? The girl said again as she struggled to stand. Naruto shivered but dashed to help the child, seemingly unaware that he had just walked through the seal and into the cell. Hey hold on, I'll help you. The girl, on the other hand, stiffened when his hand touched her left shoulder. Her body relaxed after an awkward moment of silence, and her left hand gripped the fabric of his orange pants. Naruto wrapped his right arm around her lower back and rested his hand on her right side, eliciting a tiny squeak from the girl, who just let herself be lifted. He quickly checked for any visible wounds, but the shock did not appear to be as severe as it appeared. The young lady was still sobbing and wiping away tears with her left arm. Naruto lowered his body once more to get closer to eye level. Hello, are you oh? The girl burying her face on his belly stunned him to silence. Her tails, which moved to her front as if attempting to hug him, irritated him even more. Oh oi, I was one however that is defined. Naruto said nothing else, allowing the girl fox girl to cry in his clothes. After the girl had dried her tears, introductions were made. Naruto had already realized he was trapped inside the cage. He simply shrugged and went along with the flow. After all, he wasn't dead yet. They sat because the water inside the cell was very shallow. It had taken a full 5 minutes to get the girl off his lap. He didn't mind children sitting on his lap because the situation was already wrong. She was right in front of him, her knees brushing up against his shoes. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Sayuri Higashiyama. Naruto's eyes blinked. That was the answer he least expected for some reason he couldn't fathom. All right, Sayuri. Naruto Nyai-chan. A shudder spread from his scalp to his toes. Naruto's inner dictionary defined wrongness as that moment from then on. Sure. So, you are. Naruto muttered, casting an odd glance at the tails, which seemed to move on their own. Akiko of the Higashiyama clan, she exclaimed, her tails wagging wildly. I have 9 tails, and they're pee-wetty. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Naruto was known for being a particularly loud person. However, a significant change began to occur at that time and on that day. For starters, he saved her self-description of Kiko for later investigation. If he ever got the chance. That is, you're the Kyuubi. The fox girl nodded enthusiastically. She was obviously pleased with her position. Yes, Sayuri is a Kyuubi. Naruto was unaware of the change in article. Your name is Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Sayuri cocked her head. No, that's not Sayuri's name. Sayuri is Sayuri, she exclaimed joyfully, wagging her tails. She abruptly removed her fox ears as she entered her version of deep thought. Because Sayuri's name is Sayuri. Sayuri is Sayuri. If Sayuri wasn't Sayuri, Sayuri wouldn't be Sayuri. But Soyuri. Naruto dripped sweat. What exactly does that mean? Onii-chan, what does that mean? How am I supposed to know? Screamed Naruto, drawing a kaya Majuo from the tiny fox girl. Naruto's ability to yell and shudder at the same time was impressive. Anyway, you're the 9 tails who had Konoha attached when I was born. Ie, attack. Sayuri, Konoha. Naruto made an odd face before exploding once more. However, you attacked the village. Sayuri was quick to express his emotions. Sayuri didn't. Sayuri's a good girl. Sayuri would never hoot anyone. She paused, her eyes rising in memory. Ooh, there was that time and that one but it wasn't my fault. Ooh. Naruto clutched his head, attempting to extract useful information from what the little fox girl had just said. Whatever, moo. You're the 9 tails who attacked Konoha. I didn't, cried Sayuri, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Sayuri is a lovely young lady. So, what were you doing when you ended up here? Sayuri's angry mode quickly reverted top-outy mode. Sayuri was just she paused, covering her mouth with her tiny hands and trying to hide the blush on her cheeks. Her foxy ears pointed straight up. Naruto simply stared. Kyuubi's attack secret was about to be revealed. He was not going to get to hear it. His eyes glowed with a ferocious intensity that pierced the little girl's frail mental defenses. Her ears gradually dropped as she became embarrassed. Sayuri was just, she said again. Naruto's pupils constricted even more. Sayuri whimpered and lowered her face and ears. If Naruto wasn't well, he wasn't sure what he felt, but it wasn't a good feeling. Anyway, if he hadn't been feeling however he was feeling, he would have thought the sight was adorable. Sayuri said a third time. The blush had spread throughout her skin, darkening her rosy complexion. The little girl exploded because she couldn't take the pressure of Naruto's angry stare any longer. I was just going after my tails. There is a long pause. Her Her reluctance had been completely crushed. There was no stopping her tongue any longer. See, Sayuri was all why, you know, cause Sayuri got the 9 tails, Sayuri explained, using wide arm gestures and tone changes for emphasis. Yeah, so Sayuri was all yup. And Sayuri was testing her new powers, and Sayuri became wow. Ooh, eyes big. Sayuri was like wow, so cool. And then Sayuri saw her big tails and was like tails. And Sayuri went like wish. Naruto couldn't help but stare as the little fox girl rolled on the damp floor, her tiny arms reaching for the fluffy tails, which moved away from the eager limbs. And Sayuri rolled all the way to the sea. Sayuri got all wet. Yuck CKY. She raised her arms over her head. And this HUUUG amount of water got me even much wetter. Yucky. Oh, and the water fell on this tiny human town thingy and the town vanished. Naruto paused. However, it didn't matter because Sayuri had just rolled over them. Naruto gaped even wider. Anyway, Sayuri was all wet and yucky, so Sayuri started shaking. You know, like this. Sayuri shook like a dog dealing with wet fur. This time, not even angry Naruto failed to notice how adorable her actions were. But he was still angry. But then everything got blown away, like F-whoosh. Sayuri threw her arms to the sides, indicating that the winds raised by her colossal form blew away everything around her. And the water was flying, and the trees were flying, and the houses were flying, and the pigs were flying. Well, I think they were pigs. They were really small, you know, cause Sayuri was big, so, well, pigs. Naruto trembled. So Sayuri became very scared because Sayuri did not want to fly, and Sayuri does not like tall places. Naruto gave his best WTF expression. She had transformed into a monstrous fox of doom. That's equivalent to a plus 32 size bonus to strength. And she was the one who made everything fly. So Sayuri ran away. Naruto remained silent. Or, more accurately, Sayuri continued before Naruto could say anything. So Sayuri looked around and I was in, like, a town or something. Her face became animated. There was also a big festival. Yup, festival. Because, you know, everyone was screaming really loud. And everyone was, like, running around, and there was lots of fire. Yup, festival. Because, you know, everyone was screaming really loud. And everyone was, like, running around, and there was lots of fire. Naruto sighed. Sayuri wanted to join in the fun, so I devised my trick. Naruto actually paused before asking the question. What's your trick? Yup. On cue, tiny flame balls formed on the tips of Sayuri's tails. Kitsune fire. Piweti. The 9 fireballs started moving clockwise behind Sayuri, forming a perfect circle. Sayuri played with them like this for a while. But then I skewed up and they fell, but nobody cared. It was great. Oh no, Kami. So Sayuri kept doing more and more tricks until the festival ended. I think everyone just went silent, and I didn't even notice them leave. They did not vanish. Instead, they were reduced to ashes. Naruto reached a conclusion. Sayuri assumed that everyone had gone to sleep, so she left because she didn't want to bother. Naruto's eyes blinked. So Sayuri was twatting around when this human suddenly appears on my nose. Naruto smirked. This was unique. Human. Yup, human. He had this really funny thing on his head, like a mask or something. And he said his name was Amadia or something. And he said he needed my help, and I was like sure, because mama always told me I had to be nice to people. Madawa. That would be Madara. Nope, doesn't sound familiar. Yup, so Madawa tells me to look at his eyes, but it was Wa. Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes. He knew he should be angry or terrified, but it was extremely difficult for him. But then Sayuri remembered Mama saying that people get hurt if they fall from a great height, so Sayuri went to look for him. Sayuri got to this town, you know, and Sayuri was going to ask if they had seen Madawa, but they started throwing all these nasty things at me. And the nasty things stung. Naruto's face became stern. She had clearly arrived in Konoha. Sayuri thinks it was another festival because there was screaming and fire, but I didn't like it because the nasty things stung. And I wanted to leave, but I had to find Madawa. You know, cause if Madawa got hurt, Sayuri was a bad girl, and Sayuri doesn't want to be a bad girl. Sayuri's a good girl. Naruto had so many potential responses by this point that he couldn't bring himself to say any of them. So the Kyuubi girl went on. So I was looking for Madawa, looking everywhere, but people were flying everywhere, so I couldn't find him. I didn't know humans could fly. Naruto Nai-chan. Can you fly? No. Alwa ... Poor Onii-chan. Naruto simply allowed the cringing to wash over him until it was properly grounded. He did, however, notice a change in Sayuri's expression. She had lowered her head and appeared depressed. Huyubai. I mean saw Sayuri chan. Then Sayuri's shoulders shook slightly. Then this big and ugly toad showed up, and I thought. The shaking became more pronounced, and her voice became shaky. Naruto began to feel unsettled. I thought they'd start a new game, so I was relieved, cause I didn't like the stingy things. Naruto could see that she was crying at this point. But then, there was this blue flash ... and Shinigami-sama appeared, Sayuri said before sobbing loudly. Naruto smirked. Shinigami. Shinigami-sama ... Sayuri turned to face the blonde child. Naruto was moved by her bloodshot, teary eyes and flushed cheeks. He simply couldn't deal with sad children, owing to his own sad memories, even if said children are capable of unconsciously annihilating small nations. With his knife, he stabbed me. Naruto grimaced. And it hurt. It really hurt. When Sayuri buried her face in Naruto's chest, embracing him as if her life depended on it, Naruto didn't flinch. His hands hesitated, but he eventually decided to place them on her back. It hurt so much. The girl muttered between sobs, wails, and tears. It hurt and I cried and I called for mama and then and then I was here, and I've been here for so long, and it's so bowing, and wet, and one-way. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to see Mama and Sayoko-chan and ... Naruto remained eerily silent throughout the fox girl's lamentations of pain, sorrow, and loneliness. But, seriously, what could he say in response? Naruto clarified things for Sayuri after she stopped crying once more. He told her she had been sealed inside his body by the yondaime. Look, Sayuri-chan, if I knew how to get you out of here right now, I'd do it right now. He scratched the back of his head. I don't believe you're a bad person ... fox ... girl ... thing ... Sayuri's eyes blinked. I am nothing, Naruto Nyai-chan. For the third time, Naruto cringed. That was not going to change anytime soon. However, I'm content. Naruto was the next to blink. Because Sayuri is no longer alone, Sayuri now has Naruto Nyai-chan. Wiggle, wiggle. Naruto blushed slightly as a result of this. Being appreciated was an unusual luxury for someone like him ... even if it came from an unknowingly genocidal fox ... girl. Sayuri hadn't moved away from Naruto after her second crying fit. She simply made herself at home on his lap once she regained her composure. Her back rested on his chest, which was difficult due to all the fluffy tails. Naruto quickly realized that Sayuri enjoyed the sensation of his hand caressing her tails, as well as the fact that her ears were extremely sensitive and ticklish. While they had plenty to talk about, Naruto hadn't forgotten that he was still on the verge of death. He made a pinky swear to meet her away as soon as he could. Sayuri promised to try to contact him while he was in the outside world. Of course, she did not say it that way. After saying her goodbyes, Sayuri released her chakra and gave it to the boy. It was a stark reminder that the sweet little girl was, in fact, a powerful supernatural being capable of unimaginable devastation. He looked nervously at the orange-red chakra tongues that seemed to want to invade him and swallow him whole. Sayuri's innocent expression as she unleashed her terrifyingly powerful chakra didn't do much to calm him down. He blinked and was back in the outside world. As the delayed feedback of massive body damage suddenly hit his pain receptors, his mind shattered in unfathomable agony. He couldn't even open his eyes due to the pain, which was a good thing because he didn't want to see the bloody mess his broken body had become. Seems like you fell into the pit thingy while we were talking. Onii-chan. Oopsies. Naruto attempted to respond with the most heinous curse he could conjure. Unfortunately, his mind, overwhelmed by unbearable pain, was unable to come up with anything. But take a look. I can talk to you right now. Wow, hi. Even in his mind, Naruto's I hate my life sounded like a garbled yuhaguafu. He resigned himself to waiting as he felt the massive surge of Kitsune chakra that had already begun with his numerous wounds. Jiraiya was terrified to death. He noticed the resemblance to his father the moment he first saw Uzumaki Naruto. Seriously, how could anyone not see that Naruto was somehow connected to the fourth? In any case, how many blondes are there in Konoha? There aren't many. How many non-Yamanaka blondes are there? And Orochimaru referred to him as an idiot. Jerk with a snake fetish, so he decided to train Naruto in any case. Even if the boy was an idiot, Jiraiya guessed it was part of his allure. What better way to teach him than the summoning technique? He had to start following in the footsteps of his father and godfather. There was also the issue with Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Without a doubt, everything is done for the boy's benefit, right? Unfortunately, even if his life depended on it, the brat couldn't focus his chakra. He couldn't figure out how he learned to walk on water so quickly. So Jiraiya, in a stroke of brilliance, decided to experiment with the Kyuubi's chakra. Who needs chakra control when you've got all the chakra in the world? That is a brilliant plan. When it became clear that the brat was completely useless really, how difficult can it be to summon the diabolic energies of the most terrifying creature in existence? Jiraiya resorted to strengthening measures, specifically hurling Naruto off a cliff and hoping for the best. It was meant to work. To escape his predicament, Naruto was supposed to channel his inner badass, tap into the Kyuubi's chakra, and summon a big-ass frog. Then Naruto would say something like, "Awesome," and Jiraiya would pat the boy's head and smile proudly, and Naruto would grin like an idiot. It was the ideal godfather-godson bonding experience. Naruto had vanished into the darkness 5 minutes before. There will be no Kyuubi chakra, no big-ass frog, and no head patting. Jiraiya was nearly shitting his pants. Oshitoshitoshitoshitoshitoshi Kuchiyos no Jutsu. He was the one who summoned the big-ass frog in the end. Naruto tried to figure out how the hell he survived that fall as soon as the pain subsided enough to allow coherent thought. Sayuri, Inari bless her, attempted to assist him. They demonstrated that their combined intelligence is far greater than the sum of its parts. Indeed, their brain waves appeared to cause destructive interference. They did, however, solve the intellectual challenge with a plausible hypothesis. Sorta, within the bounds of what is permissible in shonen manga. Naruto had most likely collided with one of the stalactites protruding from the canyon walls at some point. He bounced from one to the other, taking dozens of weaker hits rather than one single devastating impact at the bottom. His clothes had held up well enough to get him back to his apartment with some dignity. Once he got out of the canyon. Of course. How are we going to get out of here, ni Onii-chan? Naruto felt the familiar shudder run through his body. We can't. The walls are too slick. We wait for Bakayaro Sennin to come down for us. Majuo. He's Mwini. Don't talk to him any longer. I dislike him. Of course, I'm not staying with that crazy bastard any longer than necessary. I'm leaving as soon as we get out of here. The impending Chunin exam finals hit him like a ton of bricks. I can't believe I squandered 3 weeks on Bakayaro Sennin. I've only mastered water walking. And the summoning technique stinks. Oh, Neji, take a look at me. I can conjure up tadpoles. I'm going to kick your $sign. Oh, I'm such a moron. What am I going to do? I dislike toads. Toads are bad. Sayuri, on the other hand, has had a very bad experience with the boss toad. Kitsune should be summoned. We're friendly and amusing. Also, Pewetty. Naruto's eyes blinked. That would be pretty cool. His mind conjured up an image of a massive fox paw squeezing Hyuga Neji. Squish, hey, Megasa cool. But I'm afraid I can't. Now that I have your chakra. Yep, anytime. Yeah, thank you very much, Sayuri-chan. But chakra alone is insufficient. I need to get stronger in order to defeat that Hyuga jerk and make him pay for looking down on me. A flashback to the Chunin prelims reminded Naruto of why he was so upset with Neji in the first place. Oh no, Hinata. Hinata, who are you? Naruto was about to tell the fox girl the entire story of the prelims when the voice of an old pervert interrupted him. Oi, Naruto, are you still alive? I'm still alive and ready to kick your $sign. Bastard. He did not respond. For once, he felt like being deliberately cruel to someone. He was extremely enraged. Jiraiya discovered him at the bottom of the chasm, seated calmly on the gray, sandy ground. It was a good thing he didn't fall into the water current, which would have dragged him to Kami's unknown location. How are you, Naruto? Naruto returned his deadpan expression. He stood up calmly, as if he hadn't just dealt with a few 100-yard fall, walked over to the large toad Jiraiya had summoned, and jumped on its back. Oh no, Toad Sannin came to an end. I'm so sorry, Naruto. The boy raised his right index finger. They returned in silence. But Naruto's mind was a whirlwind of activity. What am I going to do? What can I possibly learn in 10 days? That Kitsune fire thing you showed me, Sayuri-chan. Yes, it is Pewetty. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yes, I know it's lovely. Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes. Could you show me how to do it? That would be a total kick-ass. But you don't have tails. Hey, Kitsune fire. I make it out of my tails. Naruto Nyai-chan, you don't have tails. With each repetition, the shudder became milder and milder. Maybe he'd get used to the strange way the Kyuubi addressed him one day. He just knew it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. On tails. Shoot. So, why the tails? Can't you just make it with your hands? Sayuri shrugged mentally. I believe Yuri Mama told me, but I always fall asleep when she's teaching me something. It's sagging. Yes, I understand how you feel. Naruto smiled softly as memories of Uruka-sensei flooded his mind. Yuri Mama, you say? Yup. Sayuri's mother's name is Yuri Mama. Oh well I guess you had to have a mother. Naruto shivered at the thought of Kyubai's mother. Yup. She's got 7 tails. She's snotty. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Isn't everything pee-wetty to you? Why no. Toads are unappealing. Old men are also fugly. That Skawi bear Yaokai is also fugly. Yaokai the bear. Yeah. He gives me a strange look. It does not appeal to me. I'm not sure why Urami Ni-chan calls him pedobar. Okai ... So you have a sister as well. Sayuri possesses 7 Ni-chans. They are all wet. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Figures. The large toad eventually made it out of the chasm, knocking Naruto out of his mind. Naruto had already ninja dashed away before Jiraiya could even open his mouth. The hermit only stood there watching the orange figure vanish. So you've got 7 older sisters. He began a pleasant walk back to Konoha's metropolitan area once he felt he had traveled far enough. His mind immediately pictured 8 massive foxes destroying Konoha. It's not a pretty sight. Yup. Is it possible that they all have Yuri in their names somewhere? Why? How did you find out? Naruto Nyai-chan, you're incredible. So I was correct. Naruto reluctantly smiled at the compliment. It was stupid to feel good after being praised by something like that, but that's what happened. Yup, we're the Pewetty Yuri sisters, all 7 of us. Naruto rested his hands on his brow and gazed up at the early autumn sky. Isn't it just a few days until his birthday? That's quite a bit of Yuri. Hehe, we have a big Yuri family. Isn't it difficult to have so many siblings? Naruto was an orphan, so he couldn't fathom being the youngest of so many siblings. Nope, we get along great. We're almost there. We're the Pewetty and happy Yuri sisters. That's nice ... but there's a lot of Yuri in your family. How did your mother come up with all of that Yuri? Yuri Mama is wa, but don't tell her I told you because she'll hit you. AC Chu, sneezed Higashiyama Yuri in a hidden shrine far from Konoha, her long hair like silver threads jumping and glittering in the sunlight. She sat on the wooden floor, looking out over the gardens she had grown herself many centuries before. Aura, she pondered. Someone must be talking about me. Her beautiful, gentle, womanly frame exclaimed, laughing like a teenage human girl. I wonder if he's a handsome guy. Mom, a voice from behind cut into Yuri's amusement. Seriously, stop doing that, it's upsetting. HMPH, Yuri said, her face returning to its usual placid expression. Narrow eyes that were pools of liquid silver became lost in the all-too-familiar Higashiyama grounds. Let your mother amuse herself, Yuria. I understand, Naruto said in order to comply. So, what are the names of your sisters? This whole Yuri thing is a lot of fun. Oh, well, there's Haimuri Ni-sama. She is the oldest child. She has 6 tails, and she's very intelligent, pewetty, and nice, but not when she's haughty and weaning. She's got 2 daughters, Yurino-chan and Chiyuri-chan. So your sister's daughters are Yuri as well. Awesome. Yes, we're overflowing with Yuri. Anyway, they're what was it? Nutsies, nieces. That's right. Thank you very much, Onii-chan. Shuddering ensues. They're my nieces, but all of them are older than me. It's extremely amusing. Yurin-chan possesses 5 tails. She's extremely amusing. She also makes the best food. It's really, really good. She also has 2 daughters, Yurio-chan and Yurina-chan. I spend a lot of time with them. Yurio-chan is always laughing, and Yurina-chan is very nice and kind. They're also older than I am. So there's Haimuri-san and Yurin-san, both of whom have 2 daughters. Yurasani-chan possesses 4 tails. Mayuri-chan, her daughter, has 2 tails. She's a few years older than me. Probably around 20. Ew. Naruto was already afraid to inquire about Sayuri's age. Sayuri's voice became more quiet. Mayuri-chan is unusually quiet. It was extremely quiet. She never says anything ... as it's if she's very far away. I'm not sure. It's strange. Then her voice brightened up again. There's also Yuriko-chan and Yurika-chan. They're identical twins. They are extremely close and do everything together. And they're extremely amusing. They make the most amusing peewanks, but Yuri Mama is irritated with them because they refuse to find mates. They also have 3 tails. Sayuri had Naruto at pranks, and now he was dying to meet these Yuri twin pranksters. Yuri Ani-chan, too, has 3 tails. Yuriko-chan, Yuri Ani-chan, and Yurika-chan all have the same father. Urami Ni-chan and I share a papa, but he was always gone when I got ma 9 tails. So you have 2 different fathers. How exactly does that work? In her cell, Sayuri shrugged. Yuri mama meets a wicking male, they mate, and she has a kit. Naruto's eyes blinked. He guessed he wasn't ready to comprehend Kitsune culture. Wait, so the more tails you have, the older you get. Yup, a tale of hundreds of years. However, you are the youngest. Sayuri is 119 years old. Sayuri is both young and peewetty. So, how come you have 9 tails? Poker night with Kitsune. Naruto came to a halt. Excuse me, poker night with Kitsune. Sayuri repeated as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, I so have to hear this. No, wait. We were supposed to do something now, right? Right. We want to get you out of me, right? I guess we could try asking old man Hokage, but I don't think we can just ask him to break the seal. Why not? Naruto gulped. He wasn't really looking forward to explain to Sayuri that she wasn't particularly well liked in his village. He guessed she had an idea, but explaining to her the full extent of the village's hatred and fear towards her was something he'd rather avoid for as long as possible. At least until they made it back to the apartment. Nah, it just wouldn't work. So, how do I get Oji-san to talk? I'll have to be extremely cautious and subtle. Hey, Oji-san, can you break the 4th seal? Let it be known that Uzumaki Naruto has never been one for caution and subtlety. Naruto waited for the Hokage to stop choking and properly regain his breath. In the meantime, he tried to come up with more female names with Yuri. He didn't succeed. Naruto. He had to give the old man credit. He actually managed to put up a serious face and look decent after a hole of choking and coughing. What brought up such a question so suddenly? Truth be told, the Hokage and his guard were in high alert. Why could Naruto be asking such a thing? It could anything from a really bad joke to Kyuubi having taken control of his mind or something. Now, Naruto might not be a master of subtlety, but he actually put some thought into what he was going to say. Just a little. Well, just want to know if it's possible. I mean, shouldn't I know these things, so I can be ready and stuff you know just in case. Lame. Onii-chan. Yeah, I know. Sorry you had to hear that. He's so kicking me out after that. Naruto, please sit down. Score. Why? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Now, Naruto, really? What brought this sudden interest in the 4th seal? Did something happen today? Naruto is actually a very fast thinker when the proper situation arises. Namely, when his ass is in trouble. He proved it quite blatantly during his first C-rank mission in Wave Country. And he would prove it again in this moment. The moment the third said those words, the first thing Naruto thought was, hey, I can get Bakero Sennin in trouble for this. You sure you not Kitsune? This led to a thorough and detailed description of his last 21 days with Jiraiya of the Sannin. Of course, Naruto first put special emphasis on Jiraiya's perverted antics, but at the sight of the stupid grin slowly taking form of the Hokage's face, Naruto soon realized there was a slight flaw in his plan, so he switched to emphasizing Jiraiya's rather deficient teaching methods. He really got a reaction when he began to describe Jiraiya's focus on him learning how to use Kyuubi's power, and the events that led to him being shoved off the edge of a chasm. He didn't mention Sayuri, for obvious reasons. He was still dealing with her bizarre version of the attack on Konoha that wasn't really an attack. He didn't want to deal with the hassle of telling the story to someone else. Not yet. Maybe one day, when it becomes absolutely necessary and unavoidable. Yeah, that sounds fine. That Jiraiya. What is he thinking? The third hissed, his knuckles turning white with the force he used to grasp the edges of his rather large desk. From that point he was all serious business. Naruto, thank you for bringing this to my attention. It seems a long talk with my former student is due. That idiot was your student. Yes, when he was a genin like you are now. The Sandaime offered the boy a fond smile. Creepy. Naruto made his trademark frown, which further accentuated his fox-like face. Anyway, just keep him away from me. As it is right now I think Kyuubi is nicer than him. Sarutobi cringed together. That was pretty harsh. Alwa, Naruto Nyai-chan, I love you. And the cringing returned with renewed strength, as Sayuri had just unleashed a whole new level of wrongness. Seriously, there cannot be many things more wrong than Kyuubi saying she loves you. Despite the fact that he would deal with her on a constant basis from that day onwards, it would still be hard to get rid of the preconceptions of the vile, omnipotent beast of doom. Sayuri wouldn't help much either. Naruto, are you okay? I'm fine. The shuddering finally reached the crown of Naruto's head and dissipated. Bad memories. Well then, the Sandaime, finally dismissing Naruto's curiosity as a false alarm, regained his usual amicable mien. I'll talk to Jiraiya. I'll make sure he teaches you properly. Hell no. Naruto crossed his arms stubbornly. I'm not dealing with that perv again. Not even in your dreams. Not even close. No way. He's a weenie. Fugly, weenie. The Elwisye. Naruto made an odd face for an instant at the sound of Sayuri blowing raspberries in his head. Sarutobi shot the boy a compassionate glance. Alright then, if that is your choice. He randomly shuffled the stack of papers on his desk. I'm sure Kakashi can give you some pointers in this last week, then. Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, the Kakashi who left Konoha with Sasuke the very moment the prelims were over to give him special training. That Kakashi, the third blinked, left Konoha, blink, with Sasuke-kun, blink, yeah, that pretty much means exactly what I said. Naruto retorted, deadpan. Why wasn't I informed of this? Naruto shrugged. How am I supposed to know? Check their places if you want. So, can I leave now? Well, we'll let the old man deal with Bakairo Sennin. Naruto declared once they were out of the administration building. And Kakashi-sensei, he's a nice old man. I like him, right? It's good to have at least the village leader on your side. Naruto had yet to realize he was talking out loud. What do you mean? Nothing. Naruto avoided the difficult topic one more time. You know, I'm kinda hungry. Still blissfully unaware of his rather one-sided conversation, Naruto ignored the looks he was getting. He was used to getting looks from people, he just didn't know that. For once, the looks didn't come from who he was, but from what he was currently doing. He nodded to himself and grinned widely for the whole world to see. Yup, it's time to eat. Wait, I want to taste food. Huh? How does that work? We're connected now. I see what you see and I hear what you hear. I feel what you feel and taste what you eat. Hey, that rhymed. So funny. Naruto rolled his eyes at the threnody of childish giggles that filled his mind. But he did have a question. Wow, you actually did all that. I'm a Nine-Tails. I can do anything. Sayuri blatantly bragged. Get out of my belly, then. Maju Onii-chan. You weenie. Naruto chuckled. Oh my god, I'm joking around with Kyuubi. That's when it hit him. I'm the only person on this village I in the whole continent who is not afraid of Kyuubi. I'm fucking awesome. Onii-chan. Naruto's chuckling became cackling, which quickly turned into maniacal laughter. In the middle of the street. Oh yes, this Naruto is changing. Oi, a bowl of miso ramen, please. Naruto loudly announced himself to the chagrin of the few customers of Ikaraku Ramen. Claiming his usual stool, he shot a grin at the owner and one of his favorite people in the world, Chuchai. Naruto loves the old man because he makes ramen. It's love that comes from his stomach, so it's not queer. Was nowhere to be seen. Ah, Naruto. The ramen chef greeted the boy with his usual warm smile. Just one. Naruto grinned. Yup, today's special. We're talking it slew. He explained in what he thought was a smooth tone. The chef's daughter emerged from the back of the store, welcoming her favorite customer with a beautiful smile. And what makes today so special, Naruto-kun. Wahh. Naruto almost fell off his stool because of Sayuri's sudden shriek. What the hell? He got nothing but stares from every single person nearby, mostly of annoyance. But poor Iam was utterly stunned. Naruto felt blood rushing towards his cheeks. Oh crap, sorry. He dropped his head and tried to make himself as small as humanly possible. What the hell, Sayuri-chan? But Kitsune. Huh? She's Kitsune. What? That girl. She's Kitsune. What the? Kitsune. Naruto exclaimed in blatant disbelief. Once again, he got the attention of everyone nearby, but this time there were more than a few alarmed looks on him. Oh shit. Not bothering to apologize, Naruto simply slumped down on the bar and clumsily tried to cover his head with his arms. With little success, of course. Stop being silly. I am Nino-chan's Kitsune. She is Kitsune. Really, for Kami's sake, Sayuri-chan, there's no way in hell she can. From a corner of his right eye, Naruto caught Chuchai's daughter staring at him. While Chuchai had quickly turned back to his job and the customers were slowly returning to their meals, the look on Iam's face was what stopped Naruto's mental rant. Her eyes were round, too round, so were her pupils, and her mouth had taken the shape of a pretty cute owl. She stayed like that for a few seconds before her lips and her eyes finally relaxed, but she never took her eyes off him. Naruto blinked and turned to face her directly, his head still slumped on the bar. Iam blinked a few times before smiling. It was a smile he had never seen on the generally nice, homely girl. Her smile was supposed to be kind, warm and considerate. This one was playful, mischievous and calculating. Oh crap, she's a Kitsune. See, told ya, I knew it. See, huh? Onii-chan, I told ya she is Kitsune. I told ya, I was right. Huh? See, Naruto Nai-chan, you see, I got it right. See, Naruto could only groan. He could actually feel Sayuri poking the floor of her jail. Alright, let's recap. When I asked Kakashi-sensei for training to beat that bastard Hyuga Neji, He dumped me off with the closet pervert. But it turns out that the guy's actually a pretty decent teacher. Showed me the water walking trick, pretty cool. Not that walking on water would help me beat Neji, but it's a start. But then he suddenly decides to act cool and gets his ass kicked by Iro Sennin. Onii-chan. I used my awesome Warok no Jutsu to get Iro Sennin to train me instead of closet perv. And he gives me the toad summoning contract. Whoop-de-fucking-do. After 3 pointless weeks of walking on water and summoning tadpoles, the baka comes with the awesome idea of pushing me off a cliff. I mean, really, what the hell? I won't say I'm an expert in teaching and stuff, but even I can tell that's not a good idea. But he guessed it was cool, because the point was tapping into the Kyubai's power, and Sasuke calls me a dobe. Onii-chan. Crazily enough, it works. Fuck damn it. But then it turns out Kyubai's this little girl who doesn't know what she's doing half of the time and ended up in Konoha for the most ridiculous of reasons. I was chasing Ma tails, but I guess I can't really blame her. I mean, she's a child. Sure, she's got 9 tails. They're pewetty, but she's just a child. In Kitsune standards, she's really like twice as old man Hokage. But I'm cute. Anyway, we ditched the Baka Iro Sennin and visited the Sandame ... who didn't really tell us anything about the seal. Now that I think about it. You're white, Majuo. But we got to set Baka Sennin up to get his ass kicked by the old man. That's awesome. Amweenie Toadgeezer is Amween. So, I come to my favorite place in the world, Ikaraku Ramen, and here I found out I am Ni-chan. My friend of who knows how many years, happens to also be a Kitsune. Really, how disturbingly convenient is that? The Onii-chan. I don't even want to know what happened. I mean, old man Tuchai is human, right? So, Onii-chan. What? Just who are you talking to? Naruto's eyes blinked. His eyes had been looking at nowhere the whole time. He had even let his ramen get cold. Oh crap. Looking around the ramen stand, he was surprised to find out it was empty. Huh? When did everyone leave? Around the time you began your little rant. Aiin calmly answered as she replaced Naruto's bowl for a warm, full one. They were already pretty disgusted by your presence, so it was easy to plant a suggestion in their heads and make them leave. You can do that. Naruto blinked in honest surprise ... and a little bit of awe. I'm Kitsune. Manipulating others is what I do best. Naruto gulped and turned to his meal. He wasn't able to taste it, though. Ask her which clan she's from. Naruto sighed. It was a valid question, though. Kinda. Sayuri-chan wants to know which clan you are from, whatever that means. And where's your pops anyway? Tuchai-san, father suddenly decided to take a short break. He's been working a lot lately. I am winked. As for Sayuri question, Sama's my name is unimportant. Here I am. However, I can tell you my clan is an ally of Higashiyama. I am a river. Okay. What do you mean a river? I am offered him an apologetic gesture. Let's not talk more about this. Not in public like this, Do you mind if I stop by your place tonight, Naruto-kun? I guess not. Now let me eat before I get a headache. Fair enough. Aiin smiled, but it wasn't her usual gentle smile. Her new smile seeped amusement and maybe even condescendence. Naruto didn't like this smile. However, that was second to the most immediate matter of his ramen. Screw Kitsune. Screw Jiraiya. Screw Neji ... Wait, that's redundant. Whatever. Itadakimasu. Wadi. Food. Naruto chomped. Sayuri squealed. Wah, this is so good. What is it? It's ramen. And it's your new favorite food. Yeah, go Wayman. Naruto ate and ate, flooding little Sayuri with an avalanche of unfamiliar yet very welcome sensations. No having eaten anything in almost 13 years, her reaction was quite expectable. Oh, so good. Onii-chan, it's so good. So thick, and soft and tasty and salty, and such a estwang scent. I need more. Gimme more, Onii-chan. Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm. Good to see you're enjoying it. Want some more? Yes, the little Kitsune girl pleaded almost desperately. It's sweet. I want more. Kiwios. Onii-chan. Well, here's some more. Naruto filled his mouth with the delicious broth. Oh, yes. So much ... so salty ... so good ... Onii-chan. It's so good. Sayuri became an incoherent trail of moans and whimpers, following the rhythm of Naruto's actions. No ... so much ... it's ... it's much. I can't ... What? Had enough. No, don't stop. Oni-chan, please. Had absolutely no intention to. A particularly large portion of noodles was eagerly devoured, saturating Sayuri's atrophied taste receptors. Oni-chan, It's Heion. Naruto, paying no heed to his tenant's blissful torture, licked his lips at the visage of the grand finale, the bottom of the bowl, where the ingredients were at their highest concentration. The last gulps of the fantastic meal that separated the heavenly ramen from the other inferior recipes. It called for him. It asked to be ravished, devoured, eaten to the last molecule. And Naruto was eager to please. "I'm coming." Wah. Sayuri's voice was an echo of her exhaustion. Onii-chan. Naruto made his last assault, and Sayuri's world exploded. Naruto voiced his satisfaction with a rather nasty burp. That was good, I am-chan. I am, whose smile had switched back from foxy lady to kind ramen girl, quickly bowed to Naruto's praise. "Thank you very much, Naruto-kun. A bowl of steaming beef ramen, coming right up." Naruto grinned viciously at his latest batch of noodly victims. Onii-chan. Sayuri-chan. So, how was the miso ramen? Oni-chan. I love you. Naruto only chuckled. Kami bless his soul. Glad to know you liked it. It was Onii-chan. It was Only one thing could make it better. Really? What? Meat. I am Kitsune. I eat meat. Naruto grinned. Really? What an awesome coincidence, then. I have a steaming bowl of beef ramen right in front me. Ready for round 2, Sayuri-chan. What? So soon? No, wait, Oni-cha. Oni-chan. 12 bowls of ramen later, Naruto finally called it quits. That was good. Having no care for manners whatsoever, he wiped the vestiges of broth off his mouth with his sleeve. "Thank you very much, I am Ni-chan." "Tuchai-san, you're always welcome, my boy." Tuchai replied eagerly, always enjoying the sight of the boy who immensely enjoyed his ramen. I am only smiled kindly. Naruto turned inwards to his little prisoner. "What about you, Sayuri-chan? You satisfied?" Sayuri-chan must have fallen asleep or something. He muttered to himself. Sheesh, she could at least tell me before she does that. And so, after leaving the ramen stand, Naruto realized he was free for the first time in 3 weeks. With his training under Jiraiya's supervision permanently interrupted and Sayuri immersed in blissful catatonia, Naruto, for once, was alone with himself. Ugh, what to do? I have to do something useful. The finals are in 10 days. So bored. 2.5 hours later, Naruto had yet to find something to do. That's not to say he wasn't doing anything. He was in the middle of a pond, standing on one hand, with leaves stuck with chakra to his toes, his free hand and his forehead. A bored Naruto comes up with the silliest ideas. It worked because he failed miserably at the first try and realized it would be more difficult than he had originally thought. Basically, he was only doing it out of sheer defiance. He would not be defeated by his own silly idea. Munaya. Sayuri-chan, you're awake. Oni-chan. He hello. Naruto held a chuckle at the cute little yawn that filled his mind. It was really weird, hearing someone else's yawn in his head. Did you sleep well? Yeah. Oni-chan. Wmen. It was really good. Yeah, I know. Ramen's the best. Wally good. Sayuri insisted. Naruto nodded, making sure the leaf on his forehead wouldn't detach. I know, thank you. Something wrong? Naruto smirked. Your voice is kinda weird. No, nothing. I just feel kinda weird. Tired and wet. Well, it's kinda wet in there with the pipes and stuff. Naruto finally let the leaves fall and got on his feet. What are you doing, Onii-chan? I just wanted to see if I could pull that off. Seems like I got it just fine. After a few hours. Anyway, we still have nothing to do until night, and there's still some time before dinner. Dinner, Sayuri squeaked. Yeah, so, anyway, I have nothing to do. They walked aimlessly around Konoha, Naruto showing Sayuri many different places, like the academy, and the Hokage Tower, and the market and the library he had never gone to. While most people normally took a wide berth around him, the sight of him talking to himself prompted them to outright clear the streets where he walked. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino had just departed from the hospital after visiting the third member of their team. While the internal damage had proven to be considerable to the point that she would stay in the health center for another week, the girl was in a surprisingly good mood. Despite her horrible loss, the fact that she had put up a fight and faced the hate of her cousin instead of giving up had helped her lacking confidence. It wasn't much, but it was a good first step. Kiba felt like an ass for suggesting her to forfeit, and he had apologized. Hinata, being the lovely girl she is, cared little for such a thing. Their partners were proud of her. They really were. And then, in front of them, there was the catalyst of that small change. As much as they hated to admit it, Naruto had done more for Hinata with a few rounds of yelling that they had done since they became teammates. Yet the bastard hadn't shown up to visit Hinata in the past 3 weeks. Not even once. For that, he deserved an ass-kicking. Oi, Naruto. Naruto turned around to respond to Kiba's loud call, and then froze. His body lost all connections to his brain, as it was clutched by a primal instinct. He knew it came from Sayuri. It was projected from her and claimed possession of him, invading him, overwhelming him. He lost it. Dog. Wah. Kiba and Shino watched in stunned silence how Naruto pointed at the Inuzuka boy, yelled like a loon, made 3 full turns and ran away like a man possessed. They stayed like that for a whole minute, staring mutely at the disappearing figure and the growing cloud of dust he raised. What the fuck just happened? Kiba uttered. The puppy perched on his head only whimpered. Shino's eyes looked to his comrade to his right. It seems I'm not the only one who thinks you really need to take a shower. Oh fuck you, Shino. What the fuck was that, Sayuri? Naruto yelled Raider heatedly. Fortunately, his legs had taken him to a rather desolate place near the edges of Konoha. It was a dog. Dogs are evil. They must burn. Who? Ekamaru. Naruto set his hands on his hips and then crossed them on his chest. He's just a puppy. Wait, burn. And the other one. He was big and dirty and fugly. It was obvious by her tone that she was on the verge of tears. Naruto blinked for a few seconds, processing the information with his rather low-spec processor called brain. He finally laughed. Don't you mean Kiba? I was Scod, Majuo. Okay, yosh, Yash, Sayuri-chan, the big ugly. Naruto struggled not to laugh. Kiba is no longer here, and I won't let that ugly dog hurt you, okay? Okay, Sayuri grumbled between sobs. Thank you very much, Naruto Nai-chan. I adore you. So the great Kyuubi is afraid of dogs. Naruto chuckled as he began the slow walk back to Konoha proper. Once Sayuri had calmed down. We are not fond of dogs. What do you mean, Kitsune? Yup. Why? They're quite audible. And vexing. Their tails aren't even peeweedy. Figures. Finally, Naruto returned to his apartment, promising Sayuri a better tour of Konoha the following day. What is that big white thing, Onii-chan? It's a refrigerator. Naruto replied flatly, reaching for a cupboard in his meager kitchen. What is it used for? Keeping things cold, I suppose. He closed the door above him after grabbing 2 packages of instant ramen. So you lock yourself in there during the summer, huh? Isn't it, then, quite small? Naruto frowned for a moment before smiling amusedly. He most likely considered the idea. No, it's only for eating. To keep it interesting and such. Oh, that's fantastic. Sayuri-chan, that's a terrible pun. He double-checked the ramen's expiration date. Everything is in order. Tihi. Naruto took a pot and went to the sink to fill it. Oh, water. How do you go about doing that? It's sink. Naruto struggled to explain. It's connected to a pipe, and the pipe goes to, I guess, somewhere with water. Cool. That's something we should have at home. Yuri mama wouldn't always send me to the well. Naruto couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Kyuubi being assigned chores by her mother. When the pot was nearly full, he turned off the water. But I always cheated and used Machakwa to make water. You can do that? He asked, carefully placing the pot on the stove and lifting the lid. My name is Nine Tails. I can do anything fire. Cool. I enjoy fire, even if it's a little sky. Alright, can you create a Kitsune summoning contract for me? Maju umweenie kaya. Wah. Naruto took a defensive stance unconsciously, separating his legs and lowering his center of mass. What is it, Sayuri-chan? Wah This, I've got it. Wahahi. Wiggle. What? Said Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Contract for Kitsune summoning. It's finally here. Naruto made an awkward face as he relaxed his stance. How I was irritated because you made fun of me, and I thought I really wanted a contract as Seawol. But poof, it impressed. Wiggle. That's extremely convenient. Yahati, and so cool. Having 9 tails is ideal. No, that's just too convenient to be funny. It's like something out of a bad manga. It's almost sad in a way. What exactly is manga? Blinked Naruto. Sheesh. He scratched his brow. It's like a book. Like a story. But you tell it with pictures. A children's book. No, with more pictures, like nothing but pictures and a few words here and there. Show me. Show me some manga. Naruto exhaled a sigh. He checked the pot's water level. No, not yet. Remember the kitsune contract. White, come listen. Naruto blinked at the unexpected new problem. And how do I go about doing that? Majuo. Ayame walked calmly through the Konohagakure suburbs, on her way to Uzumaki Naruto's apartment. She hadn't bothered changing her clothes at the ramen stand, opting instead for the head cover. Kitsune's interaction with humans was straightforward. It was easy for them to remain an endless incognita because they were superior creatures in almost every way. While their existence was undeniable, particularly after Sayuri's stunt nearly 13 years before, most humans went their entire lives without ever meeting one. Even those who had come into contact with a kitsune at some point in their lives were rarely aware of it. A kitsune could be a legendary thief, a pretty bar wench, a creepy fortune teller, a smiling midwife, a fantastic acrobat, or an unforgettable one-night stand. Ayame had spent the majority of her life among humans as a field agent and vassal of the Higashiyama clan. She had spent more time with humans than with her fellow kitsune, and she had come to value the primate race for its own sake. What struck her the most was their limitless potential. Humans, given the right stimuli, are capable of anything. A good example is the ninja and their jutsu. Kitsune's chakra abilities are limited, illusions, transformation, and enchantments are their strengths, with a little reinforcement. That is all kitsune is capable of. Certain kitsune can perform specific tasks. Only the godlike nine-tailed kitsune appear to be able to transcend their race's limitations and become avatars of enormous power. Shinobi have complete control over their chakra. Ayame would never be able to summon lightning no matter how hard she tried because she is not a thunder kitsune. That's just how it is. Another aspect of humans that simply astounded her was their adaptability. Naruto Uzumaki was a prime example of this. She was taken aback when she discovered Naruto had contacted Sayuri. Naruto's eyes were devoid of any negative emotion, according to her. He didn't hold it against Sayuri. If he ever did, he forgave her in the brief time they shared. While she knew it was difficult to hate a cute little thing like the youngest Higashiyama Lily, it didn't take away the weight of the horrors Sayuri committed the day she was sealed. Sayuri, unknowingly, killed many people and destroyed many lives that fateful night. She was certain Naruto hadn't told the little kitsune. While it was admirable of him to protect Sayuri's boundless innocence despite the fact that she's a walking wrecking ball, Ayame knew it couldn't last. Sayuri had to grow the hard way. She had to accept responsibility for her immense power. After all, kitsune require at least 800 years of experience before gaining the 9 tails. Sayuri was an anomaly, the result of impossible luck and Inari-sama being a really bad drunk. Ayame knocked on the old and filthy door of Naruto's apartment with these thoughts in mind. A smiling Naruto greeted her moments later. "Oh, Ayame Ni-chan, you did come," they said, a few steps away from the small kitchen/dining area. "Perhaps he'll stop now, huh?" Orya. Ayame watched in silence as the real Naruto dashed across the room from left to right, slamming headfirst into the wall, and crashing to the floor with a dull thump. 2 shadow clones approached the prone form with caution. "This time, he's actually unconscious," Clone 1 determined. Clone 2 muttered angrily, "I think something broke there." "Do you believe it worked?" Clone 1 shook his head. Ayame's brain finally rebooted, and she responded appropriately. "What in the name of Inari is going on here?" she cried, kneeling by the fallen blonde's right side. The clone who had opened the door for her shrugged and followed her. He explained, "The boss wants to go inside the seal and see Sayuri-chan again. But we don't know how to do it, so we were thinking ... the first time, when Bakero Sennin pushed us off a cliff." Clone 2 took a serious expression, glancing at Ayame to get her attention before returning to the unconscious Naruto. He really thought he was going to die back there, but then it happened, like he was in his mind or something. And he thought maybe he had to do something similar. It was either this or jumping off Hokage Mountain, but I didn't want to leave the house. "Naruto." "Hey," the fully awakened Naruto said, grinning and allowing his clones to assist him in taking a seat. "Wish me luck, boss." "No, just blacked out for a second. Get the kitchen knives out." "Stop it already, Naruto." "Onii-chan," exclaimed Sayuri as Naruto and Ayame entered the large room that housed the jail that held her. She rushed to embrace her new favorite person in the entire world, her arms wide open. When the seal did its job, Naruto and Ayame winced, the completely incoherent buzzing of electricity only adding to the sense of pain. "Majuo" was the only sound the twitching 9-tailed kitsune made. "I'm sure there's something extremely amusing about that, but I just don't see it," Ayame stated. "Ouch." Naruto was much more concise. Sayuri was purring on Naruto's lap a few minutes later. How come you have the ability to purr? Aren't you a fox? I am a nine-tails, and I am capable of doing anything. Why did Ni-chan have to bring me here? Majuo. Naruto smirked. Didn't you just stand there and watch as I cracked my head open? Majuo. Sayuri's Maju says. Looked on in amusement. Even though it was obvious to that the boy was just playing with the little girl, the girl swallowed every single one of Naruto's words. So unlike a kitsune ... and is it just me? Or does Naruto get sick pleasure from teasing her? Who wouldn't want to be able to tease the all-powerful Kyuubi? Alright, you two, let's get down to business, said, clapping to get their attention. One-chan, ni. Blushed at the way the mightiest of Kitsune addressed her, but maintained her cool. Are you sure, Sayuri-sama? Why are you concealing your tails? Asked, blinking. She hadn't even thought about it. However, the way Naruto was suddenly staring at her made her feel awkward. I can't show them. You can't. Sayuri's fluffy tails fell and became wet. Was perplexed by all the water. I can't. It's little complicated. Sorry, I have 3. I should get my 4th tail in a few years. Okay, Sayuri said, but her tone and expression indicated she was still curious. Simply changed the subject. The contract, Sayuri-sama. Right, Sayuri exclaimed, waggling her tail. It's white there behind you, she said, pointing behind with both fingers and tails. Sayuri-sama. Dripping it's wet, naturally, as one might expect from a scroll resting on a flooded surface. White. Naruto and resisted the strong desire to sigh, and smacked the young lady on the head. He took his time signing the contract. Sayuri couldn't stand the sight of blood, not even a prickle, as and the boy discovered. Blood is filthy, she exclaimed. As a result, the moment Naruto bit his thumb, Sayuri exclaimed, Kaya. And Naruto's regeneration kicked into high gear, closing the wound in an instant. This only made matters worse because it meant Naruto had to repeatedly injure himself in order to obtain enough blood to sign the damn scroll. On a side note, Naruto was relieved Sayuri wasn't present when he pierced his hand with the kunai on the way to wave. That was quite unpleasant. On a related note, they never attempted to figure out how the bleeding in Naruto's mind thing worked. They chose to accept and be happy for the sake of their mental health. Finally, Naruto wondered how Sayuri hadn't gone on a bloody rampage with all the blood she shed that fateful night 13 years ago. He assumed it was because she was a several 100-foot tall fox at the time, and she couldn't see the dark spots on the ground for what they were, crushed human beings. Jiraiya would have been surprised to discover Naruto's name had vanished from the Toad contract if he had bothered to check. If you choose Kitsune, you must stick with Kitsune. While the seal effectively bound Naruto to the supernatural world as the vessel of one of its most powerful exemplars, it was the act of signing the contract that made Kitsune an official part of his life. I guess I have a reason to be grateful to the Baka. At the very least, he taught me the hand seals. Naruto grumbled to as they walked to a deserted training area. It would be simple to find one, given that it was late at night. Naruto was surprised could easily keep up with him at ninja roof hopping after leaving the 3 shadow clones to their own devices in the apartment. What? I'm Kitsune. Even if I'm not much of a fighter, I should be able to do this. So, what do you do? Laughed. It was, however, a rather unconvincing one. Most Kitsune aren't fighters, Naruto. We just use our powers to stay out of trouble ... and cause some trouble for others in the process. Pranking is in our blood, she sighed. ... You have no idea how much I miss it. Yeah, I miss pranks a little bit, too ... but now that I'm a ninja, I've got important things to do, yeah. He moved closer to speak more quietly. However, if you ever get the urge, we can still pull a good one on the idiot Sasuke. Naruto found Iam's mischievous Kitsune smirk quite appealing at the time. Sign me up, puny human, I might teach you a thing or two, she teased. Come on, Foxy Ni-chan. Uchiha Sasuke shivered in his sleep on a distant rocky formation. Naruto cocked his brow. Iam chuckled stiffly. Naruto's twitched. Naruto looked at Iam. It's not a Kitsune. Iam shook her head side to side. If we go by semantics, it is. It's a fox, Naruto replied. Iam gave a nod. And it's a rather small kit. Kwaohai. So adorable. Waog, damn it. Tadpoles first, now tiny foxes. This jutsu stinks. Iam chose not to comment on the fact that the one who sucked wasn't the jutsu. The cute little fox looked up at his summoner, his eyes bright and eager. His fluffy tail swung back and forth like a happy inverted pendulum. You summoned him, and he's waiting, Iam explained. What? Grumbled Naruto, looking down at the happy little thing. Like, a request or something. He appears to be quite enthusiastic, Iam observed. Indeed, the little guy seemed to have only Naruto in his sights. Then again, all children are. Naruto smirked. Shouldn't he be concerned, like, suddenly appearing somewhere? Even if he only has one tail and lacks, say, my or Sayuri level Samas of intelligence. Aim considered those words for a moment before deciding to accept them. He has an instinctive understanding of what occurred. He knows he was summoned. He knows you summoned him. Naruto knelt and reached for the kit with his right hand. As he reached to lick the rapidly closing puncture wound on Naruto's thumb, the little fox's tails moved even faster. Hey there, little guy, Naruto said as he greeted the newcomer. Naruto had nothing against him despite his summoning failure. Besides, he was rather cute and all. Con, exclaimed the brown little thing joyfully. Naruto looked at Im. Does he even know what I'm saying? I am not familiar with the mechanics of summoning contracts, but from what I understand, I believe the act of summoning establishes an empathic connection between. She noticed Naruto's drifting expression and her own face went deadpan. He gets it. Ah, okay, cool, he said as he sat back down. The little fox hadn't even opened his eyes. You see, I'm trying to see if I can summon a kitsune. A big one with more than one tail. I didn't mean to summon you, sorry, but you can stay around if you want. Con, sit down. The words of Naruto faded in the night breeze. Cute little foxes frolicked all over the place, some squabbling amongst themselves, others chasing nocturnal insect life. In other words, Naruto is being driven insane. Sayuri's excited giggles in his head didn't help much. Og, I don't get it, Naruto cried out, falling flat on his buttocks and pouting like a young angry child. To be specific, a younger enraged child. Perhaps you're not using enough chakra. Oh, your brilliant solution is more chakra. It certainly works for me. Of course it works, you're the nine tails. Majuo, Onii Engui, Chans, ugh, I'm not mad at you. Sayuri-chan mu damn it. Im, whose hands were idly pampered a pair of small foxes, only gave the young boy a compassionate look. Perhaps we should give up on today, and I should go home as soon as possible. Awa, we didn't even get to do anything tonight, did we? Indeed, Naruto-kun, we didn't. Same time tomorrow, she said as she rose to her feet, stretching both arms and legs to improve circulation. Alright just I think I'll stay here a little longer, okay. Naruto looked down, exhausted from a string of failures. Fair enough, Im said, shrugging. Just don't overwork yourself, and you really should dismiss all these children. I'm surprised nobody noticed all the noise. Im vanished in ninja fashion. Naruto turned to face the frantic foxes. Okay, guys, it was fun, but you're all going home now. The foxes showed no signs of dissatisfaction with Naruto's command. They all exclaimed Kon, before dissipating in clouds of smoke that filled the entire area. Damn, that was a lot of foxes. Maybe I should just let them loose on Konoha one day and see what happens. With a few exceptions, the entire Konohagakure population cringed in their sleep. Those who remained awake cringed as well. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared to have regained his usual enthusiasm for the day's final test. Alright, let's do it. I'm going to pump a lot of chakra into this one. I can assist. For a brief moment, Naruto's expression became solemn. What's the point if I don't get it myself? I'm not sure what you mean. Naruto exhaled a sigh. Well, never mind, here I go. Asu, Sayuri disconnects from Naruto's vision so that her vessel does not bite his right thumb and draw blood. He slammed his hand on the ground, flashing through hand seals his body had memorized from dozens of repetitions. Kuchiyos no Jutsu, says one. Naruto was blown away by the resulting explosion of white smoke, landing flat on his buttocks. For a split second before the fall, he felt something soft and furry slap his face. Naruto's first thought as the smoke faded away was that he had succeeded. On this one, he could definitely count two bushy, gray silvery foxtails. Two silvery foxtails joined the start of a small, shapely, clearly female rear. Naruto's gaze followed the path of her spine up her back, following the curve of her perfectly shaped, peach-like buttocks. He was able to switch from the back to the front because she was standing with her left profile to him. His gaze was drawn for a split second to her developing breasts, then up to her neck and face. Her two tails were flapping wildly, as if to express her obvious confusion at the situational change. Surprisingly, despite the fact that her tails were rife with activity, her face remained calm and impassive, emotionless in a way that would make Uchiha Sasuke jealous. Two large, crimson eyes, similar to Sayuri's, scanned the area in front of her. When her attention was drawn to the human sitting rather pitifully to her left, she turned to look down at him, exposing her entire naked body to him. Sayuri yelled. Naruto had short, slightly messy silver hair that was kept in a boyish style. He noticed a pair of rather droopy fox ears hung low on her head, which contrasted sharply with Sayuri's, which remained perky except when she was in a bad mood. He saw crimson eyes studying, undressing, and devouring him as if he were the only thing in their universe. He noticed her emotionless, ice-cold stare, which was framed by piercing crimson eyes, a tiny nose, and a flat line of her mouth. He saw everything, but his brain didn't register it until later. His more pressing concern was registering the parts of her body he knew he shouldn't see. He returned his gaze to her cold crimson eyes 2 or 3 seconds later, so as not to be caught staring. Of course, it was far too late for that, but he hadn't received a response yet, so he did what seemed more appropriate. Blue and red eyes met. Her white skin glistened in the moonlight, like a living ice statue. He realized she was drenched all over her pearly skin at that point. Her tail splattered water droplets as she moved. He would later discover that he had summoned her from her night bath. Despite this, she remained motionless, her gaze fixed on his. He couldn't see her cheeks turning pink in the dim light of the night. The newcomer finally spoke after a long minute of silence. Her voice, like her expression, was flat and emotionless. "Are you summoning me?" Naruto simply nodded. The girl stared at him quietly again, as if processing this unexpected turn of events in her alien kitsune mind. "Is there, by chance, no psycho with a spear trying to kill you right now?" Naruto's eyes blinked. He didn't even want to know why she'd asked him such a question. He simply shook his head like a moron. "Very well, who are you?" she inquired. Huh? Naruto didn't make the most impressive of figures sitting like that, with his hands on the ground by his sides. Not after that response, at any rate. The girl, who appeared to be around his age, didn't seem to mind. Well, Naruto could sense her hidden intent even though her voice remained flat. "Please introduce yourself immediately and explain how you came to obtain a contract allowing you to summon me." "Saber, Urami-ni-chan, I mean, Majiu, where did that F1 come from?" Sayuri's words reset Naruto's thought processes and brought back an earlier conversation involving excessive Yuri. "Are you Sayuri's sister?" Urami blinked at this. The entire clan was aware of their youngest's predicament, trapped within the body of a human child. It had taken a thorough investigation and several favors to determine what had happened that night nearly 13 years before. Are Naruto Uzumaki? It wasn't a question. Naruto rose slowly to his feet. He was an inch shorter than she was. "Yeah." Urami shut her eyes. Naruto would eventually realize that this meant she was reassessing the situation. "Are Uzumaki Naruto?" she said again. "How?" Naruto said, dumbfounded. They exchanged stares for what seemed like an eternity to the boy, who was still as lost as anyone could be. He became concerned when the girl began to scrutinize him all over. Unfortunately, the limited lighting provided by the moon above did not allow Naruto to notice Urami's adorable pink blush creeping up her peach-shaped face. "You are Naruto." Yeah. Strange girl." "Hey, Urami-ni-chan is not strange. She's lovely and I adore her." "Onii-chan, Sayuri here. Here. Wahahahi. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Could you please stop talking to her if she can't hear you?" Urami regained Naruto's attention by taking several steps backwards, clearly wishing to put some distance between them. Even the way she crossed her left arm across her chest to grab her right arm indicated that she was upset. "Excuse me, Naruto Uzumaki." "Huh? You are Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto sighed and rolled his eyes. "Yeah." She smiled as she closed her eyes, and her smile enchanted Naruto for the rest of his life. Under the moonlight, her pearly, moist body glistened, and her silver hair and tails reflected ephemeral flickers of pale light. She smiled like that, under the night sky, in the middle of that forest just outside Konoha, like something from an ethereal, evanescent fantasy. Naruto was certain that he had never seen anything so beautiful in his nearly 13 years of life. It was almost frightening. She reopened her eyes. "Has she yet claimed you?" "Claim? What exactly is it?" Urami slowly shook her head. "No, of course not. That was a rather stupid question." She spoke again, her unwavering gaze fixed on Naruto. "Please accept my apologies," she said, her tone belying her words. "Master, please allow me to introduce myself first." That last word nearly sparked the engine in Naruto's head. The emphasis is on almost. She continued in the same robotic tone that Naruto had grown accustomed to. From this day forward, I am your humble, devoted slave. My name is Higashiyama Urumi, but you can call me slave or whatever you want. I'd especially like to be called you sexy thing you. I have no experience, but based on your age, I would assume you don't either. I hope we can learn to enjoy each other's company. I'm not sure if I'll find it unpleasant, but if you insist, I'd be happy to swallow. Let us start with a brief overview of the subtle and ancient kitsune art of bathing. The Higashiyama clan, for obvious reasons, lacks the many conveniences of human technology. Fortunately for them, their supernatural abilities frequently compensate for this shortcoming. A Higashiyama who wants to take a long, soothing hot bath would have to spend a significant amount of time beforehand preparing the bathtub by feeding wood to the fire. Even so, they'd have to figure out how to keep the fire going for the duration of the bath. While it may seem obvious to ask someone else to do it, in a family of fickle female kitsune, this is unlikely unless one of the two guardians or one of the more helpful lilies is available. Fortunately for the lilies and kitsune everywhere, there is another option. The kitsune fire is one of the fundamental techniques that all kitsune learn almost as soon as they get their second tail. Despite the name, this is not real fire, but chakra in its raw form, shaped into flame and converted to thermal energy by the kitsune's will. It is not fire, but it behaves like it in all the important ways. Actually, it may be more convenient than real fire because it can either ignite or not at the kitsune's discretion. The point is that it can be used to warm water, which one of Sayuri's sisters is doing right now. Higashiyama Yuri relished the simple pleasures of life. Needless to say, she relished spending long periods of time in the bathtub, peacefully languishing while she cleaned every inch of her well-shaped body and rinsed every strand of her ebony hair and tails. After this bath, she would perform a very important ritual that required strenuous physical labor, so there was no reason to take a bath other than for the sheer pleasure of the act. Most kitsune, particularly females, have an almost unhealthy obsession with their bodies, needing to shape themselves into models of beauty. While nature did most of the work for them, as it was extremely rare for a kitsune to be born ugly, it wasn't enough for most. While the overall standard of what it means to be beautiful is nearly the same for everyone, each person has their own quirks and details that shape their own perception of beauty. This setup was frequently exaggerated to obnoxious proportions in a clan made up entirely of females. Looking at Higashiyama Yuri, the clan's matriarch and absolute ruler, it is clear that the basic characteristics of a pure, true Higashiyama female implied the concepts tall and voluptuous. Yuri possessed a beauty envied by almost all kitsune and a shapely body that could drive countless men insane. Tall, with massive breasts, she had a magnificent pair of legs, wide hips, and a shapely rear with 7 perfectly groomed silver tails. But most were too preoccupied with her tall posture and her enormous melons. Kitsune within and outside the clan looked at Yuri's daughters and disapproved of anything that differed from the matriarch's standard. A standard she inherited from her own grandmother. Haimuri, Yuri's firstborn, passed with flying colors, fully deserving her title of Princess Lily. She had the height and the bust, while she resembled her mother little. Having inherited most of her traits from her celestial father, she inherited the two things she needed from her mother: height and bust. And there was no denying she was stunning from every angle. Yuri's second daughter, Yurine, didn't grow up as tall as her mother and elder sister, but she was deemed tall enough, thanks in part to her enormous tits. Hers is larger than Haimuri's, but not as large as her mother's. However, few females can grow a pair as large as those. She was also a ditz and a fantastic cook, which made her even more endearing. Yurine's 2 daughters had also been accepted by kitsune society. While they were still in their infancy, they already had bodies that would draw attention anywhere and make any human teenage girl green with envy. Their entire sweet, sexy dichotomy only added to their overall appeal. Similarly, Yuri's other daughters met the requirements. Yuriko and Yuriko, the twins, were all proud owners of tall, voluptuous bodies. While neither Haimuri nor their mother had grown as tall as Haimuri, the twins were taller than Yurine, and Yurisa was only a fraction of an inch shorter. For these reasons, Yuri's daughters were highly sought after by male kitsune. While their secluded location, strict social rules, and refusal to allow males on their grounds were deterrents, the promise of immense pleasure from mating with one of the stunning Higashiyama lilies was enough to drive many potential suitors. The obvious reaction of the youngest generation of male kitsune would be to turn to the next in line after the big shock of the twins outright declaring that they were not interested in sex with anyone but each other. Three-tailed Yuria had already reached the kitsune equivalent of puberty, and was, to put it bluntly, ready for the taking. Males were dissatisfied. Yuria is petite, as in, extremely brief, awfully brief. It's more like tiny, and, while her breasts may be large enough to appear extremely appealing, any objective eye would recognize that they do not compare to her elders' voluptuous, but not overly exaggerated frames. Yuria's tits are large, but they appear larger than they are because she is so tiny. Furthermore, because Yuria prefers to keep her bust carefully wrapped in bindings, most males who have met the Three Tails are unaware of Yuria's most notorious physical feature. And, while short stature was rarely an impediment to good sex, males were drawn away from the three-tailed lily. It just didn't feel right. Her obvious lack of talent for kitsune arts was also no help. While Yuria appeared to dismiss every single male she met, the truth could not be hidden. Unwanted female kitsune are a disgrace among kitsune. While this could have earned her clan's scorn or even exile, Higashiyama Yuri once again demonstrated her unconventional ways. She was a matriarch, but above all, she was a mother who adored her children. As a result, Yuria is convinced that Higashiyama Yuri is the most incredible and wonderful being on the planet. The twins poke fun at her uselessness whenever they can, but Yuria is fine with it. Because Yuria is convinced. She believes she has a purpose in life. With all her defects and faults, she was brought into this vast world for a reason. She believes that, like Himuri's natural commanding aura, Yurin's charisma and prodigious cooking skills, and Yurumi's uncanny ability to understand and assimilate kitsune jutsu, she, too, is capable of doing something that no one else can. She thinks she can fly. She believes she can soar above her talented, beautiful sisters, despite the fact that genetics robbed her of those blessings. Hard work, enthusiasm, and determination, she believes, are the stepping stones to greatness. She dreams of the day when she will be strong enough to defeat her younger sister and demonstrate to the world that the term genius is meaningless. She hopes that one day her mother will look at her with the same proud eyes she does at her sisters and realize she, too, is a proud princess of Higashiyama. She dreams of the day when she will be recognized as a great kitsune, worthy of praise, respect, and admiration. She hopes to meet a man who believes as strongly as she does one day. That day, he will look at her, and she will look back, and they will love each other for the rest of their lives. Higashiyama Yuria does not realize, as she sobs in mixed joy and sorrow in that bathtub, that she is, in many ways, the most unconventional of kitsune, even more so than her forgiving, caring mother or her ridiculous youngest sister. However, it is a well-known fact that stories about ordinary people are rarely written. Katsura Katanoha was a quiet, amiable kitsune most of the time. She was not one to make many friends, but she was devoted to the few she could call friends. Despite her particularly busty figure, she was unusually distant towards the opposite sex. Not her height, but her distance. She has devoted her entire life to serving Higashiyama-ki, and for the past 52 years, she has served as maid and bodyguard for Yurumi, the second youngest of the Higashiyama sisters. Of course, only Yuri is aware of Katanoha's entire history. None of the daughters, not even Yurumi, know the full story of where she came from or what she did before appearing at the base of Higashiyama with her mother and sister and pleading for sanctuary with an offer of allegiance. They only see a tall, graceful kitsune with breasts to match their mother's, who always carries a sports bag on her left shoulder, and was skilled at Nitoryu, dual-wielding a katana and, of all things, a backsaw. She was ideal bodyguard material, thanks to her river blood's high speed and healing abilities. Then Katanoha showed them the contents of her bag, and they thought she was completely insane. They would never say something like that in front of her, even if they most likely should. Anyway, despite her issues, Katanoha has earned her place in the Higashiyama Shrine, where she is well loved and respected by all. After all, aside from her obvious insanity, she's a very nice woman. As a result, Katanoha was assigned the task of guarding and serving a young Yurumi who had recently turned two tails. She was present during the early stages of her development and was among the first to notice Yurumi's significant talents. She has even considered teaching swordsmanship to Yuri's seventh daughter. She loved Yurumi and had been watching over her for over a half-century. She knew Yurumi was a good girl who hadn't let her incredible talent get the best of her. So she preferred to face the world with a stern expression. So she preferred to keep her true feelings hidden from others. It's not a big deal. That was by no means a bad thing. It wasn't like she was emotionless. Yuria-sama could always rile her up surprisingly easily. Yes, Katanoha was devoted to Yurumi. It's no surprise that she was quite preoccupied when Yurumi vanished from the face of the earth that evening. Katanoha immediately reported the situation to the matriarch after ensuring Yurami had not eluded her by verifying she was nowhere within the clan grounds. While she couldn't hide her preoccupation, the lack of leads forced Yuri to do nothing but wait and hope for the best. She did assure Katanoha that if Yurami did not return by sunrise the next morning, the clan would devote all of its resources to finding her. Katanoha then returned to the now empty room. Yurami's room, like all the others in the compound, was spacious despite the lack of furniture and decorations. A Higashiyama's life is comfortable, but not luxurious. At least not in private. The Higashiyamas, like most kitsune, like to appear well dressed in public, but that didn't change the fact that Yurami's room was small and cramped. The lack of items made the room appear larger, and the only signature of its owner was a collection of scrolls resting on a bookshelf near the corner. This bookshelf sat atop a sturdy desk made of exotic dark wood. 3 drawers on the right side of this desk held a collection of writing utensils that Katanoha knew Yurami kept neatly organized. But that was irrelevant. The room felt cold and lifeless without its owner, which worried the guardian. She took a seat on the tatami mat in the opposite corner, to the left of the sliding door. Her dependable blue sports bag sat to her left. Katanoha crossed her legs and fixed her predatory gaze on the futon in the center of the room, where Yurami should be meditating. Her left hand rests on the sheath of her katana. Her right hand was on her lap. Katsura Katanoha looked at the emptiness with samurai eyes. Higashiyama Yuria smiled as she worked on her long mane of ebony hair in front of her body-size mirror. She had to tie the long locks that cascaded down her brow and sides of her head. She wrapped the same white tape around the parts that might come into contact with her face and tied 2 smaller ribbons at the ends. She didn't like the feeling of her hair brushing up against and slapping her face, but she liked her hair too much to cut it short. She also tied a big white ribbon above her tailbone to make sure her hair didn't bother her 3 particularly long and fluffy white-tipped black tails. After a few twirls to ensure everything was properly tied, Yuria laughed, put on a fresh pair of panties, and moved on to the next stage, breast bindings. She took the ritual very seriously for 2 reasons. First and foremost, she was very proud of her bust and the unusual contrast it created with her petite frame. Second, her breasts are extremely sensitive, which is why she wrapped them with extreme care to minimize the effect of sudden movements or unexpected contact, rubbing, or impact. When she was finished, she shamelessly grabbed and pushed the 2 globes from below, testing their firmness and the tightness of the bindings. She winked saucily and moved on to the 3rd phase, clothing, satisfied with how she felt. Unlike Yurin, who only wore it every few days or so, Yuria had made the shrine maiden garments her own, wearing them every day. Her sisters thought she was strange because of it, but Yuria couldn't see it. Because they lived in a shrine, shrine maiden attire made sense, right? On a side note, Yurisa's only daughter, Mayuri, seemed to be following in her mother's footsteps. The point is that Yuria wears Miko clothes because she enjoys them. She wished, however, that the hakama came in colors other than the standard red. It would be fantastic if it came in a brighter, more vibrant color. Consider the color orange. Alright, she said to Yuria in the mirror when she was finished. Perfect. She examined her reflection with her hands on her hips. The 2 Yurias exchanged identical smiles. They were stunning. They felt stunning. Alright, let's go. Yuria exited her bedroom and closed the door behind her with slow, delicate steps. She took a deep breath ... and then exploded in motion. She took a few steps to Yurami's bedroom door, which she opened recklessly to make her move. Sneak attack, she triumphantly exclaimed. Be prepared, Yurami Ike. Once again, silence. Ha. Her caramel eyes were wary as the perfect blade caressed her jugular. I must ask you, Yuria-sama, not to enter the room so abruptly. I might mistake you for an enemy. Yuria's gaze followed the katana's blade to its wielder. Ha. Kotonoh. Yo. Her voice was a pitiful squeak. Good morning, Yuria-sama. Could you please? She asked, not daring to swallow. She might be fired. Of course, she says. Yuria's sigh of relief when the katana was sheathed was 16 decibels louder than usual. Only after the threat of Yandir death had passed did Yuria notice the unusual emptiness of the room. What happened to Yurami? Katanoha's gaze had never left the center of the room. Not even when she reacted to Yuria's unexpected appearance. She also didn't do it to respond. She is missing, absent. Yuria wasn't a moron. Where has she gone? Katanoha. The bodyguard detected a change in Yuria's tone of voice. It wasn't just a question. Katanoha sighed and turned to the 7th of the lilies. Yuria was not about to leave that room anytime soon. She was able to tell. I'm not sure why you're running. Just it's my house that's on fire. Smoldering, blazing, scorching, glowing, flaming, raising to ashes. Everyone is just too loud, the house is going to collapse. Dropping to the ground, plunging, tumbling, sinking, collapsing. Ugh, Naruto groaned, letting his head fall hard on the dining table. What is it, master? Urami asked from the front seat, sipping her tea. It was fortunate that Naruto's cupboard contained tea leaves. It was even luckier that they were still edible. Sayuri is singing. Is it the explosion song or the fire song? Another sip. Is there a song about explosions? Yes. Kami, please save me. I'm always amazed by Sayuri's ability to use words to describe acts of blazing destruction. Urami remarked idly. The explosion song. Wow, hi. Onii-chan, ni. Want to hear it? What is the explosion song? Sayuri succeeded. No, thank you. Oni-chan, wa-mu. It's the evolution song. It's a fantastic song. You have to hear it. I am adamant. No, thank you. Sayuri sings it every time something happens. And how frequently do things explode around you? Every time. It's entertaining. So, what about the explosion song? Sayuri, no means no. Majuo. Explosion song. Naruto blinked several times to clear his vision. While Sayuri was a headache in and of herself, Naruto was dealing with a more pressing matter at the time. Sayuri's sister, Urami, drank her tea calmly in front of him, wearing only his signature orange jacket. She complained about the cold outside shortly after her introduction. Then Naruto yelled angrily about her nakedness. Urami then explained that he had summoned her out of the bathtub, and that while she could use her kitsune fire to instantly dry her body, the fact that it was cold didn't change. Naruto quickly removed his signature jacket and offered it to the girl. Here, cover yourself, Naruto offered, suddenly considering turning away. It's a little late for that, boy. Urami accepted the offer right away. You have my thanks, master. When Naruto turned around, Urami was already dressed in the garment. She was rubbing her face and tails against the fabric as well. What are you up to? Remembering Master's wonderful male scent, Urami replied without hesitation. She, too, did not stop, as well as my signature. For a few seconds, Naruto stood motionless. I should not have asked that question. That's not fair. I want to mark Onii clothes chans as well. Naruto sighed. They were on their way to Naruto's apartment when something incredible happened. A strange tingling sensation in Naruto's head interrupted his attempt to leap to the nearest tree. It felt like someone had poked him in the brow with an ice cube. Despite her efforts to hide the orange jacket, Urami couldn't help but notice the sudden change. Is there anything wrong, master? No, it's just ... One of my idiot shadow clones slipped and got scalded with boiling water. There was a long pause. ... And how do I know that? Urami's pupils constricted slightly more than usual. Are they shadow clones? Naruto's eyes twinkled with delight. He responded to Urami's question with a wide grin, putting aside this new intriguing discovery for further investigation. Yeah, the shadow clone technique is my most awesome jutsu. He smirked, making the familiar cross-shaped seal. Take a look at this. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He had used a lot of chakra summoning so many foxes plus Urami, but he still had enough to summon 4 clones and feel reasonably comfortable. So, what are your thoughts? Naruto inquired eagerly. Isn't it fantastic? Unfortunately, Naruto overlooked Urami's gleaming eyes. ... Master ... is a truly great master. Naruto had been too preoccupied with deciphering the significance of this new development to notice Urami's stare since that moment. He eventually concluded that the memories and experiences of his clones had made their way into his head when they vanished. After adding fine possible uses for this to his to-do list, they arrived at Naruto's residence, where he was thoroughly unsettled by Urami's inquisitive gaze. Naruto had to stop her by inviting her to sit down and drink some tea. So, why you are I am I ... Can I call you Urami? I believe I already said you could call me whatever you want, master, but I prefer you sexy thing you or me fine piece of tail. A sip of tea. They definitely boost my ego. I don't understand. No, Naruto stated emphatically. Urami. Very well, the girl agreed quickly. Right ... So ... You're Sayuri's sister. I am Sayuri's younger sister, the 7th of mother's 8 daughters. The Pewetty Lily sisters, all 8 of them. Damn. Naruto allowed himself a melancholy smile. Wow, that's a big family. Yes, it is, she said, letting the teacup rest on the table to rest her hands on her lap. It can be complicated at times, we have many differences, and we argue quite frequently, but it is a wonderful family. I adore all of my Ni-chans. Mama, too. I adore Mama. I'm hoping I can convey something similar to you, master. Huh? Family. Naruto found Urami's expressionless gaze strangely soothing. It made him feel embarrassed, forcing him to lower his head to avoid her narrow, almost feline-like crimson eyes. Because Sayuri's Onii-chan is Sayuri's Onii-chan. Naruto flushed slightly more. Despite the sheer wrongness of the whole thing, being called family by Kyuubi of all beings made his eyes water a little bit. I would have to ask you to be patient, though, my master. While I am all for making a family with you, I do think I need further preparation to face the responsibilities of raising offspring. Majuo. Urami stared at her summoner for several long, silent seconds. I don't want to have children yet. Kits? Naruto frowned and blushed a little. What does that have to do with anything? Just to let you know in case you are looking forward to it. What? Naruto exclaimed in utter shock and disbelief, while the reddish tinge on his cheeks extended to cover his whole face. No. What makes you think that? I'm only 12. Naruto would be the first to admit he would like to have a big family one day, but that was the last thing in his mind at that moment in his life. Very well. Urami seized her teacup to drink again. But let me make clear that I am definitely not against partaking in the act of reproduction. Urami ni-chan speaks weird. The genin had to close his eyes to fight the rapidly growing headache. This girl made him feel like an idiot every time she opened her mouth. Sayuri sharing his feelings was almost a relief. What? While her expression did not change in the slightest, Naruto felt like she was patronizing him. I don't want children, but I'm not against having sex anytime you'd like. Naruto slammed his face flat on the table before the nosebleed pushed him backwards. What? Urami frowned, albeit a little. I would expect Master to be familiar with the concept. I know what sex is. The thoroughly embarrassed Naruto spat back. Good. Urami acknowledged. I don't. What's sex? Onii-chan. Naruto groaned. Just forget it, Sayuri. Urami blinked. Could it be ... Does Sayuri Nisama listen to our conversation? Master. Yeah. Naruto muttered, his voice slightly muffled by the table. Wait, Nisama. She might be my younger sister, but she is a 9 tails. I got 9 tails. They're pewetty. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And she must be honored and respected as such. The silver-haired kitsune explained. Naruto pondered Urami's words. The girl seemed to be in reflection. I guess it would be inappropriate to follow with our current line of conversation in Sayuri's presence. She paused while she reached a conclusion. Very well. We can continue determining the terms of our relationship some other time. What relationship? We relationship. Some other time. Urami repeated, nodding to herself. Master, would you happen to know for how long will I remain here? Naruto blinked, finally pushing his face off the table. No, not really. He paused. But you've already been around longer than anything I've ever summoned. Certainly, my stay has been quite prolonged already. It is admirable, Master. Well, yeah. Naruto chuckled embarrassedly. I've always got a lot of chakra. I see. Urami finished her cup of tea and placed it on the table. It reminds me of a sister of mine. Sayuri. No. Yuria ni-chan. Her chak was huge. Well, it was. Now I've got more cause I'm a 9 tails. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, good for you, Sayuri. I'll set the world on fire. Yuria. That's Naruto winced as he counted in his mind, making his characteristic vulpine expression. The sight of it made Urami redden a little, even if her expression did not change. 61. Then he did realize what Sayuri just said. Wait, what? Indeed. Urami nodded while blissfully unaware of her little sister's unfathomable evil. My immediately older sister. I see Sayuri Nisama has already told you about our family. Yup. Yeah, a little. Makes you wonder if the attack on Konoha was really an accident. In any case, I may assume that Master summoned me for a reason. Okay. Naruto stopped the girl before she could say anything else, even raising his right hand to make a stop sign. Before we say anything else, what's with the whole master stuff? Urami, who at this point was already accustomed to answering Naruto's obvious questions, replied without hesitating. You are my summoner and master, and this is the role I have accepted. As your summon, I am your aide and companion, but it is my choice to devote my entire self to you. Believe me when I tell you I will do my utmost best to assist you and please you in any way you may desire. Why, Urami ni the Chan's best. Naruto frowned, though. Is this the power of the contract? Urami calmly shook her head. The summoning contract has no power over us. I and every kitsune you summon from now on decide how much ... or how little we want to aid you. I will be your most faithful slave, but I must advise you to be careful when dealing with other kitsune. Naruto's look was almost pitiful in his embarrassment. Can you stop that slave stuff, really? But I am Master's slave. Why should I call myself something other than what I am? But you're not, Naruto insisted, carefully slamming his fists on the table for emphasis. I don't have slaves. I don't want slaves. In a staring contest, Naruto was at an obvious disadvantage. Against a face that remained unchanging no matter the situation, Naruto had to struggle to maintain a firm, steady expression. Eventually, it would be Urami who would break the standstill. Very well. Please look at me however you may wish, master. But it won't change the fact that I'm willing to do anything for you. Naruto sighed. There was something seriously wrong with this girl. You don't even know me. That is where you are mistaken. Naruto stared oddly. I know you, master. I know you very well. The Higashiyama clan has been aware of Sayuri and Sama's your situation for more than 8 years. We have 2 kitsune placed in this village, who send regular reports to mother. I managed to read bits and pieces throughout the years. I know you, or at least, I know some of you. And I love the you I know. I did not have a detailed description of your physical appearance, but I had a mental image I conjured in my erotic fantasies. Naruto found himself blushing even when he wanted to look surprised and confused. I was surprised and immensely pleased to see that the you in front of me is strikingly similar to the you I masturbated to. Urami's eyes followed Naruto's body as it was blood propelled backwards to the ground in blissful unconsciousness. She did not seem to mind the spray of blood that showered her face as well as Naruto's jacket. So it does happen in real life, she commented in a disturbingly scientific tone. Oni-chan, you okay? What's masturbated? Onii-chan. Why did everything go black? Oni-chan. Naruto awakened the way all anime characters awaken after being rendered unconscious, with a groan. Why? Oni-chan. Oni-I awake. Chan's Oni-5-chan. Naruto winced. Sayuri, be a nice girl and be quiet. Muni-I. Sayuri's a good girl, so she'll stay quiet for Oni-I-chan. Ugh, thank you. He was surprised and pleased to find out he didn't have to adjust his eyes to the light, as there was not any. He was embraced by the dark comfort of his bedroom ... and by a pair of arms. In the still silence of the late night and the fulfilling warmth of his bed ... Wait, it wasn't feeling that warm at all. Anyway, Naruto gained full awareness of his situation. Urami, master, good to see you are awake. Yeah. You carried me here. I had to use a considerable amount of chakra to strengthen my tails. I am afraid my time with you might be coming to an end. Thanks, I guess. Naruto could feel the 2 tails, one tickling his belly and the second resting on his right leg. So ... why are you naked? I am not accustomed to wearing clothes on my resting place. Yet another all too familiar pause. I sleep in the nude. Oh, I guess that explains it. Naruto stared at the old ceiling. That crack wasn't there before. Then, why am I naked? After feeling you up, Urami paused. Feeling your skin, I came to the conclusion that it was abnormally cold. I decided to share my body warmth in the hopes that it would restore you to health. Naruto mused. I actually got that. But, Urami, yes, master, would that coldness of mine have anything to do with the half-dozen ice cubes I can feel under my back? Hey, it tickles. Quiet. Sayuri's quiet. Only half a dozen. The others must have I have no idea what you are talking about. Where did you get the ice from anyway? I have no idea what you are talking about. The fox girl repeated. Why the hell am I asking this? Just what do you think you are doing? Fully awake, Naruto was ready to complain about his situation, until he made the mistake of looking at Urami. From so close, her nose being no more than 4 inches from his, the experience was dramatically different. It was then when Naruto finally came to realize that the girl in front of him was not human. She was kitsune, an existence to which the boundaries of human knowledge, wisdom, and beauty are inexistent. It was like when he first summoned her, but the proximity amplified the experience at least tenfold. Her crimson eyes, fixated on his, were like liquid, bloody moons, glimmering with the light from an unknown star. Her smooth, flawless, milky skin, her silver tails, her body as a whole seemed to be designed to be translucent, to reflect the beauty of the phantasmagoric night and resonate into a single being of ephemeral beauty. He opened his mouth to pronounce words that refused to leave his throat. He noticed her blinking, as if the sight of his slightly parted lips had triggered something. And maybe it did. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm when Urami's lips inched closer to his, but there was no resistance. His body, his mind, and his heart, it seemed, were eager for whatever she was willing to offer. Mujai. Naruto's eyes blinked. Urami's eyes closed as she reached contact. Urami. Yes. Her tone was husky, quiet, eager. Erotic. ... Your tail is on fire. It took her 2 whole seconds to compute the sentence, another second to open her eyes, and 3 more seconds to realize that, indeed, one of her tails had spontaneously combusted. Inari blessed. Watching her run like a fox out of hell. How could Naruto know that it would be one of the very few occasions he would see Urami explode in emotion like that? Sure, it was sheer terror, but it was an emotion nonetheless. The sound of running water told Naruto that Urami managed to save her lovely silver tail. Sayuri. Her angry voice roared from behind the door. Respect for the 9 tails be damned. Explain yourself. I didn't do it. Right? Naruto rolled his eyes. Majuo. And Soe. Boo but. I dunno ... but I wanted to set Urami Ni-chan on fire. Naruto's eyes blinked. In the warm comfort of his bed, the vessel of a pyromaniac reflected on what had just happened. I don't know if I should be thankful or scared out of my wits. I'll go with both. I forget. Oni-chan. What's masturbated mean? Naruto's eyes blinked. At a second time, for good measure. Good night, Sayuri. Rolling on his right side, he wrapped himself on the sheets, but not before reclaiming the t-shirt Urami had taken off him in his unconsciousness. He was not up to giving sleeping in the nude a try. Oni-chan. Nao, tell me. Oni-chan. You there? Tell em we. Peewees. Tewati peewees. Moonei. With a tired groan, Naruto acknowledged the beginning of what seemed to be a very long night. Naruto could not fall asleep. There were several reasons for this. The main reason, as well as the stupidest, being his forgetting to turn off the lights. The second reason was that Sayuri's nagging to have the definition of masturbated explained to her had resulted in Naruto becoming the bearer of an insufferable headache. At least the little fox girl had stopped, but it was obvious she was not happy with the lack of response. The third reason was the pair of eyes he could feel on his back. Urami. Yes, master. What exactly are you doing? I am unsure of what to do. I see that master has retired for the night. Does that mean I am dismissed? Naruto sighed. It was certainly rude to just go to bed like that, wasn't it? Well, while the summon ends ... he clumsily patted the space behind him. Get comfortable, and please turn off the lights. He sighed in relief when his room was cloaked in the comfort of darkness. His relief was short-lived, though, as he soon found himself trapped by a slender arm grabbing hold of his chest and a just as slender leg wrapping itself on and around his. A full body was soon fully pressed against his back. Urami. Yes, master. Just exactly what are you doing? Getting comfortable. Should have seen that one coming. The Katanoha. Yes, Yuria-sama. The guardian's eyes never left the center of the room, her hands busy cleaning the beautiful and deadly katana. You know, you've been here since I was a plain vixen, but I've never really asked you ... do you have any hobbies? As in, what do you do in your free time? Hobbies? The question managed to drive Katanoha out of her self-induced trance, shifting her face into a rather cute look of wonder. Blinking as she considered the question, she turned to face the third youngest of the lilies. Her experienced hands moved on their own, finishing the delicate and important cleaning procedure. Well, I like boats. Boats? Yuria raised an eyebrow. Boats? Katanoha repeated. I think boats are romantic. You see, as soon as I had Makoto-kun all for myself, the first thing we did was to take a boat and get away of everything for a while. She giggled sweetly, like a teenager in love. It was like a honeymoon. Yuria carefully eyed the blue sports bag by the bodyguard's side, rapidly regretting her curiosity. Anything else? Well, I like taking long baths. It's not something I can afford to do very often. Yuria nodded to herself. She liked long baths too. That was normal. Yeah, warm baths are nice. You know, if you ever feel like it, just ask me and you can take my tub. I know Urami's all stingy and stuff. Katanoha blinked. Oh, I could never. Don't give me that. Yuria interrupted with a dismissing hand gesture. Don't worry, we're friends. I hope. Katanoha giggled. It was a beautiful thing to hear. Of course, Yuria-sama. You have my gratitude. Yuria nodded, satisfied. Anything else? You mean more hobbies? Yuria nodded. Well, I like leatherworking. Leatherworking? Katanoha smiled, clearly drawing upon pleasant memories. The thrill of the hunt for materials, killing in just the right way and properly skinning the body. She paused. Oh, and dealing with the rest of the corpse is very important, too. And, well, after that, taking the skin and making something beautiful and useful with it ... it's very satisfying. Yuria blinked. She was starting to feel slightly ill. I guess I have to be grateful to Sekai. I never would have gotten into it had it not been for her. Katanoha was in her own world by this point, blissfully unaware of Yuria's ever-growing horror. She was my first work, and she can't complain. The swordswoman added with a mock pout. Because thanks to me she can be close to Makoto-kun, too, see. Yuria's face lost any color it might have still had when Katanoha playfully patted the sports bag that contained Makoto-kun. Right, Sekai. After giving a condescending look at the bag, Katanoha turned to Yuria, wearing that placid and wondrous smile that made her voluptuous body even more beautiful. She seemed to be rather unaware of the heavy silence that permeated the room. Yuria's voice came out weak and strained. I think I'll keep waiting for Yurimi ... but ... outside ... Yeah, I'll be waiting outside. Outside is good. She pointed at the sliding door. Very well. Katanoha bowed. Do be mindful of the cold, Yuria-sama. Sure. Cold, no problem. Thank you ... Don't stress yourself, Katanoha. Yuria was opening the door. I won't. I appreciate your concern, Yuria-sama. Sure ... Yeah. See you later ... Take care. Have a good night, Yuria-sama. The short three-tails closed the door behind her and got away as far as possible. Katanoha's smile never faltered, and being alone again, she redirected it to her beloved bag and its content. She's such a nice girl. Yuri-sama must be proud. Don't you think she's lovely, Makoto-kun? Makoto-kun gave no answer. Fortunately, Sayuri, looking up at the cracked ceiling from his bed, Naruto smiled gently. She fell asleep, I think. Well, a lot happened today, I guess ... Naruto should have kept those words to himself. He hadn't finished the first sentence when he found his vision blocked by a beautiful girl. I believe I just heard Master say Sayuri has fallen asleep. Yeah ... Very well. We shall now resume our earlier conversation. Which that one. Naruto was rapidly gaining a healthy blush. And just what does you being on top of me have to do with anything? I was hoping we could just skip the words and move on to the heated acts of eroticism. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Why is it that I only get the things I'd rather not understand at all? I like to think it's part of Master's charm. Right. Naruto tried to look away. With Yurimi so close it was getting harder and harder to suppress his rapidly awakening libido. Failing that, he weakly tried to push her away. Yurimi, just what are you trying to? I know it is pretentious and inappropriate of me. Yurimi explained. Being only Master's faithful servant. No, that's not the reason I had in mind. But I cannot deny myself ... and my desire to be close to you. Whatever Naruto wanted to say refused to come out after that, allowing Yurimi to continue. I want to be close to Master, closer than anyone else. I know Master, and I know Master cares very much about the few who care about him. I care, Master, and I want to be the most precious of Master's precious people. If anything, credit must be given. Yurimi had definitely done her homework, knowing exactly the words to use to strike at Naruto's delicate heart. As it was, whatever feeble defenses he might have against such a blunt and honest desire for closeness, for bonding, were crumbling down. It didn't help that Yurimi's face was gorgeous. His heart skipped a beat when that gorgeous face leaned closer, two small, delicate hands grasping the sides of his face. Her tone had become softer, huskier, as if sharing a beautiful and dangerous secret. I really like Master's hair. Then the eyes. Master has very beautiful eyes. Children are often complimented on their looks by their parents, most notably the mothers. They're often complimented to exasperation, but the compliments fulfill their job. They feed the child's ego while at the same time make him or her conscious of the importance of an appealing physical appearance. This was the very first time Naruto ever listened to anyone making a favorable comment regarding his looks. As ridiculous as it might be, it brought tears to his eyes. It was also embarrassing, and Naruto felt the need to respond to that in any way possible. I think you're very pretty too, Yurimi. His flushed face and his averted eyes were quite endearing. However, he did get a good reaction. Her lips arched slightly upwards, and a pinkish hue adorned her pearly cheeks, details he failed to notice in the darkness of night. Master. Naruto stiffened when he felt a cheek pressed against his, and the words whispered in his right ear almost gave him a heart attack. Please. It wasn't a word. It was a moan. Naruto thought he would die of sexy. ... Kiss me. He would eventually wonder why Sakura never crossed his mind in that moment. Yurimi raised her head again to face him. Her eyes, crimson moons in the depths of night, dominated him with their impassive yet mesmerizing Apollonian gaze. His right hand reached for her right cheek, shaking, hesitating. The girl hummed pleasantly and leaned on the palm, basking in its warmth. Two tails wagged from side to side at a slow, intermittent pace, without any apparent conscious control. Just as slowly, Naruto moved the hand to the back of her head, getting a feel of her silvery hair. Gulping a bit too loudly, he hesitated again. Please, the kitsune begged again, and the hushed hunger in her tone broke any further resistance. Only nervousness remained. This wasn't like being chased by the ANBU or fighting dangerous missing nin, where he could just charge forward, hope for the best and try to outwit his opponent. Well, he guessed he could charge forward anyway. The matter was that his body just wouldn't move the way he'd want it to. It was as if his joints had been coated in concrete and left to dry. Still, he moved. And he did things the way he always did them, after all. He got on with it and hoped for the best. Not like he had any pointers on kissing. Anyway, a slight push was all the stimuli Urami needed to close the gap between the two. The first contact was soft, fluttery, an ephemeral caress more than a kiss. In all truth, the fox girl, with all her impatience and desire, was just as nervous, and just as inexperienced. To Naruto, it felt like sliding a silk yukata over his lips. The soft, wraith-like contact did not last more than 5 seconds. Urami pulled away. When those mesmerizing crimson eyes revealed themselves again, Naruto felt his face heating up. That, he muttered rather pathetically. My first. Urami's lips parted no more than 2 millimeters. This single action somehow made Naruto hungry for more. Then, she spoke. That was my first kiss with a male, too. Naruto's eyes widened a little. He had expected. Your first, too. He paused and raised an eyebrow. Wait, with a male. Urami looked away. Damn that Eureka. Naruto blinked. He was smart enough to understand the obvious. Wow. Seriously, what else could he say about something like that? Master, she was looking at him again. After the short interlude, his heart regained a frantic pace. Naruto felt as if she was holding it in her hand. Excuse my selfishness, but may we? She didn't finish her sentence. She just closed her eyes and pressed her lips against his again. A certain pink-haired genin did cross his mind this time, and a part of him screamed for him to stop her, to push her away and stop this madness. Stop it, Uzumaki Naruto. Push her away and stop this madness. Yeah, something like that. His lips caught Urami's lower lip. His hands reached the lower half of her back and held her close. Urami moaned, stoking the flames of Naruto's hunger with her erotic call. Damn you, libido. Hey, sis, check it out. While the Higashiyama grounds have 8 separate bathrooms, 1 for each of the lilies, the guilty pleasure of the entire clan is the matriarchs. Unlike the other 8, which are small and equipped with the absolute minimum, Yuri's bathhouse, for it cannot be called a room, is the epitome of luxury. The greatest example of the matriarch's opulence is the private hot spring, large enough to house the matriarch, her daughters, their daughters, and leave room for at least 30 more people. Tales abound among kitsune of legendary orgies taking place in those hot springs, legends Yuri has never voiced her opinion about. While the term legendary orgies might be slightly misleading, it is true that more than one among Higashiyama Yuri's offspring was conceived in that hot spring. This place was, at the moment, the source of Higashiyama Yurina's bliss. Yurina was, in lack of better words, the clan's little sweetheart, as well as one of the far from identical twin daughters of Yurin, Yuri's third daughter. With a lovely round face that still carried some baby fat and blonde hair inherited from her father and tied into short twin tails, she had often been told her face was too adorable for such a killer body. She, like her sister, was expected to become quite the voluptuous beauty in a few decades. It is already quite curvaceous, despite her height of only 151 centimeters. It was said among the clan and those close to the clan that Yurina was blessed with all the good things from her parents and none of the bad. She shared her mother's irresistible loveliness, without any of the hopeless clumsiness. From her father, a kitsune that could be called a scholar, Yurina gained great brightness and a passion for reading. Together with Urami and Haimuri's second daughter, Yuri, they made the geek trinity, as labeled by Yuri's identical twin daughters. Reading would probably be next in the order of the day, a light read before bed. But that would come only after a long, nice soak in her grandmother's wonderful hot spring. She was sighing contently, distantly feeling the adventures of a droplet of sweat trailing down the notorious curve of her cleavage. Sis, Rina, droopy red eyes opened to look at her sister. What? She moaned in obvious discomfort. As much as Yurina loved her sister, at the moment she only wanted to be left alone in her bliss. However, Yurina knew her sister, and hence knew the only choice was to pay attention, else she would be bugged to no end. Check it out, Rina. Higashiyama Yurio called for her twin sister using the familiar nickname. Unlike Yurina, who was an exaltation of loveliness from the neck up, Yurio screamed sexy all over. However, most would agree that her secret lied in her crimson eyes, on how even her most normal of looks felt like a promise of unfathomable pleasures. The power of her alluring eyes was complemented by an attitude that exuded sexuality, from her choice of clothes to her posture, and the way she walked, swaying her hips and proudly displaying her small, firm, shapely rear. Both her looks and the results of her training showed that she would be the clan's finest seductress. Yuri voiced it a lot better. I pity the male to whom she decides to give herself to. Naruto suddenly had to quickly turn his head away to prevent maximizing the embarrassment. At CHOOO, the exaggeratedly loud sneeze was followed by an awkward silence. Awkward for Naruto, at least. Did this kill the mood? Please tell me this killed the mood. No, damn it. She kissed him again. Yuri, however, had an additional opinion on the matter. Those two are way too attached to each other. Whoever takes Yuri will have to take Yurina, too. And Yurina might not be a succubus like her sister, but she's still Kitsune. I pity the bastard who ends up with those two. He's gonna need godly stamina to survive the night. ATCHOOO. Naruto sniffled and clumsily wiped his nose with the side of his right hand. He was grasping at straws to deal with his current situation. You know, Yurimi, I think the gods are trying to tell us something. Coherent sentence formation ended when a wandering tongue softly traced a line from his jugular to his right ear. Check it out, Rina, Yurio insisted. Her long ebony hair was attached to her wet body, tracing the curves of her beauty and making for quite the alluring sight. What is it, Ryo-chan? Her sister moaned, wanting nothing but to be left alone. Over there. A lazy eye turned in the direction Yurio pointed. The matriarch herself, Higashiyama Yuri, placidly enjoyed a soak in the hot spring. A wooden tray floated to her right, where a rather plain teacup rested. Her long silver hair floated in uneven trails around and in front of her. But it wasn't her hair that Yuria was pointing at. Do you see? They float, don't they? Yurina blinked. They really float. Yurio insisted. Yuri opened an eye to look at the ebony-haired beauty. I can hear you, you know. Yurio made a mock pout. Aw, sheesh, grandma. Those breasts are just too cheap. Yurin's mischievous daughter was the only one who got away with calling the matriarch like that ... or more like the only one who dared. I do not see why you complain. Yuri commented idly, glancing at Yurio's own bust. Yours are still growing, and they're already very beautiful. Yeah, I know that. Yurio rolled her eyes. They'll probably end up just like Mom's. Her bewitching eyes locked on the matriarch's chest. But, really, how big are those again? 109 centimeters. That's monstrous. Only Chiyuri gets close. Katanoha does, too, but she's not Higashiyama. It was Yuri's turn to make a mock pout. I rather resent that. Her face soon regained her usual soothing expression, though. Well, I could say it's because I've had plenty of offspring in my life, but... She glanced at her massive bust. They were already like this by the time I got my third tail. Yurio frowned. I hope I can be that pretty when I'm a 7 tails. Thank you. I hope you actually make it to 7 tails. Yuri and Yurio gaped at the twin-tailed Yurina, who had hurriedly covered her mouth the moment those words escaped her throat. Her wide eyes were pools of shock and embarrassment. Did you ... did you just talk back to me, Rina? Yurina hurriedly shook her head, hoping against all hope. Looking at Yurio's devilish grin, though, she knew she was doomed. Looks like someone is in need of a lesson. Yurina shook her head again, only to gasp in mixed surprise and pain when her sister grabbed around her 89 centimeters of bust and squeezed rather uncomfortably. Take this, you pretentious bimbo. Yurio taunted, laughing in a rather scary way. Yours are just as big. Yurina's mind screamed as she struggled to get away from her roughly fondling, maniacally laughing sibling. Meanwhile, Yuri stared at the two young girls and their antics, her placid expression unchanging. It only made the contrast between them stronger. Yurina, the Lolita-faced, twin-tailed cutie with a killer body, was passive, calm, meek, submissive, and a bit introverted. Yurio, the raven-haired succubus with the bewitching eyes, was outgoing, mischievous, conniving, and unrestrained. Yet, somehow, they got along just fine with each other, most likely because of Yurina's saintly patience. They were sisters, they loved each other, they were best friends, tightly close. Nothing could get in between them, they shared everything. Yuri sighed. It's going to be impossible to find someone for these two. Oh yeah. Yurimi pinched his nose with her right hand and forced his jaw shut with the other. After a few seconds of tense silence, Naruto relaxed. That was close. Thank you, Yuriyama. Her tongue didn't allow him to say any more. Even busy as she was fending off her impetuous sister, Yurina managed to notice a strange trail of large bubbles rising from the bottom of the hot spring and bursting out of the surface. What's that? As she spoke, an ominous shadow darkened the waters where the bubbles had emerged from. There was something down there. What wa Ryoni-chan? Stop. What's that? Knowing her sister plenty enough to pay attention, Yurio also noticed the strange shadow in the water. What the? In a bulging burst of hot water, a black oblong shape emerged from the spring in front of the sisters. An unholy abomination made entirely of long ebony hair. Wailog. Its cousin, its black cousin. It's come from the ghetto to kill us. The fourth wall breaking force is strong in these sisters. Kaya. Whatever it was, they didn't want to stick around to find out. Yuri amusedly watched the two fleeing kitsune. Naked as in the day they gained their second tail ... and a lot wetter. Well, that was most certainly amusing. She turned to the thing. Now, what do we have here? Oh. The thing that was hair replied. It was a quiet, pitiful moan. Could it be that you were trying to drown yourself, Sayoko-san? Oh. Do not underestimate a living being's self-preservation ability ... and please move apart your hair, I cannot see your face. Two hands emerged from the mop of wet hair and pulled it open like a curtain, revealing a round face and droopy eyes the color of red wine. This is Kurosaki Sayoko, Higashiyama Yuri's best friend and Higashiyama Sayuri's guardian. And she's a useless failure of a living being. Like all kitsune, though, she's blessed with a beautiful human form. Yuri sighed. She loved Sayoko dearly, but she could certainly do without her silly attempts at taking her own life. Please join me for tea, Sayoko-san. With slumped shoulders and a tired gait, Sayoko sat down in front of the matriarch. How many times do I have to tell you? Yuri offered her friend a compassionate, affectionate gaze. You have nothing to feel guilty of. You did nothing wrong. What happened was not your fault, and neither I nor any of my daughters blame you for it. Sayoko, her head low, stared mutely at the cup of tea Yuri had served for her. The matriarch spent the rest of her bath in silence. She had said those same words dozens of times before. What made her think they would have any effect that night anyway? Naruto, if asked, would be unable to explain his actions. He would probably say something took over him, as ridiculous as it may sound. Kissing felt good, no doubt about it. He had heard stuff. He had even pondered kissing Sakura and how it would feel like. But there he was, doing the real thing. And it felt good. Second, kissing with tongue was nowhere near as disgusting as he had thought it might be. Not even close. As far from disgusting as something can be. It is just as not disgusting as Sasuke is not friendly. Third, he really hoped Sayuri was really sleeping and not just pretending. Otherwise things could get quite uncomfortable. Of course, all these thoughts were processed and dwelled upon long after the event was over. They are being stated here solely for the purpose of raising the chapter's word count. At the moment, Naruto is a little too busy exploring the narrowest corners of Yurumi's mouth cavity. That ... is a rather unappealing way to say they are making out. They reluctantly stopped, Yurumi pulling back to take in some very necessary air. However, her hunger was such that she wouldn't stop offering quick intermittent pecks between breaths to keep the flame ablaze and the bodies eager. The last of those annoyingly unsatisfying pecks was caught by Naruto's voracious tongue, and the battle was on again. It was a battle in which the two were winners, and they drew it out for as long as their lungs allowed. That is not to say the rest of their bodies were unoccupied. The fox girl squirmed in delight on top of the ninja, their sweat mixing in a slick, wet coat that lubricated the relentless friction of Yurumi's skin sliding against Naruto's body and clothes. She would later admit it was a shame that the boy's own chest was covered by a t-shirt. Still, her bare legs rubbed against his in all sorts of delicious ways. Her hands had made a mess of Naruto's hair, to which he paid no heed. His own left hand had seized a handful of silvery hair almost too roughly. It wasn't like he could tell, though, and it wasn't like Yurumi minded anyway. In fact, she had moaned quite loudly in mixed pleasure, pain, reveling in the unknowing possessiveness Naruto was exerting over her. Yet this moan was second to the one that followed the moment when Naruto's right hand settled on her left butt cheek. It had yet to leave that place, busy as it was caressing, grabbing and squeezing, to the girl's delight. It was a boost to Yurumi's slightly faltering ego. It was good to know that, beyond her lacking in the chest area, her chosen male found her derriere appealing. Things might have had a better ending if they had been a bit more aware of their surroundings. Master, Yurumi moaned before moving to begin licking the underside of Naruto's chin, gently and slowly leaving a trail of saliva all the way up to his left ear. Naruto had already noticed that Yurumi for some reason just loved licking him. He wondered if it was a kitsune thing. He didn't take long to find out she greatly enjoys being licked, too. The passionate Lily was greedily sucking, nibbling and licking his earlobe when the bed that carried the two finally gave in and toppled down, all four legs breaking together as if in some sort of morbid complot of the inanimate. The loud bang was enough to disturb even a group of cats dwelling on the nearby rooftop. YOWCH. Naruto cried when Yurumi in her surprise at the abrupt descent closed her teeth on Naruto's poor ear. The girl immediately moved away and up to a sitting position on Naruto's lap. Master, are you well? Her eyes, unlike the rest of her face, actually showed an unusual gleam of concern. Well, no. Yurumi winced a bit at the harsh tone, but let it pass as a consequence of the abrupt interruption. She eyed the edges off the bed. Just what happened? After making sure that the ear was not a matter of worry, he needed a few seconds to realize just why the room suddenly looked slightly bigger. He groaned. Ugh, I should have known. The bed can't handle two people, Urami. He eyed the broken remain of one of the legs. More like couldn't. Urami frowned. I do not understand. The bed is obviously large enough for two. It's old, okay. Naruto grumbled, annoyed at the indirect jab at his living conditions. It's not like I can get something better. I see. Urami's expression, as usual, was a perfect mask of whatever she may be feeling. It seemed only the flames of lust could break that mask of ice. That is something that must be corrected. Really? Urami spoke as if it had already been done. But I guess that, for the time being, I should get off this bed. Yes, it would be nice. Urami seemed to be in thought as she got off Naruto and the bed altogether. As for resuming our previous activities, may I suggest the dining room? I could lay on the table and Master may then ravish. Not gonna happen. A surprisingly flushed Naruto was finally coming to terms with what he had just been doing. A shame. After the shameful escape from the hot spring, Urina and Yurio returned to their bedroom, not seeing any point in going back. Neither of them had any urgency nor need to sleep. They let the lights on and relaxed for a while until slumber claimed them. Devoid of the comforts of electricity as they were, all the rooms in the Higashiyama grounds used smart positioning of oil lamps to gain lighting at night. Conveniently enough, most of the time they just used kitsune fire, effectively minimizing oil costs. The sisters had it especially easy. The lovely Urina, possessing celestial blood, had no trouble emitting bright golden light from her tails at will. It was as effective as any light bulb. So, going back to our conversation about breasts. Was there a conversation about breasts? Urina muttered from the corner of the room she had claimed as her reading spot for the night, her eyes never leaving the pages of her current read. Not like there was anything special to see, just her sister sprawled naked on the sheets of their large shared futon. Urina, ever the modest one of the duo, had gone with a sleeveless, short-skirted cerulean and white kimono. However, let it be known that modesty is a rather weak concept among kitsune. The kimono, besides its already noticeable and glaring discrepancies with the original traditional garment, also possessed a notorious gap in front that revealed quite a bit of cleavage. Yeah. So, is it really necessary to have a conversation about breasts? Urina insisted in a bored tone. It was precisely because she was alone with her sister that the blonde beauty could speak with confidence, unlike the usual meekness she displays in front of others. Oh, but I'm just thinking. Yurio whined right before shamefully cupping her own two breasts. They are kinda big, right? For our overall size, I mean. I would say gigantic, but it sounds a bit unsightly. Ugh. Yurio squeezed her tits a bit, just for the hell of it. Really, we need to grow up. Why can't we be tall like grandma? Patience, Ryo-chan. Irina was still reading. Mother and all her sisters are very tall and pretty. Yuria isn't. A sad exception indeed. The flip of a page. But we have a genetic advantage. Urami and Sayuri. They're both younger than us, sister. Urina's voice was almost patronizing. And Urami is around our same height already. But she's flat. That will change in the next 50 years or so. Yeah. Urina appreciated the sudden silence and fully focused on her read, leaving her sister to study her own breasts at her leisure. Her peace wouldn't last long, though. Rina-chan. Wanna find a mate? What? Blushing in record time, Urina finally put the book at the side, staring at her sister with shocked eyes. Just what made you say that? Well, you know what they say about sex and hormones. Oh, Urina remained mute after that. With a single flowing motion, Yurio lifted the upper half of her body, as if possessing a will of its own. Two locks of her hair slid over her shoulders, to fall on the front side of her chest following the curve of her bust. Slowly, delicately, she got on all fours, the single tail she showed at the moment swaying hypnotically from side to side, inevitably drawing the eyes of any hypothetical witness to her beautifully shaped rear. She moved a few steps forward, closer to her sister, placing one hand in front of the other with painfully slow, feline motions that inevitably pushed her breasts together with each step. Her hips mischievously swayed from side to side, following the compass of a magnificent pair of legs. Had Urina not been in a state of mild shock, she would have probably admired the short spectacle, mentally praising her sister's unmatched skill at being ridiculously alluring no matter what she did. She was eroticism in motion. The succubus crimson eyes gleamed in amusement. Are you actually pondering it, sister dear? Not really. Just surprised to see you actually know what hormones are, Ryo-ni-chan. A moment of silence. Yurina gasped. Nini-chan. She hissed, then, her face taking a strong reddish tone. You poked me down there, she complained, squeezing her thighs together for protection. And I should do it again for your insolence, Blondie. She raised a hand, wriggling her fingers menacingly. Maybe I should check how far inside I can reach with these. Eck. Yurina squeaked in honest fear. You wouldn't. Yurio raised an eyebrow. Yurina paused. You would. But don't. The naked sister inched closer. No. Ni-chan. Have mercy on my virginity. Ugh, gods help us. A surprised Yurio and a frightened Yurina looked at the door, where the shortest of the adult lilies stood, staring disapprovingly. You know, if you're gonna go down the same path as my sisters, be more considerate than them and keep it to yourselves, please. Yuria-san. It's not like. TCH. Way to ruin my fun, Yuria. I was this close. Ni-chan. Whatever. Yuria muttered before closing the door behind her and making herself comfortable by sitting on the large futon. So, Yurio turned around, using her arms behind her body to support herself and sitting with her right leg stretched and the left bent making a triangle with the tatami mats. Her alluring face studied her aunt with a playful glance. What brings you here, Yuria? What? The short kitsune shrugged. Can't this Yuria-sama spend some valuable time with her cute nieces? The sisters stared at Yuria for a few long, uncomfortably quiet seconds. I'm bored. Fair enough. So, Yuria let herself fall on the futon, settling her head behind her hands. What are we talking about? Breasts? Yuria blinked. Breasts? A spark. You know who doesn't have breasts? Urami. Yeah. Yuria and Yurio chuckled. Yurina covered her face with her book and rolled her eyes. Speaking of Urami, why aren't you pestering her tonight? Yurio tilted her head, honestly curious. You know, with another challenge or something silly like that. It's not silly. Yuria got on her knees, irritated by the words. I'll beat her one of these days, just you see. Right? Yurio rolled her eyes. Says the one who wouldn't make a decent illusion if her life depended on it. Wah. Giararar. Yuria's eyes were aflame with rightful anger. I don't need stupid illusions to beat her. I have my own way. Sure, I can. Yuria insisted, unwilling to let her determination falter. No. The two raven-haired females looked at the single blonde, whose lower half of her face remained hidden under her small leather-bound tome. I think Yuria-san can defeat Urami-san. If she really tries hard. Really, I think. Yuria sighed and fell back down on the futon. See, why can't you be all nice and cute like your sister, Yurio? TFF. Again on all fours, Yurio moved until she leaned on her right side next to Yuria, resting her head on her right hand. I'd rather be honest, thank you very much. You're never gonna land yourself a male with that attitude. The short foxgirl in shrine maiden robes taunted. Yurio simply laughed. To prove a point, she took her left index finger to her mouth, giving it a long, thorough lick, and then poked her left breast with the saliva-coated appendix. I beg to differ, auntie. There's a fine line between being sexy and being a slut, Yurio. Just as there's a fine line between determination and stupidity, Yuria. The battle of words gave way to a battle of stares, the three tails and the two tails challenging each other with their eyes. Ek. Yurina flinched at the stares she got. Yuria-san. Despite her attitude, Ryo-ni-chan has a lot of respect for herself and her body, so please do not think of her that way. With a bit more confidence, she turned to her sister. Ryo-chan, I find Yuria-san's perseverance admirable, and I believe we should try to put more effort into our own training. Please don't hate him. Hiding back behind her book, Yurina didn't notice the looks she got from the two brunettes, who then looked at each other. And that's why I keep her around. Yurio commented with a conciliating smile. She keeps me in check. She deserves better. Yuria retorted. Much better, but I'll extend an apology. I said a little too much. She sighed. I'm probably still unsettled by the whole thing with Katanoha. What happened with Katanoha? Ever curious, Yurio inquired. Yuria made an odd face, as if the other black-haired girl had said something thoroughly stupid. Are you kidding me? She's insane. Yurio rolled her eyes again. You just noticed. Why no. Yuria, too, leaned on a side of her body. Her left, to be precise, so as to directly face Yurio. I know she's well, weird, but I had no idea she was so damn twisted. She's a crazy psycho. She has a sekai bag. A world bag. You mean like Dory no? Wait, I don't want to know. Good, because I have no intention to explain it. So there are 13 types of kitsune, and 13 different types of kitsune jutsu. Yes, Urami was teaching the basics of kitsune culture over tea. just like your 5 largest countries are named after your 5 branches of elemental ninjutsu. Huh? Urami stared at her crush with cold, piercing eyes. You know about elemental ninjutsu don't you? If I say I don't, will you get mad? Naruto blushed sheepishly. Urami blinked and dropped her head. I know but I'll have to wonder about the quality of your education. Long story short, there are 5 main types of ninjutsu: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning jutsu. There are also non-elemental techniques that use raw chakra, and there are other kinds of techniques, but that's beyond me. I'm far from an expert in human matters. But Naruto had a glimpse of a memory. What about Haku? He explained before Urami could say anything. This guy I met in my mission. He could use ice jutsu. He paused to shed a sad smile, and they were pretty cool. Hoping Naruto would one day share the tale of his single C-rank mission, Urami focused on the question at hand. Well, it's not rare for yokai to consort with humans, and it's not rare for their hybrid offspring to possess special, unique abilities. Naruto processed this new info. So you're saying that Haku was a half yokai, or at least a descendant of one? Naruto blinked. Cool. So, tell me about these kitsune jutsu. Very well. Kitsune by nature prefer to avoid direct combat. Even our best techniques are meant to be used for other purposes. All kitsune learn the basic enchantment, illusion, enhancement, and transformation techniques as soon as we gain our second tail. By illusion you mean, like, genjutsu. Yes, they are very similar. However, the best human-made illusions simply cannot compare to the kinds of things older kitsune can weave. My mother is said to be a master of both illusion and enchantment techniques. Not that I've ever seen her using them. What's an enchantment? Like I said, most kitsune avoid fighting, preferring to get what we want through other means. Enchantments are techniques that allow us to manipulate the thoughts and actions of others, making best friends become enemies, or making anyone fall in love with you with a glance, or even claiming absolute control over someone, turning a person into a living marionette. Enchantments are our race's greatest specialty. Of course, using them haphazardly is not something most kitsune would do. Urami quickly reassured the blonde. A kitsune who has to rely on enchantments to, let's say, make a human she fancies fall for her, is doing nothing but showing herself to be a weak kitsune. We should be perfectly capable of seducing a potential mate the proper way. Somehow, this did not make Naruto feel any better. It probably had something to do with the way Urami's eyes gleamed as she said those words. In any case, these are our basic types of techniques, which help us stay out of direct combat. However, sometimes a fight is simply inevitable, especially when dealing with other yokai. It is then when we must rely on specialized techniques. The lower tier corresponds to fire, earth, river, wind, and lightning kitsune. They are called lower tier because they are said to be the simplest and weakest types of kitsune specialist techniques. 8 of every 10 kitsune belong to one of these types. This doesn't mean they are really weak, of course. The power to manipulate fire, for example, is definitely something not to be underestimated. Notice that they are almost equivalent to your 5 ninjutsu elements. Just to let you know, me and Sayuri Nisama's father is a fire kitsune, and we are both capable to using fire techniques. She made an odd face, half disturbed, half amused. My little sister is much more adept at those than me. However, somehow I'm not surprised. Naruto muttered. So Sayuri knows a lot of fire jutsu. Not really, she just makes things spontaneously combust at will. She calls it fire release, burn everything. Oh, indeed. In any case, the reason we have yet to learn fire techniques is twofold. First, kitsune generally need at least 3 tails before being able to start learning these specialized techniques. Sayuri was a special exception. Her affinity with fire is just that high ... just like my affinity with ghost techniques, it seems. Second, as it is right now there is nobody who can teach us those techniques. Wait, what about your pops? Males are not allowed within Higashiyama grounds, master. It's clan tradition. Besides, mother and father are ... and no longer associated. Mother ... has had many mates in her long life. So kitsune get the powers from both parents. Only sometimes. Okay ... So, you said lower tier. That means there's a higher tier, ni. Yes. However, there's also a middle tier in between. Mountain, ocean, forest, sound, and ghost kitsune belong to this tier. These types are, generally, stronger than kitsune with powers from the lower tier only, but kitsune with these types are also much rarer. As an example, my clan, Higashiyama, is the largest gathering of ghost kitsune in existence. Naruto made an odd and funny face. It's hard to imagine ocean kitsune. Are they like blue or something? Urami blinked. It's it's just a name, master. Ocean kitsune live on solid ground like all the others. They are fond of coastal areas, yes, but that's only because the proximity to vast bodies of water makes their technique stronger. She made a pause. There was an odd twitch on her face. Now that I remember, we got a complaint from a delegation of oceans soon after Sayuri-ni-sama was sealed. How come? Apparently Sayuri-ni-sama beat their tsunami-making record, or something pointless like that. Naruto remembered Sayuri's colorful description of the events that led to her sealing. I kinda see where that came from. Hey, now that I think about it, what types are your sisters? I mean, you're half fire. Yes, well, Sayuri and I are both half fire, half ghost. Yuria is half mountain. Our eldest sister, Himuri-ni-sama, is half celestial. The others are pure ghosts. So, the higher tier, it must be these celestial you just. Yes, the higher tier is composed of celestial and void kitsune. These are the strongest kitsune, as well as the prime candidates to becoming Kyuubi. Urami easily read Naruto's expression and explained. According to Lord Inari's rule, there can only be 2 Kyuubi at any given time. One of them is always the leader of the great celestial clan. The other may be from any of the other types, but it's almost always a void. Sayuri-ni-sama is an exceptional case. With her, there are now 3 nine-tailed kitsune in the world right now. Then how did she? Didn't she tell you? Urami took a sip. The tea was getting cold. Sayuri-ni-sama somehow made it to the annual poker night with Mother, the other clan leaders, and Inari-sama himself, and somehow managed to beat them all. In one last-ditch attempt at recovering his losses, the drunken Inari-sama proposed one last all-for-nothing, offering an instant promotion to 9 tails. Master can guess what happened. Naruto nodded. Urami, don't take it badly, but your god is an idiot. I have reached the conclusion that alcohol makes even gods do stupid things. Then alcohol is the problem. Say no to alcohol. And drugs, Urami stated. Drugs are bad. Naruto effusively nodded in agreement. That awkward interlude was followed by a period of silence, only interrupted by the ambient sounds of Konoha's night and Urami's quiet, delicate sips. Well, now nobody can say this story lacks educational value. Naruto nodded sagely. Awesome. The first thing Naruto noticed when he woke up was the change in the bed's elevation. After remembering the events of the previous night, he sighed tiredly and enjoyed a few last minutes of relaxation before he officially began his new day. 9 days left before the Chunin exam finals. Urami had left soon after her little lecture on kitsune and their powers, but not before setting a few things clear. My time with you is running short, master. I would really like to know, then, the reason you actually summoned me. He finally had his chance to explain everything. The Chunin exams, his incoming duel with Hyuga Neji, his training with Jiraiya, and his fateful meeting with Sayuri. Of course, by that point Naruto already knew Urami couldn't really teach him anything. However, she was at least kind enough to explain why. Do you know about the chakra pathways inside our bodies, master? Ew. Naruto experienced a flashback of the preliminaries. Yeah, I remember. Right? During Hinata's and Neji's match. I know. Very well. Urami was not one to inquire. The truth is, our body's chakra system is underdeveloped and very inefficient, inferior to humans in every way. Our tails are a different story, however. There are more pathways in a single of our tails than in a human's entire body, and they are extremely well developed. The only thing better would be if our tails were entirely made of chakra, which is the 9 tails case, in fact. Naruto made an odd face. Sayuri's tails looked pretty fluffy to me. Urami's eyes narrowed. Sayuri-ni-sama has not showed you her true form. Naruto blinked. It was obvious, after thinking about it. They were kitsune, hence their real appearance must be that of foxes. Sayuri-ni-sama's usual appearance is just that, a henge. She grabbed her chin with her right hand. I do understand why she would not want to show you her fox form. Though but it is not something she should hide from you. I believe you must urge her to show you. It is something you should just get over with. Back on topic. My point was that kitsune need their tails to use even the simplest kitsune jutsu. Therefore it would be pointless to try to teach you even the kitsune fire. Urami couldn't have known at the time that she had just given Naruto the solution to the problem. But that will come later, as it involves a particularly trigger-happy Loli. In any case, while Urami could not help Naruto, she wasn't ready to give up just yet. If anything, Naruto truly appreciated her desire to aid him. It certainly gave her many points. In addition, as much as it pains me to say it, I do not think it would be appropriate for Master to summon me in the upcoming days, at least during daytime, for reasons I would prefer not to discuss at the moment. Of course, should master wish for a companion to warm his bed at night, I am always. That was as far as Naruto let her follow that trail of thought. In any case, after the little embarrassing interlude was over, Urumi proposed something else. I cannot be here to help you, but please feel free to use my bodyguard. She is strong and skilled, she might be able to help you where I can't. Katsura Katanoha. But, Urumi, how can I summon her if I haven't met her yet? I mean, I can summon you because. Think of human skulls and sharp objects. That should do it. Huh? Please trust me on this, master. Naruto did not really want to know what skulls and sharp objects had to do with anything. However, after a day of dealing with 3 different kitsune, he was starting to realize that common sense simply did not apply. At least, unlike yesterday, he had a plan. He would enjoy breakfast and then he would summon this Katanoha woman. Pray for him. A particularly loud yawn drew his attention. Not only because it wasn't him, but because it came from inside his head. Teehee. Sayuri slept really well this time. Naruto chuckled. He didn't need to get into the seal to see little Sayuri rubbing her eyes with the side of her hands in the most adorable manner. For some reason, it lifted his mildly troubled spirits. Sayuri was innocence incarnate. A lovely, innocent engine of destruction on a continental scale. Warning, Sayuri-chan. Munya, who is there? Naruto blinked. The little girl sounded utterly shocked and even frightened. Saw Sayuri-chan. He heard the little fox girl gasp. Oh, Onii-chan. Yeah. You Onii-chan Onii-chan. You're here. You're here. Ew. Where else could I possibly be? You're here. It wasn't a dream. I really met Naruto Nai-chan. The stupid old man pushed Naruto Nai-chan. And then Naruto Nai-chan came here. And then I wanted to help Naruto Nai-chan but he went splat. Oi, Naruto muttered, twitching. Did she really have to mention that? Yeah, and then we went to see the old man and sick him against the other old man. He's a nice old man, but he's still fugly. And then we had the Wayman. It was really good. Yeah, WEALLY good. Yeah, ramen is the best. Naruto added. It wasn't a dweem ... it really wasn't. A dweem. I have ... Onii-chan. That's when Naruto realized Sayuri was sobbing. That's when Naruto truly understood Sayuri's pain. Like him, she had been alone for almost 13 years. While he was trapped in a prison of prejudice and spite, she was in a real prison, confined to the same walls, the same bars, watching the same sight every single day, with no idea of where she was or when she would be free. Naruto felt sick inside. He couldn't hate the fourth, but it didn't change the fact that Sayuri had undergone an unspeakable torture, especially to a child like her. Not anymore. Majuo. This meant he took her by surprise. You are not alone anymore. I'm here, and I'm getting you out of there. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I'll get you out of there. Databeo, damn it. Naruto ... Onii-chan. When Sayuri began to openly cry and bawl in unsuppressed relief, Naruto truly wished he could go in there and hold her in his arms. But even he knew that trying to self-inflict unconsciousness was not a good idea. So he did the only thing he could. He waited, muttering comforting words at the little kitsune, the purest of them all. The Naruto Nai-chan. Sayuri spoke after a long period of crying and sobbing. You never told me what masturbated means. Nope, Naruto just doesn't get a rest. Majuo. Ahahaha. So funny. Higashiyama Urumi is an early bird. This is a fact, has always been a fact and will always be a fact. Despite the events of the previous night, which resulted in her late return home. Her body reacted to the warmth of the pale sunlight leaking through her thin sliding door. She groggily opened her eyes ... to meet another pair of eyes. Yo, Jaya. Urumi immediately reacted in the stupidest way possible, attempting to get up and consequently smashing her head on the intruders. Newton's third law ensured that her head immediately bounced back to the futon for a second hit, this time on the back. Oh, what the hell's wrong with you, Urumi? The silver-haired kitsune glowed with righteous anger. I'm the one supposed to say that. She hissed. The shorter sister rubbed her forehead with her right hand, using the left to support herself. She was wearing a childish smirk. Sheesh, chill out, Urumi. Realizing her sudden and uncharacteristic outburst, the two tails attempted to soothe her boiling emotions. She failed. Uraya. Her tone was ominous and threatening. Whoa, keep the dark aura down. Yuria looked at a corner behind her sister. Katanoha, say something. You should not stress yourself so early in the morning, Urumi-sama. The busty brunette said idly, her eyes focused on the cleansing of her blades, an activity she performed a little too often. Katanoha. Urumi hissed again. Why did you let her do that? Do what, Urumi-sama? Get all close like that. I saw no threat in that. Yup, no threat coming from here. Yuria poked her chest with her right thumb. Neither did Makoto-kun. The two sisters only sweat dropped at that. Yuria followed it with a smirk. See, Urami, you have nothing to worry about. You have two guardians ensuring your safety. Urami just glared. Yuria's smirk became large enough to force her to close her eyes. Urami glared some more. Whatever, help me get dressed, Katanoha. I must speak with mother with due haste. Hugh, a glare. Out. Sheesh. Yuria looked away and placed her arms behind her head. Such an unlikable girl. Out. Yeah. Yuria did take her time walking to the door, much to her sister's growing exasperation. But really nice to have you back. You got me worried for a second there. Tell me what you were up to when you feel like it, Nee. With that, she was gone, probably to check on breakfast. Urami followed the silhouette behind the door until it disappeared, and then turned to her guardian. She found out. Of course she found out. The taller, older Kitsune declared. She's your best friend. Urami stared mutely at her bodyguard for a few seconds, looking for something that would betray her composed posture. When it became obvious that she truly believed what she had just said, Urami only snorted and turned her back to her, walking towards her drawer. H&M, what are you doing, Onii-chan? It was hard for Naruto not to be infected by Sayuri's joyful attitude. With the definite realization that, indeed, she was not alone anymore, the little Ninetales had become a tiny, fluffy bundle of happiness. While he was still unable to see her, it was obvious in her voice. Yes, it was hard not to bask in such joy. But, in the face of the current situation, Naruto could only groan. Ugh, I should have known. Naruto mumbled to himself while he eyed the insides of the refrigerator with a tired look. Onii-chan, there's nothing. Naruto closed the fridge door with a slam. There's nothing to eat in this house. Nothing. He was fairly repetitive. Urami even threw away the old milk box, and the old bread, and the old cereal. Why is everything old? Ugh, I'm hungry. I want my old milk. Naruto's stomach roared in agreement. We always had fresh milk at home. Thanks for rubbing it in, Sayuri. His stomach struck with a vengeance. I always heated it with ma tails. Really? And one time I heated it too much and the bowl caught fire. It was funny. Naruto idly stared at the cobwebs on the far corner of his living room. Damn, do I even have money to? And then Yuri-chan tried to put it out and her clothes caught fire too. Sayuri, would you mind? Moonai. Their awkward discussion was interrupted by a succession of knocks on the front door. Onii-chan, someone's at the door. Really? Naruto rolled his eyes. I hadn't noticed. Thank you, Sayuri. Tihia. You're welcome. Naruto sighed in defeat. Coming, he exclaimed to the person behind the door. Really? Who could it be? The first thing his eyes caught after opening the door was a female chest clad in white. Instead of looking up like any normal person would, Naruto found himself looking down at the delivery box in the female's hands. Only then did he look up at the smiling face of one Ikaraku. I am. May I come in? She inquired, lifting the box to Naruto's eye level. I brought breakfast. Naruto only stared, unblinking, until his eyes began to water. Ruto. Angel. You must be an angel, Nee. You're dressed in white and you bring me ramen. You're an angel. Naruto exclaimed jubilant, falling on his knees and raising his arms in open worship. Why, Wayman. It's Wally good. Ooh, I in sweat dropped. This is an apron. And I make ramen for a living. Naruto paid no heed to the obvious explanation and fiercely embraced the girl. I am inevitably became red on the face. Naruto, would you marry me? I am Ni-chan. Shedding crocodile tears, Naruto looked up at his savior, his chin resting on her belly. I promise I'll love you until the day I die. Embarrassment gave way to amusement, which gave way to the loveliest giggle. Carrying her box with the left hand, I am patronizingly patted Naruto's blonde mop of hair. Naruto. You should be careful with the promises you make to a kitsune like me. The tips of her fingers traveled down Naruto's left cheek, the soft contact making Naruto shiver for a reason he could not comprehend. When her hand stopped under his chin, forcing him to look at her eyes and the curious gleam within, he gulped. I might take you up on them one of these days. Naruto swallowed. No less than 3 minutes later, an eager Naruto watched while I.am carefully placed a steaming bowl of delicious beef ramen on the table in front of him. After placing the chopsticks on top, I.am clasped her hands together and sat in front of him. Very well. I put a lot of effort in that. I hope you like it. Of course. Your ramen's the best in the world. My greatest happiness. I.am's smile became gentle and tender. Thank you. Alright. You ready, Sayuri? Wow, hi. Wiggle, wiggle. I.am blinked. Wait, did you say Sayu? Itadakama asu. Naruto. Why? Chomp. Chen. Naruto gasped in satisfaction. Thanks for the meal. Man, that was awesome. I am, who had only stared in muted horror the whole time, wincing every single time the boy filled his mouth with food, finally found the courage to speak again. Naruto. Naruto rudely wiped off his mouth with the top of his hand, smiling in gratitude at one of his favorite persons. How is Sayuri-sama? I was almost afraid to ask. Sayuri. How was it, girl? It was. Sayuri sighed in blissful exhaustion, caught in enjoying the afterglow. Liked it that much? Naruto grinned. Iam's face became stone cold. Naruto, can we check on Sayuri now? Naruto blinked. You mean go inside there? Sure, I was gonna ask you to do it anyway. A few seconds later, after holding hands, they abandoned their bodily selves and traveled to Naruto's innerscape. It remained the same way they both remembered it, but what's that smell? Naruto wondered, making an odd face. It's kinda sweet, but Okami, I am facepalmed. Let's just go. While the two idly made their way to the seal, Iam kept her sharp eyes on the floor in the bottom part of the walls. Yes, definitely the water level is lower. Saving that little piece of info for later, Iam followed the short boy to the cage where his unwilling prisoner resided. The mighty Ninetales laid exhausted inside, her little body curled in fetal position, the mysterious water soaking her tails and her right side, mixing with her gleaming coat of sweat. Her skin had gained a healthy red flush and her pupils lacked luster, her mind lost in limbo. She was fighting a losing battle, her inert body a stark contrast to the turmoil within her young, inexperienced mind. She was futilely attempting to drown a call that did not obey to rationality, age, or power. It was raw, undiluted need, a hunger that demanded to be satiated. Oi, Sayuri. The reaction was instantaneous. A primal urge beyond the Ninetales' control opened her eyes and imprinted a single command in her mind. Get him. She stood with energy she did not have, her gleaming orbs eagerly seeking the source and end of her undecipherable need. His bright, smiling face inflamed her soul and strengthened her strange desire. It pulled her. It called for her. She needed him. She wanted him. She ran to claim him. Onii. Insert sounds of electrocution here. Majuo. You know, anyone would expect her to figure it out after the other two times. But, nope. Naruto commented in an almost stoically calm manner. Ouch. That was Iam. Majuo. Sayuri repeated. Come here. Naruto effortlessly picked up the limp Kitsune by the underside of her shoulders, sitting down and carefully placing her on his lap. After the initial stiffening when his hand reached for one of the tails, Sayuri quickly relaxed and immersed herself in the bliss of being petted. Iam. Her fears and bad feelings soothed down, enjoyed the visage of the mightiest of Kitsune being reduced to a purring, giggling bundle of tails under Naruto's gentle ministrations. His right hand reached for one of her fox ears, eliciting a high-pitched moan when he scratched it. Such a good girl, Sayuri, Naruto stated, chuckling while he messed with her golden hair. Sayuri's a good girl, Mania. The little terror muttered half-heartedly, her mind lacking focus. The good thing about petting Sayuri was that she was so into it that it ensured she would not interrupt Naruto's discussion with Iam. In fact, she probably would not even pay attention to it. In a few minutes, Naruto explained the sequence of events that followed Iam's departure the previous night, centered on his summoning of Sayuri's sister. Of course, for obvious reasons, he also omitted Yurumi's blatant romantic interest in him. It was not really something he felt comfortable sharing with Iam just yet. Really, she taught you about Kitsune Jutsu. How nice of her. Iam had not seen Yurumi since the time before Sayuri's sealing, but she still remembered the short-haired, quiet, emotionless beauty with the dignified posture and a regal air that strongly reminded her of the matriarch Yuri. The Yurumi Naruto described was surprisingly talkative. Well then, tell me what you learned, then. Let's see if this humble Iam Nisan here can fill any gaps. Naruto frowned. She said Kitsune techniques are enchantments, illusions, enhancements, and transformations and he scratched his head. How did she call those ones? Right, specialist techniques, specialized techniques, also called elemental techniques, even if the 13 branches aren't really elements. I am mused. Right, there are 13, the lower, middle, and high tiers. Too loud. The other two shot odd glances at the little girl who was apparently dozing off. Naruto realized she was exhausted for some reason. Shrugging it off, he refocused on the discussion at hand, bringing the hand he used to scratch himself back down to caress the little fox girl's hair. Yes, I am smiled gently. You have learned well. Do you remember the composition of each tier? Huh? Naruto frowned. Sheesh, Ni-chan. That's a tough one. I remember. The lower tier were the easy ones. Fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. Yeah, river. Huh? It's not water, it's river. I happen to be a river, you know. I should be offended. I am scolded with a mock pout that looked awfully cute on her. Naruto suddenly remembered what I am had said the time he went to eat ramen right after meeting Sayuri. Right? A river? Huh. So you use, like, water jutsu. I am nodded and further explained. Specialist techniques are labeled as the 5th type of kitsune techniques, but they also partially encompass the other 4. I mean, there are water-type enhancement techniques as well as water-type illusions. The other 12 elements also have their own enchantments, illusions, and enhancements. Transformations are universal and unconnected to any element. River techniques, for example, include mostly what you shinobi call Suten Jutsu, as well as most supernatural healing techniques and a few enhancements and illusions. Watching Naruto nod eagerly in understanding, I am clasped her hands together. Very well then. The middle tier. Ugh, sheesh. There's mountain. Oh well. There's ghost, of course. Ocean. No way I can forget that one. Don't remember the others. There are 2 others, I think. Forest and sound, yes, I am completed. And the higher tier, celestial and void. That's easy. And those are the elements. I am nodded, but remained silent, hoping Naruto would get it. Precisely, no more than 3 seconds after those words came out of his mouth, he frowned and lowered his head in meditation. A moment later he was counting with his fingers. He was on 7 when Sayuri looked up at him. Her pouting face was disturbingly adorable. Onii-chan. More petting. Naruto stopped in mid-count and sighed, returning his hands to their previous duty. Yeah. Have. Sayuri sighed contently, relaxing once again under the bliss of Naruto's attentive hands. It took him a few extra seconds, but Naruto managed to count in his mind. 12. There's only 12. I am nodded. It seems Urami-sama failed to mention time kitsune. But I guess that's not much of a surprise. Time kitsune are basically a mystery, a combination of rumor and legend. There are records about them and every once in a while someone claims to have seen one. But if they do really exist, they don't go around announcing it. Since the nature of their powers is unknown and their very existence is an uncertainty, they don't belong to any one of the tiers. Of course, if we assume they can really manipulate time as the rumors say, then they probably belong to a tier all of their own. Mysterious, Naruto uttered. Reviewing everything Urami told her during her summons, he recalled something that made him look down at the little one on his lap. Sayuri. Sayuri hummed blissfully. Can you show me your real form? DK. Naruto blinked when both Sayuri and I.M shrieked simultaneously, the ramen girl's face becoming a mask of fear and outrage. Sayuri had quickly gotten on her knees, looking up at Naruto with big, sad, weepy eyes. Oh Onii-chan. What? I.M whispered, her eyes the size of ping-pong balls. She hasn't shown you Okami. Naruto nodded, looking down at the little girl, unsettled by her suddenly forlorn expression. Urami mentioned it. She said you should show me your true form, that it's not something you should hide. I.M relaxed a bit, but sighed. She could feel the beginning of a headache. Well, she does make a point. No, Sayuri interrupted any further thoughts. She had dropped her head, her long mane of golden hair cloaking most of her body, including her face. No way. She shook her head. No way. She did it more fiercely. I don't wanna. Naruto was positively curious at this point. Why not? He tried to lift her head, but Sayuri stubbornly resisted. Her shoulders were shaking. It's not embarrassment, you're naked the whole time. Heck, you'll be more covered as a fox. I.M sweat dropped, scratching her right cheek. Ooh, I don't think that has anything to do with it, Naruto-kun. Then what's the problem? Come on, Sayuri, I really want to see your fox form now. Naruto offered a comforting smile which Sayuri did not see, having averted her face. Don't wanna. Naruto noticed a tear going down the Nine-Tails' left cheek. Sayuri, what's wrong? Fugly. A mutter. Sayuri's fugly. A sob. Sayuri's fox form is fugly. Oh, come on. Kaya. Naruto had captured Sayuri in an embrace. All Nine-Tails went rigid at the sudden entrapment, her ears also pointing upwards. I'll be the judge of that. And why do you think I care, anyway? Sayuri is Sayuri. Cute little Sayuri. My friend. So don't worry, okay? The soft-toned words and the soothing effect of the hands caressing her hair and tails worked their marvelous effect on the Kyuubi. The tails descended gently on the flooded surface Sayuri stood on, and her ears moved back down to their relaxed position. She returned the embrace. Truly, being close to her Onii-chan made her feel better than anything else. Maju ... okay. Booba ... don't say anything bad, okay. Sure. Kiwami's, I promise. Letting go of her, Sayuri walked away from Naruto and Iam, deeper inside the jail, to make some space. Iam was sweating nervously. Do I really have to stay to watch, too? Iam ni-chan. Naruto yelled at her in outrage. Sayuri puffed her cheeks in anger. Okay. Iam got on her feet, pointing with a finger on the opposite direction. I'll just be outside the cage, okay. Coward. Naruto pouted. The apron-clad kitsune tried to wink saucily, but it was hard to look saucy with such a nervous expression and a tick on the right side of her head. More like cautious, Naruto-kun. Before walking away, she approached the genin to say something aimed only to him. You might want to embrace yourself, Naruto-kun. It's a rather impressive experience. She shuddered. It was not something she was looking forward to. Definitely not. Naruto also stood up. After making sure Iam was standing behind him and raising an eyebrow at the frantic hold she had on the nearest of the colossal cage bars, he turned to Sayuri. Okay, ready here. Show us, Sayuri. Sayuri was looking at the floor, her tiny fists clenched at her sides. She was another one who was not looking forward to this. Okay. Onii-chan. You P-wamized, and then all hell broke loose. And that ends my report on my summons by Uzumaki Naruto-sama. Inside Higashiyama Yuri's tea ceremony room, mother and daughter shared a discussion. For once, there was no tea involved. Seating in Caesar position in front of each other, the encounter so far had been one-sided, with Urumi describing the events that occurred during her absence from the shrine grounds. By the door, Katanoha was also seated, her hands on her lap, clutching her sheathed katana. Her eyes were closed, but nobody would doubt that she was as aware of her surroundings as anyone can be. While there were many glaring differences between mother and daughter, there were also enough features to make anyone absolutely certain of the blood bond between the two. While Urumi had gone for the first article of clothing she could find, a plain gray yukata, Yuri was wearing an elaborate mauve piece adorned with lovely trails of Japanese lilies from the lower rim to the left side of the waist and all over her back. The kimono, like most of her clothes, revealed a considerable portion of cleavage. Then again, in Yuri's case, anything could be taken as considerable. Her beautiful seven tails crawled around and over the matriarch, covering her like an additional layer of clothing. Unlike Urumi, who concealed her many emotions behind a perfect mask of stillness, Yuri did it with a placid smile, and a gentle voice that made her seem far more approachable than she truly was. Very well. May I ask questions now? Of course. Do you intend to claim him? Yuri started. As soon as I get the chance, yes. I see ... Can he give me plenty of grandbabies? Any other woman would have at least twitched. Urumi remained impassive, choosing to just answer the question. Not for a few years, but I can assure you I am looking forward to trying. Moo. Yuri mock pouted. She clasped her hands, in the process pushing her massive breasts together. And not getting any younger, you know. I am fairly certain you will outlive Naruto-sama, mother. And I would say you have plenty of children and grandchildren already. Surely you jest, Urumi dear. Well then, are you certain my Sayuri is getting along with the human, Uzumaki Naruto-kun? While I could not communicate with Sayuri-sama directly, this is what I could ascertain from watching Naruto-sama. Do you not fear she might take him? As a Kyuubi, you know that claiming rules do not apply to her. Yuri inquired with a half-smile. Urumi simply tilted her head. Sayuri still ignores what the act of mating even implies. I doubt that would be a concern. I guess ... Well then, when is this Chunin exam Naruto-kun told you about again? Dies allow. Solvet seclum, in favilla. Test David cum Sibylla. Ga. Quantus tremor est futuris. Quando judex est venturus. Cunctus strict discussuris. The first thing Naruto felt was an overwhelming pressure. An intangible, invincible force that pushed him down on his hands and knees. If he knew his physics, he would have described it as a sudden, million-fold increase in the Earth's gravitational pull. This theory does not work for the obvious reason of them being inside Naruto's mind, but it makes for a good analog. What the hell is this? Dies allow. Solvet seclum, in favilla. Test David cum Sibylla. And what's with the ominous Latin chanting? Ian complained. The what? After the submission came the oppression. Quantus tremor est futuris. Quando judex est venturus. Cunctus strict discussuris. The force suddenly shifted. From a single push downwards, it suddenly changed into an omnidirectional crushing power that threatened to shatter him. A GH. Quantus tremor est futurus. Dies a re. Dies a la. Then there was the chakra. Quantus tremor est futurus. Dies a re. Dies a la. In his position, he could only see them when they were right before him. Quantus tremor est futurus, quantus tremor est futurus. They crawled, slowly covering everything, disgusting, worm-like tentacles of orange chakra. They crawled around him and latched to his clothes, forcing him to hiss in pain as his skin began to burn at an agonizingly slow pace. Quando judex est venturus, cunctus strict discussuris. With the chakra came the feeling. It made him want to puke, such a disgusting, vile feeling. It was not killing intent, for that term implies the possibility of fighting back. If it could be described with words, it would be called killing certainty, for it was what it imprinted in Naruto's mind. Cunctus strict discussuris, an unchallenged, definite awareness of the inevitability of death, of how infinitesimally insignificant he was before the source of this fiendish chakra, of how pointless, how worthless his life was before the alien immensity of the entity before him. Cunctus strict discussuris. It would be too flattering to say he would perish for the great being's amusement. He meant absolutely nothing. He was nothing before such an entity. Death, just like life, was meaningless. To die like this, he might as well have never existed. Sayuri-sama, stop it. You're killing him. In a split second, the horrible chakra receded and disappeared altogether, taking with it the overwhelming, crushing pressure, and the terrifying feeling of inevitable doom. Onii-chan. A pair of tiny feet made tiny splashes on the water. Two tiny arms embraced Naruto's head and pulled it towards a marvelously flat chest. Immediately, he could see the damage on his hands and arms disappearing, the charred tissue replaced by brand new cells. The miraculous restoration was second to the crying voice, though. Onii-chan. I'm sorry. Sayuri. Sayuri didn't. Sayuri hoot Onii-chan. Sayuri made Onii-chan cry. Peewees don't hate me. Peewees don't hate Sayuri. The pain and the fear gone, Naruto spread his legs on his sides and sat on the floor, returning the embrace and pulling little Sayuri to his chest, where she cried inconsolably. He could not fail to notice that his clothes, too, had been repaired. I am Ni-chan. You okay? The older Kitsune placed a comforting hand on Naruto's right shoulder. What the heck was that? Naruto's voice came out awfully soft. He was obviously still astounded by the whole experience. That was Sayuri-sama's power, Naruto-kun. She has obviously kept that form for almost as long as she's been here. Even before she was here, she had issues controlling her immense power. She released all that chakra just to dispel a simple henge. Naruto shuddered. Was that really the Kyuubi's power? But that can't be Sayuri's chakra. It's so ... Naruto bit his lip. Felt pity for him and finished his sentence. Vile, repulsive, disgusting, fundamentally evil. Naruto didn't respond, but the pained expression on his face told she had hit the nail. That has nothing to do with Sayuri and everything to do with your feeble human self, she explained before being asked to. Sayuri's chakra is not good or evil. It simply is powerful on a level beyond comprehension. It cannot be matched by anything short of a deity. Simply put, your brain overloads from the stress of being in the presence of such power, automatically assumes it is a grave threat and associates it with negative emotions. You convince yourself that it's evil, but it's not. You mean like a jinjutsu. A jinjutsu you inflict upon yourself, I guess. Concluded. Damn, Naruto muttered, looking down at the mop of blonde hair and the cute, white-tipped, golden fox ears. It was hard to believe that such a tiny thing had been the cause of ... Well, that. Sayuri, Majuo, a pair of swollen red eyes, mirrors of doubt and fear, looked up at Naruto's face. Naruto felt pity for the girl. Nah, no big deal. I just ... Hell, I guess I just didn't expect that. Onii-chan doesn't hate Sayuri. Of course not. Onii-chan, then ... Onii-chan. Like Sayuri. Naruto chuckled. I wouldn't hug you like this if I didn't. Sayuri blinked, the time it took her to understand what she had just been told. She buried her face in Naruto's chest. Sayuri likes Onii-chan a lot. So, I am mused. ... Are you going to try again? Naruto felt Sayuri tense in his arms. Well, I'm still curious. Urami made it look like something important. I want to know. Nodded. Urami-sama posed a good point. Sayuri-sama, I don't think this is something you should hide from Naruto. If, measured her words. If Naruto means anything to you, if he is your friend, She said no more. She did not know how to finish that sentence. Silently, Sayuri pushed Naruto away, abandoning the comfort of his embrace. She walked back to where she had moved for her previous attempt. The Onii-chan. Her voice came out weak and hesitant. What is it? Even if you see this ... will you still like me? Naruto's answer never escaped his mouth. It was stopped by Sayuri releasing her chakra one more time, paralyzing their bodies and impeding all motion. It was an impressive power, but the fact that they had yet to fall on their knees showed that Sayuri was controlling it noticeably better. Kaya, a pulse of chakra blew Naruto and I am away. She's having trouble getting used to her chakra again. I am hissed. Kunkta strict discussurus. And there it is again. What the heck is that? Naruto muttered, making an odd face. Kai, Sayuri cried, effectively dispelling her transformation. What followed would remain in Naruto's memory until the end of his days. Sayuri was replaced by something gigantic and abominable. Composed in its entirety of raw chakra, its orange body bubbled and bloated, yet it kept the overall appearance of a fox. The only stable parts of its repulsive body were its claws, deadly and twice as long as Naruto was tall. A pair of huge red eyes adorned by a ring of darkness around them looked down at the two pitiful humanoids. 2 rows of gargantuan, saw-like white teeth exposed a most deranged of smiles. This was the 9-tailed kitsune, in all its horrific magnificence. Naruto described it the best he could. His face a perfect mask of shocked horror. He pointed at the monstrosity with a shaking finger. Holy flying fuck. You're an ugly-ass fox. I am facepalmed. Naruto. Those gigantic, malicious eyes began to water. Mugyu. Holy shit. Naruto looked at I am behind him, still pointing at the fox. Even its voice sounds all creepy and evil. It's, I am raised an eyebrow. Mugyu. Giant fox of doom, Sayuri repeated. Onii-chan called me fugly. Onii-chan's a MWENIE. Liar. UPWOMISED. BWEH. Oh Kami, she's crying now. I am groaned. BWEH. Onii-chan no baka. BAKA. Naruto's sweat dropped. God, this is so wrong, he muttered, trying his best to keep a straight smile in the face of such horridness. The blonde made an attempt at reconciliation. Sayuri, I didn't really mean. I was surprised and everything. You know, I know ... yeah. I know you're really cute ... and ... stuff ... I should burn you. The 2 remaining bipedals froze. Higashiyama Yuria lived for training. It was her joy and her purpose. Her father was a mountain kitsune. From him, she inherited her ebony hair, her short stature, and her humongous chakra reserves. Unlike most kitsune, who rely on swiftness, elegance, and precision as the pillars of their martial arts skills, Yuria embraced the philosophy of power. She focused on being able to land a single devastating blow. It was not only a matter of preference. Having absolutely no talent with enchantments and illusions, and only average skill with transformations, she could only focus on enhancing her small body's capabilities. It was a cold, misty morning at Higashiyama. The shrine, being at the top, was thoroughly covered with a thin fog that fortunately stayed low. Yuria could see the buildings around her, but she was unable to see her own 2 feet. This was unimportant. She knew the motions by heart. Huffing and panting, she repeated the sequence for the 48th time that morning. Her labored breath was visible. She put everything she had in every single blow, striking an invisible, inexistent enemy. Sweat jumped off her face with each of her rough, straightforward motions. Woo, you go girl. Kick that stupid fog's ass, bitch, Yuria muttered in annoyance, before raising her voice to greet the newcomer. Good morning to you too, Yuri, she sighed. I know there's nobody here but family and everything, but ... do you really have to walk like that all over the place? It's unsightly. Toying with the tip of one of her tails with her right index, Higashiyama Yurio examined her nude body with a witty grin. Nope, there's nothing unsightly here. Yuria sighed. Just don't mess with my training. Right, training. 2 minutes later, Yuria was at her limit. Yurio had chosen to sit down and watch her. While Yuria normally did not mind being watched while she trained, there was just something about those eyes that simply made her feel uneasy. Those succubus eyes, which seemed to brim with lust the whole time. Damn it, Yurio, stop raping me with your eyes. The 2-tailed beauty's smile could not be more devilish. It's training. Yuria grimaced. An enchantment. It made her feel pathetic, knowing that she couldn't even resist such a minor technique. I wonder. Yurio got on her feet. It said it feels different for every person. How did it feel to you, Yuria? Was it minor discomfort? She walked closer to her aunt. A feeling of shameless exposure, perhaps. Did you feel naked before my eyes? She moved behind Yuria. Did you feel yourself being stripped, perhaps? Gentle hands exploring your beautiful, virginal body. Yuria stiffened when she felt Yurio's plentiful chest pressed against her back. Her niece's breath on her left ear accelerated her pulse. Or maybe it was a bit rougher. Dozens of intrusive hands shamelessly dominating you, touching you where you have let no other touch you. Yurio grinned at a sudden shift of the folds of Yuria's red hakama. The shorter kitsune had pushed her legs together. Come on, tell me. Her voice dropped to a captivating whisper. Show me, ugh. With astounding speed that left Yurio no room for retaliation or escape. Two black tails wrapped around her bare legs, impeding all motion. A third tail closed around her neck, impeding the normal flow of air. She was faced with a pair of amber eyes, mirrors of cold fury. Don't fuck with me, girl. She might not be able to defeat Urami, but she was definitely not letting some pretentious little brat show off at her expense. Pooh, you're no fun. Yurio's strained voice managed to retort, added to a mock pout. She eyed the tail that threatened to choke her to death. The tip, normally snow white, was stained red. The grip became noticeably weaker. Yuria had no intention to seriously harm her, after all. Hurting yourself to escape my call of ecstasy, Yurio concluded. Impressive. Extension. Enhancement techniques are the simplest among kitsune techniques. Being a function of nothing but the amount of chakra put into them makes Yuria the indisputable master among the younger Higashiyama lilies. Only her mother and her two oldest sisters can grow her tails more than Yuria via the extension technique. Yuria has the additional advantage of her tails being already noticeably longer than the average, even before enhancements. Yurio found herself caught in some sort of weird furry bondage. Kinky ... Whoa. Once again surprising Yurio with her outstanding chakra output. Yuria's tails effortlessly lifted her body and carried her while the three tails abandoned the garden. Where are we going? My room, Yuria plainly stated. Her anger seemed to have abated, replaced with the gleaming eyes of a merciless sadist. In the meantime, let me decide on your punishment. Who punish? Someone has to teach you to respect your elders, girl. Yuria interrupted. I was thinking of a good spanking, but you seem to be the kind of girl who would enjoy that. I even thought of breaking your hymen, but I realized I'm not that mean ... and I suddenly got the feeling you already did that yourself. I regret nothing. Like hell, Yuria was willing to deal with that annoying membrane. She intended her first time to be frenzied, raunchy, and hot as all hell. Really? Well, you'll regret messing with my training when I'm done with you. Now, where can I find some long, thick cylindrical objects? Neat. A shame I cannot use illusions or enchantments. Yuria chuckled evilly. Anyway, I wonder if we have any cucumbers. Ayame let go a breath she did not know she was holding. With her hands on her knees, she was breathing and sweating heavily. She had barely managed to pull Naruto out of the cage before it became a miniature sun. Ayame-chan. Wide eyes looked at Naruto, whose face also seemed to be overcome by fear. We have to go back. Noticing Ayame's face of disbelief, Naruto insisted. He was clutching his stomach. We have to go back. You saw it, didn't ya? The seal did something. I heard. She was screaming. The seal did something to her. Ooh ... it hoots. Naruto closed his eyes, pained by Sayuri's racking sobs. Onii-chan ... Ayame-chan. The ramen girl sighed in defeat. Right. Half a minute later, they were back in the cage. They were surprised to see Sayuri had returned to her little girl form. Ayame concluded that, since she had always preferred that form over her ... less appealing fox form, it was a natural, almost unconscious, reaction to switch to it. Sayuri. Naruto carefully moved her so that she was facing up. The water around them was unpleasantly hot. From what they could tell, the seal had somehow turned Sayuri's flame against her. Sayuri. I'm sorry. It hoots ... Onii-chan. Despite her claims, which had to be true, as there was no way Sayuri could fake those tears, Naruto simply could not see any damage on her lithe frame. Sayuri-sama is virtually immune to fire, Naruto. Ayame explained, looking down at the little nine tails from behind Naruto's shoulder. She wasn't harmed by it ... but she still feels pain. Onii-chan ... hold me. Pewees. Naruto did not hesitate to do as told, gently scooping up Sayuri's body and holding it close to his. The little kitsune slowly raised an arm, seemingly to reach his face. Onii-chan. What is it? Naruto responded, wearing his gentlest smile. Sayuri poked his forehead. Her closed eyes grinned. Both Naruto and Ayame found awfully familiar. Burn. Whoosh. Teehee. Sayuri giggled, effortlessly getting on her feet and prancing away from Naruto. Naruto-kun. I am called. Yeah. Well, your head, it's kinda, on fire. Yeah, I noticed. Aren't you gonna run in circles and scream in agony? Yeah, I was getting to it. Oh, cool. A pause. UWAH. Fire. My head's on fire. Take it off. Take it off. Take it OOOFF. You mean put it out. I am commented. Fortunately for the boy, it was just comedy fire, so it wouldn't kill him. It would still hurt like the real thing, though. I wouldn't mind a strip tease, though. Who goes first, you, me, or should we strip each other? Shut the hell up and help me, damn it. HMPH. Now that's just rude. I am made a dismissing gesture. Do a barrel roll or something. Wahahaha Majiu. Run, Onii-chan, run. Wow-hi. Wiggle, wiggle. Burn, burn, burn. Wow-hi. Wiggle, wiggle. Sayuri's anger is short-lived, but let there be no doubt, it is painful and effective. On that day, Naruto learned a very valuable lesson of life. Women, regardless of age, species, or capacity for mo, are evil incarnate. Aren't we going to the bedroom? Later, Katanoha. Urami answered. They had already exited the matriarch's tea room. As per Yuri's request, they had looked for Himuri and informed her that her mother demanded her presence. After that, they enjoyed a frugal breakfast courtesy of the clan's premier cook, Yurin. They had eaten in the company of Yurisa and her little daughter Mayuri. As usual, no matter what the third Lily tried, she just could not get her daughter to say a word or change her facial expression. Unlike Urami, who had trained herself to maintain the mask she wore, little Mayuri had donned a mask of utter sadness for no apparent reason. Urami still remembered the time when Mayuri was a little bundle of joy. She was a lot like Sayuri, actually. For almost 1 year after she gained her second tail, and the blessings of superior intelligence and power, little Mayuri was the brightest sun in the Higashiyama shrine. She learned the language of humans in record time, and her inquisitive enthusiasm was second only to her seemingly boundless energy. And then, one day, she simply changed. That was 35 years ago. Urami might be expressionless, but she is not lacking of emotion. It truly pained her to watch her older sister Yurisa trying to get her single daughter to talk and smile the way she used to. It was a rather depressing breakfast. After the meal, Katanoha had expected to return to the bedroom to begin preparations, but that was obviously not Urami's destination. However, she had already inferred their new destination. Urami opened the door leading to Uria's bedroom. Ple please on. Mercy. Urami and her bodyguard blinked in unison. Is that a ladle poking out of her? Yes, Yuria stated. Yes it is, sister of mine. Yuria was being held in the air by a messy tangle of fur. Her arms and legs spread apart. Yuria's extended three tails crawled and writhed all over her nude body like velvety serpents. The sweaty, flushed two tails squirmed and moaned, furtively stimulated by the ceaseless friction on her skin, and most particularly her breasts and crotch. She still made weak attempts at releasing herself, but her body was long defeated. Ungh. Still trying to get out. Pointless, Yuria declared mockingly. She didn't even bother giving her attention to the defeated Yurio, busy as she was on her desk writing on a piece of paper. You'll need to make a DC 45 escape artist check to get free, girl. So we are sticking to 3.5. Yup, I see, Urami muttered. Then, wouldn't she be able to make a strength check, too? Well, she can, but why even bother? Yuria shrugged. True enough. Shut up and Aeon. Well, let me go. Yurio's eyes threatened to pop out of their sockets, as the friction on her sensitive parts suddenly became rougher. However, as soon as the intensity grew, it decayed again, making the curvaceous two tails drop her head in defeat. Damn you, Yuria. It's Mistress Yuria for you, girl. Urami raised an eyebrow. Mistress Yuria. Yuria crossed her arms under her bust. Hey, whether it is training to defeat my younger sister, or dominating a pretentious little vixen, this Higashiyama Yuria-sama does not do things half-heartedly. Congratulations on embracing your inner dominatrix, Yuria-sama. Thank you, Katanoha. I have found it an extremely satisfying experience. May you should keep closer watch on your protege. I will keep it in mind, thanks. Oh, for Kami's sake, Urami muttered. She had to admit, however, that the sight of the defeated, exhausted Yurio within the tight embrace of Yuria's snake-like tails had a very strange and twisted aesthetic appeal. Giving up on Yuria releasing her, Yurio slowly turned her head to the newcomer. Help, please. Urami blinked. I do not see reason for your complaint. Your body is obviously enjoying it. Yurio's eyes glowed furiously. Are you fucking kidding me? She hissed. That on. That bitch. She's she's kept me like this for so long. The beautiful succubus writhed in poorly restrained pleasure. She won't let me fuck. Urami nodded, her brain easily filling in the blanks in Yurio's speech. So, you keep denying Yurio's divine right as a kitsune to experience a mind-blowing orgasm. Yes, Yuria answered at the same time she scribbled over her latest sentence and wrote something different. Strange. What is it? The bodyguard inquired. I am suddenly experiencing a strange feeling in my chest. Like, it feels unusually warm when I look at Yuria, and I feel like she deserves some praise. I believe that is called pride, Urami-sama. Pride, it is. Very well. I am proud of you, Yuria. Don't expect me to thank you for that. Yuria was twitching a bit. Yurio groaned. Just eat her out already, you damn washboard. The other 3 people in the room actually felt the temperature around Urami drop a few degrees. Yurio-san. While she was rarely one to feel intimidated by Urami, her current situation and the awareness of the fact she had royally screwed up made Yurio feel rather apprehensive. What? You should think twice what you say to someone you require aid from. Keep it in mind. For a next occasion. The short-haired Two-Tails turned to face her older sister. Yuria. This domination thing. I am intrigued and wish to learn more. May I be of assistance? That was Yurio. Yuria's smile awkwardly reminded Urami of her love. It was so Naruto she actually skipped a beat. Sure, leave it to Yuria-sensei. Katanoha. Yes, Urami-sama. Please stand guard outside and ensure our privacy is respected. Understood. She was about to do as told and walk outside when Urami spoke again. Oh, almost forgot. I should let you know, you might be summoned at poof. Any time today. Yuria blinked. A summon? That was more than unusual. However, she was not one to miss out on an opportunity to tease her rival. She's gonna get you for that later, isn't she? Shut up. Now that's no way to talk to your sensei. I don't need all 3 tails to hold Yurio, you know. Yurio and Urami gasped in unison. I let go a deep sigh. They were back in Naruto's living room, standing between the dining table and the few pieces of furniture Naruto possessed. We're out. Stretching her limp muscles and enjoying the feel of cracking joints, she shot a glance at the boy she had looked over for many years. That boy was giving her the evil eye. What's with the nasty look? It doesn't suit you. After rising and stretching her arms, she crossed them behind her head. Gimme a smile. I like it. Traitor. How exactly? You didn't help me at all. Naruto exploded. I was on fire, for Kami's sake. I helped you. You told me to lie on the floor and roll. Naruto twitched. And then my whole body caught fire. Tehal, that was funny. Woosh. Gotta give credit to the girl, she's sure got style. I mean, locally flammable water. How amazing is that? You're not helping your cause, you know. Naruto pouted, and I suppressed the urge to giggle. Taking advantage of her superior height, I wrapped her arms over Naruto's shoulders and pulled his face to her bosom. The boy froze for an instant at the warm, soft feel of lips on his forehead. There, you like me again. Naruto sighed on Aime's white clothes. A little. Great. Such a good boy, that's why I like you. You're so unfair. Naruto mumbled, but not bothering to move away. Aime chuckled. It's your prerogative as a hormonal prepubescent male. She pulled him away to stand by his left side, her right arm slithering behind his head to hold his right shoulder. And my rightful superiority as a young, mature beauty. Now be a sweetheart and get me something to drink, I'm exhausted. Moving a few steps back, she leaned on the back of Naruto's old, ugly green sofa, also using her hands for support. Naruto frowned. Exhausted. What? You think all those jumps in and out of the seal were easy? Now go. Yep. Naruto whimpered when Aime roughly slapped his left buttock. Alright, but first. Aime raised an eyebrow when Naruto lowered his center of gravity and bent his torso forwards. Nice ass. Thanks for the free view, but what exactly are you doing? A summon. Urami's bodyguard. Naruto made the hand seals. Hiri, you mean Koto? Aime's eyes widened in alarm. Naruto, wait. Kuchiyose no jutsu. A cloud of smoke of considerable size occupied the space in front of them. While both Naruto and Aime could feel the new presence in the room, the silence was awfully unsettling. There was a flicker of light from within. Faster than Naruto could possibly react, the sharp edge of a backsaw emerged from the cloud, eager to sever his head off his shoulders. Yep. The blade never reached him. Naruto stared in mute awe at Iam's right arm, which had stopped the deadly strike. It was encased in some sort of bracer made of what seemed to be ice, except for its unusual metallic sheen. Suabusu, Jinhaogu, water armament, silver ice armor. Aura, a lovely, elegant and feminine voice reached them from within the smoke. Kokoro-chan. Koto-chan. Yes, me. Iam responded, her face stern and surprisingly serious. So, would you mind, stopping trying to kill us? My bad. The moment the unconventional weapon pulled back, the ice armor shattered and melted. Iam fell on her knees, her right hand clutching her chest and her left covering her mouth as she entered an alarming fit of coughing. Iam Ni-chan. Naruto held her from behind, impeding her body from falling face down on the floor. Leaning over her left shoulder, a worried Naruto could only watch his good friend coughing almost desperately. Kokoro-chan. A woman emerged from the smoke. She, too, kneeled before the fallen girl. I made you. Yeah, The coughing apparently over, Iam had dropped her left hand, which she kept clenched. Her tongue swiftly licked a droplet of blood escaping from a corner of her mouth, but not swiftly enough to prevent being noticed. No big deal. Her voice sounded raspy and tired. I kinda expected this to happen. Iam Ni-chan. Naruto's face was an honest expression of concern. He found it hard to deal with his friend suddenly looking like that after her outright flirtatious behavior from before. What's wrong? What happened? How can I help you? Iam tried to chuckle, but it came out more like a raspy cough. Her right hand traveled from her chest to Naruto's left cheek, and she turned her head to gently kiss the other. Naruto blushed but responded to Iam's gentle, albeit tired, smile with one of his own. She leaned her forehead on Naruto's right shoulder. Seriously, boy, you. She chuckled rather bitterly. You're giving me so much trouble. Whatever. Iam exclaimed, forcefully standing up and taking everyone by surprise. I need to use the toilet. Be right back. The toilet is. I know where it is. Iam interrupted before leaving the other's sight. Naruto groaned and facepalmed. Ugh, I don't know what's going on anymore. Using any kitsune technique in that body. Konoha muttered, her eyes lost where she had last seen Iam. It is extremely harmful to her. Why? Konoha looked down at the kneeling boy. I am not allowed to answer that question. I take it you are Uzumaki Naruto-sama. She smiled gently. My apologies for being so rude. Yeah. Naruto finally got a chance to look more closely at his new summon. While she was not excessively tall, she was taller than most girls he knew that came to mind. She had long black hair that ended in a fine tip right where a voluminous white-tipped black foxtail began. Curiously enough, he could see a katana strapped to her left side, which made him wonder why she would use a backsaw of all things. Such backsaw she held on her back, under her obi. A rather plain leather sports bag hung from her right shoulder. She wore a black kimono with a single large lily under the left knee. Under that kimono, she had the largest pair of breasts Naruto had ever seen. Wow, yup, they're wee-a-hally big. Yeah, I want mine to be like those when I grow up. Good luck with that. Konoha's smile became a bit forced. My face is up here, Naruto-sama. While Iam was away, Naruto invited Konoha to take a seat, apologizing for being unable to offer her anything but water. Just like before with Urami, Naruto felt a pang in his chest at the way the buxom swordswoman eyed his residence. Konoha-san. May I call you Konoha-san? Naruto did not know why, but something urged him to use as much politeness as he could in front of this woman. Maybe it was her elegant poise, or maybe the fact that she almost killed him. He placed a glass of cold water on the table in front of his guest, before claiming the sofa across. Of course, Naruto-sama. Why? Naruto-sama. Well, Konoha seized the glass. I am Urami-sama's maid and bodyguard, and Naruto-sama is the male Urami-sama has chosen. Therefore it is within my responsibilities to serve you. Please take good care of me. No, let's get along well, Konoha-san. Naruto bowed rather bashfully. How many tails? I gained my 4th tail 6 years ago. Konoha suddenly looked up at the old ceiling. But, really, Urami-sama must have forgotten to mention this. It is obvious to me Urami-sama was the one who told Naruto-sama to summon me, but she did not warn me at all. I almost hurt Naruto-sama as a result. Hurt? More like killed. Naruto grimaced. It seems a long talk is due. Urami-sama must learn proper behavior, after all. Something about the way she said it made a shiver go down Naruto's rigid spine. Konoha-san. Yes. Well, I am Ni-chan. Oh, right. Konoha nodded. She goes by that name here, right? It would be better if she explained things herself. In any case, may I ask the purpose of my summons? All right. At least this woman was all business. By the time I am re-emerged from the bathroom, Naruto had given the Four Tails a brief overview of his predicament. A Hyuga, that is certainly a problem, Konoha muttered, a smile never leaving her face. You know the Hyugas. Konoha's smile shifted in a way Naruto couldn't interpret. Yes, I guess you could say that. That's one way to put it, sis. I chuckled, seemingly revitalized after washing her face. Konoha greeted her with a gentle smile. Naruto was a bit more effusive. I am Ni-chan. Sit here. You okay? Naruto greeted, patting the space to his left on the couch. No big deal. Now, she glanced between the two people seated. I guess introductions are in order, Naruto, this is my older sister, Katsura Konoha-chan. She works as a maid/bodyguard at the Higashiyama Shrine, and she's extremely skilled with all sorts of bladed weapons. She added a few claps for good measure. Konoha blushed a bit, but stood up and bowed ceremoniously. Most pleased to make your acquaintance. Her seiyuu is Tauno Soyogi-san. That's rather unnecessary, the addressed female commented. Her three measurements are hips 86 centimeters, waist 61 centimeters, and an astounding 106 centimeters of bust. I can't even figure out what cup size that is. Kokoro-chan. A scandalized Konoha unconsciously crossed her arms over her chest. Too much information. And you're the last person who can say such a thing. Your bust is, and I'm her little sister, Katsura Kokoro. I am elegantly bowed before Naruto. Koko-chan. I will remember Koko-chan. She's nice and funny. We pee-wade together sometimes. It was really fun. But, Majuo, I'm confused. But please do call me I am Naruto-kun. I'm used to it. With that said, I am shamelessly sprawled herself on the couch, resting her head on Naruto's lap. Noticing the odd look on his face, the ramen girl winked and blew him a kiss. Just indulge me, I'm kinda tired here. Naruto sighed. Aren't you kinda clingy today? I am Ni-chan. And if you're a kitsune, what are doing here in Konoha? What about Ikaraku Oji-san? Who's the real I am Ni-chan? Sayuri wants to know, too. Lunai. I am sighed. So many questions. Okay, pay attention. Fixing her eyes on his, she explained. Almost 13 years ago, Sayuri-sama was sealed inside you. Yuri-sama, the matriarch of the Higashiyama clan, found out a few days later from her informant in Konoha. Wait. You have spies here. Yuri-sama has informants in every major human population center, namely the ninja villages and the capital cities. Anyway, this informant, whose identity I'm certainly not telling you, was under instructions to keep an eye on any possible change on your situation. However, Yuri-sama was not satisfied with this. She wanted a better informant, a kitsune who could get closer to you and keep a more constant vigilance, as well as acquire better insights on your growth and your behavior. That's when I come in. Do you remember the first time you went to Ikaraku's? Naruto nodded happily. Of course. I went with the old man Hokage. I had the best beef ramen ever. And you were 5 years old. Naruto nodded. Then you remember I wasn't there, right? We met a few months later. Naruto blinked, but slowly nodded. Yeah, you're right. Aiam's expression softened a little. Naruto, the real Ikaraku Aiam is a very frail, sickly girl. At the time you met father, Ikaraku-san, she was bedridden and barely able to move. Her body simply seems incapable of working at the minimum power needed to live a normal life. Since the day of her birth, she has gotten weaker and weaker. By the time I arrived to Konoha, the girl was practically at death's door. Naruto blinked, his eyes unusually wide. But when I noticed your spectacular fascination with ramen, I appeared before the agonizing Ikaraku Aiam and made a deal with her. She accepted and allowed me to possess her. Possess, Kitsunatsuki. Aiam explained. The kitsune possession technique. It happens to be a fairly advanced enchantment, usually requiring at least 4 tails, and most kitsune wouldn't risk trying it before their 5th tail. But it also happens to be my specialty. She smiled sweetly. The possession technique allows me to enter the body of another being and seize control of it. In exchange, I use my powers to keep this body alive, allowing her to live the life she has always desired. You see, even if I am the one in control, she is still here. She placed her hands on her chest. We talk all the time. You know, sorta like Sayuri and you. Only, well, the roles are reversed. Through me, she does the things she wants to do and says the things she wants to say. Naruto got a bit red on the face when Aiam placed a gentle hand on his left cheek. Konoha calmly enjoyed her cold water. She also has kind of a soft spot for you, Naruto-kun. I think she likes you. Aiam's eyes turned to a side for a moment, and then looked back at Naruto. Hey, she's all flustered now. She's cute. I like Onii-chan too. I know, Sayuri, I like you too. Except when you're a M-weenie. But then I burn you and I like you again. You seriously scare me sometimes. I.Am's smile suddenly became devilishly mischievous, making Naruto skip a beat and forget all about his tenant. The older girl got on her knees and turned around to lean her face closer to Naruto's. Her pretty face elicited a response from Naruto's awakening libido, hastening his heart rate. Hey, wanna take my virginity? She paused. Well, it's more like I.Am's virginity, but you get the point. I think she's way overdue ... and she's screaming in outrage. She's so shy. Naruto's face became stone cold. You're joking, right? Ni, Onii-chan. What's Viggy? Not now, Sayuri. Majuo. Amwidi. Oh, come on. Since it's both I.Am and me here, it's like scoring 2 girls at once. You lucky stud. She playfully punched Naruto's left arm. No. I.Am growled. Oh, for all the gods' sake, how stupid can you? Huh? What do I have to do to get laid here? I.Am suddenly exploded. Gah, what the heck? Seriously. Her eyes ominously reminding him of the crazy examiner lady from the Chunin exam. Naruto slowly tried to back away, but to no avail. 2 terrifyingly strong hands got a grip of his trademark orange jacket, and he couldn't do anything against the sudden attack. His only response a moan when I.Am literally, roughly and shamelessly shoved her tongue in his throat. Nuji-I. Oh my, Katanoha uttered. Higashiyama Yurina looked up from her read, Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Her golden twin tails jumped with the sudden motion. She was alone in the large room she shared with her fraternal twin Yurio, and silence permeated the room. She frowned. Strange. I could swear I heard the voice of 1,000 fanboys shouting in triumph just now. She shrugged. Oh well. She looked back at her book for an instant, and then looked up again. And where's my sister anyway? Fortunately for Naruto, I.Am suddenly slumped down his torso, and fell face down on her lap. She was unconscious. He looked up at Katanoha and the hand she had used to karate chop the back of her sister's possessed body's neck. A second later, I.Am's body spontaneously combusted. Naruto blinked. Now, that was completely unnecessary, Sayuri-sama. Katanoha chirped, dispelling the flames with a few fancy hand motions. Majuo. Naruto gently moved I.Am off her rather embarrassing position. Katanoha sighed as she moved to help him. It must be hard for her. What the heck exactly happened? Well, I suspected since the moment I first saw her ... she's in heat. Heat? Naruto was quite freaked out. You mean, like, well, we are foxes, after all. Returning to her seat, Katanoha explained. When we gain our second tail and become supernatural beings, our biological processes change in their entirety. Female kitsune are fertile for a very short period of time every year. It does not generally last more than 2 weeks, but during this time we are particularly ... needy. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Onii-chan, I don't get it. What's she talking about? Who ... ask your mother about it when you get out, okay? I don't think I can explain this. Oh ... okay. At least not without losing a piece of my eternal soul. Majuo. Kokoro-chan has obviously respected the body of the girl she is possessing, especially because she possessed little I.Am-chan when she was young. It would have been deplorable if Kokoro-chan had sated her urges using the body of an innocent 12-year-old. However, this has resulted in my poor sister not getting any since she arrived to Konohagakure. 7 years without sex must be harsh. Naruto really did not want to be part of this conversation. But why doesn't she just call me? I can't believe I'm even thinking this ... Why doesn't she just find a mate? Now that she's old enough. But she has found and picked a mate. Phew, can't she get another one? Naruto whined. Katanoha's smile faltered for an instant. I would advise you to not say such a thing to a female kitsune, Naruto-sama. Some may take it as a very strong insult. Having very long lives, it is not surprising that kitsune, both male and female, go through many different mates throughout their lives. However, at the same time, kitsune are extremely loyal. At any given time, a kitsune will be fiercely devoted to his or her current mate. Even once the relationship is over, any kitsune can count on a former mate to come to his or her aid in a time of dire need. Due to the nature of her mission, you have been the male closest to Kokoro-chan all these years, so it is understandable that she has chosen you to be her mate. It is very likely you have been her chosen mate all these years, but she has restrained herself due to both yours and her host body's ages. Now, well ... she seems to be close to her limit. Naruto looked down at the unconscious girl. Her head rested sideways on her lap. She looked like she was just sleeping peacefully. Sheesh, first Urami and now this. Your life certainly seems to become more and more interesting by the day, Naruto-sama. She paused. But, really, both my ward and my sister ... It is quite unsettling. She looked down at her bag. Don't you think so? Oh my, how rude of me. Huh? I forgot to introduce you. Konoha observed in mild alarm. Hurriedly, she unzipped the bag and reached for its contents. Naruto-sama, this is my sweetheart Makoto-kun. Makoto-kun, say hi to Naruto-sama. Wow, hi. Makoto-kun. Hala, hi. Clack, clack, clack. Silence. Naruto only stared. A lot. Konoha was all smiles, holding Makoto-kun between her two hands. As is pushing the point, she moved her right hand up and down. Clack, clack, clack. Konoha-san. Yes, it's a skull. Makoto-kun. A human skull. Naruto deadpanned. Makoto-kun. Konoha repeated, that disturbing smile unchanging on her lovely face. He has greeted you. It's common courtesy to respond in kind, Naruto-sama. You were the one who said hi. You only moved its jaw as if somehow that would make me believe he was talking. Makoto-kun said hi. Konoha insisted. It was obviously you. I saw you saying it. Don't bother, Naruto. Just greet the skull. I am Ni-chan. Koko I am Sen. You are awake. Look, say hi to Makoto-kun. Clack, clack, clack. I am rolled her eyes. Yeah, so. Hey there, Mako-kun. It's been a while. You look as skinny as ever. Yo. Name's Naruto. Nice to meet you. Much better. Satisfied, Konoha placed the skull back in its bag. Naruto bent his body to lean his head closer to I am. What the fuck? He whispered. I am chuckled. For the sake of your mental health, don't ask. I am-san. While you were unconscious, I took the liberty to explain your current situation to Naruto. This elicited a healthy blush from the blonde ninja. I am, too, blushed a bit. Yeah. So, wanna help me with that? No. I can't do that. It's just damn it. It's just weird. TCH. I am growled and turned away from Naruto. Help me here, one-chan. I do not see how I could possibly be. If we seduce him together, there's no way in hell he will say no. I am suggested, to Naruto's muted horror. Konoha blinked. That ... is certainly true. That was Naruto, who couldn't avoid shooting a terrified glance at the swordswoman's superlative bosom. But I refuse. Naruto sighed in relief. I am growled again. Alright, let your poor little sister drown to death in her maddening lust. Did you already forget who helped you find the courage to become Makoto's girlfriend? I clearly remember that was Sekai. Konoha released a blindingly adorable smile, and she became a bag. In the presence of that dazzling smile and that deliriously sweet voice, Naruto discovered true terror. Zabuza who, even I am, who after so many years was more than used to it, felt a thrilling shiver going down her spine. Forget I said anything. Very well. Konoha clasped her hands and got on her feet. Now, to deal with the matter at hand, Naruto-sama incoming examination. Shall we go somewhere else? This is not the most suitable place for physical training. Alright, Naruto more than welcomed the change of topic. I am followed Konoha's initiative and got on her feet. Very well. Shall we go to an unused training area? Coming with us, sister? Sure, why not? As long as I'm back in time for the lunch rush, it's alright. I am explained. Besides, I want to spend some more quality time with my good friend Naruto-kun, she added, immediately locking her right arm around his left and proceeding to affectionately rub her right cheek against his hair. Ugh, so you're on the rubbing phase now, Konoha stated. She has phases, Naruto moaned. Well, of course, Konoha answered matter-of-factly. Next comes the dry humping phase. That's a fun one. Okami. Hey, Naruto. I am moved away, their only contact being her right arm on his left shoulder. I think it would be better if nobody sees us on the way there. We don't want people snooping in your training, right? Naruto nodded. So we have to evade the ANBU patrols. Yup, it's no problem for us, cause we're Kitsune. How about you? You think you can evade the elite, highly skilled Konoha Special Operations units? Naruto and I am stared at each for several seconds of tense silence. PFFT. And then exploded in laughter, holding their knees and leaning on each other for support. The NBU. Good one. I am Ni-chan. Thank you. Wanna have sex now? No. Damn it. Konoha only tilted her head in confusion. I am Chan. Jump. What happened to Ni-chan? Ew. Somehow, using Ni-chan with a girl who wants to do the nasty with me feels horribly wrong. Bland. Jump again. Well, we could try role-playing. I don't even want to know what you mean by that. Bland again. Jump. Aime's lips caressed the back of Naruto's left ear. If you want me to, I can call you Onii-chan. She whispered. No way. She's taking my tupia. I'm the cute Imato character. Huh? Bland. Jump. We can find a new niche for Sayuri-sama. Maybe she can embrace lickdom or something. As if reading Sayuri's thoughts, she added. A lolic? Yeah, that sounds kinda cool. Sometimes I really don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. Bland. Look around. Katanoha arrives. Together, they jump again. I know, sweetheart, I know. We'll fix that, don't worry. It will take time, though. And sex, lots of it. Does everything with you come to that or what? Naruto mumbled. He landed and jumped one more time. As easy as breathing. For the next 14 or so days, yes. But I was wondering ... why am I carrying you? Well, Aim looked around. At the vast cityscape of Konohagakure they intended to leave behind. I could do the ninja roof jumping thing. I just don't want to. Really, look at it this way. I get to relax here on your back, and you get to feel up my ass. Everybody wins. I like the old Aim more, Naruto declared solemnly. The older girl sighed. I know, I just can't help it. Damn pheromones or hormones or whatever. The real Aim isn't really enjoying it either. Female humans are not meant to deal with kitsune hormones, you see. I can guess ... do you have to keep rubbing your body against my back like that? Like I said, can't help it. My body has a third mind of its own. Somehow the way you say it is far from convincing. The roofs were suddenly replaced by tree branches. Naruto and Katanoha reached the first tree at the same time. Dry humping phase. The buxom swordswoman idly commented. Naruto sighed. Oh, fuck me. Aim's eyes gleamed triumphantly. With Plisu. Quiet, you. TCH. Dropping to ground level, the rest of the trip was made at a sedate pace, allowing Naruto to put Aim down for her to walk like the other two, much to her disappointment. She remained locked to his left arm, though. Sayuri had remained respectfully silent the whole time. She was a good girl, and good girls stay quiet when the older, superior kitsune are talking. She sometimes forgets she's a nine-tails. She did, however, seize the first moment she found to sate her curiosity. The Onii-chan. What is it? You were talking about mating, white. Naruto twitched. Yeah. I've been thinking. Oh, Kami, you've been thinking. Mating is what you do when you want to have kits, white. Yeah. Hehe, I knew ... but Onii-chan. How do you do mating? Naruto facepalmed. Why me? What is it? Nothing, I am Chan. In an outstanding display of maturity from Naruto's part, he spent the rest of their short trip figuring out the extent of Sayuri's sexual education. By the time they arrived to a suitable location, Naruto had a decent summary of Sayuri's understanding of the concept of mating, which can be described as follows. 1. Find mate you like. 2. Take mate home. 3. Lock yourself with mate in bedroom. 4. 5. Profit. When Sayuri realized something had to happen inside the bedroom, she did not hesitate to ask Naruto to fill her gap. Fortunately for the boy, he had the perfect excuse of his incoming discussion with Katanoha to put their little conversation on hold. He managed to save this time, but everybody knows that Sayuri does not forget that easily ... most of the time. Unexpectedly, it was only then when Katanoha requested allowance into the seal to properly greet Sayuri. Naruto was frowning when he, the bodyguard and the ever-clingy Aim appeared in the middle of the sewer. Was it just me or did that take longer than usual? Well, Aim explained. It's not like we kitsune have an enter a human existence and make an spiritual body to interact with complex divine seals jutsu. We can do this by tweaking the possession technique a little, but it's still kinda complicated. I only recently figured out the possession technique myself, Naruto-sama, unlike my sister who somehow managed to learn it with only 3 tails. Katanoha added, if the trip was somehow bothersome to you, you have my most sincere apologies. No. Naruto waved his hands in front of him. It wasn't really like that. I just noticed something different, that's all. Let's go. Very well. Katanoha smiled and nodded. Such a nice kid. A minute later, Koto-chan. Sayuri giggled in glee and rushed to embrace the swordswoman. Sayuri, why? ... and suffered the consequence of trying to get past the cell bars. Katanoha winced at the buzzing electric sounds and the unpleasant smell of smoke. Majuo. You know, I keep expecting her to learn after several times. But nuo. That's Sayuri-sama for you, Naruto-sama. Majuo. Once Katanoha and Sayuri had their proper reunion, Sayuri curled her tiny body on Naruto's lap to be properly pampered. pet. Now, considering the latest circumstances, Naruto was smart enough to wordlessly comply. Besides, there was some therapeutic power in idly and repeatedly caressing those fluffy tails and that silky blonde hair. So, since he's a Hyuga, he uses Juyuken, right? You know about Juyuken, right, Naruto-sama? They resumed their earlier conversation. Yeah. Naruto frowned, recalling what he remembered from the prelims. Yeah. Attacking inside the body ... with chakra. Something like that. If Konoha was disappointed with Naruto's answer, she didn't show it. Juyuken basically aims at directly damaging the opponent's internal organs by shoving pulses of chakra through palm strikes. The more advanced katas involve closing the opponent's tenketsu, restricting and even nullifying his chakra flow. Yeah. That's what the jerk did to Hinata. Naruto nodded eagerly, causing Sayuri to pout as he was neglecting her. Sorry. The little fox girl purred as Naruto resumed his ministrations on her 9 fluffy tails. It had hard to believe that something could feel that good. How could she possibly hate her Onii-chan if he made her feel like that? But if he got all M-weenie like before again, he was definitely getting burned. Konoha frowned. He can do it, and he's a boy around your age. Raising her right hand to place her fingers on her lips, her expression darkened. He must be awfully talented, then. A young genius, I'd say. What the heck? Did you just purr? Sayuri shrugged. Yup. How can you even do that? You're a fox, not a cat. I'm a 9 tails. I can do anything. Right. And he completely ignores me. Konoha muttered darkly. Anyway, she raised her tone to claim her attention. We're going back outside. I won't be able to help you without at least knowing what you can do, Naruto-sama. Right, boo, but Naruto, who had tried to get up, was pushed back down by Sayuri's weight. What is it, Sayuri-sama? Konoha inquired. But he's petting my tails. Sayuri squirmed. It's really good. Konoha chuckled. Naruto groaned. Sayuri, I really need to train. Majuo. Alright, but I want lots of petting later. This time Naruto couldn't suppress a chuckle. Sure. I aim ... Well, Kokoro would be the first to claim that her sister, despite her mental instability, was a good person. Sure, she had a stormy past, but that was because she got involved in a rather twisted relationship. Kokoro had always wondered, when Idu Makoto appeared in their lives, she had just recently become a 2 tails, being interested in little but having fun playing games, not unlike little Sayuri. Her interactions with Konoha's human mate had been reduced to childish activities. She always wondered if Makoto would have tried something with her if he had, well, lived a bit longer. She would not have been surprised. He did score with pretty much every girl he knew, both human and Kitsune. That was in the past. Unfortunately, his passing left behind a legacy that, apparently, would permeate the lives of those who consorted with him forever. Konoha would never be the same. The human girls, Hikari and Autumn, lived short, hollow and unhappy lives, unable to find love again. Kokoro never knew what happened to Teisuke, but that rotten man left a cursed legacy of his own. Setsuna became obsessed with a deranged vendetta against Konoha for reasons only Setsuna understands. And poor Sekai, well ... she's a bag. It was a sad, twisted love story, and those who survived it became sad, twisted people. But Kokoro still loved her big sister and admired her radiant beauty and mesmerizing poise. Few females could wield a blade the way Katsura Konoha does, and even fewer can look so astonishingly haunting while doing so. Kokoro thinks her sister is a beautiful, wonderful, kind person at heart, a female with a heart just as big as her obscenely large bust. A person who only has the best interest of her precious people at heart. However, she cannot help but wince every single time her sister's deadly blades cut through hordes and hordes of shadow clones. Poor Naruto never had a chance. Go darling. The younger Katsura in the body of a human girl cheered pathetically. Konoha would be the first to admit Urumi's chosen man had many good values. Despite his overall lack of, well, intellect, Naruto was surprisingly attentive. He was also enthusiastic and endearing in his innocence, even if this innocence was in the process of being brutally obliterated by her sister, of all people. He was also kind and very considerate. What really sold Naruto to her was that, before they began their spar, he made sure Sayuri was properly disconnected from him. He didn't want her to feel his pain should he get hurt. Naruto was, if anything, a caring, dedicated Onii-chan. The fact that he was so protective of the single being that had made his life such a pain was simply moving. And Konoha had also noticed that he had not told her yet about the consequences of her little stunt. It wasn't precisely the best thing to do, but he was doing it for the sake of her purity and innocence. So, yes, Konoha could say Naruto was a good person. A very good one, in fact. However, Jayog, Naruto fell hard on his back when Konoha pushed him away with the hilt of her backsaw. The latest horde of shadow clones he had sent after her had just been completely annihilated. Her smile had disappeared. Naruto-sama, The boy was still a bit dazed from the beating. His left hand had a strong grip on his right shoulder, the victim of a rather nasty cut. I cannot help you, That certainly cleared his head. Why what? You are completely unskilled. Why, so far I've only seen you use the shadow clone technique multiple times. While I must admit it is a fascinating technique. Now that's a way to put it. I am interrupted, wearing a mischievous smirk. Konoha eyed the body possessed by her sister ... and sighed. Yes, it is exactly as you say. However, the point is, besides its basic effect, there's not much more to it. Your close combat lacks any form whatsoever. I would call it brawling, but it is not even that. You are just haphazardly throwing punches and kicks however you can. If years of ninja training have not taught you how to fight, I won't be able to fix it in a few days, Naruto-sama. While I know how to fight, Naruto complained, getting on his feet and clenching his right fist menacingly. Wrong. You know how to punch. You know how to kick. But from there to knowing how to fight, Naruto-sama has a long ways to go. She sighed. I suspected it since the beginning, but I'm sure now. There really is nothing I can teach you. Why no? Naruto half demanded, half pleaded. I'll show you. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Again, Konoha muttered with a bored tone. But I must admit, making so many clones means Naruto-sama must possess an incredible chakra capacity. A tiny smile made its way to her face. ... Just like Yuria-sama. I had a tiny smile, too, albeit for a completely different reason. Those shadow clones ... So many kinky ideas. She suddenly rolled her eyes. Oh, grow up already, You're such a prude. Here I go, Konoha-san. However, the woman continued, switching the backsaw to her right hand. ... This is pointless. Assuming a low stance, Konoha crossed her right arm over her waist, fiercely gripping her blade by her left side. Aiam's eyes widened in alarm. Oshi, Isatsu, Tamon, right as the dozens of shadow clones assaulted her from every direction. Konoha cut the air in front of her with a might slash that covered more than 270 degrees. The last thing the clones experienced was the unusual feeling of ripples in the air, as if they were floating on an upset ocean. Then came the shockwave, and there was nothing. Gwog. A clump of saliva escaped from Naruto's mouth as he felt as if a hammer had smashed his stomach. Almost immediately, the blunt impact became a horrible stinging pain. The wind shockwave ruined his clothes and tore open his stomach. Naruto. Aiam cried. Time stood still for a moment. Naruto stared in disbelief at the splotches of blood escaping from the wide wound. Time began to flow again, and the impact blew Naruto away, sending him flying at least 50 feet away, and probably much more if his back hadn't found a tree to be smashed on. Onii-chan. She didn't feel his pain, but she could see what he saw, and she saw blood. He will heal soon enough ... With your help, of course, Sayuri-sama. Konoha spoke. She was walking towards the groaning, shivering boy crumpled on the ground, having already secured her backsaw under her obi. White, one-chan. Aiam roared, stomping her way towards her sister and by extension her fallen mate. You went too far. I was only trying to prove a point. But you could have seriously harmed his dick, his entire self. Konoha rolled her eyes. Seriously, Kitsune and Heat could be so embarrassing. Glad to know you care, Aiam-chan. Naruto mumbled weakly, sarcasm reeking from his wounds. And blood, too. As Sayuri consciously released her chakra to further accelerate Naruto's healing, Konoha spoke some more. Do you understand now, Naruto-sama? Even with your many clones, your attack was reckless and open to retaliation. If I had been really serious, I would have cut you in halves. Knock, knock. Anu, who is it? A voice reached from beyond the closed door. Yuria-sen ... This is Yurina. I was wondering ... Is my sister with you? What do you say, Minion Urami? You are really into this, are you not? Quiet, you. So, should we let her in? I do not see why not. Very well. Come in, Yurin-chan. Thank you very Jaya. What you looking at? A pause. The young twin-tailed two-tails could only watch in muted shock. Is that a? Yes, it's a ladle. Yurina sighed. What did you do this time, Ryo-chan? Soaked in 4 different kinds of her own bodily fluids, Yurio did not bother answering that question. Her head hung low, her flushed face cloaked by her long black hair, her tongue loose for everyone to see. She had long given up on shaking or squirming. Her movements were reduced to mild shuddering whenever Yuria's extraordinarily long tails caressed a sensitive spot, which, at this point, was pretty much her entire body. She messed with the Meister, Yuria affirmed proudly. The Meister, Urami muttered disdainfully, slowly shaking her head. I see, Yurina mused. Well, would you mind, letting her go? I mean, it's almost lunchtime. Yuria blinked. It is. Damn, we got carried away, Urami. I must say, there is an appalling entertainment in making Yurio-san squirm. Fuck you too. AGH. Yuria looked visibly amused at the sight of the two-tailed brunette, so easily defeated. Well, she's got spunk, I gotta give her that. Yurina turned to look at her sister. Her face was a perfect reflection of pity. Ryo-chan, while I disagree with Yuria-san's punishment, I must say this is something you inflicted upon yourself. How many times have I told you to keep your manners towards our elders in mind? Ugh. Yurio averted her gaze. She did not want to look at her sister, who in turn bowed before Yuria. My deepest apologies, Yuria-san. I must ask you to please release my sister with due haste. I would like to make sure she looks presentable at lunchtime. If you excuse me. With that said, Yurina departed from the bedroom. It was assumed that she would wait nearby. Such a nice girl, that Yurina. She'll grow up into a fine woman, that's for sure. Stop talking like an old woman, Yuria, it's disgusting. Urami commented. Shush you. So, Yurina has a point, we have to wrap this up. Any ideas? I say we just let her finish. Yurio perked up at the words. Yes. Please. Please. But she looks so exhausted. Yuria continued. I'm afraid it might kill her. The tortured girl only groaned in response. I am surprised at the amount of raw evil you seem to be capable of, Yuria. I am amazed myself, sis. With lunchtime approaching, I am suggested visiting Ikaraku's. She had to go back anyway, and Naruto could use a steaming bowl of ramen to fix his sullen mood. Katanoha was also invited, and it would be probably the last thing she would do before returning to the Higashiyama shrine. Naruto was not feeling happy in the slightest. Katanoha had basically stepped on the very foundation of his ninja career and declared it worthless. She had said he was a failure of a ninja, heck, a failure of a fighter, period. And it was not like he could make her change her mind. She had thoroughly kicked his ass. He knew that did not really mean much. Katanoha was probably stronger than Kakashi-sensei, but it still was a blow to his formerly unshakable confidence. What if she was right? What if he was not really as good as he thought? Naruto made a quick summary of his accomplishments. He graduated from the academy. That by itself is not much of a big deal, but the unique circumstances made his graduation special. Nothing bad about that. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Katanoha did praise him on his signature jutsu. So did Iam. But somehow Naruto felt her motives were wickedly different. He also remembered his latest discovery concerning his clone's memories. He really needed to work with that to see what to make of it. He defeated Haku, a strong missing nin with a powerful bloodline ability. However, he did not really remember exactly how he did it. After Sasuke died, everything became a red haze that only disappeared when Haku was already pretty much beaten. So what else? Kiba, truth be told, that fart certainly did help a lot. He did kick ass in the Forest of Death, except for when he got knocked out by that rain guy while he was peeing. Good thing that he got his payback later. And that creepy grass nin with all the big-ass snakes. He learned to tree walk and wave, but that was not really a special accomplishment. There's water walking and the summoning technique. Those are worth something. What about Taijutsu, then? He had always been aware his moves were different from everyone else's. He had deemed his Taijutsu original and unique. Katanoha said it wasn't even Taijutsu. What was the true extent of his combat skills? I have an Onii-chan who woo-ofs me. Who woo-ofs me? Who woo-ofs me? What the fuck? I have an Onii-chan who woo-ofs me. His name is Naru-Kion. Like hell, that's my name. Seriously, if that was my name I'd kill myself. Naruto muttered darkly, drawing the attention of Katanoha and the ever-clingy Iam. Any other hot-blooded male would already become quite aware of Naruto's current situation. Having the ramen girl's fair breasts pressed against his right arm and gorgeous kimono-clad swordswoman elegantly walking to his left, devouring the sights of the village with her big, round eyes. Everyone around them was most certainly aware of Naruto's enviable entourage. Sure, one is a sex-crazed vixen in heat and the other is a psycho, but they don't need to know that. Cause he woo-ofs me, cause he woo-ofs me, cause he loves me with his tender woo-of. Seriously, Sayuri, stop it, it's embarrassing. Cause he woo-ofs. Sayuri-sama, please stop bothering Naruto-sama. Majuo, Sayuri wants to sing. Maybe if you didn't sing those weird songs. Naruto complained. Moo, I'm gonna need lots of ramen today. Wahati, Wayman, ramen, Katanoha mumbled. Interesting. How has it been? I am Sam. I am chuckled, leaning even closer to the shorter boy. Well, it took some time, but I can fully resist it now. It was kinda troublesome at the beginning, getting all horny in the body of a 9-year-old. I can see how that would be troublesome, Katanoha murmured. This ... is one of those things I'd rather not know about, right? Katanoha stopped in her tracks. ... You don't know. She looked at Iam. He doesn't know. Iam, too, had paused, halting Naruto with her. She face-bombed with her free hand, as in, the one that wasn't attached to Naruto. Oh crap, I knew I had forgotten something. She faced her intended mate. Naruto, I'll be blunt. Ramen makes Kitsune horny. ... Majuo. Well, that was certainly blunt. Katanoha agreed. Yeah, Iam continued. When most Kitsune taste ramen, we get hot and frisky and eager to do the horizontal mambo as well as 37 other positions. Why ramen? Nobody knows. It's probably just Inari being a crazy fuck. There's some rare Kitsune who are not affected by ramen, but in their case there's some other thing whose taste drives them wild. Like Yurina-sama, Katanoha added. Most Kitsune can manage to resist the effect before they're 300 years old, though, so it's only a problem for the young ones. Like Sayuri-sama. It was those two words which allowed Naruto to figure out the point of this whole discussion. Oh fuck, my words exactly. I am mused. Munii, what you talking about, Onii-chan? Sayuri doesn't get it, which is a very, very good thing, Naruto declared. He hated every second of it, but it was a feeling he was starting to get used to. He was reaching the conclusion that it was impossible to deal with Kitsune without getting into uncomfortable situations. Sayuri, what do you think about ramen? It's good. Huh? Wally good. Naruto realized it was the exact response she gave him every single time. Then, he remembered Sayuri's vocal reactions to every single occasion they had ramen. Oh, blood rushed to his face when he finally understood the significance of every single cry, moan and scream. I'm so going to hell for this. Ever-perceptive Katanoha set the point in stone. Iam-san, we also have to take into account that not only is Sayuri-sama sensitive to the taste of ramen, Sayuri-sama has not eaten anything at all for the past 13 years. Katanoha's words got Iam's gears running. Oh crap, 13 years without eating and then she gets ramen for the first time. Iam was blushing too by the end of her sentence. Holy shit, she must have been, like, in perma-orgasm mode the whole time. You're not really helping me here. Naruto groaned. Iam had an odd face. It looked almost angry. Lucky bitch. Naruto and Katanoha gaped together. What? The little brat is getting more than me. With ramen. Damn it, Naruto, take me now. No, don't make me make you. Naruto moved a few steps back. Ara. Katanoha was nothing but amused, and Yuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino had so far had a rather uneventful month. With one partner under medical care and the other qualified for the finales, Kiba could not take part in any mission, and there was little point in Kurenai training him alone. Of course, his mother Tsume was taking care of that in his Jounin sensei's stead. Walking by his other male partner's side, Kiba found it hard to believe that Shino was an aspirant Chunin. Was he doing any training whatsoever? Following a tradition born of loyalty, the two had bought lunch for their hospitalized partner. She should be allowed to go home any of those days. Not that it would do Hinata any good, if their ever-growing suspicions concerning her relationship with her clan were any true. It was a long, silent walk at noon, something Kiba found hard to deal with, being unused to keeping his mouth shut. His partner, Akamaru, was sprawled on its usual spot on the Inuzuka's head. It did not seem to mind the silence. Kiba was about to force himself to say something, anything, when he noticed Shino was not by his side anymore. Looking back, it was not hard to see the boy in shades had stopped on his tracks. Following his light of sight revealed to Kiba a most amazing of sights, and a very unusual conversation, too. So, Iam-chan. Naruto looked to the girl stuck like a leech to his right side, wearing a dazzling smile. Yes, dear, don't call me that. Sure thing, honeybuns. Honeybuns. Naruto gagged, visibly disgusted by the word. The taller, bustier, outright jaw-dropping kimono-clad, katana-wielding femme walking by Naruto's left side placed a comforting hand on the boy's left shoulder. You will have to excuse her. It seems the years she's spent here have utterly obliterated any sense of decency within her. TCH. Katanoha-san. Iam almost literally spat the honorific. You should limit yourself to staying quiet and keep scaring men away. The Four Tails frowned in an adorable gesture of annoyance. I do not scare men away. Sure you do. Iam nodded fiercely. The moment you introduce Makoto-kun. Actually, now that I think about it, that pretty much scares everyone. Well, Katanoha seemed to be actually pondering it. It would not be appropriate if I allowed males to get too close. Makoto-kun would certainly not like that. She looked down at her trusty sekai bag. Right, dear. I.M. and Naruto shuddered together, and for once the young genin leaned close to the ramen girl for comfort. Needless to say, she eagerly responded with some more breast rubbing. Seriously, I.M. mused. I wonder if we should consider it an aura. Aura? Naruto inquired. A passive chakra-based supernatural technique. I.M. explained. Like the basic aura of seduction or Sayuri-sama's aura of inherent combustibility. Majuo. Aura of what? Inherent combustibility. I.M. repeated. It makes everything within Sayuri's line of sight flammable. Everything. Hua. Onii-chan. What does flammable mean? Naruto almost skipped a step. You like fire so damn much and you don't even know how it works. He paused. Whoa. Is it just me or that sounded awfully wrong somehow? It is definitely odd, Naruto being the responsible one. However, he put away the question to return to his initial inquiry. I.M. Chan. Yes, my sexy piece of man meat. Now that's just wrong, Naruto uttered. Much to his amusement, Konoha said the exact same words at the exact same time. His blue eyes meeting her dark ones, they shared a guilty smile soon followed by hearty chuckles, promptly interrupted by I.M. pulling Naruto closer to her and claiming his attention. I saw him first, she growled at her elder sister. Oh, please, it really makes me wonder how exactly you intended to make me do that. To you. I.M. thought about it for a while. Yeah, I guess I can't. After all, it was inconvenient for her to use Kitsune Jutsu in that form. Unless I knock you out first, Jay, you would render him unconscious and rape him. I feel I don't know you anymore, Konoha declared, resulting in I.M. puffing up her cheeks. It's not rape. The other two stared at the ramen girl as if she had just said the vilest thing. How exactly would that not be rape? Konoha demanded to know. Unconscious targets are considered willing targets. I.M. quoted sagely. It's right there in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Huh? Actually, I think it's in the player's handbook. Konoha countered. See, even better. You are using it in a completely wrong context. Unwilling sex is anything but magic. Oh, I can make it magic. I.M. chuckled in glee, utterly disturbing poor Naruto. Majuo, I'm lost. You're not the only one ... but somehow I feel it's not that bad. Kiba had to shake his head to clear his mind at the bizarreness of the whole thing. Oh oi, Naruto. Naruto froze on his tracks. He recognized that voice, and by the way his body began to shake, so did Sayuri. Naruto's fears were confirmed by the clearly apprehensive look on Konoha's lovely face. Ugh, she reflexively brought a hand down to reach her backsaw. I.M. sighed. Great. Naruto could feel his hairs stand on end and his pupils change to dark orange when flooded with blood and Yokai chakra. He shuddered as the savage, animal urge to flee took over him, the overwhelming feeling of repulsion dangerously close to emptying his stomach. Satisfied with Naruto's and his companion's undivided attention, Kiba stepped forward, walking across the unpaved street to get some much-needed answers. Naruto. Just what the hell, dog? Naruto and Sayuri screamed as one. WHH. Jaya. I.M. cried when Naruto, in his urge to run away, roughly pushed past her, sending her down on her butt. Everyone followed the trail of dust left by the orange-clad genin until he disappeared in the distance. Oh, just great. I.M. growled as she got back on her feet, lazily attempting to dust off the dirt off her clothes. And I was this close to scoring. Konoha raised an eyebrow. No, you weren't. You were as close to scoring as Sayoko-san is to killing herself. Oof, that's harsh, Nisan. Anyway, I have to go after him. Will you be okay on your own? Konoha's smile became a bit strained. I most certainly can handle dogs, I.M. She turned to give an odd glance at Kiba and his animal partner, even particularly unsightly ones. She might as well have shoved her katana down his throat. Ugh, okay, see you at Ikaraku's. I.M. turned to run after Naruto, only to be suddenly stopped by the taller woman. Wait, what? Reaching forward with her right index and thumb, Konoha pulled something off I.M.'s neck. Nothing. You had a bug. Shino could not be sure, but he felt like her eyes struck him for a split instant. It was enough to make him tense. I.M., who was obviously acquainted with the clans of Konohagakure and their abilities, smiled in acknowledgement. There was, indeed, a tiny black beetle on her elder sister's right hand. Whoa. You finally got that diploma from the Gasai Ueno Memorial Academy of Badassery. Just go already. Konoha deadpanned. And don't compare me with that nutcase. I.M. stared at her sister for a few eerily long seconds, her mouth agape. Did you just ... no? Just ... no. Forget it. I give up. I'm going now. A few seconds later, I.M. too was lost in the distance, leaving Konoha alone with the two boys from Team 8. Calmly, she reached with her left hand inside the right sleeve of her kimono, pulling, of course, another beetle. I take it these are yours, young man. She offered the insects to Shino. It is not a very nice thing to do, I must say. At Shino's silent command, the two animals flew off the kitsune's open hand back to their host's body, while the occasional curious eye shot a glance at the scene. Mostly attracted by the stunning looks of the elegant woman, they were basically undisturbed. What the hell? Kiba muttered. Konoha seemed to be more focused in the distant horizon than on the two genin. And now Naruto-sama is gone. This morning has been quite problematic, hasn't it? Shino actually blinked at that. Kiba just gaped. Nah, Naruto-sama. What the hell? He pointed at the kitsune with a trembling hand. Who are you? What's with you and Naruto? Oh, Konoha placed a hand on her chin, looking thoughtful. It was rather cute. I guess I can be civil to a dog for a change. What's it supposed to mean? Ignoring Kiba's outburst, Konoha properly bowed before the two genin. I am Naruto-sama's hardworking servant, Katsura Konoha. Pleased to make your no, forget it. Now, if you excuse me. The boys could do nothing but watch in silence as the woman disappeared in distance, obviously after her two missing companions. Kiba, what? I took a shower today, damn it. Maybe, but when was the last time you washed those clothes? Oh, fuck you, Shino. That is unimportant. We must now focus on the really important issue. Huh? The females who accompanied Naruto. Oh, right. That chick was, like, a total fox. I would, like, so totally hit that. Like the fists of an entire pantheon of angry gods. Silence. Huh? Right? Kiba added. Weirdo. I heard that. No you didn't. More silence. Of course I didn't. Shino's facial muscles made the motions equivalent to a roll of eyes. Whether he actually has eyes or not is a mystery for another time. Now, concerning the ladies, I am certain one of them was from the ramen stand Naruto frequents. Yeah, she's kinda cute, too, you know, but really, that other chick was just something out of this world. What was her name again? I did not catch it, for I was too busy staring at her humongous bazungas. Kiba chuckled. You were, weren't you? Yeah, I know the feeling. Yet even more silence. Shino slowly looked up at the canine on top of the quasi-canine. Akamaru, how can you deal with sharing every second of your existence with him? Wog. The puppy tilted its head, reflecting its lack of understanding. Figures. Shino rolled his eyes again and turned his back to the duo. Of course I remember her name. Kiba, I'm not you. Now, let's go. As intriguing as this is, we have a previous appointment. Such a fast run, without any warning or previous warm-up, was enough to leave even Naruto gasping for air after a while. Having found their way to a standard back alley between two large buildings, the boy seized the chance to hold his knees and catch his lost breath. Maju. The fugly dogs again. Naruto slowly shook his head. I've just realized. It was actually a good thing we met when we did and not before the prelims. Lunai. Nothing. It's nothing. He leaned on the wall behind him, a wall corroded by the action of water and age. The stench of forgotten trash permeated the whole place, a meaningless fact before Naruto's uncaring sensitivities. Now. The dogs are gone, Sayuri, so let's just relax and try to find Ayame-chan and Katono. Found ya. That was fast. Standing between Naruto and the comforting light of the world beyond the alley, Ayame faced him wearing a familiarly frightening expression. She was talking her time with each step, looking around their current stage with an amused eye. Not the place I would have picked for my first time. But I won't complain. Oh, shut it, Ayame. Naruto grimaced. Is there even anything else in your mind right now? Ayame grinned, placing her right hand on her hip. They were about 6 steps away from each other. Nope, at least, not for the next 2 weeks or so. It's the driving force of my existence, right above self-preservation. Naruto groaned. Just how did you find me so damn easily? Ayame chuckled. I'm a female kitsune in heat. That's everything you need to know. And now, whoa, Magia. Ayame had closed the distance between them faster than Haku through his mirrors. Naruto found himself pinned to the wall, held by Ayame's taller, warmer body. He almost shrieked like a little girl when he felt a clothed thigh pushing against his crotch. But the one thing that was about to drive him crazy was the tip of her nose and the touch of her lips on the right side of his neck, devouring his natural scent. Now. Let's do it now. Please. Naruto shuddered when she deposited a trembling, soft kiss on his neck. What about lunch? Lunch? Another kiss. Can wait. Another. Konoha can wait. And another. The world can wait. Pushing her chest against his, Ayame stood taller than him, looking down straight at his blue eyes. The way she licked her lips and barely contained desire made him feel really uneasy. The whole of her body, except for her arms and her left leg, were pressed against Naruto's smaller but bulkier frame. And what if? Naruto tried to avert his eyes, only for her left hand to reach for his chin and force him to meet her gaze. Their noses were almost touching. What if you know? I don't wanna. Iam's smile only got wider. What if? Grind. Naruto moaned. That does not. Grind. Moan. Stop me. Her sensuous motions easily rendered Naruto incapable of any form of bodily resistance. Let go, she whispered, never relenting on her eager rubbing, deaf to the shrieking complaints and demands of the real I am within the deepest recesses of her mind. She could feel her own body reacting in approval. See, this is something you want, too. I'll put the sensual in consensual, my dear. Ugh, Onii-chan. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. How could he have forgotten? Sayuri, Onii-chan. I dunno. I don't like this. I don't like her. Are you okay? Onii-chan. Should I burn her? Don't burn anything. With renewed enthusiasm, Naruto resumed his defense. I.M. had taken to nuzzling his left cheek and nibbling his ear in the meantime. I.M.chan. Can I say two things? Sure, I don't mind some dirty talk. Not even close. Oh, I.M.chan, stop licking me. Aren't you worried that Sayuri might you know? Burn you. I.M. ceased the licking but did not stop the nuzzling. I would lie if I said I'm not worried, but, as I said before, self-preservation is not my highest priority right now. That's harsh, Naruto muttered. And what about Konoha-san? What about her? I.M. stopped for a moment to give a hard stare at her chosen mate. Don't tell me you fell for her. I don't think I have to explain to you why in so many ways that is a bad idea. Ooh, no. Naruto made an odd face. But aren't you worried about what she might think? Not in the slightest. Not even if she's right behind you. I.M. rolled her eyes. Naruto, that's the oldest trick in the book. She's waiting for us at Ikaraku's. Right now you're all mine. She hissed, inching closer and closer to Naruto's lips, until she felt something very sharp and very dangerous caressing her neck. I never agreed to that, sister dear. Oh so I see. Hehe. I.M. chuckled nervously. Why do I have this thing on my neck? Naruto-sama does not seem comfortable in his current situation. As Naruto-sama and Urami-sama's servant, I saw it prudent to intervene. Damn you. Now, you don't really mean that, sister dear. I have never meant anything nearly as much as I meant that just now. You did not mean that either. I.M. gritted her teeth in an expression that utterly terrified little Naruto. It just did not belong to a human face. Let's just go get lunch already. The ramen girl sighed in defeat. I think I'm gonna die. It cannot be that bad. Shut up. I.M. hissed. Really, Ni-chan, I love you and everything, but please shut up. Naruto, too, sighed, albeit in relief. Kami, I'm gonna need so much ramen today. The two kitsune looked back at the boy with raised eyebrows. Ramen, do you really intend to? I.M. questioned. Naruto easily realized the issue at hand. Sayuri, would you disconnect yourself for a while? Why? Onii-chan's gonna eat Wayman. I want my Wayman too. It's Wally good. Naruto sighed. She won't disconnect. Well, I.M. continued. Somehow Naruto felt like she was actually enjoying herself. Then you know what that means. Naruto blinked. No way. I.M. nodded. Yes way. No way. I refuse. Not gonna happen. Yes it will. You will not. Don't say it. Naruto cried, his look of apprehension quickly becoming a desperate plea. If I mean anything to you, you won't say it. Konoha could only send her deepest condolences through her compassionate gaze. I.M., on the other side, seemed to have found her perfect revenge. Until Sayuri-sama is free from the seal, you will not eat any ramen, Naruto-kun. Somewhere within the Nara grazing grounds, a herd of deer idly paced around. Under the warmth of a gentle sun, the embrace of a cool breeze, the bounty of a sea of green grass under their hooves and the careful watch, the beautiful animals enjoyed a simple, enjoyable life. NNOO, triggering primal reactions within the wild creatures, the deer raised their heads as one to seek the potential threat. Possessed by a primordial fear, natural mechanisms honed by tens of thousands of years of evolution triggered the animals into action, the elders making a protective perimeter around their young, each and every single one of them ready to run for their lives if necessary. Their eyes were on the ominous sway of the leaves on the trees above, on the flocks of hundreds of birds driven to fly. They, too, terrified beyond belief by the horrible scream that could only represent despair itself. However, after the scream, there was nothing else. No abominable threat presented itself. There was nothing but silence and peace, far from the incessant activity of the human settlement. Slowly, very slowly, the eldest among the herd settled back into their previous grazing routine, followed by the youngest one by one until everyone was, once again, focusing on nothing else. Life went on, unabated, for the deer of the Nara grounds. Naruto felt awfully empty, like a man who, after weeks of being lost in the desert, having run out of food and water, decides to just give up and wait for the sweet, cold embrace of death. Naruto was slumped down against a tree in yet another random training area of Konohagakure. Only his right leg was stretched and his left arm was resting on his left knee. There seemed to be a lot of those training areas, that is. Muoni-chan, why didn't we have Wayman? I thought we would have Wayman. Naruto exhaled. Didn't you like that his body shook as if jolted by an electrical spark? It was not electricity, though. It was just despair. Teriyaki. Sayuri nodded joyfully. It was good. But Wayman's better. I know. Naruto buried his face in his hands and sobbed. I know. He wondered if Konoha had already disposed of his kitchen stock of instant ramen. Damn those evil and crazy women, they can't watch over me forever. With a defiant fist to the heavens, Naruto stoked the flames of his determination. But, he sighed. Under the shade of the tree he was sitting against, he could not bask in the soothing, comfortable warmth of the early afternoon. What do I do now? Naruto's face was unusually solemn. He seemed tired. Konoha was a no-no. I only have 9 days left before I have to fight that Neji. Fighting is bad. Naruto Nai-chan shouldn't fight. Naruto Nai-chan should be happy and play with Sayuri. Pray. You mean play. Play. Anyway, this is kind of a very, very important thing, Sayuri. I cannot back down from this. Okay. I believe Oni-chan. Thanks, I guess. Naruto sighed again. But what am I supposed to do now? I had this whole month to become stronger, but now I feel like I've only wasted my time. I haven't even learned a single jutsu. Oni-chan can summon Kitsune. Well, yeah, but that wouldn't be fair. He paused. Not that I really care about fairness, but the whole point of kicking Neji's ass is proving that I'm not a loser. I won't if I make a Kitsune beat him for me. I don't get it. Of course you don't. Naruto rolled his eyes. But Oni-chan only wants jutsu. Well, of course. I need new, cool stuff to beat that jerk. He paused. And what do you mean, only? That's easy. Azipiki. Sayuri knows jutsu. Sayuri can teach Oni-chan jutsu. Silence. Well, he cannot be blamed for that. Jutsu. Sayuri will teach Oni-chan really nice jutsu. Sayuri is not really helping the case much. Didn't Konoha say you just randomly set people on fire? He paused. Again. And why exactly am I complaining? What did you just say? The two boys shuddered together. Shino. The room's temperature just dropped, didn't it? Yes, it did. In fact, it's killing my hive. And it suddenly got kinda dark. It seems there's an unpredicted partial eclipse. Akamaru whined. The two boys and dog turned back to face the source of the new, unbridled terror that invaded them. Her lunch was left forgotten on a wooden tray in front of her. Her small hands gripped the sheets and threatened to tear them apart. Her short hair fell down her forehead, covering her bloodshot eyes. Sadako, I mean, Hinata. What did you just say? Hinata repeated, her voice frighteningly low-pitched and guttural. In all honesty, if she had suddenly spun her head 360 degrees, they would not have been surprised in the slightest. He said we met with Naruto on the way here. He was accompanied by the waitress from the ramen stand he frequents. Shino detailed. As if his words somehow carried a mysterious power over her, Hinata suddenly relaxed. The sheet sighed in relief. The planetary bodies returned to their proper positions in the sky, and the normal temperature was restored. I am Sin. Leave it to Hinata to know the name of the people in charge of Naruto's favorite place in the whole world. Shino nodded. They seemed rather close. I must say it was surprising. Rather close. Kiba gaped. The chick was all of Uog. Kiba bent forward and fell on the clean hospital floor in a fetal position, grunting and groaning after Shino punched him in the gut. Kai Kiba-kun. Hinata hurriedly looked over the edge of her hospital bed, shooting a concerned glance at her fallen teammate. Akamaru was barking complaints at the bug user. Do not mind him, Shino explained. He does not know what he is saying. Hinata nodded and eased back on the bed, looking still a bit uncertain. However, Shino's words possessed amazing dialectic powers. Fufuko. Shino eased back the foot with which he kicked Kiba's right side. Manners in front of the lady, Kiba. So Naruto-kun. Shino has always been a very perceptive person. I am sure he has been very involved with his preparation for the finals. Neither Kiba nor I had seen him since the preliminaries until yesterday. Yes, I guess Hinata muttered with a half smile. You should finish your meal, Shino suggested. Hi. Hinata nodded bashfully, picking the chopsticks and dropping them again. Shino-kun. Yes, what about the other woman? Silence. A crow cawed somewhere outside. Excuse me. Hiba, still on the floor, snickered. Heheho. Hiba-kun said Naruto-kun was accompanied by 2 women. Who was the second woman? Shino-kun. Shino released an exhalation. It was too quiet to be called a sigh. I do not know. It was not someone I can remember having seen before. Hinata frowned. Hiba-kun. Believe me, I would remember those. Oh. Damn it, Shino. So she's an unknown. Hinata voiced, her tone obviously one of worry. For a team specialized in recon, an unknown variable was always a worrisome thing. While a part of her, the weak, self-deprecating part of her, wanted to see a tempest in a glass of water, she forced herself to be objective. She would trust in the master of all things objective. Shino-kun, what can you tell us about this woman? She's skilled, Shino stated. She noticed the insects I had planted on both her and Onii-san. I would also suppose that there is a reason she carries a katana with her. The fact that she wears a kimono with the weapon speaks of her skill or at least of her confidence. What I do not get is the unusual instrument she held under her obi. Huh? Shino looked down at his male teammate. You didn't see the backsaw, did you? I throw your words back at you. I was too busy staring at her humongous O. Fuck you, SHINO. Fuck you. You kicked my fucking spleen. Oh, you did it again. AKAMARU, attack. The little white dog only tilted his head and whined. Shino almost looked smug. Unlike you, Akamaru knows prudence, and he does learn from his mistakes. He turned to Hinata. In any case, this woman is as perceptive as a highly skilled ninja, and it seems she can use bladed weapons. Also, as our partner here has so rudely tried to state, she is considerably beautiful. What I cannot make heads or tails of is her last statement. Excuse me, Hinata inquired. She claimed to be Naruto's servant. Whether this is something to be taken literally or it has a hidden meaning, I do not know. Hinata blinked. SSSCC servant. For some reason, her mind conjured images of a tall, beautiful girl clad in a French-made costume feeding Naruto his favorite ramen. Her face went whiter. Then, as if triggering an inherent defense mechanism, her mind changed the hypothetical woman for Hinata herself. Less than 5 seconds later, she was drooling like an imbecile. Hinata. I am listening. Really, I'm not imagining Naruto-kun bending me on top of a table or anything. Hinata claimed in response to Shino's call, waving her arms in front of her as fast as she could. Right, so what are we gonna do? Naruto was standing in the middle of a clearing, ready to try whatever Sayuri wanted to teach him. While he normally would be very excited at the prospect of learning a new technique, it was hard not to be a bit skeptical when his new teacher happened to be Higashiyama Sayuri. Well, Oni-chan doesn't have tails, so got it. It's gotta be the Pewetty beam. The what? The Pewetty beam. It's a beam, and it's PWETTY. Yeah, I had kind of figured that out already. It's big, and shiny, and it goes whoosh, and then everything goes white. Ooh, okay. So, how does this work? Note to self, come up with new jutsu name as soon as possible. Okay, hey. It's the first time Sayuri teaches. I'm Sayuri-sensei. Teehee. Cute. So, what do I do? Well, Oni-chan needs chakra. Like, all over. Sayuri will help. Sayuri will give Oni-chan a nitty bit of chakra. With a pulse of chakra that traveled beyond the clearing and into the sea of trees, Naruto found himself enveloped in the fiery coat of nauseous orange chakra. The almost physical pressure he still remembered from his experience inside the seal came back in full force, as the sheer power of Sayuri's mere existence threatened to push him down on his knees. Sayuri, stop. The fox girl did stop, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling but leaving the awesome cloak of chakra at Naruto's disposal. Majuo. Damn it, you call that an itty bit? Yup. Naruto growled. Damn you and your 9 tails. They're pewetty. Wiggle, wiggle. I hope nobody else felt that. As if on cue, all bird nests in a 50-meter radius fell off their places, the dead bodies of dozens of tiny winged creatures dragged down with them, their brains fried as if exposed to the world's largest cell phone. Ooh damn. Oh, it happened again. Excuse me. It happened all the time when I got Ma 9 tails. Uri-ni-chan told me Ma chakra makes the birdies fall asleep. Isn't that great? Naruto remained in stunned silence, coping with the painful, uncomfortable coldness in his heart at the raw, unbridled innocence in Sayuri's words. That Uri-ni-chan of yours, she's a really, really nice sister, isn't she? Sayuri loves Uri-ni-chan lots. Naruto had to hold back tears. He did not know what saddened him the most, Sayuri's innocence or his sense of detachment when presented with the mass murder of innocent avian wildlife. It was a good thing, though, that they were pretty far from inhabited Konoha. The pulse didn't travel that far, hence remained undetected. Naruto could, however, still see the face sculpted on the mountain just above the tree line. I see. Okay, so I'll release my chakra, too, all over my body, right? Yup. Taking a deep breath and relaxing both his muscles and posture, Naruto willed his chakra to flow. He had to give some credit to Jiraiya. Somehow that punch in the gut from the day they met had done wonders to his chakra control. Ever since he was taught about the chakra circulatory system during the prelims, he had a better idea of what exactly chakra flow meant. He could imagine his chakra flowing just like his blood, reaching every inch of his frame. More chakra, Oni-chan. Got it, got it. It really humbled him. He knew he had good chakra reserves, but the amount of it he was currently releasing was probably nothing for the little fox girl sealed in his belly. He opened the gates a bit further, allowing for a stronger flow. Is this enough? I guess. Could be better. Naruto muttered curses under his breath. Sure, keep rubbing it on my face, damn it. So, what now? What now? You have no idea of what you're doing, have you? Sayuri knows. The Pewetty beam. Sayuri just never really thought about how I did it, I just did it. I think I hate you more and more with every passing moment. Waju Oni-chan, you am weenie. Joking, joking. You know you're my best friend, as weird as that might be. Naruto chuckled amicably, to which Sayuri replied with a chuckle of her own. Now, really, try to think a bit more. I can wait. Oni-chan, I love you. I'll do my best. Therefore, Naruto was partial witness to the amazing spectacle of Sayuri doing something she was not really used to doing. Thinking hard. Ooh, money, yeah. Munya. Do you really have to make those weird noises? It's part of my character concept. What? Sayuri actually released a condescending sigh. Silly Oni-chan. Let Sayuri think. Okay. I'm so like that, and then Maju thinking is hard. I want to laugh at that sentence, but for some reason I just can't. Maju Sayuri doesn't get it, but Oni-chan's being a weenie. Sorry. Naruto chuckled. Maybe I can burn Oni-chan's meanness. Please don't. A few minutes later, Sayuri claimed to have a plan. With her strangely warm chakra cloaking him, Naruto was starting to seriously sweat. So we need to make the Pewetty bubbles. Bubbles? Yup, bubbles. Okay. So, how do we make these bubbles? Well, you kinda Maju, it's hard to explain you, like let go of your chakra and then take it back. Oh, I don't get it. Maju, it's like you let go but then you don't. You let go but don't really let go. Ugh, I think I get what you're trying to say, but can I do that? If I can do it, then surely Oni-chan can too. For some reason that doesn't really make me feel more confident. Maju, but let's see if I can work something out. Naruto had loads and loads of chakra running through his body, plus a layer of supremely powerful chakra to the point that it coated his body in orange. Sayuri was asking him to release it all to the exterior without losing control over it. Hence it wouldn't just disperse and be hopelessly lost. Naruto had absolutely no idea if that was even possible. Well, here goes nothing. With a wordless battle cry, Naruto willed his chakra to move. The workings of chakra were beyond him. He only had instinct, feel. He did not know how it was for everyone else. He did not know if it was because of Sayuri. But he had a very strong feel of his chakra. It was the first time he really paid attention to it. But it was almost comforting how it felt almost like water running through and over his body. Yes, the feeling was kind of liquid. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Naruto repeated himself like a mantra, for he was about to betray everything he thought he knew about chakra, which was not really much. And go. He willed his chakra to leave his body, to expand and disperse like any fluid released from its container. However, come back. Naruto could not possibly understand what happened. For a moment of perfect stillness, Naruto's last command struggled against the natural order of things. The tendrils of chakra eager to fade into the atmosphere froze like orange jelly icicles as the opposing forces, one physical and the other spiritual, tore them apart from the inside out. The opposing forces, away and towards Naruto's body, finally balanced each other out and cancelled, leaving only centrifugal forces. The continuous mass of chakra broke apart into dozens of separate constructs that rotated around Naruto like satellites, all of them immediately reshaping itself into the most balanced shape they could conceive. Whoa bubbles. Wow hi. Pewetty bubbles. Shiny. Wiggle, wiggle. It was certainly a beautiful show. The thin chakra structures reacted in strange ways under the sunlight, creating radiant displays of alien color and luster. That was surprisingly easy. Naruto muttered in disbelief. Of course it was easy. It's Majutsu. Sayuri, possessor of far more chakra and far less control than Naruto, explained. It made sense that the only jutsu she could pull off are those so pathetically easy that even Sayuri can do them. It was the negative consequence of becoming a Nine-Tails at the age of 101. It makes one wonder why Sayuri of all people is the only being who has thought of releasing her chakra before shaping just to see what happens. Probably it is just that everybody assumes it would be nothing but a waste. That somehow actually makes sense. Naruto agreed. So, what now? We shoot these things. Nope. Oni-chan has to gather all the shiny bubbles to make the big shiny ball. That's kinda hard. So, gather them. Naruto soon realized why Sayuri said it was kinda hard. The small chakra bubbles liked being bubbles, apparently. They just did not want to merge. At the same time, he willed the smaller objects into the gathering. He had to exert mental pressure on the thing so that it would not explode on his face. He had the hunch Sayuri was actually somehow helping him. It was difficult, but far from impossible. He was sweating torrents by the time he was done, though. At some point, the whole thing had become an unnervingly pitch black. Well, haha, it's done, Huff. Now tell me what to do with it before I lose it. Make it tiny. Excuse me. Make it tiny like the Pewetty bubbles. You're joking, right? Nope. I can't do that. Magia. Why not? I can barely keep it like this. No way in hell I can compress that thing. Whoa. Naruto refocused on the chakra ball, which had been bloating dangerously due to his loss of concentration. That was close. Don't say that, Oni-chan. I'm sure Oni-chan can do it. I can do it. It doesn't really have that much chakra. It should be easy. Naruto growled and cursed. I'm only a human, you know. Moo, Oni-chan. Just do it. Okay. Sheesh, women, Naruto grumbled before getting to it. Urami was immersed in a bit of light reading. Waiting for the call to lunch, it was a bit delayed, actually, when the sliding door to her bedroom opened, revealing the tall figure of her guardian/maid. Thank you for the hard work. She got nothing in response but a smack on the head. That's for not warning me this was going to happen. Urami-sama. The two tails muttered something inaudible. She couldn't help but take a look at the all-too-familiar sports bag. You really never let go of that thing, do you? Of course not. Makoto-kun and I will be together until the end of our days. Urami made an odd face. Doesn't she even realize his days were over a pretty long time ago? I think Naruto-sama and Makoto-kun will become good friends. It must be uncomfortable for Makoto-kun being surrounded by nothing but females the whole time. Humans also need same-gendered friends, you know. Urami rolled her eyes. Please refrain from trying to get them together. I don't want my Naruto-sama to be scarred for life. Urami-sama, that's rude. Makoto-kun and Naruto-sama got along just fine. They couldn't have gotten along in the slightest. The very act of getting along implies interaction. Urami-sama gets along with Makoto-kun, Katanoha pouted. As long as you keep it inside that bag. Him, Urami-sama. As long as you keep him. Urami stared at her attendant for a long moment. I need some fresh air. Opening the door, she was stunned by meeting an overly familiar face. Her nose not more than an inch from hers. Yo. After the initial shock, the flustered Urami quickly escaped 3 steps away. Yuria, she hissed. Just what are you trying to do? I live to please. The older sister was grinning maliciously. Yo, Katanoha. Yuria-sama. The taller woman bowed politely. That's some fantastic tail power there. Ahaha, thanks. Yuria grinned widely, scratched the back of her head. That's when Urami noticed. Urami was exactly 10 centimeters taller than Yuria. There was no way her sister should be able to stand nose to nose with her. To solve this apparent impossibility, Yuria resorted to standing on her long and surprisingly strong tails. Her feet weren't touching the floor in the slightest. That's a curious trick you got there, sister, Urami stated as she, after regaining her composure, walked past her and outside her bedroom as originally intended. Yuria grinned some more and followed Urami, using her tails as some sort of pseudopodia. Yeah, you may call me Doc Yuria, the 3 tails grinned. Wouldn't want me to smack your face with one of this, huh? Urami said nothing, but saw the wisdom in her sister's words. Physical attacks with those tails would surely carry a lot of power. Urami also knew for a fact that Yuria had been using chakra the whole morning for the punishment she inflicted upon Yurio. So how was it? Katanoha, who was following Urami, and the tail walker from a distance, smiled gently. Naruto-sama is a fine young man, well-mannered in a curiously rustic way, very energetic, very strong, outstanding reflexes, outstanding chakra capacity. I am still amazed by that shadow clone technique. It is a fascinating technique, that one, Urami admitted. Indeed. Huh? What's that about? Yuria inquired. Naruto-sama has a ninja technique that allows him to create perfect corporeal duplicates of himself. They are extremely fragile, but, besides that, they are identical to the original. Oh, the shortest girl mused. Cool. So, Urami insisted. Can you get him ready to win his fight? Definitely not. Urami stopped. She turned around to look at her guardian. Explain. Urami-sama, I cannot correct years of deficient learning in a week. Kitsune jutsu are out of the question, and so is my kenjutsu. There is absolutely nothing I can teach that boy, especially not when he is lacking in so many areas. As he is right now, he doesn't stand a chance unless he uses the easy way out. Noticing the inquiring looks on the two sisters' face, Konoha sought out a place to sit. The Higashiyama shrine consisted of a complex of traditional wooden houses separated by zones of pristine greenery. To minimize stepping on the grass and flowers, cobbled stone paths connected the different houses, with the occasional stone bench every here and there. Konoha picked one of these. Urami claimed the one in front, across the 2 feet wide stone path. Yuria stood behind Urami's bench, leaning forward. Naruto-sama could easily summon me and ask me to defeat his opponent in his stead. It's a perfectly valid strategy, and it would guarantee his victory. There is no human that can avoid the bloody conclusion. I do not think Naruto-sama wants to kill anyone, Urami stated. Konoha shrugged. In any case, summon Kitsune would allow him to win very easily, but I am sure you know Naruto-sama will never do such a thing. Urami didn't say anything. He did not say it himself, but I could tell. This fight is of personal significance to him. She chuckled. He is in many ways like Yuria-sama. It is quite unsettling, Urami-sama. Shut up, Urami moaned. That was a thought she really wanted to avoid. I do remember the reports my sister sent on his development, Konoha explained. Rock bottom, dead last of his class. Subpar taijutsu, chakra control and throwing accuracy. The circumstances of his graduation still remain unknown. By all means, he should not have passed the Shinobi Academy. Quite sad if you ask me. Yuria had never paid attention to those reports. The only thing she had needed to know was that some human boy named Naruto had her little sister inside him. Period. It is most unfortunate that my sister did not manage to get much on his growth after graduation. Konoha continued. What we know is that he has somehow made it to the final step to rise to the next ninja rank. If I had to guess, I would say it's been a combination of decent teamwork, sheer determination and raw luck. But now he has to face a Hyuga. Knowing that neither of the lilies would understand what that meant, she further explained. The Hyuga are the most prominent family in Konohagakure, and the closest thing to nobility Konoha currently has. Their reputation in combat comes from their unique eyes, the Byakugan, which allow them, among other things, to see in all directions and with very long range, and to see the flow of chakra within living beings. They have developed a very special taijutsu style, Juuken, which uses their special eyes and their skillful chakra control to restrict the opponent's chakra flow and damage internal organs with even the lightest touch. From what I learned from Naruto-sama, I can infer that his opponent is a boy very skilled for his age. A young genius of the Hyuga clan, I would say, blessed with enviable talent and a particularly acute pair of Byakugan. Urami clenched the hem of her yukata. She could feel the oppressive aura her sister released at the sound of that word. Naruto-sama wants to prove that his hard work and determination can defeat natural talent. He wants to prove that, if he wants to, he can do even what at first glance seems to be impossible. He wants to prove that nobody but himself determines whether he's a winner or a loser. And that's why he won't take the easy way out. Silence permeated the air around them, charged with an intangible tension. Urami clenched her hands, gripping the fabric of her yukata. She was feeling more than a bit uncomfortable by Yuria's presence behind her. It was not the first time Urami had felt it, of course, but it was especially unnerving being that close. So you're saying he's got no chance? Yuria's voice was more a menacing growl. Aimed at Konoha, it felt like the swordswoman's life depended on her answer. Konoha, in no way fazed by the younger Kitsune, returned Yuria's glare with her usual calm, collected face. I said I cannot help him. That will not stop Naruto-sama from trying. He will do his best. We can only hope he finds an answer I could not give him. The heavy silence persisted only until pierced by an external source. Urami-chan, Yuria-chan, Konoha-san, lunch is ready Hawa. Yuria had to sigh at that. Hello to you too, Yurin. Hawa Onii. The second oldest of the lilies rubbed her sore head with her left hand. Her 5 caramel tails sprawled all around her on the wooden floor. She was chuckling, taking the fall, like all of her frequent falls, with plenty of humor. Yurin is unique in that she's the only one in her family whose dark brown fur is of a different color than her natural human hair. She had black hair that flowed freely down her back until the last 7 or so centimeters, where the ends were tied into a single, thin tail. 2 additional braids went down her front all the way until her waist, tied with white tape around halfway down. She had the traditional carmine eyes of her clan, too. They shone with joyful radiance, the eyes of a woman with the soul of a child. You okay? Yuria intervened, walking away from Urami and towards her elder sister, who had remained seated on the floor, her legs to the sides. She was wearing blue silk pants. Hawawa and fine. Yurien smiled. It was a smile laced with sweetness nobody else Yurien knew could hope to match except maybe her niece Chiiri. Yurien looked down at her cleavage. Yurien's breasts softened the fall. I can't believe you just said that. Teehee. Yurien lightly tapped her head with her knuckles. She fixed her white kimono shirt, making sure it did not show more cleavage than it was meant to. Satisfied with the result after smoothing a few wrinkles on her pants, she got back on her feet, towering 25 centimeters over little Yuria. Mom, another familiar voice arrived, announcing itself somewhere far behind Yurien's back. What's taking you so, Jay? Yuria titled her body to the left to look past her sister. Hello to you too, Yurio. Stay away from me, eek. At a speed that astounded everyone present, one of Yuria's tails grew at least 6 times its length to tickle the skin under Yurio's chin. Ah, sorry. My tails sometimes act as if they had minds of their own. They seem to like you, Yuria smoothly commented while her tail retracted back to its original length. Bitch, Yurien's black-haired daughter spat under her breath. So, Yurimi intervened before things went out of hand. Lunchtime, I presume, Yurien Nisama. That's just right, Yurimi-chan. Yurien turned her back to her younger sister to make her way back to the dining room. Let's go Hawa. Massive wincing ensued. Yurio sighed. Mom, Yuria chuckled. Don't worry, Ryo-chan. Her breasts softened the fall. Hawala. There was silence in the clearing. Naruto had his everything put into keeping the small chakra core stable. He had surprised himself by managing to downsize the original chakra sphere into an object the size of an eyeball. However, he could feel his veins throbbing under his forehead and the sweat trailing down his body. It was very demanding. Easy, but demanding. Hey, Sayuri, I've been wondering. This thing, it's black, right? Yup, it's pewetty. Shiny. Exactly. How can a black object be shiny? Majiwu. Why not? It's shiny. That's the problem. It shouldn't be shiny. But it is. But it shouldn't. Black objects do not reflect light, they absorb it. Well, unless it's some sort of metallized stuff or something I think, but this isn't metal. Hell, it isn't even solid. Did isn't even matter? He paused to take in oxygen. Even worse. For some reason this thing is all pushing me down and stuff. Look, even the ground is cracking under my feet. It's like some sort of wacky anti-gravity pull. He paused again, this time to frown. And since when do I understand crazy-ass physics? What the hell am I talking about? What the hell is going on? Oni-chan, the ball. Fuck. Naruto hurriedly returned to taking care of the chakra sphere. Phew, that was close. Good call, Sayuri. Oni-chan, you're really weird sometimes. I know, I don't recognize myself anymore. Naruto rolled his eyes, in yet another out-of-character display of responsible mental development. And you're the last person I will take that from. So he made a gesture with his head, pointing at the sphere. What now? Eat it. Silence. A flock of crows flew somewhere in the distance, cawing in a rather annoying manner. What? Eat it. Sayuri plainly repeated. More silence. No, I think I wasn't clear enough. What? Eat it. Hell no. Eek. Maju Oni-chan skod me what's hong. What's wrong? Naruto cried back in furious exasperation. You asked me to eat this thing. It's the next step. I can't eat this thing, Sayuri. Munai. Why not? What do you think will happen if I eat it? It gets big inside Oni-chan and makes Oni-chan big and wound. It will be funny. Funny. Lethal funny. Naruto shouted. It would kill me. No. Sayuri was shaking her head stubbornly. It doesn't hoot Sayuri. Why would it hoot Oni-chan? Naruto felt a very strong urge to bury his face in his palms. He forced himself to calm down. I'm not eating that thing, Sayuri. Then how is Oni-chan gonna make the pewetty beam? Naruto's sweat dropped. Just how does that work anyway? Well, I eat it and keep my mouth ali shut. When I open my mouth, the pewetty beam comes out. It's pewetty. You say that word way too much. Naruto muttered in response. However, he got the idea. He could see how and why it would come out as a beam. It's sorta like a balloon. Majuo. He stared at the chakra core. He had to replace his own body with something else to contain the sphere. A shadow clone would not work, for obvious reasons. The other obvious solution was chakra, but he needed a cover strong enough to contain the sphere and its growth. Sayuri, I need your chakra. Munai. Sure. Much to Naruto's satisfaction, Sayuri did learn from previous experiences, better controlling her chakra release this time. Happy to know no more wildlife would be accidentally slain that day, Naruto got to work, directing Sayuri's, now his, chakra from his hands towards the tiny sphere floating in front of him. It amazed him how ridiculously easy to control this orange chakra was. Sayuri's control is simply abysmal. Naruto nodded in satisfaction when he had a sphere of orange chakra with diameter approximately equal to his own height plus a head. He did not know how big that tiny ball would get before he fired it, after all. It was a surprising display of forethought. He's been making a lot of surprising displays these past 2 days. Alright, let's hope this thing works. Wow, the Tiwari beam. Oni-chan, you're really smart. Whoa, I'm fairly sure that was the very first time somebody said that to me. Let's hope it won't be the last. Wow, hi. Wiggle, wiggle. Taking a deep breath, Naruto focused on his two creations. He could actually hear the drum roll in his mind. Release control of the ball. Open a hole in the shell. Release ball. Open hole. Release. Open. Release. Open. Alright. Naruto slapped his cheeks. Oh. Ahaha, sorry. Naruto refocused. Alright, let's do this. And Maju Sayuri ignored the bit of pain on her own cheeks and focused on the matter at hand. 2. Ni Oni-chan. What are you gonna hit with the Piweti beam? Those fugly faces on the mountain. Go. Wait, Unfortunately, his mind reacted to both Sayuri's words and his commands, releasing the high-density chakra sphere, and opening a hole on the outer orange chakra shell aimed straight at the Hokage mountain. That was as far as Naruto managed to say before the world became white. He managed to think a lot, though. It came out. I hate you. I hate you so much. So very much. So much my skin hurts. No, wait, that's my skin being fucking disintegrated. Majuo, Aburam Shino truly cared for his teammates. However, he was not one to play matchmaker. He did hope Hinata would one day find the guts to speak her mind, but he would not help her. She had asked him to keep tabs on Naruto and this mysterious woman. He would do it, not for Hinata, but because it was his job, information gathering. Also, there was just something about that woman that made both him and his hive feel uneasy. It had nothing to do with her jaw-dropping bust. Really, this was one of those times in which he wished his insects could actually speak. So what now? Tiba, hands behind his head on puppy on top, wondered. Yamanaka flower. Tiba stared oddly at his partner. Ino. Yes. Why the hell? Shino was about to deign himself to answer. The hive would not let him. Like an icy arrow to the chest, the entire insect colony cried as one, for they were one. Duck, Shino yelled. It was the loudest he had ever spoken. It was loud enough to stun his partner or more like worry him. No, Shino. Tiba pointed at the pet shop they were passing by. Those are rabbits. In the blink of an eye, the white beam of pure, condensed chakra struck the right cheek of the first Hokage, and the village hidden in the leaves was cloaked in white. Hundreds of villagers, both civilian and shinobi, cried in unison when they were struck both blind and deaf by the light and subsequent explosion. About 1,700 meters west from the mountain, Naruto was blown backwards by Newton's third law, the intense heat released by the now unstable chakra core searing his skin. All windows in a 600-meter radius shattered and rained upon the populace of Konohagakure. The most fragile houses in the vicinity of the mountain collapsed as an aftereffect of the concussive wave generated by the explosion. The beam easily melted through the solid rock, boring through the Shodai Hokage's face with utmost ease. While the venerable face of the founder of Konoha cracked and fell apart, the Piweti beam followed with its ascending trip by trimming the spiky locks of the Nidaime. The quasi-pyramidal rocks joined the rain of debris caused by the total destruction of the Shodai's face. Fortunately, most of these larger rocks fell on the small forested area behind the administration building. Unfortunately, they fell close enough to scare the shit out of the third Hokage and his employees, as well as drown them in a cloud of dust. The next victim was the Sandaime's face. However, the weakened and unstable beam, instead of piercing through like it did with the other two, began to tilt and trace an irregular line on its surface. It managed to break the nose before giving away and ceasing its path of destruction with a mighty explosion that finished the job with the third face. The Yondaime was the only fortunate one. Curiously enough, it took a few seconds for every person to realize it was over. When it happened, there was chaos, a threnody of voices with mixed thoughts and words, all riddled with a single emotion. Terror. What the hell was that? It's the Russians. The Russians are here. What the hell is a Russian? The Uchiha have risen from their graves to kill us all. And they have lasers. Zombie laser UCHIHAS. It's Godzilla. Godzilla, I tell you. My ex has gone insane. She's gonna kill us all. Finally, my dark sexual rituals have paid off. Go, Azathoth, raise the world to ashes. Help me Eirin. Shino and Kiba were slowly getting back on their feet, their honed senses carefully looking for a threat that did not exist. Kyuubi has returned to finish the job. We're all gonna die. A man to Shino's left screamed. The bug user almost sighed. Do you see a giant fox somewhere around here? Eh? The man desperately looked for the gigantic frame of the nine-tailed demon fox as he remembered. The awareness of its absence did not relieve him in the slightest. Shino actually frowned when the man's drooling face became a rictus of abject horror. Oh my god, Kyuubi is invisible. There is no hope. Shino face-bombed. What the fuck was that? What makes you think I know? Shino responded to Kiba's low-voiced question. Let's go. We have to find Kurenai-sensei. We'll have to help calm the civilian population. It is up to the ANBU to deal with whatever did this. Yeah. The two made to the rooftops and towards the first place they could think of, the administration building. Their eyes were on the cracking faces and the large chunks of rock raining down upon the village. Oh, pain, agony. Naruto was buried face down in a nearby formation of bush in the forest beyond the clearing where he had been training. Unburying his head from the greenery, his keen eyes easily noticed the disaster he had unleashed upon Konoha via the mountain-tall cloud of dust and debris, and the unrecognizable features of the monument. Holy, flying, fuck, Boo Sayuri made her voice known again. See, not enough chakra. Something within Naruto died a very horrible, violent death. Some would call it his innocence, but it really was not that. What? If I had done it then it wouldn't have come out like that. Sayuri explained smugly, or as smugly as Sayuri can be. There would have been a Wea Hally Big Boom, and that's it. And there would not be a mountain left, or a village, and the forest would be on fire. That's not something to be proud of. Yuck. Majuu. Naruto suddenly reached a very important conclusion. The Yondaime had done the entire world a very big favor. But Oni-chan really got it. That's good, White. Oni-chan learned the Pewetty Beam. The Oni-chan. The Pewetty Beam. Wasn't it great? It wasn't great at all. Look at what it did. Oh god, I hope nobody got hurt. Ayame idly patted her father's shoulder. He was on his knees, his face buried in his hands. He was crying inconsolably. The girl's face was strangely solemn, as if trying to make something of the bizarre reality she was facing. Their house, their pride, was in ruins, crushed by the third Hokage's nose. Curiously enough, the ramen restaurant was mostly intact. It was the rooms beyond which had been reduced to broken debris. She knew there was something hilarious in watching your home and almost everything that is important to you being crushed by a giant nose. But she guessed chuckling would be a very bad idea. The customers who had been present when the tragedy occurred stepped closer to comfort the broken man. Meanwhile, Akitsune's gears were turning fast. The only reason she did not smile was because it would have been unsightly under the circumstances. I can work with this, she muttered only to herself. Within the deep recesses of the twofold mind, much to the true Ayame's fear, one Katsura Kokoro was cackling maniacally. Naruto-kun, you've just got yourself a roommate. But it was Oni-chan who aimed that way. But I didn't want to. Whoopsies. I hate my life. Naruto shook his head. Anyway, I can't use that against Neji. Why not? Are you really asking? Naruto's mind voice exclaimed. I don't want to blast away my village in the process. Or Neji. Then why did Oni-chan ask Sayuri to teach him jutsu? Sayuri only knows jutsu that make things explode. Or people. Or set them on fire. Naruto twitched. What do you? He paused. Okay, I set that one upon myself. His danger sense warned him of an incoming threat in time for him to hide in the bushes right before a squadron of 4 ANBU arrived on the scene. Oh shit. It was not very hard for them to find the place. They only had to follow the direction the white beam came from until they found a smoking crater. While they made an initial examination of the clearing, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Alright, they're ANBU. I can get away from these guys, I've done it before. 2 more figures showed up in the clearing, one clearly smaller than the other. I'm so completely and utterly fucked. Jayo, dogs, they must. You're not burning anyone. Majuu, Inuyukatsume and Kiramaru sniffed the air together, which only led to the two of them frowning pronouncedly. Or at least what passes for frowning on a dog. Kiramaru, yes, me too. What is it? A tiger-masked ANBU, apparently the one in charge of the team of 4, inquired. The Inuzuka Jounin stared down at her canine partner. We have nothing. We have our own scent, and those of you 4, as well as the smoke here. We can barely feel anything besides that. Kiramaru explained, looking up at Tsume, who nodded in agreement. Either something here is somehow dampening our senses of smell, Tsume continued, or whoever did this managed to eliminate all traces of himself and everything around us, for that matter. In the distance, Naruto was worried. They should have found me by now. What are they talking about? What Naruto did not know was that the pretty beam destroys everything in its way. Everything means everything. That includes any and all volatile odorant molecules in the air. The higher concentration in the firing point further extends this effect for a short period of time after firing. Talk about a convenient jutsu. What Naruto did know is that, if he had not been found, then he had a chance. Grinning to himself and praising his intermittently superb stealth skills, Naruto made his way around the perimeter of Konoha. However, he was not stupid not so stupid so as to not keep in mind that it would be a matter of time before someone showed up before him to ask him question. After all, he was the #1 suspect of anything and everything wrong that happened in his village. He needed an alibi. He called it an excuse, of course, as he does not know the word alibi. Ka-whoosh. Wow, hi, I did it. Wiggle, wiggle. What the hell was that? Sayuri burned the scene weakline. Why? The what? Wait, you know what? Forget it. Let's just go. Ka-whoosh. Why? Again. Whatever you're doing, stop it. After it became clear that they were dealing with an isolated event instead of a full-scale attack, the shinobi's job became considerably easier. Still, dispelling the atmosphere of fear that permeated the streets of Konoha was not something that could be done in an hour or two, much less half. So what now? Inuzuka Kiba inquired. They had barely spoken with Kurenai long enough for her to give them the obvious instructions and disappear via Shunshin. Shino did not respond, for his eyes were following the incoming path of the 2 male members of Team 10. He noticed they were coming from the main disaster area, the foot of the Hokage mountain. He only opened his mouth when Shikamaru and Chaoji stopped on the same rooftop as him and his teammate. Your orders? Shikamaru shrugged. We were supposed to help clear the debris over there. Shino did not need to inquire to get further explanation. Nothing much we can do, really. Civilian volunteers directed by the ADC are handling it, and there's a horde of Naruto clones helping. I swear I saw like 100. Oi, guys. From the opposite direction came the 2 currently healthy females amongst the rookie 9. Ignored by her Jounin teacher and forgotten by her teammates, Haruno Sakura found herself with a sudden increase in her free time. Not having anything better to do, she seized the chance to rekindle her old friendship with Yamanaka Ino. The attack had caught them by the counter of the Yamanaka flower shop, putting a loud, messy end to their girl talk. What's up, Shino-kun? Ino heartily greeted the bug user, her full-toothed smile almost blinding in its radiance. Shino-kun. These were the thoughts of everyone present. Echanandi. Shino made a wordless noise and pointed behind him at the remains of the Hokage mountain, with 2 of its faces utterly destroyed and another getting an army haircut. Yeah, we kinda noticed it already. Ino turned to her lazy partner. Did you meet with Asuma-sensei? Yeah, Shikamaru responded caustically, rolling his eyes. What took you so long to show up anyway? Sensei wasn't happy. Well, what do you think? Ino stubbornly placed her hands on her hips. The explosion made the shop a big mess. There was nothing but dirt and broken pottery and flowers spilled everywhere. And then we had to calm down the neighbors. Sakura intervened. Yeah, that too. Sheesh, going off with silly crap about Kyubai's return or something. Well, Chaoji made quick work of a potato chip. That was no ordinary jutsu, that's for sure. I know that. But really, do you see a big-ass fox of doom somewhere out here? Ino insisted. Kiba chuckled. Maybe he's invisible. He mouthed so that only Shino noticed. Anyway, Shikamaru continued. Sensei asked us to help clean up the debris, but that job's pretty much taken by Naruto and the ADC. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed. He is. Her surprised expression soon changed to unexplainable anger. That little arg. What? Ino honestly wondered. What do you mean what? Sakura barked back. I haven't seen the little idiot this entire month. And now he shows up like that. Ino frowned. So what? I'd say the guy's been busy. He has to fight that Hyuga Neji, right? And now he's come back from his training to help Konoha. Shino continued. Which, I may add, is what we should be doing. Kiba grinned. That's kinda cool from the idiot, huh? Akamaru nodded in agreement. Ino turned from Kiba to Chaoji, who, she noticed, was about to speak as he had stopped emptying his current bag of chips, especially since the civilians are blaming him for that much. For some reason. Wait, what? Surprisingly enough, this was Ino. Yup, Shikamaru nodded. Pretty nasty words they were throwing at him back there. And rocks, too. Troublesome stuff. I don't think the real Naruto was there, though. Only clones. The ADC got rid of the nastier guys. Naruto's pretty much cleaning the whole damn thing by himself. Ino gasped in outrage. Are they stupid? I know Naruto's done his share of pranks, but really, you'd need some serious firepower to do that. She debated, pointing at the damaged monument. So, what did he do? Kiba asked. The usual. Shikamaru replied. Forced laughter, stupid grin, back to job. Pretty mature if you ask me. Realizing she did not have any support in her latest temper tantrum, Sakura wisely chose to shut up. She still was unreasonably angry at Naruto, though. The following minutes were a discussion of what the rookies should do. Their Jounin teachers were busy meeting with the Hokage and his advisors, discussing the plans for the aftermath of this mysterious event. Aid would have to be provided to those who lost their homes or workplaces. Communication would be crucial to calm down the scared citizens and ensure that no invisible Kyuubi had not returned with a vengeance. Plans had to be made to restore the monument. While at first glance it seems a monumental waste of money, the fact remained that the mountain was the symbol of Konohagakure and its banner of strength. The symbolic significance of the destruction of the faces was a blow to the people's morale. The only thing comparable would be, like, kidnapping all of Konoha's messenger birds and make them crash on the Hokage Tower until it toppled down or something. The point is, the attack made Konoha seem vulnerable. It was an insult to its pride and history, hence, it had to be corrected. Unfortunately, it was obvious to anyone that the faces could never be restored in time for the Chunin finals. The honored dignitaries would be welcomed by 2 inexistent faces and Nidam. The exams could not be postponed or cancelled, so this would be a blow Konoha would have to face. Sarutobi knew he would be the target of many taunts and sneers very soon. The most the rookies could do was to deal with any outbursts of civilian unrest and wait for further instructions. Hey, did you say the IDC? Ino suddenly wondered. Shikamaru nodded. Well, if they know how to blow shit up, they surely must know how to clean up the mess afterwards. Amino nodded, satisfied. Makes sense. So if Naruto the real one, if Naruto isn't there with them, then where is he? Shikamaru shrugged. Hey, I just said I think he's not there. It's not like I can distinguish the clones from the real one. Not even my beetles can. Shino interjected. It is an impressive technique. Kiba released a naughty grin. Maybe he's still with the hot chick. Silence. Shino slowly, very slowly, clenched and flexed his hands, doing the inhumanly possible not to close them around his teammate's neck. They were supposed to wait until they were alone with Ino. Sakura blinked. What? Naruto nodded to himself as yet another shadow clone dispersed. It was a good idea to send those to help clear up the mess. As expected, more than a few people were blaming the demon brat for this latest event. It was mildly amusing to know that, for once, they were right. It had been a devastating sight. He would have to make it up in some way to those that got hurt. It was somehow relieving that there were no casualties reported so far. Lots of property damage, though. In yet another training area, this one as far from ground zero as topologically possible, Naruto pondered his next move. He had learned a new jutsu which, for very obvious reasons, he could not use. Needless to say, he would save it for whenever he needed to obliterate a few acres of land. Or a really big enemy. Konoha's concluding remarks resounded in his tormented mind. My most profound apologies, Naruto-sama, but, as you are right now, there is nothing I can do for you. Not only are your skills lacking, Urami-sama has obviously overestimated my own. Nothing I know I can teach you in time for you to use it at your upcoming fight. Naruto admired and appreciated Konoha's humility and honesty. He really did. But that did not change the fact that it sucked. Oh, Oni-chan. Be happy. I don't like it when Oni-chan's all sad. It makes Sayuri sad. Sayuri, I have nothing. Naruto went emo for an instant there. Konoha-san pretty much said I can't beat Neji. She said I suck. Sayuri doesn't care if Oni-chan's bad at fighting. Sayuri still loves Oni-chan lots. Naruto twitched. Thank you, Sayuri. I feel much better now. Really? Wow, hi. Absolutely not. Ti. Majuu. How? What do I do now? He didn't regret leaving Jiraiya, because, really, the cliff thing was just wrong. But he was simply out of ideas. Who could teach him cool techniques to beat Neji with only 8 days left? Our tails are the channels through which we direct out chakra. Without tails, I simply cannot teach you even the simplest energy technique all Kitsune know, the Kitsune fire. You clearly say you know no other techniques, from which I infer you have to skill with ninja illusory techniques. Without even that, it's pointless to try to teach our Kitsune illusory arts. Enchantments are simply out of the question. The only other thing I know is Kenjutsu, and that cannot be taught in a week. Is there really nothing I can do? Maybe I can turn Oni-chan into a Kitsune. Please don't. Naruto immediately responded in a deadpan tone. Majuu half Kitsune. No, Majiraru. But there has to be a way. Naruto returned to his musing. I must become stronger. Why not try summoning? Yeah. Like, summon Kitsune until we find one that can teach Oni-chan cool things. Naruto was about to retort, but he found himself making a pause. That's actually a pretty good idea. No, it is not. Why? Sayuri helped Oni-chan. Teehee. Wiggle, wiggle. Of course, they failed to realize that so far Naruto had only summoned friendly Kitsune, who were actually on their side. Even then, Naruto still almost got killed. What if the next Kitsune he summoned was not as nice? What if the next Kitsune could not care less about Naruto? What if he or she tried to manipulate Naruto, like, Kitsune often do? Then again, it is Naruto and Sayuri. That does not make things much better. In fact, she probably makes things worse. Yosh, let's do it. Wally, summon a new F-Wind. Right? Kuchiyos no Jutsu. The cloud of smoke that emerged was surprisingly small. So was the silhouette Naruto managed to see within the smoke. He at least got a gender when the one hidden in smoke spoke. It was a clearly feminine voice. For an instant, he wondered just where all the male Kitsune were. Then there were her words. Uest. Ha. When the smoke dispersed, it revealed an unusual sight. She was in her full human form, her ears and tail being absent. Her shoulder-length hair was adorned by a big red ribbon, and she was wearing a plain white sundress. A pair of big blood-red eyes stared at Naruto in plain astonishment. Huh? Did you summon me? Naruto blinked, and spoke without thinking. No surprise there. Damn, you're tiny. Punition. Next thing he knew, Naruto was being electrocuted. Gwaeog. Majiu. The tiny fox girl rolled her eyes as she moved her hand away from Naruto's body. Too loud. It's just comedy lightning. Comedy lightning. Defined as electricity used solely for comedic effect and, as such, not lethal or even capable of causing lasting damage. On the floor, Naruto twitched. The girl started at the fallen blonde and frowned. He is familiar. Who are you, and how and why did you summon this Kira Setsuna-sama? She bent her body forward, leaning her round face awkwardly close to his. Your answer will decide whether or not I kill you before I leave. Eek. Oh oi. Naruto rushed to get on his feet. What the hell? You can't just threaten me like that, you chibai. Insolent. Pzzt. Jaya. Maji. Back to the ground. Pathetique so. Your answer. Ugh, damn it, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Setsuna blinked. Uzumaki Naruto. Then you are the Nine Tails. Naruto blinked groggily. You know Sayuri. I don't know her. She's a Umwini. Setsuna blinked again. Sayuri. Sayuri could it be? From the Higashiyama clan. Yahoof. What the hell? Naruto's attempt at getting up was completely neutralized when Setsuna sat on his torso. Explain. Now. Well then. Hands on her hips, Ayam nodded in satisfaction. She had just arrived to her new home. After ensuring there was only a single bedroom, she moved to the kitchen and made sure Konoha had been thorough in her disposal of any and all packages of instant ramen in the place. Naruto had already done enough damage by exposing little Sayuri to the damn thing without previous warning. She was considering cleaning the place Naruto called home when insistent knocks on the front door interrupted her. They were not precisely unexpected, however. The ANBU had finally shown up, looking for answers. Ayam had obviously seen Naruto's latest stunt. That blinding light that cloaked everything in white as it did a fine job of the Hokage mountain could only be Sayuri's trademark Pewetty beam. An extremely toned-down version, of course, but a Pewetty beam nonetheless. Kokoro still remembered the first and only time she had witnessed the Pewetty beam. It had been, in fact, less than 2 months before Sayuri was sealed. She still wondered how the humans seemed to remain completely oblivious to the fact that half of a fucking entire mountain range was missing. She guessed there was some deity-level reality rewriting involved. So, yes, she was expecting the ANBU. Really, Naruto, couldn't you have aimed, I don't know, anywhere but at Konoha? Ayam rolled her eyes. Really, there are, like, 250 other degrees to choose from. That's 4/3 of pi radians. And that's just in a single plane. I don't want to go into solid angles. Taking a deep sigh, she readied herself. This is gonna hurt a little after we're done. Ayam-chan. Henge, she whispered. It was odd, using the Kitsune transformation technique to change into a form identical to her Kitsune self. It felt like a waste, but it was not like she could just leave her human body or use Ayam's identity for something like this. With her 176 centimeters of height, she was still 2.5 shorter than her sister. Needless to say, her 93 centimeters of bust did not get even close to Konoha's formidable size. Not that Kokoro wanted to. Really, she was more than happy with her excellent body proportions. Smaller, narrower eyes and finer lips distinguished her face from her sister's, as well as a much shorter mane of black hair, barely reaching past her shoulders. It was the style she had used since her earliest years and she saw no reason to change it. Hell, she still had her 2 horizontal antennae. Unlike Setsuna's hair, which was denser and more rigid, Kokoro's looked far more fluid, just like her sister's. She looked down at the clothes she had picked for her transformation, as they were crucial for her little plot. T-shirt and white lace panties, nothing more. Not like more was needed. Of course, it was not just any t-shirt. Naruto's black t-shirt, due to his much shorter frame, became rather form-fitting when clad by her more curvaceous body. Coming, Kokoro paused, and then chuckled. "Oh, you naughty girl, you." The two ANBU behind the door raised an eyebrow together. Kokoro skillfully opened the door just enough to poke out her head and her left leg, offering an eyeful to the two obviously male shinobi. Not that gender would have made a difference if she got serious. "Oh no," she began, her shy, demure tone honed by decades of practice. She could even blush at will. She did not even need to modify her henge for that. She could have, of course, only the most skilled humans could hope to detect a well-crafted kitsune henge. "I hope you don't mind that I keep the door like this. I'm kinda underdressed right now." She lowered her gaze for a few seconds for added effect. Looking back up, she paid more attention to the masks. Kat-san and her facade dropped. "What the hell are you?" "Aardvark." Kokoro stared. "Aardvark. Aardvark." The ANBU repeated. Kokoro could actually feel the poor lad blushing under the scrutiny. She turned to the other one. "New guy?" she asked, her left index pointing at Aardvark. Kat nodded silently. Kokoro could also feel the smirk under his mask. Giving utterly ridiculous masks to their new recruits for their first month at the job was an old and well-known ANBU tradition. The division actually had a little competition on who could come up with the most outrageous rookie mask. On a side note, the platypus is not permitted. The little interlude done and over with, Kokoro quickly donned her mask of shyness and alluring cuteness, and the ANBU became suddenly aware that, instead of Naruto, they had been received by an astoundingly gorgeous brunette. So Kokoro twiddled her indexes together. "You ANBU-san, you're here to see Naruto-kun." Yes," Kat responded for the two. "Please get Naruto-san for us, miss." Can Naruto-kun take a rain check on that, ANBU-san? He's sleeping right now and I don't really want to wake him up. He's had a rough month," and she lowered her head bashfully. "He worked very hard." She took her hands to her cheeks to hide the growing blush. Somehow the ANBU did not like where this was going. "Sleeping, you say?" Kokoro nodded. "For 2 hours or so already. Not even the big explosion woke him up." She made her cutest puzzled look. "What was that about anyway? I was so surprised." "Oh, I see." The two ANBU shared a glance. "Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have an alibi. And you say you have been with him this whole time, miss?" Kokoro smiled shyly, but nodded, her head kept low. "Since last night." The ANBU went awfully rigid at that. "No, it could not be. I apologize for the rudeness, but it is important for us to know Uzumaki Naruto's latest activities, for the sake of our investigation." "Ugh." Kokoro willed her face to become awfully red, her eyes like a scared kitten, making the two shinobi feel awful. This is so embarrassing." An idle finger began to trace random figures on the doorframe. Aardvark gulped when Kokoro pressed her breasts against the wooden frame. "I was Naruto-kun." Her voice went quieter with every word. "Naruto-kun made me into a woman." Kokoro buried her face in her hands. "Kaya, I said it." Slam. The door was closed in front of the two blushing ANBU. Her voice could still be heard beyond the door, though. "I can't believe I said that. It was so perverted, so erotic, so embarrassing. Kaya, I'm such a dirty woman." The two ANBU shot odd looks at each other through their masks, doing their best to ignore the chorus of squeals from inside the apartment. Can we please just get out of here, Kat?" Kat nodded eagerly. "Uzumaki Naruto has an alibi. A very lax investigation. The bastard." I had heard the rumor that Inari-sama had given 9 tails to the youngest girl of Higashiyama, but I thought it was just a stupid joke. To think she's the one sealed inside a Jinchuriki. This will alter the plans. It also gives validity to Madara's story. There's no way in hell he could have dominated a Kyuubi unless it was a stupid child. "Excuse me." Setsuna looked down at the prone boy she was sitting on. "Do you mind? I am thinking out loud for no explainable reason. You're sitting on me, and you are awfully comfortable, I must say. Be proud of yourself." "The hell? You are being useful to Setsuna-sama. It is something to be proud of." "Who the hell do you think you are, you little?" A spark popped out of Setsuna's left index finger, and Naruto squeaked like a little girl. "Yuck. You wonderful, beautiful, lovely kitsune. I'll keep my mouth shut." "Good. And you shall address me as Kira-sama." "Understood." Hi. Pizizite. Setsuna poked Naruto's neck and zapped him. Majuo. "One yes is enough." "Yes, ma'am." Pizizite. "Gak. Mujai. I'm a young, blossoming maiden. Don't be rude." Hi Kira-sama. Setsuna looked around at the forested place they were at. "So this is Konoha. I presume it's a trading area of some sort." Am I mistaken, Boya? Yeah, it's a training area. The village is that way. The tiny girl followed Naruto's eye. Of course, she couldn't see anything but the silhouette of a mountain in the distance. A very damaged mountain. Can you explain that? I am quite certain that mountain is not supposed to look like that. Naruto's sweat dropped. Ahaha, the mountain, I might have blown it up just a little. Setsuna raised an eyebrow. Naruto was just trying not to look at her milky white thighs on his chest. May I ask why? Amahaha, no reason. Setsuna closed her eyes. Naruto's body froze when her lower body shifted a bit. The way some parts of her better unnamed were rubbing against him were making him very uncomfortable. That is, Setsuna actually blushed a little. That's kinda hot. Naruto coughed. Wait, 2 blanks. You get off on random, pointless destruction. Yes, I do. Setsuna had the decency to avert her eyes from Naruto. Kokoro chuckled the whole way to the living room, letting herself fall on the sofa face up. Ahahaha, oh wow, that was fun. It was good to be a kitsune. Sure, she was getting Naruto in unnecessary trouble, but really, he deserved it. She had offered herself to him for Inari's sake. She did, however, intend to correct that situation in the following days. They were going to live together, something had to happen, right? With a long, deep sigh, Kokoro relaxed her body, embracing herself for what was to come, the price of using kitsune powers in a weak human frame. You ready, I-am-chan? After she got a positive response, Kokoro dispelled the transformation. The pain struck almost immediately, and Kokoro did not hesitate to flood her human host's body with her healing chakra to at least alleviate the agony for poor I-am, who obviously had a much lower pain threshold. Being a human and all, she was sure she had not used more than 6 or 7 jutsu in all the years she had possessed I-am. However, she had already used 2 in a span of hours. It was a sign that things were changing. Only time would tell if they were changing for the better. However, no matter what happened, a constant remained. When Kokoro left I-am's body, the young human girl would die. It was Kokoro's chakra which kept her alive, after all. I-am always insisted, saying she had had a very enjoyable life, even if it was through Kokoro's actions using her body. Even if that was true, Kokoro still hoped she could give the ramen girl a little bit of real happiness before the end. It was the least she could do, and, truth be told, she had grown fond of the human girl. She was in the middle of comforting the aching, sobbing I-am within when an unexpected but familiar presence entered the apartment through the gap of the open window. Its pearly, elongated, translucent figure floated like a feather in the air above I-am. Kyuda Jitsune. The minor fox spirits with long, pipe-like bodies acted as familiars for kitsune. Lacking great powers, they were, however, blessed with an ethereal form that allowed them to be invisible to anyone but whomever they allowed to see them. A message from the matriarch. Very well, I'm here. Naruto took a good look at Setsuna's face. It reminded him of Urami in a way. But, while Urami's face was unchanging because it was expressionless, Setsuna's was because it was fixed in a single emotion. Boredom, no matter what she said or did. Besides her initial astonishment at being summoned and her latter excitement at his little blunder, Setsuna looked like she just was not interested in anything. Or maybe just annoyed, it was hard to tell. This could prove useful. Setsuna mused. She had been lost in thought for a minute already. A rather loud growl caught the two unaware. When Naruto realized it didn't come from his stomach, he shot a grin at the little girl. You did not hear that? Sure I didn't. Setsuna's eyes narrowed dangerously. No, you did not. Naruto offered a conciliating fox grin. Right, I didn't. Got it. Setsuna raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more about that. However, I was about to have lunch when you summoned me. Do something about it. Huh? Feed me. Ooh, I guess I can do that. Now could you please? Setsuna silently got off Naruto, allowing him to get back on his feet. Alright, to Ikaraku's. He paused to grimace. He was not supposed to eat ramen, after all. While he was sure she could follow him if he tried ninja dashing, he didn't want to bother her unnecessarily. You don't want to bother someone who can shoot lightning bolts from her fingertips. Besides, he wasn't in much of a hurry, and he was kind of frustrated. And I wanted someone to help me and teach me cool stuff, he muttered to himself. I summoned her, she should. You, my boy, Setsuna snorted. Are a moron. Wah. He was used to being called names, but it was still rather out of the blue. I have a good pair of ears, Setsuna explained in that bored, low tone of hers. And even if I couldn't hear, I can read lips, too. That's mean. Whatever. In any case, why do you think I should obey you if it's obvious I'm 1,000 times stronger than you? It took Setsuna almost 3 seconds to realize Naruto had stopped on his tracks. Hey, really, now that you said it, why? Why do summons listen to summoners anyway? I mean, summons are, like, crazy-ass creatures with awesome powers, right? And they're probably stronger than ninja, huh? At least most kitsune I know are stronger than ninja. So, why? Setsuna allowed herself a small smile. There's hope for you yet. Now, move. As they resumed their walk, Setsuna answered Naruto's question. Summoned creatures are not servants. A summoning contract is a bond that demands from both sides. Just like the summons help the summoner, generally by fighting for him, it is expected of the summoner to do something for the summons should they require it. I help you if you help me, so to speak. Naruto nodded. He could actually understand this. Most contracts start in one of two ways. One possibility might be that the boss summon or a creature close able to make a contract sees a potential for usefulness in a particular human, so they agree on making a contract with this human so that they can, 2. Gain whatever could be gained from this person. For example, let's say a particular kitsune clan wants to gain control of a certain city. They could agree to sign a contract with a human to help him become lord of that city, and this would allow the kitsune to claim it as a supernatural domain. You with me? Who I think? Who head holds? Setsuna rolled her eyes. The other possibility is that a human somehow does a great service to a creature or an entire group of creatures, so they grant him the power to summon them as a means to show gratitude. Of course, even with all the gratitude in the world, they won't just work for free. The same rule of help you help me still applies. Got it. So the thing is, kitsune help me and in exchange I help them if they need me, right? Right? Is it the same with you? Naruto made an odd face. Hira-sama. The girl snorted. Of course. I take it you summoned me for a reason. Well, I wanted to summon a kitsune. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. So it was completely random. I assume Higashiyama Sayuri gave you the contract. Yup, I'm Guit. Yeah, how did you? Well, she is a Nine-Tails. She has the power to do so. And the fact you summoned me shows that her contract is not restricted to her clan. While kitsune almost never make contracts with humans, there are well-defined rules concerning them. Only clan leaders can create summoning contracts, and only limited to members of their respective clans and vassal families. The clan leader acts as the boss summoned for that particular contract. Only Kyuubi no kitsune have the power to create general contracts for any and all kitsune. Clanless kitsune cannot make contracts, and are bound by contracts made by nine-tailed kitsune, whether they like it or not. Naruto blinked. So that means Sayuri's my boss summon. Yes, of course, it's not like there's a human with enough chakra to summon a Nine-Tails. Naruto suddenly smiled. Thank you, you're a pretty good sensei, Kira-sama. Setsuna blinked and then blushed bright red, quickly turning her head away. PFFT, what are you saying, idiot? And that was when the ANBU arrived. And that is basically what we saw and heard. Shino finished his debriefing. Don't tell Hinata we told you, Kiba wisely added, as Shino acknowledged by nodding rather eagerly for him. Chaoji had notably dropped the pace at which he normally devoured snacks. Shikamaru looked as bored as ever, but his raised eyebrows showed he was at the very least interested in what had been said. Ino looked as if she had just been told every day was her birthday. Sekira was giving a stronger significance to her name. Her skin's pink tone was so strong nobody would have been surprised if Chaoji had tried to chew her. That she growled. Naaru Yutuu. She yelled at the uncaring sky. That moron, wasting his time with Arg. Her hands made a mess of her hair. I can't even say it. Women, Kiba suggested, his smirk coated with mischievousness. Wog. Sekira's response. Hot women whoa. The other rookies watched mutely how Sekira beat the living crap out of the Inuzuka. After a while, they resumed the conversation. Sekira was still pummeling Kiba, though. We do know that Naruto and the waitress, Iam, have been friends for several years already. Their being together is not necessarily of special significance, Shino declared. Not that he actually believed that. Not like that will stop her, Ino commented amusedly, pointing at Sekira, who was by now just panting after the carnage. Chaoji was offering his most compassionate look at Kiba. We do not know a thing about the woman, Katanoha, other than what I have just told you. Then I take it you know what must be done now, Shino-kun, Ino responded teasingly, inching closer to rest her left arm on Shino's shoulder. Shino nodded and offered the blonde girl a small smile. Kiba gasped. Sekira was more silent, she just gaped. Shika, what's that black thing over there? Chaoji pointed at something in the air in front of them. A tear in the fabric of the universe. TCH, now that's real troublesome. Shino's face returned to its usual stone-cold demeanor, effectively restoring the tapestry of reality. Yes. Ino was frothing by this point, apparently oblivious to the dangerous unraveling of time-space which had developed in front of them a moment before. Oh my god, this is huge. She jumped over the counter to wrap Shino in a fierce hug, to Sekira's and Kiba's utter horror. Chaoji and Shikamaru only blinked. By this point in life they were ready to expect anything from their female teammate. Shino-kun, you're the best. Yes, I know. Come on, we have to find Naruto. She paused. Forehead, you common with us forehead. Sekira was gone, her face frozen in a rictus of horror. Sekira, Ino insisted. Why? I think she is broken, Shino commented. Nah, you think? Hiba exclaimed. You suddenly come in and Ino gets all girly giddy and huggy and stuff. And you smiled. You smiled, man. Like, seriously creepy. Like, Sasuke and Lace creepy. Oi, Ino complained. My Sasuke-kun is very manly. Hiba's face became deadpan. Sure, he nodded slowly. Very manly. I bow before his manliness. My dick shrinks before his manly presence. Ino made a disgusted face at Kiba's rude language. Wawa Sekira was still in her own crumbling world. Hiba turned back to Shino. Really, what the hell? You smile, and you and Ino act like best girlfriends and shit. And Naruto's got a girl. No, 2 girls. 2 HAWTGURLZ. NARUTO. What's next? Hinata snaps and starts attacking people with sharp, pointy things. Achoo. Sitting on the wooden walkways of the Higashiyama residence, the matriarch, Higashiyama Yuri, turned to look at her companion for the afternoon. Having already sent a Kyutajitsun to her informant, Katsura Kokoro, the matriarch of Higashiyama could only wait. Over tea, of course. A cold Katanoha. No, Yurumi's bodyguard rubbed her nose while she made an odd, yet cute, face. Not a cold, Yuri-sama. I guess someone must be talking about me or unknowingly making an indirect reference to future events in which I'm somehow involved. Most likely with disastrous, but fairly amusing consequences. Yuri only blinked. Twice. Ooh, okay. Hiba, has anybody told you that you are too loud? Ino commented, still clinging to Shino's neck. Dozens of times, Shino uttered. Arg. Hiba groaned. It's like I don't know you anymore. You've never made any effort to know me. Ever. Uawo. Fuck you, Shino. What the hell? Oh, welcome back. Ino commented on Sekira's sudden outburst. The pink-haired girl only shot an accusing finger at her blonde friend. Hugh, explain. Now. Ino shrugged. What's there to explain? Shino-kun here is my informant. Huh? He feeds me with juicy gossip. I don't know how he does it, but he knows everything that's going on in Konoha all the time. Everything. Sekira mutely shifted her eyes from Ino to Shino. I'm awesome like that, the bug manipulator added. I can't believe this. Sekira was shaking her head. So all this time, your reputation. Yup. Ino nodded. Shino's the one who gets the scoops. I just make sure the whole village knows by the end of 20 minutes. Dude. Shino turned to his teammate. What is it? What do you mean what? Dude. The boy in shades managed to somehow understand what Kiba tried to express. Everyone needs a hobby. Kiba gaped at Shino for the good part of 5 seconds and then sighed. I give up. I give up. Forget I said anything. Just to let you know, no matter what road in life you decide to take, you can count on your teammate. Akamaru barked for good measure. That's good to know, I think. Okay, Sekira rubbed the sides of her head. That's one matter solved. Now, what's this about Naruto? Kiba took the initiative. A chick, Naruto. With the ramen chick. The cute ramen chick. And Katanoha-san, Shino added. That goes without saying. Kiba stopped his eyes in mid-roll. He turned to Sekira. Wasn't he supposed to have a crush on you? Suddenly feeling the center of attention, Sekira tried to shrink herself without success, until she realized Kiba was talking about Naruto. Why what? Who cares about that? She exclaimed, turning away from the others but unable to hide the faint blush or the puffed cheeks. Shino leaned to whisper, is that what they call tsundere? Ino nodded, sporting the widest grin. Not my thing. Ino had to close her mouth with her hands to not laugh. Hiba frowned, suddenly taking a good look at the girl in the red cheongsam. I never really figured that out. I mean, you really don't have much to show. Why? But, now that I think about it, it would explain things. I bet a second staring at Katanoha's tits made him forget all about ya. Why, you Sekira growled with a feral tone that would have been more suitable in an Inuzuka. Shino, however, nodded in agreement. Well, they are huge. Shikamaru and Chouji, who were hoping against all hope they could stay away for the madness unfolding in front of them, backed away a few steps, ready to get away at the first chance. They would look for more distressed civilians or Asuma-sensei, or whatever. Ino shot an odd look at her partner in mischief. What? They are really huge. Gigantic, even. I can't believe it you're saying that. Ino responded, a bit miffed. It is unimportant. I am more of an ass person myself. Everybody gaped. Ino inched away from Shino, keeping always her back away from his line of sight. It is slightly late for that. Ino tried not to scream. She failed. Her teammates ran away. If there is something that must be known about the ANBU, it is the following. On approximately 98% of the time, They are complete idiots. The remaining 2% they are totally hardcore badasses, but most of the time they're just morons. This 2% corresponds to circumstances in which the well-being of Konoha is in jeopardy, like, well, a full-scale war situation. The current situation is more like they think Konoha is in danger, but it really isn't, so it doesn't apply. Therefore, they are idiots. That probably explains why a second team of investigators appeared before Naruto and Setsuna, unaware that just a few minutes before another couple had cleared Naruto thanks to Kokoro's little stunt. Or it could just be an unfortunate coincidence. It would not change the fact that they are idiots, though. Uzumaki Naruto. Ugh, yo. Naruto faked a hearty greeting, scratching the back of his head. Setsuna shot a cold stare at the ANBU. We need to ask you some questions. You are Tiger-san and Boar-san. The ANBU nodded. Naruto willed himself to be calmer. They would feel his distress. This is about the mountain, right? Why didn't you ask one of my clones? I have like 100 helping over there. The two ANBU shot uneasy glances at each other. They had honestly never thought about it. But, still, they had to find the real one, right? If they were talking Naruto to HQ for interrogation, that is, clones, Setsuna raised her voice. She could not let these people take Naruto away. You mean, tangible clones? Naruto smiled. Not only was he always willing to brag about his trademark jutsu, but the extra seconds allowed the gears in his head to run wild. Shadow clones. Remind me to show you sometime. Setsuna, a genius among kitsune, conceived a plan of her own much faster than Naruto could even hope to. Her face contorting into a mischievous smirk, she locked her left arm around Naruto's right, even placing her right hand on his forearm and leaning against him. Suddenly, so suddenly it almost scared Naruto, her smirk became a soft, warm, affectionate smile. Maybe you can show me tonight, Onii 2-chan, she said, poking his forearm with every phoneme. Nyuke, Sayuri, whatever you're thinking, don't. Sayuri Anwe, Sayuri Burns. While Sayuri channeled the Hulk and Naruto's mind struggled to keep her down by whispering sweet nothings and empty promises at her, Setsuna faced the two ANBU. These guys were old enough to recognize innuendo, so they got a bit tense as their warped minds tried to establish the association between Naruto and this unknown Loli. They also realized it was nigh impossible to read any emotion from her face other than a clear "why the hell are you wasting my time?" We need to discard the possibility of Naruto-san's involvement in the events of earlier today. The mountain. Oni-chan was sleeping when that happened. He is a very heavy sleeper. I had to wake him up to show him. Oni-chan wanted to go, but I didn't want him to leave me. He only left me for a minute. I guess that is when he made these clones he mentioned. Right, Oni-chan? Her voice had been soft and serene the whole time. When she looked at him, Naruto almost fell on his knees to worship his new goddess of bullshitting. Another part of him was terrified beyond belief, though. Sayuri, be quiet, I beg you. We'll talk when these guys are done. Right, sleeping, ahaha. And why would you be sleeping at that time, Naruto-san? Tiger inquired. Huh? Why? Well, Naruto's eyes wandered for a couple of seconds. Because I'm really lazy. Silence. Setsuna suppressed the urge to boil Naruto's internal fluids with lightning. The two ANBU looked at each other. Well, Tiger muttered. It does match our profile of him. Setsuna almost gaped. Complete idiots. Setsuna did manage to recover her composure. Oh, Oni-chan, you're so. Naruto almost flinched at the light slap he got on the arm. All cutesy and nice and stuff, damn she's scary. Oni-chan is Sayuri's Oni-chan. Nuji the eye. Oh, come on, you're mad because she's calling me that. It's part of the trick. To make them go away. Maju, I don't care. I don't like her. Yufufu, her low-pitched chuckle seriously freaked Naruto out. I made Oni-chan wake up very early this morning to show me around Konoha. I had not let him sleep at all last night, he was so tired. What were you doing the whole night? Boar did not hesitate to ask, getting a frightened look from Tiger. Yeah, what were we doing last night? Naruto repeated, his face wearing a mask of suspicion. Setsuna gasped. Oh, that's not good. She dropped her head, her front bangs concealing her big red eyes. An idle finger repeatedly traced a line up and down Naruto's right bicep. Ooh, moo. You are really gonna make me say it. She looked up. Naruto found Setsuna's fake embarrassed face the most adorable thing ever conceived by a mortal mind. From someone who has a Loli in his belly, that means a lot. Muoni-chan, Uekai. J. That was Naruto. And the two ANBU guys. At the same time. So he has an alibi, Boar muttered, uneasy. Yeah. Naruto gasped. He could feel the two shinobis disapproving, accusing gazes on him. Setsuna kept doing her best young, innocent and head over heels in love performance. It was pretty damn good, having been one many years before. The fox girl squeezed Naruto's arms gently and pushed herself against his right side. Naruto felt as if he had just been rammed by a very soft wall. So, Oni-chan's been showing me around Konoha and his room, too. She dealt the finishing blow, dropping her tone to a shy whisper for the last words. Kaya. She buried her face in Naruto's chest. Ugh, we're done here. With no other words, Tiger and Boar disappeared from the scene. After 5 seconds of silently holding each other, Naruto and Setsuna sighed in unison and let go. Kapush. Setsuna's head was on fire. Oh, Sayuri. Majuo. Good job. Wha? Really? Why? Wiggle, wiggle. May I have an explanation for this? Setsuna firmly asked as she dispelled the flames away. Naruto shrugged and smiled compassionately. I think she got jealous of you calling me Oni-chan. I see. Naruto made a dismissing gesture with his left hand. Don't mind, don't mind. Sayuri does this all the time. She's even set own sister on fire. I was angry. Sayuri pouted. I was surprised she hadn't done it yet, actually. Naruto added, albeit a bit nervously. Yeah, Sayuri, why did you wait so long to set her on fire, anyway? She called you Oni-chan. Oni-chan is Sayuri's Oni-chan. No one else's. Yeah, I know that, but didn't the lightning bolts make you angry? Didn't those bother you? When Sayuri got the first one, Sayuri didn't like it, so Sayuri shut it off. Sayuri didn't feel the other ones. Then why have you been making those weird noises of yours every time? Cause Sayuri's scared. Cause Oni-chan doesn't like those things, ni. Oni-chan is taking them, even if he doesn't like them, even if they annoy him. Sayuri doesn't like that. Naruto sighed and smiled gently. Sayuri really wants to set her on fire, but mama told me it was bad to set other kitsune on fire. Sayuri's a good girl, so she can't set Setsuna-san on fire. Sayuri was a bad girl when she set Urami-ni-chan's tail on fire, but I was so really angry. And now Sayuri has set Setsuna-san on fire. Oni-chan. Naruto almost flinched at Sayuri's pleading tone. Is Sayuri a bad girl? Well, Oni-chan hates Sayuri. Boo, but Oni-chan complimented Sayuri when Sayuri set Setsuna-san on fire. Maju, I'm confused. Naruto chuckled. Don't be silly. You didn't hurt her at all, anyway. You've been with me since the day I was born, even if we just met yesterday. And I don't think, no, I'm sure. Ever since I became friends with Iruka-sensei, nobody has cared for me the way you do. Naruto had dropped the tone of his mental voice as he said those words. Majuo, Kami, that doesn't even make me wonder anymore. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that you're my friend. My very precious friend. Even if you're kitsune, heck, even if you have those fricking 9 tails. They're pewetty. Yes, very much so. Naruto grinned joyfully. From a distance, Setsuna raised an eyebrow. Sayuri's very nice and very cute, and I will always be her friend. Believe it. Don't say that again, Oni-chan. It's not cool. You mean believe it? Oh, okay. It's not like I say it all the time. Anyway, this isn't the dub. Sayuri gasped. Wait, what? Oh, Oni-chan. Oni-chan broke the fourth wall. Oni-chan's awesome. Wah, what are you talking about? What's a dub anyway? Wah, Afi. Wiggle, wiggle. Oni-chan's the best. Oni-chan, I love you. Naruto's sweat dropped. Oh, okay, as long as you're happy. Oni-chan, you make Sayuri really happy. Sayuri's voice seemed almost shy at this point. No other female Naruto had ever met, human or kitsune, could infuse such sweetness in her voice the way this Sayuri did. Cause Sayuri is happy with Oni-chan. Sayuri wants to be close to Oni-chan. Always have fun together, ni. Naruto found such openness very touching. Had he ever had somebody so willing to open her soul to him like that? Someone to whom he was so very special. It was at this moment when Naruto began to take seriously his intention to free her from the seal that contained, at any cost. She deserved to be free. She deserved to live, to grow, and to learn how to properly use the power she wielded. And he wanted, if only once, to feel her in his arms in the real world. To be with his best and closest friend. Will you always be my Oni-chan? Naruto felt a painful shock in his chest. His body went rigid and his eyes watered. Nonetheless, he nodded firmly. Yes, forever and ever. Sayuri sighed. It was almost symbolic. All her childish doubts and fears were gone and only absolute happiness remained. She closed her eyes and smiled. Tears of joy ran down. She was experiencing an entirely new emotion. She would later find out it was called ecstasy. I love you, Oni-chan. Naruto wiped a tear off his right eye. I love you too, Sayuri. For some reason, Sayuri, for once, did not feel the urge to go wah. and wiggle her tails happily. This time, the warmth in her chest was so strong it made her shudder. It was electric, a current that raced from her chest to both her face and her loins. She closed her own arms around her tiny body and enclosed her tails to wrap her in a furry cocoon. Little innocent Sayuri sunk her blushing face in her legs, rubbed her legs together and basked in the warmth of her happiness. No, Naruto stopped in the middle of the busy street. After apologizing to Setsuna for making her wait, and explaining to her that he had to speak to Sayuri for a while, they resumed their walk to Konoha with the intention to feed the kitsune Loli. He occasionally got questions from a strangely curious Setsuna. She asked about particular buildings and about Konoha's reaction to his little mishap. They also finished their earlier conversation about summoning. He learned that, just as the summoned creature has the right to reject the summons, an already summoned creature has the chance to reject the summoner's attempted dismissal as long as the summoned has enough chakra to persist. It then becomes a contest of wills. It was Setsuna's not very subtle way to tell him that he was stuck with her until she felt like leaving. Naruto had, however, stopped in the middle off the street without previous warning, startling little Setsuna. "No!" Naruto exclaimed again, suddenly walking at an increased pace. Setsuna, wearing her ever-present bored expression, followed him at her own pace. No, 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 no. Naruto felt his legs weaken and tremble. The destruction, the emptiness. No. Naruto fell on his knees. His bloodshot eyes were fixated on the giant nose of the third Hokage, the nose which had destroyed the Ikaraku family's small house, as well as the furthermost wall of the restaurant booth. Naruto. The boy looked at the owner of the place he had come to love as a second home, a place where he could share smiles and laughs over bowls and bowls of delicious ramen. "Old man Tuchai-sen, you okay?" Tuchai nodded. He was wearing a sad smile. He shot a look at Setsuna, who finally caught up to the devastated boy, but otherwise ignored her. He had plenty other things in his mind, but he could not help to feel a pang of bitterness. Naruto was bringing a friend to his restaurant. It was not something he did often, not even with his ninja friends. It was a special event that would not be able to take place. "Ikaraku's?" Naruto asked weakly. Tuchai shook his head very slowly. "It's closed." Naruto's eyes widened considerably. His body went rigid like stone. It was as if he had been stunned by a physical hit. The Wayman place. Setsuna was waiting for the starry background, the credits and the Star Wars theme music when she felt a pair of strong hands grabbing her waist. Wah! Naruto buried her face on the soft fabric of her plain sundress. Setsuna could feel her face heating up, but otherwise her expression did not change. "Are you crying?" Naruto hugged tighter. Then he sobbed. "This can't be happening. Oh Kami, you are crying. It can't be true, it can't be true." Naruto's muffled voice bounced off Setsuna's belly between sobs. Tuchai patted Naruto's shoulder 2 times before walking away. As much as he understood Naruto's pain, he had matters to attend to. "Oni-chan, for Kami's sake, it's just a restaurant." "It's not just a restaurant," Naruto yelled, startling everyone in a 50-meter radius. Mujai. Tuchai turned back to look at the boy with fatherly pride. It's a special place. A special, precious, wonderful place," Naruto insisted. He stared up at Setsuna's bored face, as if challenging to retort, until his eyes watered again and he went back to staining her dress with tears. "Oni-chan peewees don't cwy peewees, it hoots cause Oni-chan cwying. It hoots so much Sayuri hoots Oni-chan." Sayuri was pleading between sobs of her own. Setsuna, well, she sighed. Clumsily, she dropped a hand on Naruto's mop of hair and patted him awkwardly. There, Setsuna muttered matter-of-factly. Unsurprisingly soft if a bit greasy. Against all odds, clumsy head patting achieved the desired effect, eventually soothing down the devastated young boy. "It's gone," Naruto moaned. "It's really gone. What am I gonna do? Where am I gonna go?" "Don't exaggerate. It will be rebuilt, eventually. But where will I go to until then? Where will I have my delicious ramen?" Naruto frantically insisted. Setsuna twitched. "Ramen? Naruto did not like the dark aura that seemed to seep out of Setsuna's tiny body. "Did you intend to feed me ramen?" What's wrong?" Naruto could swear the world around them began to distort and darken in aberrant ways. "Is this your game, boya?" A cold, deathly mist seeped out of Setsuna's mouth. Her eyes had long ago been concealed under her loose forehead locks. "Feed me ramen and take advantage of me and my weakness." Naruto finally figured out that Setsuna, as most kitsune, was susceptible to his favorite meal. No, I mean, it's a ramen stand, but they can make other. When did you intend to make me do your bidding?" Setsuna's shoulders were shaking. She was deaf to Naruto's explanation. "Before or after you had your way with my body." "What? No." Naruto jumped to his feet. "Kami, no. Kami. Damned, just he extended his open left palm at Setsuna in a displaying gesture. Just no, really, ugh, you're just so fucking tiny. With that, the evil aura and the spatial distortions were gone. All signs of Setsuna's impending fury had disappeared save for a twitching vein on her forehead. The lesson here is, well, this guy, Naruto, not very smart. Vuz Muriz. A few seconds later, Naruto was a smoking pile on the ground. Conveniently enough, nobody saw. Naruto stood up in single, fluid motion, his face a rictus of anger. That's it, I won't take this crap any high. A few more seconds later, Naruto was a twitching, smoking pile on the ground. Too loud. Silence. This time struggling a bit, Naruto got back on his feet. Why you little bi-eye? Setsuna mused, dispassionately looking down at the groaning, twitching, smoking pile on the ground. Not even Madara gets shocked this often. Maybe if I shock him some more I'll find out whether it was my shocks that turned Madara into a bumbling idiot. Then again, this boy is already a bumbling idiot. You ugh. Oni-chan, you okay? Ooh, what do you think? Moo no. Naruto would have rolled his eyes if his brain did not hurt so much. Good girl. Tihi. Oni-chan piwazed me. Let's go. Setsuna walked away. I can handle a day without lunch. We have places to go. Really, Naruto murmured weakly, but got back up and walked after her. Well, here we are. Dunno why you want to see a stupid wall, but here it is. As per Setsuna's request, Naruto had guided her to a deserted area by the colossal wall that protected Konoha from external attack. The little girl discarded her stay thoughts and placed the palm of her right hand on the surface. In the meantime, Setsuna had clearly explained to Naruto the alibi she had imprinted in the ANBU's minds, so that he would keep it in mind in case anybody asked him. Interesting. Lowering her hand, she turned to Naruto. How far are the watch posts from each other? Naruto shrugged. No idea. Setsuna sighed. Of course you don't know. Naruto gasped when she made the all-too-familiar hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You know the drill, Setsuna told her clone, who nodded before disappearing ninja style. Then she turned to the pointing, gaping Naruto. What now? You know Kage Bunshin? Setsuna rolled her eyes. Yes, the fact that I used it just now certainly proves that I do, in fact, no Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Aware that her sarcasm-laden answer did not satisfy the boy, she expanded her answer. I have learned a few human ninjutsu. I must admit that one was the most difficult technique I've learned. Most kitsune would never be able to pull it off. It was, then, her turn to be curious, which is why I was surprised when you claimed to know it. How come you even know of it, boya? Naruto felt as if someone had just hit him in the gut. It's the only decent thing I know. Konoha's harsh lesson came to mind. Setsuna, if she noticed the sudden change in Naruto's attitude, simply didn't care in the slightest. Do you know the 3 basic E ranks? Henge, Bunshin and Kawarimi. My Bunshin sucks. The other 2 I can do fine, Naruto admitted. Setsuna shrugged and turned back to the wall. She was looking up, as if trying to get an estimate of its height. Then why do you complain, boya? With those basics in Kage Bunshin you have more than enough to become the strongest shinobi if you are able to exploit those techniques to their full potential, of course. Then again, you're a moron, so I guess that possibility is simply beyond your grasp. Oi, Naruto was too depressed to complain any further. Majuo, forget it. In the vast garden of the Higashiyama Shrine, Yurina and Yurio trained for a change. It was a rather simple training. Yurio said the name of an object and Yurina crafted an illusion of that object only Yurio could see. Ooh, that was a nice white tiger. Now, let's see a cherry tree. In full bloom, of course. Hi, One-chan. 5 seconds later, Yurio smiled in marvel. Ah, now this is pretty, but it did take you a while, didn't it? Boo, but Yurina pouted. It's a bit difficult, with all the leaves and the flowers. I guess. I'd probably take longer, Yurio joked, but nodded in acknowledgement. Alright, now the world. Yurina looked oddly at her sister, but got to work. While Yurina tried to make an illusion of a stand, Yuri and Konoha had their cups of tea refilled by the ever-attentive Yurin. Thank you very much, Yurin-sama. Konoha inclined her head in gratitude. How I don't mention it. Thank you, my dear. Yuri also thanked her daughter, raising a hand to gently pat her head. Hawawa, Yurin murmured blissfully, her 5 tails wiggling in response. Whoa, awesome. Yurio exclaimed excitedly before crossing her arms and making a stern face. Zawarudo. Toki wo tamer. Yurina could only sweat drop while her sister made numerous knife-throwing motions. Now that I think about it, your daughter was acting a bit strange at lunch, wasn't she, Yurin? Hawa. Yurin tilted her head. My daughter, Yurio-chan, the silver-haired matriarch specified. She was unusually surmise. 2 pillars to the left, Urami's sneeze interrupted her reading session. Would you happen to know anything, Katanoha? Yuri inquired from the swordswoman. Well, from what I could get, Katanoha nodded to Yurin as the second Lily sat to her right. It seems that Yurio-sama affronted Yuria-sama in some way, so Yuria-sama decided to punish her. Yurin puffed her cheeks cutely. "No, that girl. And I keep telling her to be more respectful." "Sorry, Mama." "Ma, it's okay, it's okay, it's the sort of girl she is." Yuri dismissed her daughter's concern. In the distance, Yurio was struggling. Yurina had challenged her to make an illusion of Exodia, the forbidden one. So what sort of punishment are we talking about here? The sexual sort. Oh, Yuri smiled at the sight of Yurin's face gaining a healthy shade of red. "Oh, look at you. You're a five tails and you're blushing like that." "Hawawa boo, but it's my daughter, she hasn't even made it yet." "Well, you got a point there," Yuri acknowledged. At this point the sisters had switched to target practice. It was Yurio's turn to try her luck with her kitsune fire. The target, Yurina's own kitsune fire. "So, are you and your daughters ready to go?" "Hawa, yes, Mama." Yurin nodded eagerly. "Well, the girls are not really taking much. I think Yurina-chan is taking more books than anything else. Yurio-chan, other than a few pieces of underwear, is not taking much of anything else. Remind her that we'll be sleeping outdoors. Her usual nightwear might not be appropriate." Yurio knew she was sexy and liked to feel sexy. Her sleeping attire usually consisted of either her bathrobe or very, very erotic lingerie. "She'll probably switch to fox form," Yurin explained, words her mother acknowledged with a curt nod. "What about Yurami-chan?" Yurami-sama was been ready for this trip before Yuri-sama even announced it. Yuri giggled quietly, demurely covering her lips with the ample sleeve of her yukata. "Ma, I guess." "Oi, Yurio." The beautiful two tails stiffened, resulting in a fireball almost exploding on her face had it not been for her sister's quick reflexes dispelling it in time. Yuria had shown up, walking leisurely with her hands on the back of her head. "Rio, I'm feeling kinda lazy today. Do you think you can make my luggage for me?" Yuria struck, ignoring the mild disapproving looks she got from the three elder kitsune seated to her left. "Moo, Yuria-chan, that's not nice." Don't worry, Yurin, I already made my luggage. Anyway," Yuria admitted in a lower tone. "Not my place to intrude, but don't you think you have bothered Yurio-sama enough?" Yuria-sama, Katanoha questioned. "Yeah, I know, but it's still amusing." While Yuria conversed with her sister and her other sister's guardian, Yuri had her eyes on the scene in front of her, some meters away. Irina was looking worriedly at her fraternal twin, Rio-chan. The brunette was shaking, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists for all their worth. When a low snarl escaped her lips, Yurina's look became anguished. "Rio-chan, please calm off." Yuri's eyes narrowed when Yurina moved to her sister's side, obviously to cover her from sight. But the matriarch had seen. "As I thought, she already." "Rio-ni-chan, calm down." The black, Irio looked at her left arm, at the blackness that was taking over her skin. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and tried to ease her stormy emotions. Irina silently watched the darkness claim her arm past her sister's elbow and move further down. It also peeked out of Yurio's clothes to go up her neck towards her head and the opposite arm until it stopped. "Rio-ni-chan." There, Yurio let go a deep sigh. Better, indeed. The blackness rapidly receded until it disappeared under her wine-colored kunoichi garb. Yurio smiled and nodded to herself. "See, that's why I always keep you close, sis." "Rio-ni-chan, let's rest for now, ni." "Sure." Irina wrapped her right arm around her sister's left and pulled her towards the others. Yurio dared shoot a glance at Yuria, but she, much to her surprise, she saw no hidden intent on her aunt's face. Yuria was leaning against the wooden pillar to Yurin's right, looking rather bored. "How is it that Yuria-sama is not training?" Irina wondered. Yuria shrugged. "I trained plenty enough this morning," the shortest Lily replied, shooting a wink at the sisters. Irina released a quiet "oh," and blushed bright red. Yurio only groaned. "Is everything well, Yurio?" Yuri asked to her granddaughter, who turned to stare at the matriarch with wide, surprised eyes. "She knows." "I know." Yurio blinked. She did not expect telepathy. "We will talk about this later." "Very well." Irina, who had reached the same conclusion as her sister, smiled compassionately. "Well, this is Yuri-sama we're talking about." Any further attempt at conversation was interrupted by an odd, if not unusual, scene. Hawawa Sayoko-sen. Irina made everybody aware of the latest arrival to the garden. Kurosaki Sayoko, seemingly unaware of so many eyes on her, walked off the wooden path and entered the large garden of the Higashiyama Shrine grounds. Her slow gait obviously aimed at reaching the tallest, bulkiest tree in the place. Her hands carried a wooden bench and a bundle of thick rope. With her messy long black hair and tail, her bored dark eyes and her slumped posture, she made for quite a pathetic sight. The wrinkles in her blue robe and the violet cowl she wore on top showed that she was wearing the clothes she had slept in, as she had not shown up for lunch. She had, however, shown up at breakfast. Apparently she had just awakened from a very long morning nap. Hawawa Yuri uttered as Sayoko gently placed the bench under a thick, low branch and began to work with the rope. She's gonna try to hang herself again. Everyone nodded. Sayoko was done making the noose by this point. Carefully getting on the bench, she proceeded to tie it to the branch. She was having some trouble with this because the bench wasn't tall enough, so she had to tiptoe to barely reach. Nobody's gonna stop her, Yuri inquired. Everyone shrugged. She seemed to be the only one worried about Sayoko. With the rope tied to the branch and still on the tips of her toes, Sayoko slid her head through the noose and tightened it around her neck. Somehow she was still unaware of the audience watching her attempted suicide attempt, or she just was really good at ignoring people. With the rope firmly secured, she dropped her arms and nothing happened. The audience of 7 watched in undisguised boredom as Sayoko simply stood on the bench, balancing herself on the tips of her toes. Nothing happened. A whole minute passed. Nothing happened. Sayoko whined. Another half minute. Nothing happened. For the first time, Sayoko turned to look at Yuri. She whined again. Yuri responded with a gentle smile. What is it, Sayoko-san? Could it be that the bench is too low and Sayoko-san can't kick it off? And also might it be that the rope is too short and Sayoko-san cannot simply let herself go? Does that mean that Sayoko-san is basically stuck in that position? Wow, that's just sad, Yuri muttered, and everybody else actually nodded in agreement. That's when Sayoko's tired legs gave in. The noose pulled her up before her feet could touch the bench, making Sayoko swing her legs forwards. The friction of her toes as they slid on the surface was enough to tilt the bench and make it fall, leaving Sayoko hanging from the noose, the way it was intended to. Hawa saw Sayoko-san. Yuri cried. Oh my, Yuri muttered. Yuri dismissed the whole thing. Oh come on, as if you didn't know better. This is Sayoko-san we're talking about. As if on cue, the branch broke and Sayoko fell on her butt rather harshly. Sayoko pouted. Whether it was because of the fall or because of the failed attempt, nobody will ever know. And that's when the branch fell on her head. Sayoko moaned one last time as she fell into blissful unconsciousness. See what I mean? Yuri added. After making a long walk alongside the wall, Naruto took his companion for a tour of the different sections of Konoha. The clone never returned, which Naruto realized meant it had dispelled itself somewhere to transfer her knowledge to the original Setsuna. And this is how Naruto figured out the main application of that trick. Setsuna simply ignored him when he suddenly went ooh. Now I get it. For no apparent reason. As he guided the lowly Kitsune all over his hometown, she bombarded him with all sorts of unusual questions. ANBU standard equipment, village surveillance patterns, distribution of population density, vigilance of open areas, evacuation procedures, location of shelters for civilians in case of emergency, approximate number of shinobi in each rank. Obviously, Naruto didn't have answers for most of Setsuna's crazy questions, but he kept her attention by reassuring her that he had the textbooks from the academy which would probably be useful. In any case, she also sent a clone to the library after Naruto showed her where it was located. They were actually inside the Hokage mountain. Naruto had not forgotten the time Iruka caught him before he could get away in time to skip the evacuation rehearsal. He still remembered the route, and was showing Setsuna around the network of caves and passages. As the Peweti beam only went through the faces and did not travel through the bulk of the mountain itself, the vast majority of the tunnel system was intact, save for a few fallen crates here and there due to the trembling. Access routes, however, were another thing, and it took a while for Naruto and Setsuna to find a way inside the mountain that was not covered by rocks or guarded by ANBU. Or both. I really don't see why you think this is so interesting. Naruto, hands behind his head, stared doubtfully at the girl who seemed intent on examining the goods kept for storage in case of emergency. Of course you don't, Setsuna responded without keeping her eyes off the labeled shelves, crates and sacks. That's why you're an idiot. Do you always have an insult for everything I say? It's not that hard. Well, Naruto rolled his eyes. As long as you're having fun. I wouldn't precisely call it fun, Setsuna mused as she eyed a cluster of small rectangular boxes cluttering a whole shelf. But it is certainly interesting. I thank you for the opportunity. Naruto couldn't stop himself from smiling a little. Anytime. We're still stopping by your residence later, Setsuna stated. Right. My, oh my. A disturbingly familiar voice sent chills down Naruto's spine and made Setsuna raise an eyebrow. Munya. Naruto couldn't even dare to turn around, because he knew she would be there. Not the kind of place I'd want to be brought for a secret affair, kid. but I give you points for kinkiness. Creepy examiner lady. Oh, what the hell was that? A kunai on your butt cheeks, the voice eagerly replied before a pair of arms wrapped themselves around Naruto's neck from behind. I do have a name, you know, the voice said to his left ear. Naruto shuddered again, unsure of whether it was because of her breathing on his ear and neck or because of her sheer presence. You don't remember my name, do you? Naruto didn't respond. He only gulped. It was a good thing he didn't see the almost deranged smirk on the woman's face. Well, let's do something about that. The hapless hero only reacted when his instinct warned him of sudden motion behind him, poised for whatever could come at him. Naruto witnessed how the former examiner made an amazing contortion in midair at the same time she drew two kunai from where Naruto did not want to know and threw them at the rocky wall to her left. Falling straight on her 2 feet, she made a half seal, which made the two kunai release small bursts of smoke as two banners emerged from them and tiny fireworks exploded all over the small cavern. Most beautiful, deadly and outright awesome maiden of Konoha. Special Jounin Mitarashi Enko. They read. Naruto blinked. Ooh. Orochimaru's apprentice smirked widely. Yeah, that's the usual reaction. Setsuna seemed unfazed by the whole thing, but her crimson eyes were fixed on Anko's figure. Wow, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto complained rather loudly. Anko leaned forward, resting her arms on his shoulders. Firecrackers still exploded around the trio, showering the room with lights and sparks. Checking the evacuation routes and shelters to make sure everything's in order. Basic procedure, boy. Especially with the threat of Orochimaru lurking around. Now Anko's smirk turned outright devilish. I could ask the same of you, boy, but we know the answer is obvious. She patted Naruto's left shoulder for good measure. Bringing your girl for some healthy fun where you though nobody would find ya. Ha. Not bad, kid. Naruto actually caught the innuendo and responded accordingly. Well, maybe not. Why no. God, sheesh, are you crazy? He paused. Wait, you are. You're crazy, examiner lady. Scratch that. And he exploded again. Are you serious? How can you I mean, look at her. He pointed at Setsuna behind him. She's so damn tiny. He just does not learn, does he? Naruto did, however, freeze on the spot once again when he was showered with killing intent like a chilling downpour. He almost squeaked when Setsuna wrapped her left arm around his right in an almost possessive demeanor. Remind me to punish you for that one later. Now we're leaving. While Naruto allowed himself to be dragged away by the kitsune, Anko chuckled. Aw, come on, guys. I won't get in the way of your fun. She paused, seemingly pondering something. But the brat does have a point, you are kinda tiny. Dunno who's the kinkiest of you two, the brat for being a lolicon or you for being a kinky loli. Setsune didn't bother to turn her head to reply. I would kill you for that, but you already did that yourself. Walk faster, boya. Anko made an odd face. Huh? What do you? That's when she noticed exactly where she was. Amidst the food, water and other supplies intended for long-term survival in that cavern. The shelves and boxes contained equipment to be used by shinobi should the enemy reach the evacuation routes and shelters, as in kunai, shuriken, wire and explosives. Then she looked at the firecrackers. Well, shit, this is coming straight out of my pocket, isn't it? And it became a race to see who'd reach the exit first. Needless to say, Setsuna won. She did have the advantage of having moved first. The whole village rumbled when the entrails of the mountain exploded. Why? Fire? Not now. Sayuri. The three jumped out a hole in the mountain at the same time. A cloud of dust and smoke engulfed them. Anko landed on her knees and Setsuna landed gracefully on her feet. Naruto fell hard on his left side and rolled a few times before stopping face down on the ground, coughing. That was harsh, he complained between coughs. But at least we made it out alive. He finished as he got up to look at Setsuna. The kitsune offered the boy a victory sign with her right hand. Ooh, right. That was fun. I really need to talk with your mother. Majuo. Their danger senses warned them just before they found themselves surrounded by ANBU. Oh, so now they show up, Naruto mumbled. Now you've done it. Uzumaki, the ANBU behind a rat mask, apparently the leader of the squad of 6, spoke. A few hand signs later, 2 of the ninja left to explore the extent of the damage. They're going to containment. An instant later, Naruto was pinned down by 2 other ANBU, much to his alarm. Wait, you can't blame me for this. Crazy examiner lady did it. My name's Anko, damn it. The boy speaks the truth. It was a rather tense silence, in which Setsuna stared at each and every single of the masked faces. A second after she looked at the last one, it was Anko who found herself being dragged. Therefore, she kicked and screamed. What? What the hell? You were blaming the brat a moment ago. Let me go. Damn it. I can walk on my own. Naruto watched mutely until the ANBU and the special Jounin disappeared in the distance, even if Anko's voice persisted as a lingering wail long after she was beyond line of sight. What the hell? HNN. No puny human can resist my compulsion. Why you mean, you, like, controlled their minds and stuff. Yes, cool. Freaky, but cool. His face hardened for a moment. Don't do it again. HNN. Wow, I wish I could do that. Then I'd get Oni-chan to pet my tails all the time. Please don't. And, not to be one to seal my own doom, but, you can do that. You've got 9 tails. They're pee-wetty. Wiggle, wiggle. Yeah. So you definitely can do that freaky mind control stuff. Aren't you the one who keeps saying you can do anything? Ooh, white. I forget. Teehee, she says anyway, you can do it. But don't. Oh, I'm saying that, even if you can, don't do it. It's for the best. Mu Akahei. That's my girl. Hehe, Onii 3-chan. He pee-ways me. So ha PPY. Hey wow, that's just so weird. Him, being the smart, responsible one. Setsuna uttered absent-mindedly. Whatever, let's go. There are other places I want you to show me. And I don't enjoy being stared at by so many puny humans. It was then when Naruto noticed the audience their little stunt had gathered. Yo. He rushed to seize Setsuna's left arm to pull her away. Let's get out of here. Don't touch me, you peon. She hissed. Oh, stuff it. Oh, you're so getting the lightning bolt where we get out of here. Eek. Majuo. Twice. You still owe me for what you said back there. Ugh. Oni-chan. What? I'm sorry, alright. What Naruto and Setsuna did not count on was that, among the civilians who showed up at the commotion, there were several familiar genin faces. That is the super hottie you two were talking about. Ino was almost amused. Kiba and Shino were sharing uneasy glances. Or at least Kiba was. It is hard to tell with Shino. Shino, yes, this is clearly a different girl. Sheesh, Kiba uttered. This is the, what, third one? He paused to look at Naruto drag away the little girl. Well, not to say I envy him, I mean, damn. Didn't know Naruto's strike zone went that low. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Easy there, boys. Ino interceded. We don't want to arouse Miss Feral Growl here, she said, referring to Sakura, who was staring at Naruto with doom in her eyes. Looking back at Naruto and his partner, who were already far and away, she hummed. So another one, you say. But really, Naruto goes for that type. Also, Kiba corrected. Naruto also goes for that type. And I do share your curiosity. Maybe she's a good. Shino paused. Kiss her. Yes, kiss her. That's precisely the word I had in my mind. No other. I mean, what else could I be thinking of? Ino and Kiba stared at Shino oddly for a while, before resuming the conversation. But, really, Ino turned back to the departing couple, who were already nothing but tiny specks in the distance. Naruto's hanging out with a different girl today. Kiba rolled his eyes. While I understand the shocking value of the fact that Naruto's hanging out with a girl, I still don't see. This is for Sakura, too. The two looked at the cherry-haired genin. She seemed to be in her own world of righteous anger. Only Sakura knew what was going on in Sakura's head. Anyway, I have to find more about these girls that suddenly show up all over him. Hinata. We must do it for Hinata's sake, too, Shino added. Sure, whatever. Ino shrugged. Oh, for commies, you're just doing it cause you're a bunch of gossips. As much as the idea of Shino being a busybody terrifies me beyond belief. Ino and Shino completely ignored the dog boy, having decided to trail after Naruto and his new mysterious companion. Sakura walked a few steps behind them, saving her anger to fully unleash it at the right moment. Ino was pretty much cackling. Oh, Naruto-kun, you're making my week so much more amusing. What happened to Sakura? Kiba mumbled. Of course, I'm torn by Sakura's ordeals. Ino laughed half-heartedly. But nobody will mind if I enjoy myself while I help a little, ni. I don't mind. Of course you don't, Shino, Kiba mumbled again. Move it you two, let's go. The perky blonde went ahead, quickly followed by the bug user. Kiba could only shake his head. Oh man, if only it was that Katanoha chick. So this is the Nara clan sector. Setsuna looked at a lone deer strolling in a distant grassy field. Well, it certainly makes sense. Turning around to look at the houses around her, she addressed Naruto. Do you know how many of them are there? Naruto shrugged. Setsuna sighed. Never mind. I'll see if my clone can find a census. However, I can make an estimate right here. You do know the exact beginning and ending points, right? Sure. Good. Assuming a median of 3 people per household, I could get an estimate, yes. Why 3? Ninja families, and even civilian families within shinobi clans, tend to be small. Really? Yes, which is rather unusual, given that you'd expect shinobi families to try to make many offspring to offset career loses. Then again, they cannot afford to lose their kunoichi to pregnancy. Well, you lost me there. Of course, Setsuna shot a small grin at the blonde. You really are idiotic, aren't you? Naruto only shot her a heated glare. Setsuna chuckled. I've trained you well, and in so little time. I never cease to amaze myself. Walking closer to the boy's left side, Setsuna gently patted the left side of his chest. Do not fret, boya. I'm actually glad you're like that. It's certainly convenient to me. Huh? Setsuna chuckled again, this time patting Naruto's cheek, much to his embarrassment. That's precisely what I mean. Now, tell me what you know about this clan's jutsu while we get to the next sector. The boy frowned in a way totally uncommon to him. Like any other person, Naruto did not like to be mocked. It was surprising that Setsuna had not yet broken past the limit of his patience. But he really needed the help, and he had a very strong hope that a seemingly strong kitsune like Setsuna could help him. Ni Setsu. Sparks flew from Setsuna's right hand. Kira-sama. Yes, just how many tails do you have? 4. But do not let that be a measurement of my true power. Really, I do not like to brag, but I can tell you that I am considerably stronger than the average 4 tails. Setsuna seemed to be intent on studying the layout of the houses, her responses coming out half-heartedly. I wonder if she could beat Katanoha-san. But, really, do you have to look down on us humans like that? I do not see why not. Setsuna shrugged. You're inferior. Naruto sighed in defeat. Oh well, I guess not every single kitsune I meet has to be nice. And that, my boy, is probably the most intelligent thing you have said since we met. Setsuna turned to him, wearing a cold smile. She was walking backwards. Now, take me to the next sector if you are so kind. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Mean bitch and everything, the girl was pretty, no way around it. Sure, so I guess it's off to the Hyuga sector now. Setsuna stopped on her tracks. Did you say? Yeah, the Hyuga grounds are nearby. Like, this way, Naruto commented, pointing in the direction they were walking towards. Setsuna clenched her right fist. Hyuga, the brood of that accursed woman. She's weird. Coming from you, it doesn't really mean that much. Majuo. Yes, Setsuna was still in her own world, her eyes blazing with hatred and determination. When my incredibly evil plan is completed, they will be the first to be cleansed, that accursed clan of big-breasted women. Yufufufu ha 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 ha. Wow, she snapped. She's WEALLY weird. She still doesn't beat you. Maju Sayuri don't get it. But Oni-chan's being a weenie, but her laugh is really cool. I wish I could do that. Please don't. For the sake of my well-being, don't. Ahahahaha bhahmugyyuu. BWAHHHMUGYUU. Naruto facepalmed. That's wrong in so many levels. I'm beginning to wonder if the 4th actually did know who you really are, but still sealed you to spare the world from things like this. And what's with the Maju in between, anyway? Boya. Setsuna called for Naruto's attention by pulling on his jacket. Huh? You done? Yeah. Thank you for not saying anything about it. She was actually blushing a little at her random outburst. Nah, don't worry. I'm just saving it for future blackmail. Setsuna frowned. I must say, you show occasional sparks of brilliance that amaze me. However, Majuo, you don't really have a position to negotiate with me at all, boya. She walked past him. Move, now. I want to see that. She made a grimace as if she had tasted something really bitter. Hyuga grounds. So Naruto made conversation as they resumed their walk. You have something against the Hyugas or what? I have something against the world in its entirety. But yes, the Hyuga clan has a special portion of my hatred. Okay. As stealthy as 3 shinobi can be, Ino, Shino, and Kiba watched the couple from a distance. Sekira glowered some more. Enough to power a small village for a few hours. Only the gods knew what she was waiting for. Well, they seem pretty friendly to me, Ino muttered, once again concealing her surprise. Playful, even. Of course, this was her interpretation of Naruto's odd gesture as he was being electrocuted. Not that either of them could tell from where they were hiding. She assumed the blonde and the shorty had some sort of mock dispute or something. The whole laughing thing was freaky, though. Ugh. Ino was almost pulling her hairs off. There are too many questions. Who's this girl? Is she related to the other girls? What's their relationship with Naruto? I thought I-Am-sen made that very clear earlier today, Shino mused. I-Am-sen. Curiously enough, this was Ino, the ramen girl. Right. But anyway, how did Naruto meet the other two? I think you said you had never seen either of these two around before, Shino-kun. Why do they like Naruto in the first place? What are they doing at the Nara grounds of all places? Why is she so damn tiny? PZT. Majuo. Poor Oni-chan. Oh, what the hell was that for? I'm not sure. I just felt like zapping a blonde for some reason. You're just evil. So I've been told. So this is the Hyuga clan, how predictable. Rotting and becoming stale in their faux lives of pseudo-nobility. Imbeciles' ignorance. Huh? Just talking to myself, boya. She eyed the tall wall that separated the Hyuga grounds from the rest of the village and shot a bored look at the pair of guards protecting the main entrance, some 80 yards away. No, it's just Naruto felt confused. I feel like we've been walking for hours. We have been walking for hours. No, that's not what I meant. Naruto waved his hands from side to side as if trying to dispel Setsuna's anger. I mean, just from the Nara sector to here, it feels like it took hours. And also, I feel like the plot's not moving at all. Naruto paused. The plot? Wiggle, wiggle. Oni-chan did it again. Setsuna turned to shoot a side glance to him. If he did not know better, he would think she looked pleased. Not bad, boya. She looked away, turning her back to him once more. Don't worry anyway, we'll try to move the plot forward in this scene. How many Hyuga do you think there are? She suddenly changed the topic. Setsuna almost chuckled at the puzzled look on the boy's face. Were she another person, she might have found it cute. Just try to think about it and make a guess. Well, Naruto scratched his head. With those eyes of them, they should be pretty easy to spot unless they were ANBU or something. I only know Hinata, but I would say there aren't that many of them, really. He looked at the wall. Their grounds are so big because they're all rich and famous. Naruto clenched his fists and fixed his gaze on the white wall, as if, by trying hard enough, he could see past it. I wonder if he's in their Hyuga Neji. Setsuna's eyes narrowed studiously at Naruto's change of posture. Do you have something against the Hyuga clan, boya? Naruto looked at the shorter girl, and he could swear there was a hint of a smirk there. Not really. I have to fight one of them in a few days and I really want to kick his ass, the bastard. Setsuna blinked. Is that so? Is this somehow related to the reason you summoned me? Naruto nodded eagerly, glad that they were finally touching his problem. I have to beat him, so I can become a chunin, but it's not just that, it's personal. Setsuna didn't comment on that. She mutely stared at the boy, who seemed to have forgotten all about her presence and entered a world all of his own. But as I am right now, I wasted 3 weeks with that idiot Ero-sen and I can't beat Neji like this. Naruto sighed sadly. Setsuna found it severely at odds from what she had seen from him so far. But given the kind of life he's lived, I'm not surprised. I guess Kotonoha-san is right, Oa. Without any warning, Naruto found himself pinned against the wall by a surprisingly strong Setsuna. Her small hands were on his shoulders, so he could move his arms freely if he wanted, but the shock was so great that he found himself unable to stop her. When he actually came to his senses and tried to break free, it was already too late. Setsuna's fiery eyes looked up at him, and he almost screamed. No fucking way. 2 sets of 3 swirling black tomo in a crimson background were shaking the very core of his soul. Sharin, what did you just say, boya? Her voice made him shiver in indescribable fear. He could not understand why. Why was this adorably tiny girl so indescribably scary? Suddenly, however, she winked. What did I say about moving the plot forward? She slammed him against the wall one more time. Oh, oi, what's going on there? Ino's eyes widened in alarm at the sudden action. An unexpected development. Kiba muttered pointlessly. Things were suddenly getting troublesome, especially for Naruto. He sent his prayers to the hapless blonde. Sekura was biting her right fist. Strange sounds escaped from her throat. What's with that shameless, aggressive little girl? Ino hissed. And what the hell is Naruto doing? Why isn't he resisting? Shino raised an eyebrow at this. Why should he? Ino gaped at the bug user. What do you mean, why should he? Kiba and Shino stared at her. Silently, very silently. Let me explain it in a way you can understand. Kiba stated. If you suddenly pinned me against a wall and rubbed yourself against me, I wouldn't resist. You, Yamanaka Ino, annoyance incarnate. Jerk. A mildly blushing Ino spat back. Boo, but still. The girl hissed again, refocusing on the couple some 15 yards away. It's wrong. That girl's obviously too young. And doesn't Naruto already have that ramen chick? Sekura growled. Even Akamaru was shooting odd looks at her by this point. From yesterday's events, I cannot see any irrefutable proof of Naruto openly responding to I-am-san's feelings. I do see the possibility, though. In any case, if Naruto prefers the company of this new girl, I see no reason to be critical about it. Ino raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you dig those types of little girls. I would have to peek under the skirt of her dress to give you a straight answer. Ino and Kiba gaped at Shino as if he had grown a second head. I think I have already stated that I am an ass person. The boy in shades responded as if it were the most obvious thing. Kiba gaped a bit more. Naruto remembered a similar feeling. It was just like the first encounter with Zabuza all over again. That feeling of helplessness, the awareness of the inevitable, incoming doom. It was not the Sharingan. Sasuke pissed him off, but never made him want to piss his pants. Neither did Kakashi. It was the Sharingan in Setsuna. In a way his simple mind just couldn't understand. The little kitsune pulled it off. The way she released her aura and pushed it onto him combined with the way her spinning eyes seemed to be about to swallow him. Together they created a threatening aura Naruto found inescapable. It was almost beautiful, in the same way king cobras are beautiful. Maju Sayuri was out of things to say, so she said that. What did you just say? Setsuna repeated, inching her face closer with every word. It was a very good thing few people walk around the streets adjacent to Hyuga lands, not that it would have made much of a difference. Oh, I said I don't think I can beat Neji. Like I give a damn about that. Setsuna hissed. After that, Naruto blinked. I said that Setsuna leaned up until their noses were touching. God, those eyes. I said Konoha-san's right. Naruto felt like he was sinking in the vastest ocean. The weight of Setsuna's stare pushing him further and further down the abyss. He had already made an image of Setsuna, but these latest developments settled down his feelings towards her. Despite the sheer terror she was making him experience, he still couldn't help but be awed at its significance. That a girl so seemingly small and frail could be so magnificently powerful, it fascinated him just as it scared him. Konoha Katsura Konoha. Naruto blinked. You know her. Crimson eyes stared at Cerulean. After 3 more seconds of silence, she laughed on his face. It wasn't the maniacal laugh from before. It was a hearty laugh, even in its coldness. It made Naruto wonder what Setsuna had gone through for someone to laugh like that. It was faked, but it was nice nonetheless. Oh boy, things suddenly have become much more interesting. Yes, interesting. Yes, this boy can prove amazingly useful even before he dies. Setsuna's next words came out unusually loud for her, being a reflection of her changing mood. Let's go, then. Where to? Isn't it obvious? She gifted the boy with a smile of cold mischief. To your place, of course. Naruto. Oh, that can't be good. Shino muttered in response to Kiba's sudden emergence. Apparently the Inuzuka was done hiding and wanted some straight answers. It seemed to his teammate that the feral boy's jealousy had reached its peak, as well as his patience. But I guess it could be worse. It could be Hinata. Well. Ino's eyes were the size of ping-pong balls. Did she just say what I think she just said? If you mean she said they're going to Naruto's place, then yes, you did. Shino muttered. No way. Ino gaped at the couple in the middle of the deserted street. I had no idea, Naruto. I'm sure there's a very logical explanation to that. Shino added. Don't get weird ideas. You don't believe that yourself, do you? Not in the slightest. And I would hold Haruno-san if I were you. Sakura's body was trembling at this point, as every single neuron in her brain screamed at her to jump out there and make Naruto pay. Sakura. Ino did as told and wrapped her arms under Sakura's armpits and around her shoulders. Should I have my Kikeichu consume her chakra? Ino shot a glare at her partner in mischief. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. The look on Setsuna's face could not mean anything good. He almost squeaked like a scared little girl when the girl aimed the palm of her right hand towards Kiba. Electricity began to gather into a ball in front of her hand. Setsuna, Naruto hissed, grabbing her wrist with his left hand. The electric ball dispersed harmlessly. He gulped at the deathly glare he got in response. Whether it was for calling her by her first name, or for grabbing her like that, he did not know. What he knew was that he had to stop her. No lightning, but they're dogs. Setsuna whispered back. Disgusting, annoying dogs. Her face turned into a rather ugly snarl. I'm going to erase them, and the likes of you isn't going to stop me. Looking at the disgusting creatures she intended to obliterate, electricity began to gather one more time, to which Naruto responded by tightening his grip on Setsuna's arm. The little kitsune winced and the energy dissipated again, together with her Sharingan. Naruto had actually hurt her. Hissing in poorly suppressed anger, Setsuna turned to glare at the insolent boy. Her threatening glare came out half-hearted when she met Naruto's not cerulean anymore eyes. His reddened irises, slit pupils and overgrown canines, together with a ferocious, beastly snarl, shook Setsuna to her core in more than one way. Insolent. Letting go of him, Setsuna lowered her left hand to slam a powerful electric bolt on Naruto's stomach. However, Naruto caught that hand, too. His low-pitched voice, even if she'd never admit it, made her shudder. Enough. Awkwardly enough, this is the moment Sakura chose to release herself from Ino's grip and jump out of their hiding place behind the nearest corner. Naruto. So this is what you have been doing this past. Oof. That was Setsuna's vocal response to being punched in the face, a nasty left hook that buried itself on her right cheek before sending her towards the paved street in front of the Hyuga clan grounds. Sekira's words got caught in her throat. Hiba, Ino and Shino watched the scene before them in stunned silence. Naruto seemed unaware of his teammate's appearance. Uzumaki Naru ugh. Setsuna's furious growl was interrupted by a kick to the gut, with force enough to slam her against the wall behind. What do you think you are, ga? Setsuna was once more interrupted, this time by Naruto's left hand clasping her thin neck like a vice grip and effortlessly lifting her lithe frame. That's enough, Naruto growled before resting Setsuna on his left shoulder, her long legs falling down in front. What in Inari's name do you think you are doing? Setsuna finally managed a complete sentence. Put me down right AANNH. Naruto's right hand slapped her right buttock. Hard. Shut up. With that one last threat, Naruto leapt away, Setsuna in tow, to a destination known to only him. The rookie genin who had witnessed this scene watched him depart, staring at the distance long after Naruto became less than a speck beyond their sight. It would be, of course, Shino who would break the uncomfortable silence. Somehow I like the direction this is taking. Sometime later, Setsuna and Naruto rested at ease on the grassy ground, some prudent distance away from Konoha proper. Naruto had left the flat stone he had used as a chair for the past 30 minutes or so, moving to the ground so that he could use it to support his back. With his lap acting as Setsuna's cushion, Naruto leisurely watched the blue autumn sky. Setsuna knew she should be mad. She should be boiling with righteous anger, well, maybe not righteous, but definitely anger. Curiously enough, she was not. She was what she was. She needed a bit more time for her brain to properly reboot. She could not even finish that thought. They had sex. Well, it was rather one-sided sex, with Naruto providing and Setsuna screaming in pleasure. It was also non-penetration sex, okay? Non-genital penetration sex. He did some marvelous things with his hands, though. He had spanked her, touched her, made her sweat, scream and cry for more. He had blackmailed her, holding back on her until she agreed to his terms. Only once she had done so, she had given the delicious ecstasy she so much craved. It was a most unusual, but definitely welcomed, punishment method. She did wonder about one thing. She had noticed Naruto's erection during her finger fellatio. Why had he not tried anything? Was it because she looked tired? Or was it because he did not want his first time to be with her? She guessed it was the latter. Not that it really mattered to her. They did what they did, and she had enjoyed it. Oh, she had recovered her capacity for coherent thought. Good. She felt Naruto move behind her. Wah. She was surprised when Naruto picked her up, bridal style. Looking up at his face, however, she could tell there was no affection in this gesture. Naruto's expression was stern and serious once again. Naruto paused for a moment to admire just how light and small Setsuna's body was. It was kinda cute. However, business was business, and he had to act while Setsuna was still mellowed out by what they had, well, enjoyed. He put her down on her 2 feet, but was gentle enough to lean her back against a tree, resting his own hands on the trunk by the sides of Setsuna's head. He leaned down to press his forehead against hers. His unchanging expression made an unsettling contrast with the intimacy of their positions. Setsuna, red eyes met blue. She made a mental note to scold him for using her first name. Listen to me, and listen to me well. Setsuna showed no reaction, but she was listening. She had promised, after all. A kitsune's promises are serious business. You can insult me. You can look down on me. You can even use your evil electric hands on me. I don't care. I've had worse. But I won't let you harm my friends or my village. Naruto snarled with a loud, threatening voice. It was something not many humans could pull off. Setsuna idly wondered if he did not have yokai blood of some kind. Try to pull that shit again and we'll be in trouble. Naruto's expression relaxed, oddly. His tone as he spoke those words was actually congenial, and Setsuna knew he was back to his usual mood. He moved his head away from hers, looking down at the shorter female with mirthful eyes. I'll have to punish you again, and it will be you, he blushed. I'll make it more perverted. It will be so perverted, I don't even know what it is. So don't do it. Naruto challenged Setsuna. However, it looked more like a pout than anything else. It was very hard to take seriously. Yufifufu ahahaha. Setsuna could not stop herself. She chuckled, then she giggled, and it soon became full-blow laughter. Real laughter, not crazy-ass evil laughter. It was light-hearted and melodious. It was, well, nice. Naruto really pouted at this, but he was not really angry. It was the first time he saw Setsuna like this. It's not funny. No, it's not ahahaha. The genin calmly waited for the kitsune to settle down, which took her the good part of a minute. Once she stopped, she seemed to have fully recovered from both the fit of laughter and the afterglow of their little sex play. she was back to her usual self, save of the tiny upwards curve at the corners of her lips. Not bad, boya. Huh? Even when aware of the immense difference between you and me, she walked past him, forcing him to turn around to face her back. You fight back. You talk back even if it's for a silly reason such as protecting your friends. Naruto noticed Setsuna had inclined her head up to look at something she could only see in the distant sky. A tough man who fights to stand by himself, to not let the world step on him or what he believes in. A man who takes a beating and is willing to get back up. A man who knows what he wants, whether it is an evil man or a goody-goody two-shoes like you. Naruto grimaced. Setsuna turned around to look at him. Naruto found her smile stunning and disturbing. A man like that is a man I can grow to like. With that said, she snorted, as if blowing away that moment of weakness to get back on her groove. Well, boya. She let herself fall down, to sit down on the grass. Yep, alright, bad idea. Naruto chuckled at the sight of the Loli rubbing her sore butt as she got back on her feet, for which he got a deathly glare. Don't get cocky on me, boya. Just because you got me once and don't think it's gonna happen again. Her glare turned a mischievous smirk. At least not under your initiative. Naruto gulped. So, Setsuna barked, like the officer demanding the new recruits to stand at attention. The reason you summoned me. This problem of yours. I'm listening. So what to make of that? Back in Yamanaka Flower, 2 boys and 2 girls made an odd circle on the floor to discuss the latest events. Ino's question was the one thing that the 4 seemed intent to figure out. Even Sakura, whose titanic anger had been utterly dissipated by the simple fact that she could not figure out just what happened back there. I think the chick was going to do something. Kiba mused. I mean, she raised her hand and I think I saw something, like, shiny. He frowned. But then Naruto stopped her. A jutsu, Sakura wondered. Without hand seals, Shino intervened. That would make it a special jutsu of some kind or her, a highly skilled ninja. This would also bring out the conclusion that Naruto is aware of this, because he stopped her. Besides, we cannot be sure of anything if Kiba is not sure himself. Do you think? Ino began to propose. Do you think she might be an enemy ninja? A spy or something? Would a spy let Naruto beat the shit out of her, spank her and carry her away? Kiba retorted rather acridly. Maybe Ino grasped at straws. If she wanted to keep the alias or something, she noticed the looks she was getting. Forget it. So we have nothing. Other than they had an argument. A pretty violent argument, if you ask me. Kiba muttered. So Naruto's a wife beater. I think it is probably more complicated than that. Shino declared. So should we report this to anyone or something? Ino asked. I do not see why. It's not like they have done anything worth reporting. Kiba gave his opinion. What about what happened at the mountain? Sakura finally intervened. Well, the ANBU took away Mitarashi-sensei, didn't they? Ino wondered. The 2 boys nodded. But they might have been arguing about it. Sakura insisted. Maybe that girl did it, but managed to put the blame on sensei, and Naruto was fussing her on it. So now we're defending Naruto? Ino asked with a raised eyebrow. I thought we were mad because Naruto was hanging out with girls instead of doing whatever it is you expected him to do in this month. Which was not training. Kiba mirthfully added. No. I mean, yes. I mean, what if shut up, Ino? A flushed Sakura dejectedly dropped her head. Kiba sighed and rested his hands on the back of his head, making sure Akamaru did not slip. I say we leave it to rest for today. We can just ask Naruto next time we meet him. Yeah, ask. Sakura mumbled, cracking her knuckles. You have issues. Kiba mumbled in return. This won't let me sleep at night. Ino muttered in frustration. Then you have issues too. The foursome got on their feet. So, wanna help me look for Sasuke-kun? For the last time, Sakura, Sasuke-kun is not in Konoha. We have already looked everywhere. It pains me as much as it does you, but we gotta deal with it. Ino boringly explained. Sakura stared at her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I'm not leaving Konoha to look for him. Awa, come on, Ino. Mom won't let me go by myself. She paused, which is weird, cause I'm a ninja, but anyway. Come on. No means no, Sakura. I have to look after the shop, anyway. Kiba and Shino back away from the conversation. Girls, so I guess we go. Kiba, I must apologize, but I must leave now. I have to. Shino thought fast. Go back home. Yes, why all of a sudden? Why indeed? Shino thought even faster. Oh, what? You know, Kiba, my clan, the Aburame clan, we raise insects. Kiba stared back, deadpan. Yes, Shino, you clan raises bugs. Indeed, we raise bugs. So you see, some of these bugs, they live in artificial hives. What exactly are we getting at here? Well, every once in a while we have to clean these hives, because, well, they get dirty. These bugs, they release many secretions. Slimy, sticky, viscous secretions. Some are actually slightly acidic. Shino was on a roll. so we have to wear special garments and gloves, because otherwise, all those substances would run down our arms. It would be very uncomfortable. You see, there's this one kind of mucus that... Whoa, dude. That's gross, man. Real gross. It is a fascinating topic. Sure, whatever. Okay, I get it. Go play with your bugs or whatever. I appreciate your understanding. Yeah, sure, I'm great. Just don't say those things in front of Hinata or Kurenai-sensei. You'd really gross them out. What about US? Sekura and Ino, both rather green on the face, screamed in unison. Shino shot them a side glance. I see. Very well, I will see you tomorrow. Yeah, Tiba muttered, and then watched his teammate walk away. Damn, he's in a hurry. He sighed. Ah well, I'm leaving too, girls. Gotta go report to Hinata and wait a minute. Shino just ran away on me. Yeah, pretty much. Ino consoled the dog boy with a compassionate smile. Akamaru whined atop his partner's head. Hiba only growled. Fuck you, Shino. Fuck you. Under the shade of a tree, Naruto exposed his situation to Setsuna. Not being one to allow Naruto to sit down and relax while her sore bum forced her to stay up, the fox woman forced him to stretch his legs and she shamelessly sat on his lap. And that's pretty much it. So, can you help me? Setsuna shrugged. Sure. Naruto blinked. Say again. I said, sure. Are you deaf as well as stupid? Setsuna punched his ribs playfully. Oh, stuff it. Miss, I like to be smacked on. Oh. You said no lightning. That was a tender stroke. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sure. But, really, you're gonna help me. Just like that. Setsuna shrugged again. Why not? No matter how I see it, it's win-win to me. Why don't I like the sound of that? The kitsune explained her point. Not only do I get to see you humiliate the Hyuga prodigy, I can also claim to have accomplished something Konoha couldn't do. Win-win. How do you win if you don't help me? I don't have to spend more time with you. Naruto pouted. You're mean, so I've been told. But Naruto looked a bit skeptic. Can you really train me in, what, a week? I mean, no offense, but well, Konoha-san said. Forget what that flabby-chested imbecile said. Setsuna uttered angrily. I said I'm going to teach you. Shouldn't you be happy? Not only do you get what you want, you also get the chance to try to satiate your growing sexual attraction towards me. Naruto gaped in disbelief. What growing sexual whatever? Setsuna harshly poked the boy's crotch. What? You think I didn't notice? Where are you touching? Naruto hurriedly pushed Setsuna's hand away, much to her private amusement. Cute. Do you want me to suck your fingers again? Or maybe she raised a finger to the right side of her mouth in a pensive gesture. You want me to suck something else? Naruto entered a pathetic but very amusing blushing, stammering fit. What are you talking about, Setsuna? Tita. Oh, Mistress Setsuna. The kitsune clarified. Have some respect for the one who is going to educate you. Whatever. Naruto pouted. Pizizite. Oh. Naruto rolled his eyes. Whatever, mistress. Pizizite. Oh, don't use such an insincere tone. Naruto sighed in defeat. Yes, mistress. I'm very grateful, mistress. And he was really. Not only had he got a new sensei, the electric shocks did not hurt that much anymore, either. Whether this was because he had gotten used to it by now or because Setsuna was finally going easy on him, he did not know. By the way, boya. Setsuna smirkled mischievously. You're not getting any. Who the hell wants any? Pizite. Oh, don't raise your voice at your mistress. Yes, mistress. Very well. Get up. We shall begin right away. Setsuna got back on her fit, allowing Naruto to do the same. May I ask a question, Mistress Setsuna? Naruto made an odd face at that sentence. Seriously, this whole mistress thing was just weird. And a bit funny. You may. Naruto scratched the bridge of his nose. Just how are you gonna train me, anyway? Ah, well. Setsuna closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them again, they were different. Sharingan. Yes, boya, Sharingan. She aimlessly walked around the place as if dictating a lecture. You see, if there's something I've come to realize about these eyes is that they are far more powerful than I originally intended them to be. It's like the next best thing after being a god or a nine-tails. Really, it's almost unfair. Naruto did not catch Setsuna's very interesting choice of words. Hua. Setsuna rolled her eyes. Bon mot, boya. She uttered, sarcasm dripping from every word. Huh? Bon touche. Say again. We're going nowhere here, aren't we? She looked almost amused. Hey, I'm not the one who's saying all that weird stuff. Setsuna stared tiredly at her new student. Weird stuff. She sighed in defeat. Ha, c'est la vie, I guess. There you go again. Naruto exclaimed, pointing at his sensei. Oh, stuff it. You ready? Wait a minute. Setsuna crossed her arms impatiently. What now? And don't point, it's rude. No, it's just that I should call Sayuri again. She must be wondering why I'm taking so long punishing you. Setsuna actually blushed a little at this. Sure, go ahead. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to feel out that barely recognizable flicker of emotion that was his connection with the nine tails. Sayuri, you there? Can you hear me? Damn, this is weird. Majuo, Oni-chan. Hey there. What? Oni-chan. It's Oni-chan. Oni-chan's back. Why? Wiggle. Oni-chan, I missed you. You know, hard to believe, but I think I kinda missed you too. Guess I got used to this already. Why? Oni-chan missed Sayuri. Sayuri's hot PPY. The fox girl suddenly switched to her angry tone. Moo, Oni-chan. Sayuri was bowed. Ha, bored, you say? Naruto guessed it made sense. If he had to be completely alone in a cage for 13 years and suddenly found someone to talk to, he would not want to leave that person alone for a second, either. Yeah, bowed. Hell, I guess. Sorry I made you wait. Hey, it's okay. Cause I love Oni-chan. Naruto blushed a bit. Hey, thanks. So, did you get that weenie? Naruto blushed a lot more. Ooh, in a manner of speaking. Yeah, but I think she'll be nice. Why are you standing there blushing like a moron? Nicer from now on. Yeah, wait. Oh, right. So, I'm gonna train with Setsuna now, so I can't talk with you now, okay. Akai. It seemed Sayuri was just too happy to hear his voice again to complain about anything. Opening his eyes, he smiled at Setsuna. Yosh, we're good to go here, said mistress. He bit his tongue playfully, making the kitsune shake her head in amusement. Very well. Look into my eyes, she said quietly as she walked closer and closer. Naruto leaned a bit forwards to get a closer look. Izanami, with arms and legs spread, Katsura Kokoro, in the body of Ikaraku Aim, stared at an old, white ceiling. I'm bored. A ball of tumbleweed suddenly entered the bedroom, made a full tour around the room and traveled back out. Wow, that was weird. 5 minutes later. I'm bored. Damn, I really underestimated having a job. Hey, can I finger myself? What do you mean, again? What part of I'm bored don't you get? Silence. Oh, don't be such a prude. Silence. Fine. I won't do it. Sheesh, I don't get any love here, and now that we're touching the topic of me not getting any, where's our favorite blonde stud? She narrowed her eyes. He better not be sexing it out with someone else, or there will be hell to pay. Hell, I tell you. Silence. Yeah, I know, I'm just being silly. I mean, it's Naruto. What are the odds of that happening? Silence. Moo, I'm bored. When Naruto blinked, he found himself in a surreal setting. We're not in Konoha anymore, are we? Majuo. He was standing in the middle of a vast canyon, which reached as far as his eyes showed him. It was completely desolate, save for the hundreds, no, thousands, of towering mesas that made him feel like he was in the god's very own pachinko parlor. The gigantic spires of rough, natural sandstone looked down upon him like mute colossi, awing and intimidating him. The basic Sharingan does many things. Setsuna suddenly appeared from behind him. She, too, was admiring the natural wonder that surrounded them. It does so many things I'm not even sure what it does anymore, she admitted. It's not like I use these eyes that often, anyway. Naruto noticed a curious circular hole on the back of her sundress. He blushed when he managed to see a bit of the crack of her butt. There is an additional stage, which the Uchihas call Manjikayu. It basically allows them to use 2 different kitsune techniques, 1 per eye. I do not have this Manjikayu, basically because I don't need it, been a kitsune myself. What I do have, however, are special techniques only I can use because of these eyes. This is the Phantasmagoria Boya, a world hidden within the gaps in reality and shaped by my will. This is a world where no other god can reach, the world where I am God. When she was standing some 15 meters away from Naruto, 4 black tails emerged from her lower back, each slightly over a meter long. For the next 24 hours, we fight. You will feel no hunger or thirst, so we will fight non-stop. You will learn from experience and observation by demanding your body to match the speed and power of a being immensely greater than you. Do your best, for I will not hold back. Wait, 20 foe. Setsuna was standing right in front of him, her left hand gently touching his chest. Idiot, she whispered, almost affectionately. Oni-chan. Naruto moved faster than he had ever moved in his life, jumping aside in time to witness how a line of lightning tore through the air, where he had just stood a moment before, releasing a furious shriek as it streaked past and exploded on a rocky spire behind. The boy gasped in amazement at the sight of the colossal structure collapsing like a tower of cards due to the lightning bolt disintegrating a massive chunk of its mass, utterly destroying the pillar's balance. Lightning release, natural sharp. One of the basic techniques a lightning kitsune learns when she gains her 3rd tail. Naruto had to cover his face when both master and student were engulfed by the cloud of dust and sandstone particles. Setsuna's voice still reached him, as if the kitsune were impervious to it. Do you understand now, Boya? The difference between our species. Inari-sama did not condemn us to a single power. He blessed us with the potential to shape the world, according to the pulse of the blood running through our veins. Wind release, summer's anthem. Naruto cried in pain when thunder roared all around him. He felt in the middle of a summer thunderstorm, and the sky screamed words of glory straight to his eardrums. Oni-chan. He fell on his knees and covered his pained ears, not failing to feel the blood pouring out, the banner of his ruined hearing. Sayuri, however, did not forget to provide immediate aid. Naruto moaned. The powerful sound waves released by Setsuna's technique also blew away the dust that clouded their vision. Boya, question. Huh? Naruto uttered. I can't hear you. Setsuna blinked. Oh, for Inari's sake, are humans really that fragile? Wait. Naruto inclined his head. Say something again. Hiei. Setsuna frowned. What? Oh. Naruto blinked. He actually looked impressed. I can hear again. Cool. I see. Setsuna replied. Good. Now, question. I mean, yes. Do you know the 13 different types of kitsune? Yeah. Naruto nodded while he slowly and staggeringly got back on his feet. The kitsune smirked. Very well, what kind of kitsune am I? Huh? Naruto blinked in puzzlement. Well, aren't you a thunder? Setsuna chuckled. Cuckoo that, Boya, is the simple answer. However, it is not the correct one. Poof, poof, poof. Wow, the fire Majuo. Naruto was of similar thoughts. Black fire, certainly, like unholy will-o-wisps, 4 flickering flames of color of midnight floated on the tips of Setsuna's tails. This, Setsuna stated, is the fire that consumes all. The fire that needs no fuel, as it is driven by a sentience beyond our limited, mortal comprehension. The fire that forever hungers, and solely exists to reduce the world to nothingness. The fire that will burn for 7 days and 7 nights. This is void fire, Boya. A blessing and a curse all void kitsune are born with. The Uchiha call it Amaterasu. It's a stupid name, there's nothing remotely divine about it. Now, my student, you shall learn to fear this flame. Now, dodge, if you know what's good for you. And Naruto ran for his life, for he was assaulted by an endless barrage of black flame bullets. Setsuna shot her tiny fireballs like a machine gun, chasing Naruto throughout the labyrinthine paths between the endless pillars. Naruto did notice that the flames did not dissipate after impact. They remained wherever they struck, lingering and relentlessly burning the ground itself. Wow, I wonder if I can do that. Now's not the time for those kinds of comments. Dodging them once is not enough, Boya. Setsuna taunted, and Naruto shrieked when the lingering flames slithered across the ground like ebony snakes set on swallowing him. Naruto leapt high above the flame trails, which collided on the place where he had just stood. Attaching his feet and right hand to the side of a rocky spire, he watched all the tiny flames coalesce into a gargantuan maw of living flame. It's like it has a mind of its own. The race began anew. Naruto raced through the vertical wall, a gigantic anaconda of black fire trailing after him. Out of a corner of his eye, he saw Setsuna following him from an adjacent mesa. The young ninja demanded his legs to outdo themselves, to reach for the top and touch the clouds. Toya. With a mighty leap, Naruto reached the summit, landing in the middle of an almost perfect circle no more than 20 meters in diameter. An instant later, the gathering of flames surged upwards like a tidal wave intent on swallowing him whole. Is there no end to that thing? Naruto screamed in his mind. Don't take your eyes off your opponent, Boya. Setsuna was on the sky right above Naruto, at the height of an astounding leap. Her tails were ablaze with void fire, and a ball of the devastating flames the size of a shopping cart floated above her. The void is merciless. Shit. Oni-chan. Everything became white. Kakutan. Kakayugu. Then everything became black. Clouds. Naruto quietly, placidly watched the clouds. They were pretty, puffy clouds, like cotton motes idly pacing through the sky. The ground was cold and hard, but he really did not feel like moving at all. He knew that, should he turn his head to the right, he would see Setsuna. She, too, was watching the clouds. Oni-chan. What the fuck was that? Naruto finally muttered. We died, Setsuna plainly stated. Huh? We died, she repeated. That little runt in your belly killed us. We never stood a chance. Huh? Oh, Oni-chan. Naruto felt a tinge of pain in his chest. Sayuri was sobbing. Oni-chan, I sob. And so I Sayuri's fire hoot Oni-chan. Naruto mumbled. So that was it. Honestly, he had not felt a thing. He still was not sure what had just happened. But Sayuri, when that biwak fire was chasin Oni-chan, I Sayuri didn't like it. Sayuri felt something. That fire is weird. It's a bad fire. It's not like Sayuri's fire. Sayuri's fire is shiny, and fun. That fire. Naruto shuddered. Somehow, he knew Sayuri was shuddering too. Is bad. Sayuri was scared. So Sayuri killed the bad fire. You killed the bad fire. Naruto frowned at the strange choice of words. This was the same girl who thought her chakra pulses made the birdies fall asleep. Also, that's how it is, Setsuna muttered. That's a Kyuubi for you. She's perceptive, even if she's just a girl. Huh? Naruto finally turned his head to look at his master. Wow, what do you mean? Setsuna's expression became solemn and respectful. I told you, boya. Void fire is not ordinary fire. It's I wish I had a better word, but really, there is no other way to put it. It is evil. Boo, but it's fire. Setsuna returned Naruto's confused look. Naruto was taken aback by her unusually gentle smile. Boy, I showed you the void so that you would be ready in case another kitsune tries to use it against you. Now you know it's dangerous and relentless, but do not expect me to tell you more about it. You don't need to understand the void. You don't want to understand the void. That responsibility belongs only to those who wield it, kitsune or whatever. Setsuna-san shouldn't use that bad fire. The Four Tails looked back up. With a single motion, without even using her arms for support, she raised her body to a sitting position. But, really, I can't believe your Kyuubi did that. What? Naruto was confused by this whole thing, but he had already resigned himself to accept that this was a conversation that would fly way over his head. Look over there. Naruto turned his head to the opposite side and his heart shook at the sight of the most frightening scenario he had ever witnessed. He was finally aware that he was on top of one of the tall pillars that littered the whole place. Similar towering mesas of rock extended for a very long distance in the direction he was looking at, until they all disappeared to be replaced by a crater. A huge crater. The land had been perfectly flattened and shaped into a flat cone devoid of any feature. I got rid of the cloud and the lingering radiation. I should have let you see the cloud. It was quite impressive. Wah. That, my boy, is the scar left by your little Kyuubi's explosion. That's got to be at least, I'd say, 4 kilometers diameter. I have truly never seen anything like that. It's humbling. Sayuri did that. For once, the girl did not seem proud of her achievement. Sayuri doesn't really know. Sayuri wanted to get rid of the bad fire, and then Sayuri came up with a new jutsu, Kakuten Jutsu. Kakuten, stroke release. Naruto frowned. That was just odd. Maju, Sayuri doesn't know the kanji. Nuclear release. Naruto turned to Setsuna. Nuku lie what? Setsuna chuckled. Nothing you need to know, boya. Now, get up. We're supposed to be fighting, right? Naruto jumped back to his feet. But, really, he wiped some dust off his jumpsuit. What the heck happened? Didn't I tell you? Higashiyama Sayuri's will allowed her to release a jutsu from behind the seal that contains her. She made a nuclear explosion and killed us. How can you say she killed us if? Setsuna sighed. I explained this before. The gods cannot reach this phantasmagoria. The only god here is me. I decide what happens when you die in this world. Who? I don't get it. Sayuri doesn't get it. I'm not surprised. Setsuna rolled her eyes. By the way, tell your little Kyuubi to stay out of our training. How can you expect to improve if you depend on her power to save you? Ooh, right. You heard that, Sayuri. Naruto deflected the words in an amicable way. He did not want Sayuri to think he was angry at her. Maju alright. Now, lesson 2. Taijutsu. Oi. Wait. Ga. And the battle continued. It hurt. It hurt everywhere. But it was good. Night had fallen in that dry, lifeless world, and they had fought. Darkness had swallowed that moonless realm, and they had fought. Light had returned again, and they had never stopped fighting. Setsuna was right. He had felt no hunger or thirst, even as he pushed his muscles relentlessly and constantly. He had long ago taken off both jacket and shirt, allowing his perspiration to pour out without obstruction. He was already getting the hang of void fire. The first thing he learned was that, once Setsuna gave the silent order for the fire to chase him, it moved independently of its creator, so distracting or attacking Setsuna did not stop it. A few deaths and resets later, he found out that the black fire could apparently see through solid rock, so hiding behind a pillar would not stop it. On a side note, death, most of the time, was very uncomfortable. But he guessed that had everything to do with the fire, and the lightning and the neck snaps and the spear-tipped tails and stuff. After the next reset, Setsuna explained to him that void fire was naturally inclined to extinguish living things, and it could feel him somehow. He eventually found out that the only way to get the black fire to stop chasing him was to get beyond the range of its perception. He estimated this range to be somewhere between 80 to 100 meters. Conveniently enough, Setsuna could not command the fire beyond the first instruction, so he could get back within range without fear. Beyond dealing with the lingering flames, there was no real technique to dodging Setsuna's shots. Whether it was a barrage or a large fireball, it was simply a matter of speed, reflexes, and finding the gaps in the offensive. Lightning was tricky, too. It could only move in a straight line, unlike the void fire which he had seen making some really incredible things in the air. Setsuna made up for it with her jutsu. She had shown him a jutsu with which she created 4 balls of lightning which orbited around her body to defend her. As soon as Setsuna saw a gap in Naruto's defense, 1 or more of the balls became lines of destructive lightning rushing to get him. It was simple, but it worked. Setsuna also did not need to shoot it from her hands or her tails. She could summon it from the sky, like, well, real lightning. In any case, Naruto was getting quite adept at dodging ranged attacks. Too bad Neji was a taijutsu specialist. Then there was Setsuna's taijutsu. Naruto had quickly learned it was highly acrobatic. The most important feature of Setsuna's nameless style was that it relied almost entirely on her legs. Setsuna never threw a punch. She only used her arms to defend and to support her body when performing her highly flexible motions. It also took him a while to get used to the almost constant glimpses of her private parts, as she was still not wearing underwear. Of course, he learned his lesson, as every single time he averted his eyes to not look, he ended up dead. Or at least very, very beaten. It could be said it was a side benefit of their training. As a ninja, Naruto had to get at least used to the female body. Thanks to Setsuna, he was many steps closer to this objective than most of his male genin colleagues. Most, because Sasuke and Neji probably would not care, and Shino would probably be able to enjoy it but not let it get in his way. There was one thing that bothered him from Setsuna's taijutsu, though. It was not precisely annoying, it was just weird. Setsuna's crazy made-up words. Naruto grimaced when his right arm got caught in Setsuna's leg clinch. It was one of her preferred defense maneuvers, hooking her thin, flexible leg around his offending limb and holding him by this means. Croix, Sayuri Wikes Croissants. The boy tried to sweep her off her sole balancing leg, but she raised it first to attempt a roundhouse kick in midair. Naruto blocked it with his left arm. Setsuna ended up upside down, her entire weight supported by her thin arms, using a flip to make some distance between the two. Naruto went after her with a straightforward jump, legs first to castigate her head. Setsuna, however, leapt upwards, turning in the air to parry the straight flying double kick with her right shin interposed between Naruto's feet and her chest. Prize defer. Naruto's higher mass and momentum should have ensured his advantage, but he could feel his legs giving in. Chakra, deciding that he, too, could play that game. He remembered his tree and water walking lectures to push Chakra towards his legs. In an instant, he easily overpowered Setsuna and sent her flying away straight into a sandstone spire. Naruto admired his work once he was back on his feet. That was pretty badass. 8 spheres of lightning, each the size of a tennis ball, emerged from the dust cloud released by Setsuna's impact. They spread all over the place, stopping at apparently random positions around Naruto. Not stopping to think for a second, Naruto jumped away from them. A lightning bolt flew from within the dust towards one of the spheres, jumping from one to the next at, well, lightning speed, before going for Naruto once it struck the last one. Whoa! Naruto howled as he leapt out of its deathly path. The spheres got into motion again, orbiting Naruto in unpredictable, erratic paths. A second lightning bolt appeared, challenging Naruto's reaction speed as the order in which it struck the 8 spheres before going for him was apparently random. This was, Naruto realized, the point. He could not tell which would be the last sphere struck before it actually happened, so he did not know from which direction would the eventual attack come from. Best jutsu ever. Move fire is better. Okay, maybe not the best, but pretty cool anyway. He did not notice when Setsuna closed the distance between them and moved back to melee. At the same time, one of the 8 spheres became a lightning bolt itself, jumping past the other 7 spheres before attempting to strike Naruto. Oof. Naruto watched the thin line of electrically charged pain fly by his left side. Setsuna stopped a step away from Naruto, turning so as to show only her right side to him. She made an outside circle kick with her right leg. Foe, new July. Oh my fucking god. Naruto screamed even as he dodged. Setsuna's legs were coated in lightning. A wide arc of lightning moved with Setsuna's right leg, smashing the solid ground with the force of a giant hammer, blowing fragments of rock everywhere. A second lightning ball was spent, jumping from sphere to sphere before going for the blonde vessel. Naruto's muscles and senses were in overdrive, allowing him to somehow make it out unscathed from that electric hell. Setsuna was just a step behind, this time going for a straight kick aimed at his chest. Rapier. Lightning crackled on the tip of her foot, granting her attack unparalleled piercing power. Naruto ducked. Setsuna's stretched leg fell upon him. Hake. Achoo. Tihi. Naruto jumped to his left, and Setsuna's foot only struck the ground. The boy had to jump a second time in a single step to dodge the third sphere-turned lightning bolt. Kick, dodge, jump, duck, kick, jump, flip. Just like there was lightning all around him. Electricity coursed through Naruto's body. Tense muscles, sharp reflexes. 3 more spheres were gone. Human and Kitsune danced a waltz of electrical death. Naruto went after Setsuna this time. The shorter Kitsune caught the right knee kick with her left shin. Before Naruto pulled away, Setsuna counterattacked. Riposte. Naruto bent his torso backwards, watching a lovely leg stretched less than a foot above him. Any thoughts of striking back were stopped by the 7th sphere, forcing him to drop to the ground and roll away. Extension. Jump back. Duck. Sway to the left. Sidestep to the right. All 4 tails dug into the ground behind Naruto and pulled in their owner. Setsuna went for a high jump and a straight kick. At the same time, the final sphere glowed menacingly. Naruto ducked one more, noticing out of corner of his eyes that the sphere had moved to his right. He leapt forward in time to let the final lightning bolt pass behind him, and got back on his feet with a fluid roll. Then he felt a flat body on his back. "Ooh, is that your back or your chest, mistress? I really can't tell." The only response he got was crackling electricity. He decided to place it all in his next move and hope Lady Luck was with him this time. "I'm so going to hurt you for GYH, Setsuna squeaked. "You spanked me, aga." Next thing she knew, Naruto had swept her feel off the ground, seized both her hands and pressed the full weight of his body on hers. "Whoa, I can't believe it actually worked." Naruto celebrated with a silly grin. Their right cheeks were touching. "And it was your back after all." "Really?" Now that I noticed, Naruto rubbed his chest against hers a bit, furthering Setsuna's embarrassment. "Yeah, I can tell the difference now. Bastard. So are we done? Please tell me we're done." Setsuna pondered for a moment. "Sure, it's about time. Now get off me." "No." "What the hell do you mean, no?" "'Cause you'll kill me the moment I get off." "True, but I can kill you even like this, too." "You can." The tip of a black fox tail made itself known by poking Naruto's back through his clothes. The tails. Right. So what was the point of me restraining your body like this?" "Beats me. Now, get off." Well, promise you won't hurt me." Setsuna gritted her teeth. "I promise nothing." "Ooh, I kinda can't." "Explain yourself." "I'm tired." "You're tired." Setsuna sighed. "You know, I'm starting to think you're just looking for an excuse to feel me up." "What?" "It would explain your recent obsession with my derriere." "Munii." "Oh, shut up." Naruto spat back, not moving an inch. "You're the one who was asking for it at the end." "Asking for what?" Really?" An irate Setsuna responded. "But I was not the one who had a raging hard-on after that." "What's a wajin hard?" "Well, at least I'm not a total pervert." Naruto shouted. "You started the whole thing." Setsuna shouted back. Blue eyes met red, and the two silently challenged each other for several tense seconds, their noses barely touching. Slowly, very slowly, Setsuna's angry frown became a mischievous smirk. At the same time, Naruto's own smirk faded and changed into a nervous expression, a prominent blush adorning his cheeks. "Is that a kunai in your pants or?" "Don't finish that sentence," Naruto grumpily mumbled, pushing himself off Setsuna so that she would not feel his sudden erection. He had gotten hard from arguing. How many kinds of weird was that? Those were his thoughts as he slowly tried to get back up. Fortunately, Naruto's right knee subtly brushed the gap between Setsuna's legs. The Kitsune gasped cutely. Naruto stopped. His cerulean eyes sought Setsuna's scarlet. Slowly, they moved down to shoot a glance at the slightly damp spot on her sundress. Just as slowly, they moved back up to her eyes. Setsuna's pupils had moved to her right, avoiding his gaze. Naruto's smirk would have made the Cheshire Cat envious. "You did not hear anything." I didn't. Maju Sayuri doesn't get it. It is almost redundant to say it, but Setsuna did kill him when he got off her. A reset later, the two were watching the clouds again. Naruto was simply waiting to leave this strange and rather monotonous world. Setsuna was forcing herself to settle down. "You're not a two-tails anymore, Kira Setsuna. Act your age. Like that. Oni-cha-town." Naruto frowned at Sayuri's whiny tone. "What? And boo-what? I wanna behave." Good point." He turned to Setsuna. "Mistress." Taken by surprise by Naruto's sudden call, Setsuna quickly gained a blush. She looked away. "What is it? Are we waiting for anything to get out of this place?" No, I was just thinking." Yeah, thinking things completely beyond your comprehension. Moron, Setsuna has taken several levels of tsundere. So, can we get out now? Sayuri's bored. Setsuna raised an eyebrow. Really then why doesn't she break the technique herself if she's so bored? She can. I'm a Nine Tails. I can do anything. Right, so why haven't you done it yet? Maju, Sayuri hadn't thought about it. Alright then do it now. Sayuri doesn't really know how. Naruto sighed. You don't know how. Setsuna held back a chuckle. It's not surprising. She might be a Kyuubi, but I doubt she has been even trained in kitsune arts. This technique is completely different from anything she might have seen before. It's a jutsu that creates an alternate reality, after all. Maju, but I'm bowed. Alright then, get us out of here, mistress. No. What? Naruto moved up from his laying position to better look at his teacher. Why? Because. Setsuna shrugged. I'm tired. I'd rather lie down for a few hours. You should rest too, boya. What? No. I want out. Out? I don't think Sayuri's gonna let me rest. Sayuri gasped as the proverbial light bulb was turned on. I know. Sayuri Wejix Yao Wheelity. And Subti changes it with her own. Random Genkyo Yuyan trivia. Sayuri is an honorary member of the Mythbusters. She even has an official t-shirt. Anyway, they were out. They were back in the familiar greenery of Konoha's peripheral training grounds. Now how did this happen? Setsuna muttered to herself. I did it. Wiggle, wiggle. So, how are you feeling, Bo? Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs, scaring the nearby fauna. Setsuna winced. Too loud. Oh god, the pain. The agony. The torture. Naruto was on the grass, incapable of moving. The humanity. You're such a wuss, Setsuna muttered bitterly. My muscles ache, too, and you don't see me screaming like a pussy. Oh what? So, can we rest now, boya? We're not done for today. Let's rest. Yeah, rest is good. Thank you for your kindness, Mistress Setsuna. The kitsune smiled in satisfaction. I've trained you well, Nawu, but I wanna do something. And bowed. Naruto suppressed a groan. Like what? I wanna burn something. Sayuri, sometimes I really worry about you. Maju, Sayuri doesn't get it, but Oni-chan being a amwini. Boya, I was wondering. She leaned on her left side to look straight at Naruto. By any chance, has she told you what happened the day she was sealed? I was chasin' ma tails. Naruto's sweat dropped. Yes she has. Resting her head on her left hand, Setsuna offered him a rather suspicious smile. May I hear the story? Though I don't see why not, he said rather tiredly. Oni-chan. Put some emotion, and cool sound effects. Naruto sighed. Be a good girl and chase your tails for a while, Sayuri. My tails, whoosh. Naruto could swear he could hear the water splashing as little Sayuri rolled all over her prison. Go roll, Yuri, go. So how was it again? He began. Sayuri suddenly felt like becoming gigantic. To most citizens of Konoha, including most shinobi, the Aburame clan grounds are a mystery. People are freely allowed to go in, but most people avoid it. It is basically a mental thing. Only the people of Konoha know what the people of Konoha think the Aburames have or do within their homes. Aburame Shino does not particularly care about this situation. His teammates did not seem to be the kind of people that would feel disturbed by the prospect of visiting his house, but he has not presented an invitation either, and neither Kiba nor Hinata have touched the subject. To this particular boy, his house was a place of seclusion, a place distant from the rough and tumble of daily life and the noisy Konoha. Kiba might mock him saying he behaved like an old man, but there were few things Shino enjoyed more than sitting down and enjoy the peace and quiet in the company of a warm cup of tea. He did not mind that the copious amounts of tree impeded the proper enjoyment of the sunset. He was at peace. Woof. And his peace was suddenly shattered by an all too familiar bark. Akamaru. Stating the obvious, Shino welcomed the canine visitor. He also noticed the object carefully tied to the dog's left forepaw. A letter from Kiba, Shino noted. Unusual but not entirely unexpected. Taking the note, the boy in shades carefully patted the puppy's head. Good boy. Akamaru gladly wagged his tail. I'm sorry I don't have any treats for you. Ask your partner to give you some when you get back. The white dog barked his agreement. With his free hand, Shino unrolled the tiny piece of paper and quickly read. Dear bastard, screw you. Well, that was concise, Shino muttered before reading the rest. P.S. Hinata was just released. She's on her way to pay you a visit. Have fun. As if on cue, a bell announced Shino that somebody waited at the door. An ominous wind blew towards the sun. Shino noticed the cluster of dark clouds gathering high atop his home. Now that cannot mean anything good. Calmly standing up, Shino walked to the main entrance. He was alone in the house. His father was out of Konoha and her mother was at her weekly session of her aesthetic appreciation club. It was a very fancy name for a bunch of women meeting to drool at pictures of males half their age, sometimes younger. It was a very disturbing thing to watch, something Shino could attest to. He sometimes wondered whether he should just apologize to Naruto in behalf of the female population of Konohagakure. But that's a story for another time. The temperature dropped dramatically as he moved closer to the sliding door, and it seemed like the amount of light was also decreased with every step he took. To any other person it would have been quite unsettling. There was a strange, tremulous hum in the air. Shino could feel a presence beyond the panel. It waited impatiently, and he knew it could feel him too. Taking a deep breath, Shino opened the door. Ufortunaa. He closed the door. Why was he breathing so heavily? Why were his hands shaking? Willing himself to remain calm, he opened the door again. Velut Luna. He closed the door again. He was sweating by this point. It was a cold sweat further accentuated by the low temperature. Moisture gathered on his shades. A lovely voice reached him from the opposite side. Shino-kun, can you open the door, please? Shino's knees trembled. However, this was something he had to face. There was no other way. He opened the door. Statuba Raya Bylis. Hello, Hinata. Fuck you, Kiba, fuck you. Hinata smiled, tilting her head for maximum adorableness. Good evening, Shino-kun. Hinata saluted him with a polite bow. Can I come in? Can you stop that unnerving background music? Hinata blinked. Even when she blinked she looked cute. What background music? Semper Crezsis. Out de Crezsis. Vita de testa Bylis. Shino shuddered. Nothing. Please come in. Nunka du rat. Et tunku rat. With a throaty groan, Naruto opened his eyes. The first thing that came to mind was that he felt awfully thirsty. The second was the feel of the grass under his back. The third was the weight and warmth of Setsuna's body pressed against his right side. Wait. Looking down, Naruto found, indeed, the sleeping figure of his newest teacher, peacefully sleeping by his side. Both her right arm and her right leg held him in place, the arm wrapped around his chest and the leg hooked to his own right leg. A faint, sibilant noise, reminiscent of a boiling teapot, escaped her parted lips with each breath. It was utterly adorable. He was so completely fucked. So, how did this happen? Sayuri. Asleep too. Naruto easily remembered. By the end of his tale of Sayuri's ordeals and subsequent sealing, Setsuna was twitching. Whether it was from annoyance or suppressed laughter, he did not know. She did not comment on it, anyway. She thanked him in a subdued tone and went back to watching the clouds, obviously immersed in thought. Naruto left her to her own reflections, for once his exhaustion defeating his curiosity. Besides, there was also, it was still a bit too early to call her one of his precious people, but they had a connection. Beyond the obvious master-student thing, of course. They simply got along, in a weird, unnerving way, completely unlike any other relationship he had forged before. He groaned quietly, feeling his face flush at the memory of their spontaneous sexual encounter. That does sound a lot worse than it actually was, does it not? Ugh, that's going to show up in my dreams tonight, isn't it? He mumbled. Setsuna uttered as her sleep was disturbed. Oh crap, HNN, the little kitsune moaned, groggily raising a hand to wipe her eyes. HNN. Her eyes met Naruto's. Yo. Her eyes hardened. Please don't hurt me. Silence. 1, 2. Get off me. Setsuna clumsily struggled to push Naruto off her, unaware that, you're the one who's all over me. All over you. Setsuna squeaked in an overly high-pitched tone. Raising the upper half of her body to get a better look, she realized that, indeed, it was she who had moved. Cue massive blush. So what? The kitsune moved away. So I moved a bit while I was asleep. A bit? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You were, like, a full meter away last I remember. Naruto's words got the girl even more flustered. So what? It's not lie like it means anything. She paused, as if reflecting on her words, before exploding again. It doesn't mean anything, so don't get ideas. Okay, whatever. Naruto dismissed the overly excited tsundere. It's not like I care or anything. For some reason, Setsuna's body perked up. What? It wasn't really uncomfortable or anything. Oh. They stared at each other for several uncomfortable seconds, watching the other's face becoming gradually redder and redder. So, the nervous kitsune finally declared, hurriedly jumping to her feet. Are you rested now, boya? Naruto was doing the same. Rested? Yeah, sure. A little over an hour later, Naruto was climbing the stairs to his apartment. He had taken a calm, cool stroll back home, not really feeling like roof jumping or ninja dashing, at least for the rest of the day. That is not to say he was going to relax. Far from it. With his training having just begun, Naruto felt the determination to push himself harder than he had ever done before. However, life moved on with him, and he still had a life beyond training. He had to get dinner, which meant he had to buy groceries, which meant he had to go home to get some money. Surprisingly enough, Sayuri still slept. Naruto had been thinking, and he wanted to talk to her about one little thing, but he guessed it could wait. In any case, Naruto was feeling very satisfied. He was finally moving forward, towards the appointed objective, defeating Hyuga Neji. "I'm home," he boringly muttered to no one. Katsura's special technique, Kokoro Pounce. Next thing he knew, Naruto was on the floor in front of his apartment door. Ayame straddling him and bluntly sliding her hands all over his broad chest. "Hello you." Kokoro saucily greeted her chosen mate. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Why are you here?" Lowering her body to press her chest against his, Kokoro ignored the question. "I missed you. Why are you here?" Naruto repeated, unfazed. Ayame playfully traced circles on Naruto's chest with her left index. "I was so bored in here, I could only think about you." "Seriously, why are you here?" Ayame rubbed her nose against his neck. "Moo, just what have you been doing? You kinda stink." Naruto was about to tell her he had been training when he noticed the strange frown on her face. Kokoro Ni-chan. He did not know himself why he was using the same honorific he had extended to Kokoro's human host all these years. Lowering her head to Naruto's chest, Kokoro began to sniff. "Oh crap." Naruto, surprising even himself, could see where this was going. The intrigued nose rapidly trailed down past Naruto's abdomen until it reached his pants, finally lingering over his right leg. Kokoro Ni-chan. Naruto began to sweat heavily. "Kokoro-chan." She raised her head to meet his uneasy glance. Ayame's eyes were dead cold, unveiling no emotion. Naruto grasped at straws. "Darling." "Gyhhh." Kokoro shrieked. "What the fuck?" With strength unsettling coming from a supposedly ordinary cook and waitress, Ayame grabbed Naruto's jacket with both hands and got on her feet, effortlessly lifting the boy off his own, before turning around to toss him inside the apartment. Oof. Naruto hit the floor with a grunt, a little too stunned by the whole thing to react in time to Kokoro's violent stomps. He was lifted up again by two feminine but ridiculously strong hands. "Koko Rog." The blonde gasped again when he was slammed against the nearest wall. A speck of saliva flew past Ayame's left ear. "I can't believe you," the woman growled, sending unpleasant shivers down the boy's spine. "Kokoro ni. I can't believe you did this to me." Ayame shrieked, her eyes glowing with deranged intensity. Her hands shook Naruto's smaller but sturdier body like a rag doll. "I can't believe you did this to me," she repeated. "How could you? How could you? Damn it. Guwa dizzy. I can't believe your nerve." Kokoro did not stop screaming, nor did she stop shaking poor Naruto and slamming him against the wall. "I offered myself to you. I threw myself at you, and you go and have fun with some skank behind my back." "Hey." Naruto found it within himself to complain. "What an idiot. I have every right to choose whatever skank I want to have fun with." He paused. "Whatever that means." Naruto made a silent promise never to let Setsuna find out about this conversation. Smack. That was the sound of Ayame slapping Naruto. "Wrong answer," the furious female growled. Slowly, she lowered the boy, allowing Naruto to stand on his own feet. Her hands, however, never left his clothes. She was breathing slowly and heavily. Naruto ignored the sway of her chest as she breathed to focus on her face, even if those disturbing, crazed eyes were freaking the hell out of him. Kokoro let her forehead rest on Naruto's. "Who was it? Huh? Who was it?" The kitsune raised her voice again, slamming Naruto against the wall for good measure. "Oh, I'll kill her," Kokoro growled menacingly, looking to the side for a moment as if the hated enemy were there. She looked back at Naruto, who squeaked in fear. "I'll rape you." She made a pause. Her face strangely returned to her normal, placid appearance. "I'll take a shower." Back to crazy. "I'll rape you." Suddenly, she looked away, her face one of reflection. She seemed to be pondering what she had just said. Then she slammed Naruto against the wall one more time. Not necessarily in that order. "Wow," she snapped. "Kokoro Ni-chan. I didn't do what you think I did." "Like hell you didn't." Slam. Naruto groaned. "Your pants reek of sex." "Yeah." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Hers. Should have known this would get me in trouble." Naruto's choice of words was far from the best, and Ayame's normally warm eyes glowed with insane anger. Naruto was quick to notice, however, and did not hesitate to explain himself. I touched her there and he was a blushing wreck by this point. I did stuff to her, no way in hell he was going to go into details. But we didn't. We didn't do that. Kokoro stared at the boy. She stared hard. Naruto held the gaze for a while, but eventually her intensity and his own embarrassment obliged him to shy away. The girl, however, could not deny that Naruto's words were honest. However, slam. Oh, that's plenty more than what we have done. Oh, for the god's sake, I still don't see why you're all crazy like this. Aim gasped in honest surprise, her eyes wide as saucers. You don't GYHHH. What the why? Naruto yelled as he was thrown one more time. At least this time he landed safely on the old couch. Naruto feared for his immediate health when Kokoro began pulling her own hair. You don't see. Her crazed gaze and deranged grin scared Naruto considerably. Is it so hard to understand? Aim shrieked, stretching her arms to both sides. I want to fuck. I want to fuck. Naruto winced. Aim was banging her head on the wall after each word. F-U-C-K. What the hell are you saying? Aim blinked. Huh? Oh, right, we speak Japanese here. My bad. Which is kinda weird, because Japan doesn't exist. Now what the hell are you talking about? Nothing. Back to crazy one more time. Regardless, a second later, Aim had pinned Naruto's body to the couch with her waist. We, as in you and me, are gonna do it. And we are gonna do it now. Kokoro licked her lips in anticipation. No. Oh, come on. Kokoro wildly threw her arms in the air. You have no excuse to refuse me now. How about I don't want to? TWEC. Aim went for the puppy eyes trick. It was a fearsome technique, but honestly, Naruto had had enough unwanted sexual education for a day. Or a whole year. No, Naruto tiredly repeated. You know I could take you by force, don't you? If you could, you would have done it already. They stared at each other's eyes. TCH. Fine. Naruto was finally free from the weight of the older girl. However, it was blatantly clear that she was not satisfied with the conclusion. Her lowered gaze avoided Naruto's frame. Her left arm hesitatingly kept a hold on her right elbow. You know you're hurting me, Naruto. For a moment, the boy actually pitied the kitsune in heat. For a moment, I can't do something I don't want to do. It wouldn't be fair, Kokoro-ni-chan. No. Her eyes sought his. While the furious spark of lust and anger was gone, there was a cold determination that chilled the young genin. Don't call me that. Her eyes narrowed. I don't want to be your one-chan. After yet another moment of uncomfortable silence, Kokoro sighed loudly and slumped down on the nearest seat. Her face was a perfect expression of disappointment. Kokoro-chan. Really, why are you in my place? Around the same time, Naruto had a close encounter of the Kokoro type. Sarutobi had a select group of his ANBU gathered in his office. He had a meeting with his advisors in less than an hour and he did not want to show up empty-handed. Therefore, he expected his select elites to present the results of the earliest inquiries concerning the events of earlier that day. While we easily located the initial point from which the attack came from, there were no leads of any use to find in that place. There were no lingering traces of chakra we could follow or associate with anything. Tiger explained. The third easily caught the undertone behind those words. By anything, Tiger obviously meant Kyuubi. It was not hard to understand why anyone would associate what happened that day to the nine-tailed demon fox. That level of destruction was not something that could be seen every day. However, at the same time, it made little sense. After all, on that frightening day almost 13 years before, Kyuubi did not really use any jutsu, especially not shining beams of doom. It just simply walked around, crushing anything that stood in its path. It also swung its tails haphazardly, destroying structures and annihilating many ninja with every swing. It also rolled a few times all over the village. That was just mean. If it wasn't beyond ridiculous, Sarutobi could have sworn it was chasing its tails like an ordinary dog. Also, Inuyukatsume-san explained that somehow hers and her nin dog's sense of smell were hampered in the firing zone. The same happened later when we were exploring the impact zone. Tiger continued. The Hokage sighed and rested his elbows on the desk, his mouth covered by his hands joined together. So there was nothing at the firing zone. Nothing, Tiger agreed. Besides a disturbing amount of dead animals within a radius of around 50 meters from the crater. Birds, lizards, and large insects, mostly. I see, it was just a saying. He had absolutely nothing. How about our guests? The group from Sunagakure has been under constant observation. We have discarded them as suspects, but a team is still monitoring their activities. The boy, Gaara. No activity. A shinobi behind a horse mask handed a piece of paper to Tiger. After eyeing it for no more than 3 seconds, Tiger placed on the desk for the third to read it. Yesterday, Sabaku no Gaara left Konoha early in the morning. He located and contacted Hade Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. The third raised an eyebrow. They exchanged no more than a few words and the Suna Nin left after that, immediately returning to Konoha. So we know where they are, the old man muttered to himself. he would have to make things clear to Kakashi. The Jounin could not just take one of Konoha's shinobi outside the village limits without informing anyone, no matter the reason or that it was one of his genin. Why was everyone stepping on his authority lately? Sarutobi would have none of that. He had already enjoyed a thorough talk with Jiraiya concerning Naruto, his training, and the methods the Toad Hermit had chosen. The Sannin had actually apologized. It seemed Jiraiya expected a little too much from Naruto. Did his old student really think controlling the Nine Tails chakra could be that simple? Had Naruto been aware of the Hokage's thoughts, he would have found them quite humorous. The bulk of foreign visitors will arrive on the last 2 days before the finals, Tiger continued. So far we only have a small influx of tourists. We are keeping an eye of them, but the Hokage nodded. It was hard to believe any of them could be the culprit. He had an idea, an explanation perhaps, of what had been unleashed upon Konoha. It was as if somebody had taken the fourth signature jutsu, Rasengan, overloaded it with chakra, and fired it from a distance. However, if such a thing were possible, they would definitely know of it. What in all the gods' names happened? He sighed. No point dwelling in what-ifs. Mortal victims, none. Number of wounded, 26. All are currently under control and recovering. So it's mostly material losses. Yes, sir. How did the relocation of the homeless go? Almost without trouble. A few hesitated to take residence in the mostly abandoned Uchiha sector. The situation is under control. Sarutobi nodded. The shinobi force of Konoha would aid its civilians recover and rebuild their lost homes. How about clearing the affected areas? The demolition corps are having a blast cleaning that up. Tiger made a pause. Nobody could see the grimace on his face, but more than a few could tell. Literally, I see. The aged Cage muttered matter-of-factly. The refuges within the mountain must be restored within the week. Yes, sir. Have you consulted with the demolition corps? They admit not to have any technique in their arsenal with a behavior like what we saw today. They are as puzzled as the rest of us, but did not hesitate to express their interest in acquiring such a technique. Of course, Sarutobi rolled his eyes. So, no ideas from them, either. Actually, Tiger dropped his voice a quarter of an octave. There is, well, it is expected from the villagers, but what is it? The third insisted with a flat, cold tone. More than a few of the ADC members think it was Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi was aware of the strange relationship between Naruto and the ANBU Demolition Corps. The young blonde had unknowingly become an unofficial pet of sorts. This was because of the two single things Naruto and the ADC had in common: a penchant for unacceptable, loud antics and an uncanny ability at pissing everyone off. He also knew the ADC was keeping an eye on the boy's development, even if his progress so far had been rather disappointing. Of course, if Naruto had really done that, which was, of course, beyond ridiculous, it would not be hard to realize the ADC guys would be considerably excited. Speaking of Uzumaki, he was a valuable aid in the efforts to clear up the rubble. How so? This truly interested the Hokage. It seems that, when he became aware of what happened, he dispatched many of his shadow clones to aid in the efforts. It is astounding, his chakra capacity. A few more nods from other ANBU confirmed Tiger's words. Sarutobi did not show it, but he was proud of the boy. There was no Kyuubi there, it was all Naruto. He made a mental note to commend the boy for his good intentions. Well, if you speak so well of Naruto's actions, I take you are not considering him a suspect, Sarutobi declared, not without a hint of mirth clear in his voice. Well, Tiger could not stop himself from hesitating. He has an alibi. One hell of an alibi, Cat muttered somewhere in the back. Tiger, if able to, would have shot a glare at both him and at the chuckling aardvark next to him. At the same time, however, he was surprised. You met them, too. Tiger had failed to share notes with the team of Cat and Aardvark before meeting with the third. Crass mistake. Who? Cat inquired, obviously amused by the whole thing. We did not talk with Uzumaki, if that's what you mean. We did talk with Izzy stiffened a chuckle. Companion, Sarutobi asked. There was something in the way his ANBU were touching the topic that unsettled the old man in an all too familiar way. If Naruto had been hanging around with any of his few friends, his elites would have just said the name, without the need to beat around the bush. The girl. This was the obvious undertone. However, this was not really a bad thing, either. Naruto was at that age sorta. However, his ANBU would not behave like this, even if that was the case. Apparently, Uzumaki has made a new friend. Yeah, free and Cat retorted with a sly tone. Many chuckles filled the room. While Tiger had not exchanged notes with Cat and Aardvark, every other ANBU in the room already knew of Tiger's and Boar's encounter with Naruto, and Setsuna. From what we got, it seems she is a tourist here for the finals. She met with Uzumaki and he has acted as his tour guide, of sorts, showing her around the village. This was the story Setsuna imprinted in their minds with both her words and her powers. Namely, his bedroom, Aardvark muttered, for which he got a slap on the back of his head courtesy of Cat. Apparently, Uzumaki was asleep in the moment of the explosion. When the incident happened, he deployed his clones, but did not depart himself. It seems the girl did not notice Naruto doing this. The girl was with him at the moment of the incident. Sarutobi asked. So they claimed. Tiger neutrally declared. Reading. Negative. By this Tiger meant they had not detected any emission of conscious or residual chakra from Setsuna. From this, they concluded the girl was neither untrained in the use of chakra nor possessing of naturally vast chakra capacity. There was, of course, the possibility of Setsuna just being incredibly good at concealing her chakra. For most yokai it is extremely easy to conceal their inhuman chakra from those who are not actively looking for it. So, does this girl have a name? Tiger, Boar, Cat and Aardvark froze in unison. They had just realized they never got the girl's name. They could not understand how such a thing could have happened. It was even worse than a rookie mistake. Such is the power of Kitsune enchantments. It also helps that they are complete idiots. Aardvark voiced his colleague's feelings with a sigh. Damn well, I guess we just got distracted. I mean, that chick was totally hot. The rest of the ANBU turned their heads to Aardvark, shock concealed behind their masks. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at this. What was the problem now? The problem was, of course, that Tiger's description of Naruto's girlfriend was not precisely something they would call hot. More like jailbait. Yeah, I'd totally hit that, Cat agreed with his teammate. More than a few gasps broke the silence within the room. Dude, Boar exclaimed accusingly at the two. Cat raised an eyebrow under the mask. What? Dude, Boar repeated, obviously speaking in behalf of the entire ANBU core. Cat and Aardvark could not see the disapproving looks they were getting from their fellows. What? What do you mean? What? Are you crazy? That girl? What? Cat insisted. She's a total fox. Didn't you check those legs? Tiger and Boar shuddered. What the fuck, man? Boar responded, his disbelief slowly changing into disgust. Yeah, Aardvark responded to his partner's question. When I wasn't looking at her tits, of course. What the dude? Boar yelled. It was all discussed by this point. That's just wrong. Why, come on, what's wrong? Aardvark honestly inquired. What, are you gay or something? Why, no, I'm just decent. You guys are sick. That girl, I'm not sure she's even right for the fox brat. Cat chuckled. Well, yeah, there's a bit of an age difference, but she's just right enough for me. EW. Almost every single ANBU in the room voiced simultaneously. Boar held back a breath before forcing himself to calm down. He had been about to do something he would later regret. You know what? Fuck you, you too. Fuck you to hell. I'm done. We don't give a damn about your sick tastes. We're not talking to you guys anymore. We just work together and that's it. Boar and a few others shook their heads to the two confused ANBU officers. You fucking pedos, he muttered quietly enough for only Tiger to listen in. The man in the striped mask nodded in agreement. Wah, Aardvark muttered in a subdued tone. He was a rookie. He did not want to be in bad terms with the others so soon. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Cat asked in honest confusion and disbelief. He did not get answers. Throughout the whole thing, Hiruzen Sarutobi was twitching on his seat. Why was everybody acting as if he were not even there? What? Just because he was old everybody thought they could step on his authority. You're so getting academy cleaning duties after this, you bastards. At no point did the ANBU think of sharing notes and dispel the confusion, especially not after Cat and Aardvark were branded as those fucking pedos. Yes, complete idiots. Kuchiyos no jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, slamming his right hand on the floor of his living room. A few seconds later, the smoke revealed two familiar tall figures. The shortest one, already 6 centimeters taller than him, made him hold his breath and skip a beat. She was beautiful. He could almost swear her hair glowed, as if it released captured moonlight. She was wearing the most beautiful dress Naruto had ever seen. It was a formal long-sleeved kimono, a furisode. It was made to remind any who looked at it of the night sky, a dark shade of blue, transitioning to black in a flawless gradation from the main body to the edges of the dress. Diminutive, nigh unnoticeable white dots randomly blanketed the garment as twinkling stars. The most amazing thing, however, was the swirling arc of white and light blue which danced all over the yukata, including the long sleeves. The marvelous aurora streaked the night sky in an unparalleled display of light, color and artistic technique unlike anything Naruto had seen before. Small white lilies crawled up from the bottom edge of the dress until somewhere around waist level. Tiny white, gold and black butterflies fluttered off the branches and petals to dance in the night sky. Similar patterns of flowers and butterflies appeared on the sleeves, too. Kokoro had requested him to summon this specific pair of kitsune, if only for a few minutes. Apparently, it was related to an order from Sayuri's mother, the matriarch of Higashiyama. Naruto was not even sure he could pull it off, but apparently he had rested enough, if only to call them for a few minutes. He easily realized what this meant. She was wearing this to meet him. She was wearing it for him. Naruto was out of words. He was 100% absolutely sure no other girl he knew could pull this off. As much as he liked Sakura, he simply could not picture her irradiating such an astoundingly mature, elegant aura. He found himself envying the girl a little. He wished he could look like that. Well, the manly equivalent of that. Urumi, a weak voice escaped his frozen lips. Good evening, master. Urumi's soft, flat voice startled the boy. I take from your silence that you approve of my choice of wardrobe. Naruto skipped a beat when the girl expressed her satisfaction via a gentle, half-hidden smile. I'm glad. The boy released a breath he did not know he had been holding. Beautiful. It was the only word that came out of his mouth. Konoha shot an approving glance at the boy, who did not notice, for he had eyes for nobody but the apparition of virginal beauty in front of him. Urumi actually looked surprised for a moment, honestly never expecting Naruto to voice the emotions blatant in his eyes. The single flattering word sent a rush of blood towards her pale cheeks, and Urumi found herself dropping her gaze to not let anyone witness her moment of embarrassment. Naruto and Konoha thought it was adorable. Master, I am mouthed. Konoha looked at the body possessed by her sister. Ayame was actually looking at her, at the same time her left index pointed at Urumi. She called him master. Yes, she did, Konoha idly responded. And please stop pointing at Urumi-sama, it's rude. Kokoro already knew Naruto was acquainted with Urumi. He told her himself. He had obviously forgotten to mention this aspect of their relationship. She dropped her head in defeat. I want to die, she muttered. A few seconds later, her body went rigid. Don't you dare patronize me, I am. Master, Urumi softly called. If it were not so hard to tell, Naruto would have thought she sounded shy. Yeah. Naruto nervously scratched the back of his head. He was sure he was a blushing wreck. Urumi hesitatingly raised her head to look at the nervous boy in front of her. After that, she shot uneasy glances at the other two women in the room. Wearing a bitter half-smile, she dropped her head again. No, it's nothing. My apologies. Is my little sister well? She's asleep right now. I see. Konoha felt a bit guilty. Urumi didn't want to openly display her affection in front of the Katsura sisters. Naruto blinked in confusion, but did not insist. The initial impression of Urumi's beautiful appearance fading, Naruto finally noticed the world beyond the girl. Konoha-san, hello. Naruto-sama. The bodyguard bowed courteously. Naruto could not stop himself from noticing the perennial bag hanging down her right side. His sweat dropped. Makoto-san. Konoha's eyes glimmered in surprise, but she did not hesitate to smile in approval. Nekoto-kun says hello. Sure he does, Ayame mumbled, only to find herself the target of her older sister's coldly placid stare. Kokoro-chan. Ayame shuddered. Damn, you could share tips with Ikamaru-jin yo. Nekoto-kun haha. Konoha's smile softened and became more honest. She did, however, pat her bag exactly 3 times. Ayame sighed. Hello, Sekai, Ayame greeted with a flat tone. Nodding in approval, Konoha turned to Naruto again. I hope you had a good day, Naruto-sama. I am truly sorry I could not be of help. Naruto gasped, but quickly smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, don't worry. Looking down at the right fist he clenched, his eyes sparked with excitement and determination. I am training hard now. His smile grew far wider. I think I learned more today than I did the previous 3 weeks. Naruto could not explain it with words, but he instinctively understood the bulk of Setsuna's teachings. By fighting him using different methods, approaches, and strategies, she was helping him develop a sense of how to better defend against specific forms of attack. In addition, both his reflexes and speed would steadily increase as he forced himself to keep up with Setsuna's overly superior physical qualities. He pouted a bit as he scratched the right side of his chin, muttering more to himself than to the girls around him. Setsuna's kinda harsh, but at least she's actually teaching me stuff. The temperature around Ayame dropped a few degrees. None of the 3 others failed to notice and did not hesitate to look at her. You have got to be fucking kidding me, Ayame retorted in a voice dangerously resembling a growl. Now Konoha dismissed her sister's growing anger with her usual placid smile. I'm sure there are plenty of Setsunas out there. It doesn't have to be the Setsuna. Naruto gasped in sudden awareness. Right, I think she knows you, Konoha-san. The swordswoman held back a giggle. Okay, it's her. I hate my life. So, how's she been doing, Naruto-sama? Konoha honestly inquired. I had not heard from her in a while, and it was supposed to stay like that. I am blinked. At some point while she uttered that sentence, the proverbial light bulb was lit. Before she could stop herself, she was looking at Naruto. The boy ninja noticed the ramen girl's fixed gaze and nervously returned it, unsure of what exactly she was looking for in his clear blue orbs. Then he figured it out. He realized he was fucked half a second after he gulped and looked guilty. Crap. Truer words Naruto had not ever said. I am gaped. Konoha raised an eyebrow. Urami did nothing. This was just because her name had not shown up for a while already. I am gaped some more. Konoha shot an odd glance at Naruto, as if asking what the fuck is wrong with the body my sister is possessing. Urami remained outside of the conversation. It was not a position she particularly enjoyed. She's a traditionalist, so she would prefer to be taken from behind like any good vixen, but this has absolutely nothing to do with the current plot. Please forget it. She stopped gaping. Not that this was a good thing, though. Gyah. Konoha raised the other eyebrow. Urami blinked. Good for her. The fuck? This was Naruto. URK. This was Naruto. After Ayame closed her hands around his neck like a vice. Fuck you, Uzumaki Naruto. And fuck her, too. Kokoro screamed through the body of a human girl. Fuck that blasted Loli. I'm gonna kill her. Now that wouldn't be wise, Konoha mumbled, still uncertain of what exactly was going on. Urami blinked a few more times. I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna hang her like a trophy with methuks through her nipples. Now that's just harsh, Konoha commented. GYH. Ayame screamed pointlessly one more time before throwing Naruto as far as her surprisingly strong arms allowed her to. Urami's eyes followed her flying beloved until he slammed the dining table hard. GYH. Ayame repeated and then ran in the first direction her feet guided her to, straight into a wall. Konoha winced at the sickening thud sound made by Ayame's face impacting the vertical surface. A second later, the ramen girl was face up on the floor. And then there was silence. Urami walked over to the dining table to check on the boy she loved. His quiet groans were the only sounds that broke the uneasy silence within the room. Master, she called with a hint of unease. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. What the hell? Gyah. Naruto and Urami froze. Ayame was screaming from the prone position, but then she suddenly got back on her feet to run towards the main entrance. Naruto and the two kitsune slowly approached the possessed girl while she opened the door and walked outside, only to be startled when Ayame began to run down the corridor. The three managed to pop their heads out of the apartment in time to witness the end of Ayame's strange run. GYAH. Naruto gasped when Ayame leapt off the end of the corridor. There were about 2 seconds of stunned silence until the sound of Ayame's body falling on the trash container reached the trio's ears, the hissing complaints of felines added for good measure. And then there was silence again. Can you explain that, Naruto-sama? Konoha questioned in a surprisingly subdued tone. Naruto pondered the question for exactly 1 second. No, I really can't. With the excuse of checking for her younger sister's welfare, which made no sense right after she let Ayame jump from the top floor of a building. Konoha let Urami alone with Naruto for a few minutes, not before reminding her ward of the reason they were summoned. Hiding her mirth as she closed the door behind her, Konoha let the two young lovebirds alone. Naruto was just grateful he had thought of changing his clothes. But, really, after witnessing Ayame's reaction, he would have been an idiot not to. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Urami raised an eyebrow. You mean murdering Naruto-sama's best friend, skin her and turn her into a bag? Konoha pouted cutely. Pooh, you're no fun. And with that, she was gone. Urami looked away from the door and at her love interest. Naruto was staring back with a hint of fear in his blue eyes. The girl offered a comforting half-smile. No, master, I do not intend to kill Haruno Sakura, skin her and turn her into a bag. Naruto sighed in poorly concealed relief. It would be the easy way to beat her, after all. Neep. This short and strange interlude was followed by an uneasy silence. Naruto's advanced processing functions were short-circuited and Urami was experiencing something she was not used to, a lack of ability to form coherent sentences. She simply had no idea what to say. The young kitsune glanced at the boy who tried to look at anything but her. His uncharacteristic quietness made her heart flutter, for she knew it was because of her that he behaved like this. I really love you. Naruto stared at the girl with the eyes of the deer caught by the headlights, and Urami realized she had voiced her thoughts. Her eyes actually became round and wide. Mom asked. She quickly composed herself, but it was impossible to hide the pretty blush on her snow-white cheeks. My apologies. I suddenly spoke my mind. That was most inappropriate. Naruto mutely stared at the girl, unsure of how else he could react to this event. Nobody else made him feel as uncomfortably self-conscious as Urami did. It was completely different from Sakura. With the pink-haired girl, he made a constant effort to charm her with his boisterous, honest, outgoing personality. Urami made him feel inappropriate. She made him feel like changing himself just so he could feel worthy of being in the same room as her. Setsuna, she was just weird. In an "oh my god what the fuck is wrong with you" way. The worst thing about Urami, however, was that her unhesitating voicing of her feelings for him made him question his own every single moment he was around her. No, scratch that. The worst thing was that he couldn't keep the feel of her body and her lips pressed against his out of his mind. It's okay, the boy bashfully muttered. Thank you. Urami could not understand herself or the current situation. Why was she so nervous? Everything had been so simple, so natural the previous time. Her brilliant mind quickly came up with an explanation. She had lost the advantage of surprise. In their first meeting she only needed to confess to make a strong impact, and the impression made it easy to further express the depths of her feelings. However, this advantage was now lost. They were on equal grounds. She honestly believed she needed to make a greater effort to further impress her love. How close should she stand? How much could she say? How far should she insist? There were so many variables. It was a rather distorted way to look at things, though, as confessing is generally seen as the hardest part. It is yet another thing that makes Urami different from ordinary females. Her carmine eyes met Naruto's blue, and she felt a stab of pain in her chest. She felt so close, yet so far from him. She felt cold and in desperate need of the warmth only he could gift her with. The memories of his possessive embrace and their inexperienced, hungry kisses were driving her wild. She wanted to hold him, kiss him and never let go. Her voice came out weak and a bit sad. I guess I should go. Konoha waits for me outside. She turned her back to Naruto and walked exactly one step towards the door before freezing on her tracks. A thrilling current streaked from her left hand upwards, through her arm and past her heart before traveling down her spine and sending delightful shivers in its wake. Urami looked down at her hand and at the bigger hand that held it. Then she turned around again to face the one she loved. The boy looked as surprised by his own actions as she was. He, too, stared at his right hand as if he could not understand what it was doing holding Urami's. And maybe he really couldn't. However, the burst of spontaneity from Naruto's part reminded Urami of truths far more important from her own self-consciousness and perfectionism. Naruto knew even less about matters of the heart than she did. Also, she remembered the fundamental maxim of kitsune human relationships. The kitsune must always be in the lead. There was no offense towards humans intended in that affirmation, but it was simply anathema to kitsune to allow themselves be led through a relationship. Kitsune simply were not supposed to do that. Urami realized that she would never get anywhere with Naruto if she just stayed quiet. While, technically, their mental ages were about the same, both being just about to enter their respective puberties, it did not change the fact that she was 152 years old while Naruto was just, well, 12. The young kitsune quickly rethought her plan. Go ahead, speak your mind, be yourself, but stop when he wants to stop. Move as far as he allows you to. He's still young, and so are you. Urami stopped herself. She remembered it was not a title Naruto particularly preferred. Naruto-sama. Naruto suppressed a shudder. There was it again. Even her voice made him feel like a pitiful child in her presence. She looked about his same age, but the difference was painfully obvious. It was with the eyes off a frightened child that he watched Urami reciprocate his grip on her left hand. Urami gently, affectionately rubbed the back of his right hand against her right cheek. The curious gesture sent a chill down his body and made the hairs on his right arm stand on end. His eyes sought hers, and he almost gulped when he noticed she had been staring at his face the whole time. However, there was no sign of amusement, disappointment or disdain towards his behavior, the kinds of which he had seen in Setsuna's eyes so very often. He had made the association more than once since he met the two. While Setsuna's eyes looked perennially bored with a hint of contempt, Urami simply showed nothing. He did know Urami was capable of emotion. He wondered just what kind of training she underwent to be able to conceal her thoughts and feelings to the extent she did. In a disturbing trail of thought, Naruto realized it reminded him of a doll. However, there was something in Urami's eyes that made her unequivocally different from lifeless dolls. He could not really explain it. He didn't really understand it. But there was no doubt in his mind of what Urami was feeling and wanted to show him in that moment. After all, had not she just said it a moment ago? Naruto suddenly realized he was a very selfish person. Urami said softly, almost as if she'd rather not be heard. I really should go now. Reluctantly, very reluctantly, she let go of Naruto's hand and walked towards the door. No, don't go. A piece of Naruto's mind desperately screamed. However, his body only followed her in silence. She could hear and smell Naruto mutely following her 2 steps behind. Urami placed her right hand on the doorknob and couldn't find it within herself to turn it open. Na Naruto-sama. No answer. Something within Urami prevented her from turning around to face him. She had to say it. Naruto-sama, may I hug you? As much as she wanted to, she had promised herself she would not do anything he did not want to do. So lost she was in her thoughts that she almost shrieked when Naruto's hand landed on her right shoulder. Na Naruto-sama, she muttered as she allowed herself to be turned by the boy's forceful hand. Her body went deathly stiff when she felt a pair of arms wrapping themselves around her lithe body. His right hand timidly reached for the curve of her waist on the right side. His left hand went up her back and grasped her left shoulder. His forehead rested on her right shoulder, concealing his face from view. Urami wondered why he was shaking his head like that. She could not make anything from the gesture. It was the regretful acknowledgement of Naruto's own selfishness. He wanted her love, even if he was not sure he could reciprocate it. Urami was surprised by the sudden hug, but she did not hesitate to return it. Both her arms reached around him and pushed him closer to her. She was hungry for his warmth, and she wanted to feel every centimeter of him on her body, even if only through their clothes. She nuzzled down the nape of his neck and filled her nostrils with his scent. He was not sweaty, but she could tell he had, indeed, worked out significantly that day. He needed a shower. At any other occasion she would have voiced this thought, being a lover of personal cleanliness herself. But in the current situation she found out she did not care as much. If anything, she thought it would be a good time to start getting used to it. His smell. She got nervous for an instant when Naruto's right hand became bolder and squeezed her tighter. His well-built body contrasted with her tall, thin frame so much that anyone would think Naruto could break her like a twig if he got forceful. The girl relaxed again after the initial surprise, carefully concealing her satisfaction. Naruto wanted to feel her closer, and she was more than willing to comply. In fact, Naruto-sama, she allowed herself to be a bit bolder. Naruto looked up at her. While Urami's face showed no emotion, there were plenty of those within her. She could not understand the expression on Naruto's face. Unlike her, Naruto's face was like an open book that carelessly mirrored his soul. In that moment, there were so many emotions within the boy that Urami could not pinpoint a single one. His face was an odd rictus of conflicting feelings that Urami found saddening. It made her hesitate. For a second, I am the one who will make you happy. May I kiss you? Konoha calmly approached the large tetragonal trash container. She had easily made the leap from the top floor, so it did not take her more than 10 seconds to get from the apartment to where her sister was laying still. How do you do it, One-chan? Ian spoke from within the container. Konoha looked at her sister from beyond the edges of the large metallic object. How do I do what? How can you live well, normally, even if you haven't made it in more than a century? The bodyguard tilted her head. What do you mean? Makoto-kun and I have a very healthy sex life. Wah. Ian turned to look at her sister. Boo, but he's a skull. How the hell do you? She made a pause. No, wait, I don't want to know. Konoha looked at her sister with mild puzzlement. Ian just shook her head and sighed. Kokoro-chan, are you okay? I'm fine. Just frustrated, her voice dropped an octave. And angry. You know such behavior won't help you with him. I know. Iam raised her arms to the night sky, only to let them fall again. I know I can have him. I know he cares about me well. He cared for Iam before he found out about me. I know I can have him. I'm just impatient. You won't get him before your mating call ends. That's what you mean. Besides, things will be much complicated as long as Sayuri-sama remains within that seal. Iam nodded. True enough. She paused. Not that I want, or can, have children like this. Iam's not ready for that, either. Speaking of Iam-san, she's another reason you have to calm down. I know. I already apologized to her. I have used my powers way too much today. Konoha nodded. Yes, you have. You can rest now. Your part of the job is done. The rest is up to Urami-sama. Iam nodded. That girl, she wants him. Urami-sama has wanted Naruto-sama for a very long time. Is that so? Iam went silent for a moment there. Will she share? She did not like the odd smile she got from her older sister. 5 seconds of silence. What's got you worried, little sister? Iam frowned. Setsuna. She released a low-pitched hiss. I can't believe that bitch got to him before me. I swear, it's gotta be a curse god. I have a curse god after me. It's probably a little girl who wears frilly red dresses, green ribbons, and likes to spin around. Please don't make references only a select few will understand. The older sister muttered half-heartedly. However, she blinked in sudden surprise when she processed Kokoro's words. You mean they? No, I am interrupted, maybe a bit too forcefully. Naruto said they didn't do it, but they did something. He had the stench of her sex all over his pants. Konoha did not know what to say to that. Sis, Kokoro continued. Setsuna is not helping Naruto from the goodness of her heart. No, she isn't, Konoha agreed. But I cannot imagine what interest Setsuna could have in Naruto-sama other than sexual gratification, apparently. Ain growled. The kiss, just like their first one, was riddled with insecurity. Urumi called it a little victory when Naruto himself made the first move. Naruto pushed her back until she was leaning against the door. The hand that had been on her left shoulder moved down and rested on her right hip, and the right hand moved across Yurumi's lower back to the left hip. Yurumi moved her feet a bit forward to lower her center of mass and make the kiss easier for the two of them. The boy went for what he did the previous time, seizing Yurumi's lips one at a time and irregularly switching from one to the other and back. Yurumi raised her right hand to the back of his head, pushing him towards her eager mouth, and unwilling to let go. Her left hand seized the fabric of the back of Naruto's orange jacket. Naruto pushed his weight on the girl one more time, eliciting a surprisingly loud moan. Yurumi seized a handful of blonde hair. Naruto's right leg pushed forward. The soft material of the kimono brushed against Naruto's pants. The fox girl held back a gasp, but her eyes opened wide as saucers and her hands unconsciously moved to push Naruto away. The blonde stared right back at her, his eyes and expression betraying nothing. The blush on his face was nothing beyond the expected. It was Yurumi who was already gaining a sweaty sheen and whose breath had become slightly rugged. Naruto slowly raised his right hand to let it rest on her left cheek, gently feeling her smooth skin and her soft silvery hair. Then, he pushed his right leg forwards one more time and, like the stone that sinks in the pond, the forceful contact of his thigh with her crotch sent delicious ripples throughout her insides. That's when he realized he had been doing it on purpose since the very beginning. She didn't ask. She only kissed back, moaning in satisfaction when she felt the tip of Naruto's tongue tracing the curve of her lips, wordlessly demanding entrance. I am but your most faithful servant, master. Naruto's right hand moved back down, reaching under her left armpit for her back, roaming uncertain of where to go. His left hand went around her waist for her left hip, and his right leg began a coordinated assault on her sensitive flower. She had been taught not to wear underwear with a kimono. While this would mean she would stain it with the rapidly increasing flow of lubricant from her insides, she figured out she could not care less. Yurumi's hands did not move. Her muscles' only job was to keep Naruto's body as close to hers as physically possible, so that she could revel in the feel of his lips, his tongue, his warmth, and the wonderful, wonderful thing he was doing with his right leg. Yurumi, too, is a very selfish woman. Naruto's tongue never left her mouth. Even if it wanted to, Yurumi would not let him. She wanted him inside her, even if it was just his tongue's faux penetration. The softness of her furusode wrinkled and stuck to her folds, caressing her in all the right ways. Tiny squeaks escaped her throat when the cloth sometimes reached her oversensitive nub. Then his roaming right hand moved downwards. Yurumi gasped in the midst of their passionate kissing. She thought she could actually listen to her juices flowing out when Naruto reached for her right buttock. Even while she raised her head to release the rest of her now soundless gasp, unable as she was to resume kissing as the quasi-orgasmic tremors rocked her body, Naruto did not stop kissing her, switching targets to her chin and her neck. Yurumi, Naruto whispered hoarsely to her jugular. H-N-N. Yurumi's slow return to normal was abruptly stopped by Naruto's single word. He was hungry for her, and it drove her wild. Seizing the sides of his head with both hands, she hastily guided him back to his awaiting mouth. Naruto secretly wondered if he was becoming an ass person. He undeniably enjoyed squeezing the plentiful muscles of Yurumi's rear, and, by the way she moaned, squirmed, and attempted to squeeze her thighs together, he could tell she did, too. Then again, neither Yurumi nor Setsuna had much in the chest department, so, from a strict point of view, it wasn't much of a choice. Hey. A little whine escaped Yurumi's lips when he pulled away from their kiss, and his right hand abandoned her ass. Master. A faint mixture of confusion and disappointment crossed her neutral gaze. He looked insecure. Yurumi had no idea why. She could not think of anything she might have done that would make him stop. Carefully, Naruto placed his hand on her left side. Yurumi looked at the eyes that looked at the hand, wondering just what was in her beloved's mind. Her breath got caught in her throat when his hand began to move up, never leaving her body. All semblance of control over her expressions disappeared when the roaming hand reached her chest. "Ma, master," she whimpered. Years of self-consciousness over her so far underdeveloped chest struck her in an instant. "Master, I don't, my chest is not him." All complaints were crushed to nothing when Naruto forcefully shoved his tongue to the deepest recesses of her mouth cavity. Konoha wisely remained silent when Urumi closed the door to Naruto's apartment. It was easy to tell from Yurumi's sweaty, flushed skin that the Lily and Naruto did plenty more than chat for a few minutes. Most unfortunately, Urumi was not one to keep her opinions to herself. How many times did she orgasm anyway? 5, something like that. With nothing but foreplay. She was getting sick of foreplay. She wanted the good stuff. But Konoha had to interrupt. Sure, it was not really Konoha's fault. They were following instructions from Higashiyama Yuri. However, Urumi needed an outlet, and Konoha was there. The busty swordswoman did not visibly react when Urumi forcefully grasped the neck of her kimono and pulled her down. A stark contrast with Konoha's calm, soothing gaze. Yurumi's carmine orbs glowed with righteous anger. However, what did change was the shape of her lips. Konoha's calm smile was completely gone, her lips having become a flat line. "I must ask you to let go, Urumi-sama." Kitsune are creatures driven by emotion. Many had found death by doing exactly what Urumi was doing, letting their boiling emotions get the better of them and make them strike at creatures far beyond their level. Many young kitsune die by the hands of older, stronger kitsune who decide to claim the younger youkai's love interest for themselves. Konoha was a vassal of Higashiyama, but not even that status would prevent her from defending herself. Konoha knew, and she knew Urumi knew, that she could kill Urumi faster than the young Lily could say Naruto-sama. "Right now I hate you more than you could possibly imagine," Urumi hissed. Konoha offered her a half smile. "I can imagine." As if flinching away from something disgusting, Urumi pushed her bodyguard away. Taking a deep breath, she quickly settled down into her usual mask of stone. Konoha was visibly impressed by this. "Tonight I will masturbate until I stop feeling my fingers," the younger kitsune declared. "If it is your command, I will assist you, Urumi-sama," Konoha declared plainly. Yurumi's face showed no reaction. I don't swing that way, Konoha." "Good. I wasn't really looking forward to it, either." Urumi shot an odd look to the woman, who responded with her usual smile. Slowly shaking her head, Urumi began the long trek ahead of the two, the guardian closely behind her. Clad in only boxers, Naruto walked out of the bathroom after a long shower. He needed it. He had spent exactly 24 hours in Setsuna's Izanami. Also, he had done something he had thought he was still too young to do. Naruto did not remember the third's words on masturbation. Strangely, the old cage seemed more comfortable explaining most other aspects of sexuality than he was explaining self-satisfaction. At this current moment, Naruto did not really care about facts or opinions. He had needed it. Unlike his little encounter with Setsuna, where he was too busy punishing her to be aroused himself, Urumi had pushed him dangerously close to the borderline, and he could not just pull back. He had desperately needed the final release, and he moaned in unbelievable relief when he got it over the toilet seat. However, it was a rather bitter moment. His mind did not hesitate to taunt him, wondering just how much better if it had been Yurumi's eager body instead of his calloused hand. It worried him. There was no doubt in his mind, he liked Sakura. He thought Sakura was cute, not in the same way Sayuri is cute, but cute nonetheless. He wondered, then, why he did not feel the animalistic desire to, have sex with her, the way he was feeling it with Urumi. Maybe it had to do with his perception of Urumi. To his eyes, Urumi was not cute. Girls are cute. Naruto just could not see Urumi as a girl. Hers were not the eyes of one. Her mesmerizing eyes were just too something. Naruto gave up. He found no point in trying to figure out any further. The fact remained, he wanted her. His body begged for her. She had told him she was looking forward to their next meeting. She had told him they would do it the next time they met. He was looking forward to it, and it terrified him to want something so badly, even if he could not even understand why. His thoughts moved to Iam, his self-appointed new roommate. He guessed he could accept it. Her house was destroyed, after all, and he was not the kind of person who could just ignore a friend in need. The fact that the whole thing was his fault was a particularly strong argument on Kokoro's favor. However, if they were going to live together, they would need to settle matters. It would not do if she kept trying to have sex with him all the time. Even if he now knew that it was a kitsune in Iam's body, he could not just start looking at her in that way. Besides, the real Iam was still there, right? The whole thing was just too weird to Naruto, and after the past 2 days he was developing a natural resilience against weirdness. In any case, there was a more pressing matter: dinner. Opening the door of the fridge, Naruto gaped. The lower half of the appliance was full with things that definitely were not there before. What's all this? Naruto pulled out a bottle after the other, checking the labels with a confused glance. Honey caramel strawberries whipped cream. What the hell's this for? A cake? Just what did Kokoro have in mind for all this weight? No. Shaking his head as he closed the door, Naruto sighed in defeat. I'd rather not know. Sighing again, he went to his room to withdraw money from his little hideout. It was time to do some shopping. A few packets of instant ramen would do. He had to take the chance while Sayuri was asleep. After all, her name was Hyuga Hanabi, age 8, and she was in trouble. It was way past the time she should have walked past the boundary of her clan's grounds. The reason she remained seated on a bench on a park near the village's main gate was a reason she would not admit in public. She was afraid of retribution. At her tender age, Hanabi was under far more stress than any child her age should have to deal with. Having recently figured out the whole situation with the succession of the leadership of the clan, her status as second child, and the true reason her father demanded so much of her, little Hanabi was at a crossroads. She had spent hours idly staring at other children doing whatever it is children do in the afternoons. Silently, lazily, she watched children being children, while trying to figure out just what was she supposed to do. Hanabi could not understand it, but the problem was fundamentally simple. Her clan demanded her to be something she could not be. It had nothing to do with lack of will. Hanabi did not want the bleak future that awaited her should she not become her father's successor. It had nothing to do with lack of effort. Either, Hanabi gave nothing but her very best every day, struggling to become the Hyuga her father and the clan expect her to be. No, it had everything to do with the fact that she was just 8 years old. She was supposed to comprise the best of both genders. Hanabi was expected to be ruthless, wise and savvy like her father, and beautiful, graceful and elegant like all Hyuga women. The little girl had often watched the older females of her clan with muted awe. The way they moved, acted and spoke, everything was a perfect choreography meant to glorify the pride and tradition of an old clan. Hanabi wanted to be like them. She needed to be like them, but she just couldn't. To become like that at the age of 8, 9 or 10 years old is nigh impossible, for the infantile mind is not made to understand or follow such behavioral patterns. In her quiet yet stormy meditation, Hanabi had not noticed the passage of time. Only nightfall helped her realize she was utterly late, the sudden awareness of her lack of carefulness and her stupid failure fueling her fear of her father's reaction. The more she hesitated, the more time passed by, making her imagination run wild with the idea of one Hyuga Hayashi growing more and more furious with every minute. Hanabi's mind was locked inside a trap of her own making, until she saw them. Thinking about it, even after hiding their tails with henge, Urami and Katanoha are far from indistinguishable. It is not every day a person sees a kimono-clad woman carrying a katana, a hatchet, and 106 centimeters of bust, or a young silver-haired, carmine-eyed girl wearing what can only be an extremely costly furisuit over her milky white skin, or both. Hence, it was not hard to understand how the two would attract so much attention. Even more, that night it seemed that the entirety of Konoha had claimed the streets, as if to catch up on the hours lost in the aftermath of the yet unexplained destruction of the Hokage monument. The two walked close together at a sedate pace, betraying their urgency. Katanoha could tell that, despite her unchanging expression and her perfect posture, there was an unusual stiffness in Urami's pace. Unlike the older Kitsune, Sayuri's blood sister was not accustomed to large gatherings of humans, especially not being the recipient of so many different looks, from envy to mesmerized wonder, passing through contempt, approval and even a lustful stare from a rather disturbing-looking man. As they approached the main entrance to the village, the human presence became scarcer, something Urami was grateful for. From a distance, they could see the gate was still open, but she expected that to change very soon. At least, that was what her common sense told her. Who would keep a massive village gate open at night? Of course, they did not intend to leave through the main gate. That would raise unnecessary suspicion. With a barely unnoticeable glance at her bodyguard, Urami turned to the right. They would move past the nearby park to reach the gigantic wall. Katanoha would handle getting the two to the other side. Why you? Urami halted. It was obvious that was directed at them. She saw no reason for alarm, however. Oh my. Katanoha's perennial smile widened just the slightest bit at the sight of the small white-eyed girl trotting towards them. Hanabi's pace became slower and slower. She walked the last 3 or 4 steps. Her open-mouthed stare was fixated on Urami. The first thing the young kitsune noticed was, of course, Hanabi's unique eyes. While her face did not show reaction of any kind, her mind photographed the image of the little girl for future reference. After 5 seconds of wordless staring, Yurami deemed the girl a waste of her time and proceeded to resume her march. Hanabi would have none of it, though. Wait. Yurami stopped and stared down at the young human one more time. Only those most acquainted with Yurami would have noticed that her eyes had narrowed a fraction. It was her way to say, "You have 1 second to make your point. Please tell me how to be like you." Hanabi honestly pleaded. Yurami blinked. "Oh my," Katanoha repeated, covering her lips with the hem of her kimono to hide her smile of amusement. Yurami blinked again. Very slowly, her glance drifted towards her bodyguard, wordlessly asking for an explanation. Katanoha knew that was her cue. Who might you be, little Hyuga?" Once again, Yurami's face did not betray her acute mental activity. She recognized the family name of her beloved's opponent in the upcoming Chunin exam finals. So these are the White Eyes. The second youngest of Yuri's daughters archived this knowledge as further proof of there being a reason for her bodyguard to know so much about this particular human clan. Hanabi was used to being recognized as Hyuga at first glance, so she did not react in any noticeable manner to Katanoha's inquiry. Bowing courteously as she had been taught to, the young girl responded. "Hayu Hyuga Hanabi, ma'am." Katanoha tilted her head cutely. "Ma'am, She shot a side glance at nobody. "Kind of makes me feel old." Hanabi held back a tiny gasp. So very sorry, Ma'u." The swordswoman took pity on the little girl. Then Katanoha, "This is my ward, Higashiyama Yurami-sama." Hanabi looked back at Yurami with renewed awe. She had long noticed Katanoha's weapon, but she had not figured out Katanoha was Yurami's bodyguard. That regal, cold elegance, the natural fluidity of her motions, the way she just felt far older than she truly was. If she were like this girl in front of her, she would get her father's and the clan's approval. "Katanoha, we're in a hurry." Hanabi had to suppress another gasp. Even the way she spoke, it was perfect. She could easily picture this girl instead of her father at the far end of the dining table, or leading the clan meetings. Yufufu Katanoha chuckled. "You were not as eager to leave just a while ago, when you were with your beloved." Hanabi blinked. Of course, it was the way of the nobles. At such a young age, this girl already had a special someone. It stirred Hanabi's heart to see the girl actually reacted to her guardian's words. Barely narrowing her glance at the same time, she raised the hem of her kimono to hide a mild blush, even if the poor illumination already made it invisible. It must be an incredible person, this girl's special someone, Hanabi thought. Naruto's sneeze made him drop several unopened packs of instant ramen. The little Hyuga's mind went into overdrive, however, when Yurami walked past her with the obvious intent of continuing her previous walk. Katanoha followed, still wearing an amused smile on her lovely face. Hanabi looked at the departing girl's back, desperately looking for the right words. Wait. Higashiyama-sama. Please tell me how I can be like you." She pouted and clenched her fists in childish frustration when she realized Yurami had no intention of stopping to answer. Not willing to give up so easily, she moved after the pair, something they did not fail to notice. Katanoha. Hanabi stopped. Yurami had not ceased her walking, but her bodyguard had. This was not what stopped the little Hyuga, though, but the fact that Katanoha had her right hand on the hilt of her katana. There was no threat or aggressiveness on the busty woman's expression. But Hanabi, even at her tender age, knew better than to underestimate a professional bodyguard. "Yurami-sama does not want to be followed," Katanoha stated plainly. Hanabi wordlessly acquiesced, but she could not hide her disappointment. Even with her head lowered, she could see that young, ephemeral vision of the person she wanted to become, drifting further away. She froze when Katanoha suddenly walked closer to her, but only for as long as it took the taller woman to lean down to reach Hanabi's left earlobe. "I'm very sorry, but we really are in a hurry now. Maybe next time we meet we can talk a bit more, nee." With a last, mischievous wink, Katanoha hurried to catch up with her ward, leaving Hanabi feeling a lot better with herself. The appallingly mysterious Higashiyama Yurami-sama and her kind, amiable bodyguard, Katanoha-san. Hanabi was already looking forward to their next meeting. "Here should be fine, Yurami-sama." H&M. The two stopped. Looking back towards Konoha, they could see they were at a considerable distance. Due to the high density of tree life, it was already impossible to see the massive outer wall of the village. Space. I'd judge it appropriate. What about ninja patrols? I'm fairly certain Yuri-sama has taken those into account. It is commendable of you to notice, though, Yurami-sama. H&M. Looking up at the crescent moon, Yurami pondered for a moment. "Very well. Give me the beacons." Reaching into her cleavage, Katanoha pulled out a small paper strip. Injecting a minimal amount of chakra into the seal, the swordswoman released its contents. Unlike ninjutsu and genjutsu, which are humanity's pretentious attempt at wielding the supernatural powers of yokai and divinities, Fuinjutsu was an exclusively human art. While some of its effects can be mimicked by specific supernal techniques, many of them are difficult to grasp for the highly specialized supernal beings. For this reason, few of them bothered to dabble in it. Higashiyama Yuri happened to be one of those few, driven more out of curiosity than of any particular interest in the art. Yurimi eyed the two small, identical statues for a moment. Stone foxes seated on a vertical cylinder. Both beacons were about 50 centimeters tall. Hesitatingly, the two tails grabbed the solid statue with her pale hands. With everything her lithe body could give, Yurimi tried to lift it. HMMMNPH. Instead, the statue only leaned towards Yurimi, quickly losing its balance. Katanoha wordlessly stared down at the foxgirl she had sworn to protect, her thin body wriggling under the far greater weight of the stone beacon. It reminded Katanoha of a fish out of water. It was amusing, in a sort of pathetic way. Katanoha, yes, the taller kitsune was mildly amused. She had an idea of what Yurimi was about to say. Please help me move this one. You could reinforce your tails, the busty femme suggested. Yurimi glared at her bodyguard, well aware that Katanoha was enjoying her little predicament. That is Yuria's specialty, not mine. You should work a bit more on your enhancements, Yurimi-sama, Katanoha murmured as she moved to help lift the vulpine statue. Like most kitsune, Yurimi had willingly chosen to focus on the other branches of kitsune arts, dismissing enhancements. This was done for a very simple reason. Due to their deficient chakra circulatory systems, enhancement techniques, that is, techniques aimed at improving body performance, were highly inefficient. As most kitsune possessed deficient chakra reserves when compared with other yokai races or even some gifted humans, they preferred to rely on the far more efficient and delicate enchantments. By the time these kitsune had enough tails to not need to worry about inefficiency, they simply did not care anymore. When they were done, Katanoha stepped back and unsheathed her katana. Wordlessly, Yurimi extended her right arm, offering it to the blade. Gently, slowly, Katanoha slid the weapon over Yurimi's snow-white skin. To the unknowing eye it would seem like the blade never touched it. However, soon enough scarlet blood poured out of the relatively large wound. Katanoha found it commendable how Yurimi's face remained unchanged, impervious to the pain. Commendable, and a bit scary. Yurimi moved the bleeding arm over the statue they had moved, allowing the vital fluid to pour over the stone fox. I am Yurimi, daughter of Higashiyama, sixth born of Yuri. Mine is the crest of the butterfly. When the blood reached the dead eyes of the effigy, these glowed with a faint white for a moment, acknowledging the offering of blood and chakra. Walking over to the second statue, Yurimi repeated the ritual, pronouncing the same words. Once she was done, Katanoha hurried to use a fairly simple healing technique of river kitsune to close the wound she had inflicted. So, what now? Now we wait, Yurimi-sama. Ayame wondered. She guessed it would be a good idea to check on Tuchai-san before going back to Naruto's place. But for the moment she just wandered around. Seeking out some solitude and quietness, she avoided the main body of the village and preferred instead to roam the surrounding perimeter of greenery. Some of it preserved forest, but most of it part of the many training areas available to the shinobi corps. I can't believe it, she complained, half growl, half pout, and with Setsuna of all people. Setsuna, I couldn't feel more insulted if the ANBU actually outwitted me. I hear voices calling. A rather lame sing-song voice filled the dark forest. Gasping, Ayame hurriedly sought the source. Oh, you silly girl. If I had any intention to harm you, I would have already done so, Imauto-chan. Growling under her breath, Ayame looked up. Calmly seated on a branch as thick as one of her slender legs, Setsuna contemptuously looked down. No, you wouldn't. You would toy with me like the cat toys with the terrified mouse. Then you'd hurt me. True enough. You are not an opponent worth taking seriously. With that, she leapt down, gracefully landing on both bare feet. Setsuna, bonsoir. A tense silence followed, at least to Kokoro and Ayame within. Setsuna just looked bored. How did you know? The possession, you mean? Setsuna shrugged. I can see the trace of your chakra with these special eyes of mine. Ayame narrowed her eyes. Kokoro guessed that, being safe for the moment, she should try to push her luck a little bit. So, what is the mother of the sharing and doing in Konohagakure? Katanoha's not here, let me tell you. Setsuna snorted. My life does not revolve around the deranged bimbo you call sister, Katsura Kokoro. I have other exploits to pursue, and they are, of course, none of your concern. They do when you go around fucking my chosen mate. Kokoro could not see the bright blush that instantaneously formed on Setsuna's face. What? We did fuck. She suddenly gasped. With her low-pitched, droning voice, it came out rather odd. Did he tell you that? I quote I'll kill him. Thaw that pretentious brat. Insect. Human waste. Die. Could only blink at the sight of the moody Loli stomping the grass, attacking a vision of Naruto only she could see. Kokoro knew, however, that she had to clear things up. It would not do for Setsuna to get back at her Naruto due to a misunderstanding. No, but your reaction definitely clears things out for me, thank you very much. I guess I should have trusted Naruto-kun since the beginning. Setsuna suddenly calmed down, only to blush again, this time in embarrassment after her sudden outburst. Oh, and suddenly the ball is in my court. Kokoro held back a grin. So what did you two actually do, anyway? This time the blush was practically iridescent. We didn't do anything. Setsuna looked away, as if, with such a pathetic, lousy, annoying human brat. Right. Kokoro did chuckle this time. Damn, when did you become so tsundere? Who's a tsundere? Setsuna growled. Okay, sheesh. Ayame waved her hands in front of her in a warning gesture. Nobody's a tsundere. There are no tsunderes here. I see no tsunderes. Did I even say tsundere? But let me tell you this, Setsuna. The shorter kitsune's expression hardened, her blush quickly gone. I don't know what your plans are, and I don't expect you to tell me, but I won't let you go easily if you hurt Naruto. And Setsuna crossed her arms in front of her. I decide to help the boya, and this is what I get. Don't fuck with me, Setsuga. Kokoro felt her body freeze for an instant. She was well aware of the difference in power between the two. Setsuna's enchantment worked with this instinctive feeling of inferiority to inspire unbearable fear. Kokoro had to move a few steps back. No, don't you fuck with me, Katsura, the four-tailed kitsune hissed back. Remember your position. Kokoro tried to get away when Setsuna began to move closer, but the compulsion changed in response, forcing her to remain where she stood. She began to sweat. Not only are you a three-tails, right now you live within the body of an untrained human girl. I could destroy you in an instant. When they were right in front of each other, Ayame began to shudder. Even with the difference in height, the glowing red eyes with which Setsuna looked up at her were terrifying. Do you think you can speak like that to me, you insolent slut? Has your swollen pussy rendered you unable to use your common sense? I could kill you, Katsura Kokoro, and nobody but your pathetic sister would say a word. Ayame struggled to form words in her throat. I have the protection of the Higa. Higashiyama Yuri would be a fool to vouch for you, and you know it. You insulted an elder kitsune. That's the only truth that matters. Know your place. Ayame's legs finally gave in. She was just glad she had not soiled herself yet. However, I am magnanimous and kind-hearted. Kokoro did not find that funny in the slightest. She gulped when Setsuna leaned down to fix her crimson eyes on hers. I will do as I wish. This village is but another piece in my wonderful, masterful plan. It will become an instrument of my final victory over this disgusting world. I will triumph, Katsura Kokoro. Everything I've done for the last 150 years has been for this. I will succeed. I will turn my dream into reality. And I will destroy your sister. Ayame's eyes widened in fear, this time not for her own safety. Yes, I'll kill her, Katsura Kokoro. I'll kill that disgusting woman, but only after I have crushed her soul and shown her true misery. A frightening smirk crossed Setsuna's features. And Uzumaki Naruto, too. He is another of my pieces, a very important one, I may admit. And no, Ayame gasped, tears running down her pretty face. I'll use him as I please, until he's no longer useful. And you'll watch it all, Katsura Kokoro. The realization of my dream, the fall and demise of your stupid, beloved sister. You'll watch the whole thing, and you won't be able to do anything about it. That, my dear, will be your punishment. And, with an explosion of white smoke, Setsuna was gone. She had finally broken the metaphysical bond Naruto crafted the moment he summoned her, and she had maintained with her own chakra. Finally alone, Ayame allowed herself to fall on the grass, shaking and sobbing. She needed to cry. She needed to cry a lot. Many leagues away, Higashiyama Yuri's lips curved into a smile. The red torii that marked the boundary of the Higashiyama shrine was glowing with a beautiful silvery light. Ephemeral rainbow-colored butterflies of light emerged from the iridescent pillars, filling the air around them with a sparkly display of color and beauty. The intensity of the light was such that it had caught the attention of most of the shrine's inhabitants, who soon enough gathered behind their matriarch to gaze in awe at the magnificent show. Wah, what the hell? Yuria mumbled in a low tone, following an indigo butterfly with her eyes. Hawa so pretty. The curvaceous Yurine ran with arms spread wide, futilely grasping at the butterflies of light, which dissipated to nothingness with the slightest touch. Still, she laughed and cheered gleefully, using wide gestures to show wondrous flying constructs to her daughter Yurina, who simply smiled gently at her childlike mother, and to Yurio, who sighed and shook her head at the antics. Hawa, the lilies winced as one when Yurine's natural clumsiness finally showed its ugly face. While Yurina helped her mother get back on her feet, Yuri addressed her family. As you might be able to tell from the butterflies, Yurimi has successfully accomplished the mission I appointed her. This means it's time to depart. Those who are coming to Konohagakure with me, please bring your luggage immediately. The sudden realization brought with it an explosion of activity, as the younger Kitsune hurried to follow her matriarch's instruction. While the lilies went back to their rooms, Kurosaki Sayoko calmly walked over towards her best friend, carrying a small black cloth bag. Yuri smiled at the eternally depressed woman. Will you bless me with your company, Sayoko-san? Blushing a bit at Yuri's choice of words, Sayoko nodded. I'll go. Her first words in this fanfic. I want to see her. Yuri nodded. I'm sure Sayuri-chan will be happy to see you. You are, after all, as much her mother as I am, if not more. The matriarch did not wait for her daughters and granddaughters. Turning towards the Torii arch, she projected her chakra and channeled it through her 7 magnificent silver tails. Kitsune art, Shrine Gate. A spatial technique so powerful that it demanded at least 7 tails of power to be learned. The Shrine Gate connected a Kitsune shrine realm with any point of the world possessing a beacon attuned to the shrine. With Yurimi's offering of blood and chakra, they ensured the gate could only be used, or even seen, by those of the Higashiyama clan. Yuria was the first to return. Her baggage was surprisingly small. The short lily only carried a leather satchel which hung off her left shoulder. She was gazing in awe at the curtain of sparkling gold that rained down from the horizontal beam of the Torii, only enhancing the visual wonder of the whole thing. Neat stuff. When will you teach me this jutsu, mother? By the time you become powerful enough to learn it, you would not need my help anymore, Yuria. Yuria understood. She was in the presence of a technique that demanded a lot more than 3 tails of power. Suddenly, 2 bursts of smoke appeared between Yuria and her mother, revealing Yurimi and her bodyguard. Thank you for the hard work. Yuri greeted the two. Mother, Yurimi courteously bowed before her progenitor and matriarch. Katanoha did the same. Yo, Yurimi turned to her immediately older sister. Yuria, she eyed the satchel. Will that be enough for you? Yuria shrugged. I don't need much. Katanoha nodded. Very well, I shall bring Yurimi-sama's luggage. The swordswoman crossed paths with a mother-daughter duo, wearing an azure kimono with cloud motifs that contrasted with her big, sapphire blue eyes. The blonde beauty Higashiyama Yurisa led her only daughter to the shrine gate, carrying the two's belongings. As silent and sad-looking as ever, Mayuri followed a step behind her mother. So you two really are coming? Yuri welcomed the two, surprising everyone. It was Mayuri who nodded in response. The little girl had already surprised the whole family during lunchtime, when Yuri announced the trip to the ninja village. When the matriarch had announced her intention to meet her youngest daughter and the human boy who contained her, Mayuri had widened her eyes noticeably and hurried to pull her mother's sleeve as if to make a point. When Yurisa finally figured it out and asked her daughter if she wanted to go, the girl had nodded effusively. It was the greatest display of emotion she had shown in almost 35 years. Yurisa was in a particularly good mood. After so many years of impotently watching her daughter lock her words and emotions away, this sudden interest of Mayuri in traveling to Konoha had filled the melancholic mother with hope. Maybe the key to open her lovely little daughter's heart again was, in fact, outside of the Higashiyama shrine. Hawa. Wait, Mom. Hawa. A loud crash and the sound of multiple heavy objects hitting the wooden floor startled the group by the glowing Torii. Irina was already dropping her own luggage to help her mother get up. On the other side, Yurio was only shaking her head and throwing her arms to the air in frustration. Sheesh, Mom, can't you go a minute without tripping on your own feet? Hawa Yurine shot an apologetic look at her daughter, traces of tears barely holding within her eyes. Oh one-chan, Irina complained with a rather whiny tone. Anna, why did you make mother carry your things, then? Well, it's the least she can do. Irina dropped her gaze. That's rather mean of you, one-chan. It's not that heavy, Yurio argumented. Extension. Ti. The single word triggered a reactionary impulse from the beautiful brunette, quickly hiding behind her fraternal twin, who moved away to Yurio's chagrin. 3 unnaturally long black tails seized the 3 large bags as well as the tent, and the 3 sleeping bags tied to them. The lightest bag, however, was slammed against Yurio's chest. Hey, you're right, it's not that heavy. Then carry it yourself, Yuria declared in a flat tone. It's not like you'll break a nail. The now free third tail wrapped itself around Yurian's legs under her knees. Kawa, surprising those present, the second oldest of the lilies was effortlessly lifted by the tail. Yurina slowly sat down on the fluffy appendage, and she was comfortably carried through the air towards the shrine gate. The two bags belonging to her, and Yurina following after. Yurio quietly went last, carrying her own bag. Thank you, Yuria-chan. Kawa-ai. Yurin jumped off the tail that supported her. That was a splendid feat of strength, Yuria, the matriarch acknowledged. Yuria shrugged and half smiled. Well, it's about the only thing I can do. Might as well show it off a little. Yuri hid a very tiny frown. She did not like her daughter's choice of words. 3 more figures approached the gates. Unlike the others, these particular 3 did not carry luggage with themselves. Had they been in a public place, a sizable number of eyes would have been attracted to the first, oldest and most respected of the lilies, the Princess Lily, Haimuri. With her 183.8 centimeters of height, she was the tallest of the sisters and second only to her mother. Such stature, combined with her waist-length golden hair, her 6 lively tails and her penchant for long flowing dresses that complemented her beautiful, voluptuous body, created an image of adult grace and beauty her sisters looked up to. Those who did not look at Haimuri would probably be busy staring at her first daughter's incredibly ample cleavage. Higashiyama Chiyuri claimed the second place in the clan's bust ranking. She had her mother's blonde hair, but Chiyuri's was far longer, and while most of it loosely fell down almost to the floor, 2 immense ponytails adorned the side, each tied by a white ribbon. Her big, round emerald eyes and the permanent flush of her cheeks illuminated a round face and the loveliest of smiles. 4 white-tipped blonde tails swayed behind her. After admiring Haimuri's impressive presence and Chiyuri's amazing figure, all eyes would probably move to the third female, if only to gape at the contrast she made. She had the same lifeless, snow-white hair as little Mayuri. Surprisingly enough, unlike most of her relatives, who had been blessed with outstanding figures, Higashiyama Yuri's body was what most humans would call averagely proportioned. Incredibly enough, her most outstanding feature is not her hair, or even her ordinary figure. It is her eyes. Yuri's pupils are unnaturally large, to the point that the white of her eyes practically disappears behind the skin and only a cold, intimidating gray can be seen surrounding a small black spot. The fact that her eyes themselves are quite round and big results in Yuri's abnormal and rather unsettling wide-eyed look. Clad in a complicated, frilly black dress of textbook Gothic Lolita fashion, Yuri gave the appearance of a very scary mannequin. The fact that she was utterly insane did not help matters much. I see the twins are missing, Haimuri stated. Didn't you see them on the way here, perhaps? I fear not, mother. Knowing them, they're probably making out in their room, Yuria muttered matter-of-factly, for which she got several glares, mostly because the thought had also crossed their minds. May I go find them? Chiyuri offered, her voice soothing and fresh as morning blossoms. I shall go. While Urami's voice was rather flat and lacking in emotion, anybody who listened to it would not hesitate to declare it belonged to a human. Yuri's voice was, in lack of better words, robotic. It was something beyond its flat tone and its quiet volume. It was simply dead and unnatural, something that should not come out of the mouth of a living, intelligent being. It only added to Yuri's long list of abnormalities. She was the hidden lily, the one whom the world only knows by name. Before anybody could say anything about it, Yuri had departed. Silently, they watched the girl until she disappeared beyond a corner. Even after that, they followed the sound of their footsteps. The footsteps then stopped, followed by the sound of a sliding door being opened. Ah, the familiar voice of Yuriko or Yurika, their voices are identical. Yuri. She sounded surprised and a bit frightened. They let you out of the basement. And not Flander. Ah ha 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 ha, uneasy laughter. Good one. Yuriam, you might be wondering about this. Not really. It seems very clear to me what you two were doing. Back at the Torii, Yuri sighed in defeat. Why oh why was she cursed with lesbian twin daughters? There. Yuri clumsily patted her mother's back. Good this is kinda uncomfortable, one of the twins' voices continued. Why are you entering the room, Yuri? You have disobeyed a simple instruction to indulge in frivolities. Punishment shall be served. The family at the edge of the shrine shared looks of alarm. Wah! 2 identical voices cried at the same time. Wait, no, you don't. Please don't ohmygod. The kitsune by the Torii stiffened. Oh my god, the twin voices repeated. What the fuck is no? No, get away from me. Get away. Gyhek. And no, don't touch me. Get away from Gyah. Not there. What do you think you gyah? From that moment onwards all words faded away into a threnody of hoarser and hoarser screams. Massive blinking ensued, when all other sounds were drowned by the sound of massive puking. And then, silence. Yurine quite accurately voiced the thoughts of those gathered outside. Hewa. Around 10 minutes later, Higashiyama Yuri stepped out of the gate in the other side, becoming the first to breathe in the warmer air of the forests around Konohagakure. The rest of her family, sans Himuri and her daughters, who were staying behind to watch the fort, soon followed her. Lots of green, Yuria idly commented. Chiuri would be at home here. Quite true, Yuri agreed. Turning to face her lilies, the matriarch issued instructions. Very well, my girls, please make camp here. Make sure you brought everything you need. I'm closing the gate now. Seeing that none of the girls approached her to request access through the gate, Yuri nodded to herself and, with a flick of her wrist, willed it to dissipate behind her. Turning around to look at the two beacons, she nodded to herself one more time. You will do just fine. Don't you think so, Sayoko-san? The quiet woman, who never moved from the taller Kitsune's side, tilted her head unsure of how to answer. Yuri simply offered her an affectionate smile. Spirit release, spirit veil. Kitsune art, aura of antipathy. I had never seen mother use so many jutsu in succession before. Ah, Yuria. The mother welcomed the curious daughter. However, what about your tent? Didn't bring one. More like didn't want to. I'll just sleep outdoors or something. If it comes to worse, I'll just take Yurio's tent. Hey, won't you get cold? Yuri inquired, honestly worried. In response, Yuria wrapped her unnaturally long tails around her unnaturally petite body. I see. Yuri saw. So, the third youngest Lily changed the topic. What are you doing? She asked, looking at the vulpine beacons whose eyes now carried a permanent silvery glow. The spirit veil moves this whole place out of phase with the rest of the world. It becomes invisible to creatures not attuned to the spirit world. The aura of antipathy simply keeps humans and lesser yokai from getting too close. Safety measures, my dear. And cool. Mother. Yuri and Yuria looked at Urami, who stood a few steps away. Katanoha was fixing up her tent somewhere nearby. The silver-haired fox girl's eyes were fixated on her mother's, as if attempting to transmit a wordless message through the invisible connection of their matching carmine eyes. Yuri's smile became slightly wider. I'm sure that can wait until tomorrow, Urami dear. Urami's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. No, it can't. I want my mate, and I want him right now. Yes, mother. Damn it. Urami wordlessly walked away the way she came. Yuria raised an eyebrow. What was that about? Urami wants to stake her claim on the human, Uzumaki Naruto. In a gloomy cave somewhere in the westernmost reaches of Fire Country, Kira Setsuna appeared with a cloud of smoke. Whoa. A light-hearted male voice expressed its surprise at the sudden arrival. Setsuna shot a bored look at the masked man. Madara. Ah, the man gasped. It's Mama Setsuna. He ran to envelop her in a warm welcome hug. The man in black was sent flying by a powerful line of lightning, far more dangerous than anything Setsuna had inflicted upon Naruto. Outside of training, that is. Who the hell are you calling Mama? Yugo. More lightning. Don't you go using other people's catchwords. Oh, what did I just say? The poor guy made a feeble protective gesture with his hands. I mean ouch. Setsuna sighed. Stop fooling around, Madara. Oh, the man in the swirly mask scratched his head. Madara. Nope, no Madara. And Tobai. The kitsune just rolled her eyes and ignored him. It was a rather sparse residence, not at all suitable to Setsuna's tastes. However, for the sake of her plans, she put up with it. At least the bed was grand and very comfortable, for it was the minimum she required. An old wooden drawer to keep her sparse pieces of clothing, a just as old desk and chair, and a metal clothes hanger by the far corner made the rest of the furnishings. A thick white curtain separated the torch-illuminated bedroom from the rest of the cave. Letting herself fall on the bed, the little kitsune stared at the uneven ceiling. I need a bath, she mumbled. Ooh, grandma. An arc of lightning danced across the room. Setsuna-sama, where was Setsuna-sama the whole afternoon, if I may ask? Setsuna was tired enough not to argue. I was summoned. Tobai tilted his head. Summoned? Yes, Kuchios. Regardless, she made a pause, quickly projecting the events of earlier that day past the screen of her memory. It was fruitful. Her expression became sharp. By the way, I have a mission for you. Yes, Tobai tilted his head. Uchiha Itachi, bring him to me. It's about time we meet. I need to meet him tomorrow, as early as possible. The voice behind the mask sounded dubious. Are you sure? Setsuna shot an annoyed glance at the Uchiha elder. I'll bring him. Should I bring Kasama-kun too? They're a team, you know. A dismissing gesture. That is of no importance. Will he cooperate? Madara shrugged. I do not think he would be interested in Setsuna-sama's glorious objective. Whatever, Setsuna concluded. If he doesn't cooperate, he dies. Does Setsuna-sama have to be so mean? Anyway, if you don't mind sharing your plan with Kasama-kun, then why don't you let the whole group into it? Setsuna released a bitter chuckle. I thought you smarter than wait, forget it. Pain's more useful as a fool with delusions of grandeur, and that made-up plot straight out of Metal Gear Solid lets him herd the sheep properly. No, let the Akatsuki be the misguided idiots they are. I only need the Uchiha and his partner might prove useful. At the very least he's got character. Orochimaru was smart to leave. Not that it helped him cut off my strings, though, Setsuna mused. Speaking of the snake, what about the instructions I gave you? Oh, he's interested. Tobai nodded eagerly. He will agree to meet you, I'm sure. Well, to meet the doctor. Good. We'll meet him in Konoha. We will depart tomorrow after conversing with your descendant. Really? Yes, I have matters to attend in Konoha anyway. Now, how about dinner? Even with the mask, it was easy to tell this was a topic the man enjoyed a lot more. Well, what would Setsuna-sama prefer, the meat dish or the vegetarian menu? Lightning, you gawa. I have no time for your stupid games, idiot. HMPH. Attempting to relax on the bed, Setsuna reflected on her plans. So many things to do, so many details to take care of, so complicated and suddenly. Uzumaki Naruto's worth as a piece in her grand chessboard had gained a whole new magnitude. Uzumaki Naruto, just for how long will you make yourself useful? Setsuna frowned. Madara was looking down at her from the edge of the bed. There was a tinge of amusement in his tone she just did not like. What, you're still here? She spat. Where's dinner? I'll bring it in a moment. But it was, indeed, an amused voice. Setsuna-sama had a sort of funny look on her face just now. Madara explained in a sing-song tone. I wonder what Setsuna-sama had in her mind. None of your business. Setsuna-sama's blushing no uowa. Die. Setsuna rained pain upon her manservant, Palpatine style. Die. Majuo. And Madara spontaneously combusted. Setsuna paused. Now how did that happen? Oh god, it hurts. Majuo. Naruto stopped on his way downstairs. He was taking out the trash. Sayuri. You awake. Majuo manemwini that's ma catchwat I'll burn you uian. What the? Munya all paiwaninya burn. Paiwaninya burn zzz. Naruto blinked a few times. Sleep talking. Help. It hurts. Mommy. Setsuna looked at the rolling, crying, burning figure of Uchiha Madara Akatobai on the cavern floor. Her face was as disdainful and bored as ever. Oh well, not to look at a gift horse and all that. Die. Ajiapa.